Chapter 1. The Intelligent Monster 1. The sky was already dimming as dusk fell. After finishing a day's work, Huo Zili walked out of the office building, hopped on a mountain bike from the parking shed in the courtyard, and leisurely exited the police station's gate. It was not yet deep autumn, but the weather had turned chilly, with a few withered yellow leaves scattered on the sidewalk. The distance between the sky and the earth seemed to grow farther, yet it appeared exceptionally clear, faintly revealing a pale crescent moon hiding behind white clouds and a single white star. The neon lights on both sides of the street gradually lit up, illuminating the city's night scene. Cars on the road turned on their low beams, creating a bizarre contrast with the street scenery. Passing the traffic lights ahead, Huo Zili noticed a sesame cake shop run by a couple in their 50s. He particularly enjoyed the various flavors of sesame cakes made by this couple and felt as if he could smell the aroma of the cakes while waiting for the green light at the intersection. However, upon arriving there, he had a queue even before he reached the shop. He could see a long line forming in front of it. Upon arriving at his destination, Huo Zili parked his mountain bike aside and stood in the back of the line without surprise. In front of him were three college girls dressed like students, whispering to each other about what a certain entertainment star wore on a variety show that day, looking rather silly and occasionally bursting into giggles. Huo Zili took out his phone, opened the browser, and began to scroll through the news out of boredom. Just as the girl at the front turned around to chat and laugh with her two companions, she didn't notice a sturdy young man in a tank top cutting in line in front of her. At this moment, the two girls behind her pointed forward, and the girl in front turned back in surprise, discovering an unfamiliar man standing in front of her. The stranger had his back to the girl, and just as she was about to get angry and scold him for cutting in line, she noticed what seemed like a tattoo on a man's back, mostly covered by his tank top. From his appearance, he might be someone involved in unsavory activities. The girl visibly hesitated, turning back to her friends, spreading her hands to express her helplessness. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she spotted Huo Zili, who was wearing a police uniform, behind her. She quickly sidestepped her friends and approached Huo Zili, saying, "This uncle is a police officer, right?" Huo Zili was momentarily taken aback, yet he was only 27, not even 30, and felt somewhat displeased at being called uncle by the college girl. He forced a smile and asked, "What's the matter?" The girl questioned Huo Zili, "Since you're a police officer, why don't you do something about that guy cutting in line?" "I was just on my phone and didn't see anything," Huo Zili replied, bemused, putting his phone away. "Who cut in line?" The three girls pointed in unison at the sturdy young man ahead. Huo Zili beckoned with his finger, and the girl approached him suspiciously. He leaned down to whisper a few words in her ear, then walked over to the young man and said, "Hey, could you please move to the back of the line?" The young man glanced at Huo Zili and scoffed, "Is cutting in line illegal?" "Cutting in line isn't illegal." Huo Zili paused, then added, "But it's unethical." The young man sneered, "Does the law say being unethical is a crime?" Huo Zili shook his head. "That's true, it isn't." The young man chuckled coldly. "Then what are you doing standing here? Are you just making a fool of yourself?" Huo Zili turned to the girl behind him. "Is the video ready? Is the sound clear?" The girl, holding her phone, nodded vigorously with delight. The young man immediately understood the situation. In today's digital age, if that conversation got posted online, he could end up trending for all the wrong reasons, and people would point at him wherever he went. "Filming a video isn't illegal," Huo Zili said, "so you might as well stay here." He turned back to the girl. "Is that all right? Let him buy first, and you can post his video online. You'll definitely gain a lot of followers." The girl laughed heartily. Sure. The young man's bravado diminished, and he hurriedly apologized to Huo Zili. "Bro, I was wrong. I won't buy the sesame cakes anymore. Please, let her delete the video. Don't post it online. I wasn't trying to cut in line. I just thought this girl was pretty and wanted to use that as an excuse to talk to her." The girl behind him showed a look of disdain and spat in disgust. "All right." Huo Zili didn't want to waste more breath. "You can move to the back of the line now." The young man, blushing, hurriedly left. He wished he could find a hole to hide in. In fact, Huo Zili had anticipated that such a situation might occur, so he had prepared himself to avoid a potential conflict that could lead to trouble at the police station. Besides, if someone were to post it online with a distorted title about police brutality, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. The Sesame Cake shop primarily served the lower middle class, with students and workers frequenting it. There was also a provincial hospital nearby, and many families of patients from all over came to buy sesame cakes. As a result, the male owner would light up every time he saw Huo Zili in his police uniform. Initially, he called Huo Zili officer, but as they became more familiar, he started calling him Little Huo. The owner's wife also had a good impression of Huo Zili and once asked if he had a girlfriend, expressing her intention to introduce her daughter to him. Huo Zili frankly told her that he wasn't ready to get married yet, and she let it go. Huo Zili remembered how the male owner hurriedly tried to ease his wife's embarrassment by saying it was no big deal since their daughter was still young and had just graduated from college. After buying his sesame cakes, Huo Zili rode his mountain bike back to his rented apartment. The apartment complex had no property management, and the 4 buildings around had been around for over 20 years. The rent was relatively cheap. A 2-bedroom apartment cost less than $2,000 a month, and the environment was quite peaceful, which was why Huo Zili chose to live there. He enjoyed the hustle and bustle of the city, but also appreciated the tranquility of solitude. As he walked up the stairs, Huo Zili felt the fatigue of the day settle in. He had interrogated suspects in the morning and conducted a raid on an underground casino in the afternoon to catch a fugitive. He had to jump over walls and run across 3 miles without stopping until he apprehended the criminal. Dragging his sore legs, he trudged up to the 5th floor, turned the key to enter his room, crossed the living room, and opened the door to a bedroom where a black and white photo of a woman was displayed on a wooden table. He took out 2 steaming sesame cakes from the paper bag and placed them on a white porcelain plate in front of the photo. Lighting 3 incense sticks, he inserted them into the incense burner beside the plate. After respectfully clasping his hands together in prayer, he turned and left the room. Huo Zili was uncertain whether ghosts or deities existed in this world. Over the years, he had constantly reminded himself not to forget certain things from the past, such as his mother's death. That year, Huo Zili had just started police academy and was unaware of the life-altering upheaval happening at home. His father had taken a mistress, and when they had a daughter, he brought her to confront Huo Zili's mother. Instead of defending his mother, his father proposed a divorce. His mother, stubborn and proud, moved out in a fit of anger and rented a place to live. Dad never went to look for Mom again, but who knew that Mom actually died in the rental house. Later, after forensic investigation, it was determined that she had suffered a stroke, which left her unable to move, causing her to accidentally hit her head on the bathtub and die. Huo Zili received the bad news of his mother's death and went home to confront his father, asking if he knew that Mom had suffered from stroke. Dad said he really didn't know. After completing Mom's funeral, Huo Zili became rootless in life, drifting like dust on the road, and never returned to that home again. It wasn't until he graduated from the police academy and entered the police department that he finally found a place to settle in the city. There was still half a sausage left in the fridge for breakfast. Huo Zili took it out, sat cross-legged on the sofa, turned on the TV, and while eating the pancake and sausage, drank mineral water. A news report caught his attention. A beautiful female host stood in front of a plaza at the entrance of a tall building, holding a microphone and saying, "Chairman Liang Zhen of Yiri Technology Group has dedicated many years to creating prosthetic arms and legs that can be controlled by thought for disabled people, bringing good news to many. However, recently Chairman Liang Zhen has suffered a stroke due to overwork. Therefore, the company implanted a chip in his brain and customized mechanical limbs that can be controlled by thought.it. Is reported that tomorrow this chairman will hold a press conference on the 13th floor of the building behind me to announce this great invention to the world." Immediately afterward, the host microphone was pointed at a middle-aged man in a suit next to her, saying, "Mr. Huo, as one of the 4 talents of Yiri Group, could you tell us what the original intention of your company in developing this high technology is?" That Mr. Huo faced the camera and said, "Actually, it's nothing special. It's just to make the money in my hands better serve humanity." Also, my wife suffered from a stroke that left her unable to move. Huo Zili couldn't wait for the Mr. Huo on the TV to finish speaking and picked up the remote to turn off the TV. That Mr. Huo was his father. He really didn't want to see this man, still pretending to be sincere, using his deceased mother as a talking point. Just then his phone rang. He picked it up. It was a call from an unfamiliar number. After connecting, he heard his father's voice on the other end. "Zili, come with me to the group's press conference tomorrow." Zili hung up before his father could finish. After a while, the phone rang again, still an unfamiliar number, but not the same one as before. His father's tricks had long been a common occurrence for Huo Zili. Every time, his father would call from several different unfamiliar numbers. However, whenever Huo Zili heard his father's voice, he would always hang up without hesitation. This time he directly pressed the reject button. Before long, The phone rang again, still from the previously rejected number. Huo Zili slowly picked up the phone. This time, after connecting, a woman's voice came through. Brother Zili, do you remember me? I'm Meng Meng. Chapter 2. The Intelligent Monster 2. Meng Meng. Huo Zili said in surprise. Liang Meng? Let's meet tomorrow. Liang Meng said on the other end of the line. I just came back from the United States. Okay. Huo Zili asked where? Liang Meng said. At the Yiri Group press conference. Why there? Huo Zili frowned. Can't it be somewhere else? A sigh came from the other end. I already know about your mom's situation. This is your father's fault, but you can't let that affect you. Before Liang Meng could finish, Huo Zili interrupted her. Meng Meng, I don't want to talk about this. You have to listen whether you want to or not. Liang Meng's tone carried a hint of a commanding order. Your mom and dad have weathered storms together for so many years. When the group faced bankruptcy multiple times, it was your mom who stood by your dad. Just as the group was finally on the right track, your dad went out to fool around with someone else, allowing a stranger to come into the house. But have you ever thought about why your mom didn't get a divorce? Huo Zili certainly knew the reason, but he didn't want to say it, so he lowered his eyelids and felt a wave of bitterness rise in his heart. Your mom didn't want everything that originally belonged to you to be taken away by others. You have never liked competing with others since childhood. You were a good-natured person. Your non-confrontational personality could only manage your parents. I heard that when you wanted to be a police officer and insisted on going to the police academy, many people advised you not to pursue it, but you didn't listen, and your parents had no choice but to agree. Did I ask that right? Liang Meng paused for a moment and then said, I guess you're still the same as when you were a kid. Back then, no matter what good food or fun toys you had, you would share them with others. You liked collecting Transformers, but in the end, you gave them all away to those friends who had ulterior motives. Do you remember what your mom used to say about you? A worthless spendthrift. Your mom worried that your personality would make it hard for you to get by in the future, which is why she didn't want you to be bullied. Enough. Meng Meng, I'm doing well now. I'm not a child anymore, Huo Zili said. If there's nothing else, let's hang up for now. We'll meet another day. No way. Try hanging up now and see what happens. Liang Meng said, if you hang up now, you could forget about seeing me again. Huo Zili closed his mouth. He didn't hang up. A strange warmth rose in his heart. Liang Meng said, I'll speak on behalf of your deceased mother today, that if you want her to rest in peace, you must take back everything that originally belonged to you. Why should that mistress come to force your mom? Is she even human? Why should you allow yourself to become like a homeless drifter, letting that mistress take away your family, your everything? Huo Zili remained silent for a long time before saying, I don't care about those things. My mom had some money left in her account before she passed away. That money isn't even enough for you to buy a house outside the third ring road, right? Do you want your mom to see you unable to buy a house in the future? To marry a wife and make her suffer? Liang Meng sighed. In any case, you must go to the group press conference tomorrow, that if you don't go, I can really guarantee that you will never see me again in your life. You. Huo Zili hadn't finished speaking when Liang Meng hung up. He knew Liang Meng was just saying it out of anger, but he really wanted to see her. In this wide world, only Liang Meng dared to speak to Huo Zili like that, but he had to listen. Their relationship was neither love, friendship, nor family. But there is such a strange emotion in the world, and Huo Zili couldn't quite describe what it was. Liang Meng might not be entirely sure either. Boys often have fantasies about love earlier than girls. It seemed that in the third grade of elementary school, Huo Zili began to like Liang Meng, fantasizing about marrying a girl like her when he grew up. Liang Meng was the daughter of Liang Zhen, chairman of Yiri Group, and was the same age as Huo Zili, but she was born a few months after him. Therefore, Liang Meng called Huo Zili brother since childhood. They played together as children, got into trouble together, and later went to elementary school together. However, at school, Liang Meng seemed to have turned into Huo Zili's sister. Because Huo Zili was relatively timid and bullied by male classmates in his class, he never dared to retaliate. Every time, it was Liang Meng who stood up for him, helping him teach those boys who bullied him a lesson. Perhaps Huo Zili had few friends since childhood. Being an only child at home made him particularly eager to make friends at school. But the cost was giving away his toys and used notebooks, pencil sharpeners, colored pens, and crayons to other classmates in hopes of fitting into that circle. Unfortunately, exchanging friendship for benefits will eventually lead to being used by friends over time. Therefore, when Huo Zili started elementary school, he didn't actually make any real friends. As a child, Huo Zili clearly did not understand this principle. Perhaps only Liang Meng was his true friend, and she was also a very good-looking friend that, in Huo Zili's impression, Liang Meng had always been a beautiful girl with a star-like aura. He remembers that the elementary school teacher once asked the whole class to write an essay titled My Friend, that, in his essay, Huo Zili made Liang Meng the main character, describing her face as a pink peach, her big eyes like sparkling diamonds, and her smile revealing two small dimples. Every time he saw her, he felt that the characters in animated films with eyes taking up half their faces were nothing compared to her. Out of a total of 10 points, the teacher gave Huo Zili's essay a score of 3. Later, the teacher even made a special visit to talk to Huo Zili's parents, suspecting their son might have romantic inclinations at an early age. Huo Zili didn't understand the issue of early romance, but he did rely on Liang Meng. Despite her frail appearance, Liang Meng was actually fierce in fights. No matter how rough the boys in class were, they would be easily taken down by her, as long as they dared to. Bully Huo Zili. That time, Liang Meng, still a child, could tell that Huo Zili liked her. Occasionally, she would use this to threaten him. Sometimes after school, they would play games. Huo Zili wanted to play hide and seek, but Liang Meng preferred playing Gamoku. Huo Zili couldn't win against Liang Meng and Gamoku, and often ended up fleeing in defeat. So he didn't want to play the such times. Liang Meng would threaten him, saying if he didn't play, he would never see her again, and she wouldn't play with him anymore. Every time Liang Meng said this, Huo Zili would always give in. Looking back now, the world of children was indeed interesting. When Huo Zili heard Liang Meng say, "If you hang up the phone now, you'll never see me again," his mind instantly returned to that seemingly carefree childhood. In fact, Liang Meng was the illegitimate daughter of her father, Liang Zhen. It was said that when Liang Meng was 3 or 4 years old, her mother committed suicide for unknown reasons. Later, Liang Meng was brought back home by her father and raised by his legitimate wife. And from then on, Liang Meng called that woman mom. This mother seemed to have a poor attitude towards Liang Meng. Since Liang Meng could remember, she had always harbored resentment towards this mother. What unpleasant events had happened between them, Liang Meng never spoke of. She was the kind of child who was particularly astute and perceptive from a young age. At that time, young Huo Zili once overheard his parents talking and learned that Liang Meng often made her stepmother cry out in distress, going to her father Liang Zhen to report Liang Meng's behavior. After that, there was no further mention of it. It seemed that Liang Zhen, as a father, had no way to resolve the issue, after Liang Meng entered middle school, her father sent her abroad. Since then, Huo Zili had not seen Liang Meng again. If the two were merely good playmates, it was evident that they could not have led Huo Zili, who was approaching his 30s today, to ultimately choose to compromise with Liang Meng. The incident occurred when Huo Zili and Liang Meng were in the 6th grade. Chapter 3, Intelligent Monster 3. That day was another evening when the sunset faded. After school, Huo Zili and Liang Meng walked out of the school gate, as usual, and stood in front of the bus stop waiting for the number 33 bus. That was rush hour, and many adults stood around the two kids. They were chatting and laughing, completely unaware that a few unfamiliar men were watching them from behind. Once they got on the number 33 bus, it was packed, and neither Huo Zili nor Liang Meng managed to get a seat. They were squeezed by the other passengers, causing them to stand very close to each other. Whenever the bus braked at a red light, the passengers would sway like ripples in water, causing Liang Meng to fall into Huo Zili's arms several times. Huo Zili remained silent, his face tense. They both lived in the same neighborhood. When they were younger, their parents would pick them up. As they grew older, they started going to and for school together, squeezing onto the bus. This situation had become the norm, yet Huo Zili blushed every time, while Liang Meng seemed unfazed. Normally, the number 33 bus would go through the traffic lights ahead, make a left turn, and only then reach the street corner near their neighborhood. However, they would get off early. There was a shortcut back home that was faster than taking the bus. This shortcut was a winding alley in the urban village. As long as they passed through this alley and reached the end, they would find the road on the other side, which led directly to their neighborhood. They even calculated the time it took to travel by bus versus walking, and the results showed that the bus was 10 to 15 minutes slower than walking. After all, the bus had to stop at red lights and bus stops, and even once they got off, they still had to walk a bit to get home. Walking through the alley in the urban village allowed them to avoid taking a long detour. As for why they wanted to save time, Huo Zili had never thought about it, but it definitely wasn't for studying. In short, he just wanted to get home faster. On their way through the alley, they would pass a bustling narrow street with vendors selling vegetables, fruits, candied hawthorn, and various snack shops, resembling a lively market. However, the later part of the journey became desolate. The reason was that the nearby residents had moved to new houses in the city, while the old houses here had been designated for demolition by the government. Few people came by, and the road was lined with ancient trees, with dilapidated gray brick houses shrouded in their shadows, making the entire exterior appear black. Nearby, there was a kindergarten that had been closed for many years. Looking through the rusty iron gate, one could see the faded and worn-out slide, a wooden horse without eyes, and a Donald duck missing its mouth. Inside, there were old houses in disrepair, some with large holes in their roofs. Every weekend, Huo Zili and Liang Meng loved to sneak inside to play. When the teacher assigned less homework, they would also take the opportunity to invade the abandoned kindergarten. That day, the teacher didn't assign much homework, but it couldn't be said to be little either. This led the two to linger in front of the kindergarten's iron gate, staring inside, unsure whether to go in or go home. That I heard that once we get into middle school, Liang Meng looked thoughtfully at the playground ahead. We'll be big kids. Yeah, I guess so, Huo Zili replied. What's wrong? Liang Meng said, we won't be able to play the childish games we play now. Huo Zili pondered and said, it's a pity, but I think growing up isn't so bad. Liang Meng asked, why? Well, Huo Zili initially wanted to say that when he grew up, he wouldn't be accused by teachers of having early romantic inclinations. But the words got stuck in his throat, and he felt. He couldn't say it. Seeing him hesitate, Liang Meng curiously asked, come on, just say it. Huo Zili smiled shyly and decided to share his second reason for wanting to grow up. I heard adults talk about reason, and I like to talk about reason too. Reason? Maybe when I grow up, I won't be bullied by some classmates anymore because I can reason with them. Liang Meng confidently said, don't worry. Even if you get bullied when you grow up, they'll protect you. Huo Zili's face suddenly turned red. Although he was timid, he still had a sense of shame. Being protected by a girl when they were young and having to protect her as they grew up was something he had never seen in any TV drama he had watched. Liang Meng's laughter abruptly stopped. Huo Zili noticed that Liang Meng's gaze was a bit off, staring intently at something behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw a few men with lewd looks and a hint of ferocity. Huo Zili was astonished to realize that he had seen these men before they were there today after school, when he and Liang Meng were waiting for the bus. He wasn't sure if he had seen them earlier, but they looked somewhat familiar, though not like people he encountered every day. The men approached Huo Zili step by step, and he was still dazedly looking at them when Liang Meng grabbed his hand and exclaimed, run. The two children fled in panic, as if they had encountered ghosts, but they couldn't outrun the men with long legs and big feet behind them. In that moment of falling into a nightmare, Huo Zili felt himself caught by a pair of large hands like iron pincers, and then a foul-smelling cloth was pressed against his mouth. He looked in despair as one of the men firmly grabbed Liang Meng's slender arm, and at that moment, his heart sank, followed by a blackout. When he woke up, Huo Zili and Liang Meng found themselves in a dark room, bound tightly with straw ropes, their mouths stuffed with rags. A man stood with his back to them, sharpening a dagger on a whetstone. The other men squatted in the corner, wolfing down noodles. The dim room exuded a chilling and sinister atmosphere. Liang Meng cried in panic, deeply saddened. Huo Zili didn't cry, but he had wet his pants out of fear in his life. It was the first time Huo Zili had seen Liang Meng cry. It was also the first time Liang Meng had seen Huo Zili wet his pants. The man sharpening the knife approached them, holding the dagger and slapping his other palm, grinning as he said, listen to me, I've already called your parents. As long as they bring money, I will let you both go. But before that, you must behave and not cry or shout. This is a remote place where even birds don't come to poop. No one will hear you if you scream, but I will kill you. Huo Zili looked at Liang Meng, and although she still had tears flowing, she dared not make any noise. She nodded. Following that, Huo Zili also nodded. The man pulled the rag from their mouths and took a keen interest in Liang Meng, pinching her face with his fingers, saying, such a pretty little girl, just too young. Huo Zili didn't know where his courage came from, but he glared at the man, which earned him a slap in return. Keep looking at me like that, and I'll gouge your eyes out. The man threatened Huo Zili. You won't even get food. Huo Zili lowered his head and turned to look at Liang Meng. She shook her head at him, her eyes seeming to say, don't be disobedient. Their dinner, like that of the men, was a bowl of noodles each. Two men took turns feeding them, but neither of them ate much because it tasted bad. Even if it had been good, They really couldn't eat. That night, after all the men lay down to sleep in various corners of the room, Liang Meng asked Huo Zili a question. Didn't you say adults are supposed to reason with each other? Huo Zili lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, bad people don't reason, good people do. Liang Meng said, I wonder if we can make it out alive. Huo Zili comforted Liang Meng, saying, don't say silly things. We will make it out alive. My dad and your dad are very rich. They kidnapped us just for money. It won't be long before they come to rescue us. Liang Meng suddenly fell silent and, feeling dejected, said, my dad would be willing to save me, but my mom might not. Chapter 4 Intelligent Monsters 4. Liang Meng and her stepmother had a clear rift, which Huo Zili was well aware of. However, it was unexpected for him that Liang Meng would actually think her stepmother wouldn't save her. No way, your mom has a bad temper, but I think she's a reasonable person, Huo Zili comforted her. If we both manage to get out alive, Liang Meng said, I advise you not to talk about reason with others anymore. Everyone is out for themselves. Being reasonable can lead to a lot of suffering. Huo Zili replied, how could that be? Liang Meng retorted sarcastically, just because you talk about reason, you always get bullied. You keep bringing it up, and I really can't believe you. Do they just kidnap us for no reason? Did our dads give them money to reason with them? In this world, not everything can be resolved through reason. Huo Zili lowered his head. At that moment, he seemed to vaguely realize that those who talk about reason are often weak like him. Although paying a ransom seemed like a display of weakness in Huo Zili's eyes, he still hoped his dad would pay to rescue him and Liang Meng. However, days passed, and neither his parents nor Liang Meng's parents came to save them. Later, the kidnappers revealed the reason to the two of them. Originally, they could have left this place long ago, but during a ransom transaction at a certain location, the kidnappers discovered undercover police lurking nearby. So they didn't dare to show themselves, and the ransom could not be collected. Consequently, the kidnapper, who always held a dagger, flew into a rage and cut Huo Zili's arm, leaving a bloody wound. The kidnapper hoped to see Huo Zili cry, but to his surprise, Huo Zili did not cry. He just stared blankly at the kidnapper and uttered 3 words. It hurts, it really hurts. Liang Meng, however, cried. The kidnapper was somewhat unexpectedly pleased and quickly took out his phone, recording a video of Liang Meng, who was still crying, and sent it to both of their parents via text message. He then made a call, threatening both parents during the conversation that if they called the police, they would kill the children, suggesting that the two families discuss which child to harm first. The kidnapper was not lacking in intelligence and was likely a seasoned criminal. He was not in a hurry to collect the ransom. He informed Huo Zili and Liang Meng's parents that he would wait for half a month before making a deal. His goal was to wear down the will of the parents, making them suffer mentally during that time. However, after hanging up, Liang Meng was still crying. The kidnapper asked Liang Meng in surprise, why are you crying? Liang Meng sobbed, my dad. And my brother's parents, they're very wealthy and wouldn't report it. Only my mom would report it, but she's not my real mom. The kidnapper blinked in surprise. Oh, Liang Meng continued, when I was at home, she tried to kill me several times. I don't want to go back to that house anymore. Uncle, please take me away. Huo Zili looked at Liang Meng in shock, finding that she was crying uncontrollably. The kidnapper was nearly taken aback. He looked at Liang Meng with disbelief, but seeing her cry so sadly, it didn't seem like she was lying, and he couldn't help but ask, you want me to take you away? Liang Meng nodded vigorously. I can quit school and cook and do laundry for you every day. As long as you take me away, just don't let me go home. I want to live. Sobbing, the kidnapper was stunned. Faced with this situation, he didn't know what to do. Liang Meng licked her tears from the corner of her mouth and spat on the ground. But before we leave, I can cooperate with you to get the ransom first. The kidnapper, to test Liang Meng, coldly walked in front of her, lifted her chin, and said, little girl, from the first time I saw you, I knew you were full of tricks. Do you want me to let you go so you can escape? Liang Meng looked up at the kidnapper with an innocent expression and cried, Uncle, I'm not asking you to let me go. I'm just begging you to take me away after you get the ransom. All right, then stay tied up for now. The kidnapper sneered, once we get the ransom, we'll take you away. Huo Zili became anxious. Meng, I know your mom treats you badly, but when we get back, you can live at my house and let my parents take care of you. Please don't go with them. They're not good people. Liang Meng shook her head in pain. Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me. I just don't want to see my stepmother again. Not in this lifetime. Hearing Huo Zili say this, the kidnapper roughly believed the girl's words. He went behind Liang Meng and loosened some of the ropes binding her. But her hands and feet were still restrained, then asked her little girl, "Is it more comfortable like this?" Liang Meng smiled through her tears. "It's more comfortable, uncle." The kidnapper's gaze even seemed to show a hint of kindness. "I'm all alone and not married. After this is over, you can be my goddaughter." Liang Meng looked at the kidnapper with innocent eyes. "Okay. Can I call you Dad now?" The kidnapper laughed heartily. "Sure." He then added, "But I still can't let you go." Liang Meng nodded. "It's fine. It's much more comfortable than before." Huo Zili stared at Liang Meng, and for a moment, he felt like he didn't know this girl at all. That night, Huo Zili was still in a daze when he heard Liang Meng softly calling, "Uncle, uncle." A man woke up and walked to Liang Meng's side, asking, "What is up, dear girl?" Huo Zili couldn't help but shudder. Ever since Liang Meng acknowledged that kidnapper as her dad, the kidnapper's subordinates had started speaking to her in a much more polite tone. Liang Meng said, "Uncle, I need to go to the bathroom." The man released Liang Meng and took her outside. In fact, after Huo Zili woke up, he realized he also needed to pee. But he didn't mention it because the kidnapper had already stipulated that the two could not go to the bathroom together. Only one could go at a time. After a while, Liang Meng surprisingly returned alone. She tiptoed in front of Huo Zili, put her finger to her lips, made a shushing gesture, and then quickly untied the ropes around Huo Zili. The two held hands and were about to sneak out when a man turned over, causing them to freeze in place. However, after a moment, the man began to snore again, and the two continued to run outside. Outside was a dense forest with fallen walls nearby, and the ground around the dilapidated toilet was littered with broken bricks and tiles. The small house they were in was likely a ruined temple that had been abandoned for decades in the mountains. As they passed by the toilet, Huo Zili saw a man lying on the grass in the moonlight, with something sticky on the back of his head and a large brick with blood on the side. The two ran out of the temple and into the tranquil forest. After running for a long time in the maze-like woods, the two finally stopped, gasping for breath, with Huo Zili feeling like his lungs were about to explode. Looking at Liang Meng, her fair face was drenched in cold sweat, her chest heaving violently, and she was breathing even harder than he was. "I still say you really want to recognize that kidnapper as your dad," Huo Zili said with a smile, his naive expression somewhat relieved. "Silly," Liang Meng replied. "I was just trying to confuse them, to let their guard down." Huo Zili asked, "Did you think of this earlier?" "Of course." Huo Zili gave a thumbs up. "I seem to hear footsteps." Liang Meng squinted and shouted, "Run." The two began to hold hands and run forward again. The kidnappers behind them were like prowling beasts, rushing towards the two children. "Oh no!" Liang Meng let out a scream, fell to the ground, and let go of Huo Zili's hand. "What's wrong?" Huo Zili asked her. "I twisted my ankle." Liang Meng bit her lip and said painfully, "They're about to catch up. Don't worry about me. You run first." Without thinking, Huo Zili picked Liang Meng up on his back and started running forward again. "If you do this, we'll both get caught by them. But I can't leave you behind. You're so silly. If you get taken away by them, there won't be anyone to be my wife when we grow up." Huo Zili, struggling to run, said something senseless with wide eyes. Under such circumstances, Liang Meng clearly didn't take Huo Zili's words to heart. She frequently looked back anxiously and said, "Hurry up. They're catching up." Chapter 5 Intelligent Monsters 5. Huo Zili increased his speed, but he didn't expect that ahead was a slope covered with dead branches and leaves. He slipped and rolled down the slope with Liang Meng. Soon, the kidnappers following them arrived at the slope, standing above them. Under the moonlit night, dozens of eyes glinted with a wolfish malice as they looked down at Huo Zili and Liang Meng, grinning menacingly. Huo Zili and Liang Meng were tied up again in a small room in the temple. The leader of the kidnappers, enraged and humiliated, slapped Liang Meng twice hard, causing her to cry. Huo Zili felt a pang in his heart and glared at the kidnapper, saying, "If you want to hit someone, hit me instead." The kidnapper approached Huo Zili and slapped him once, then again and again. As he struck, he said, "Who do you think you are? You're so young, and yet you think you're in love." However, to the kidnapper's astonishment, even after Huo Zili's face was swollen from the blows, he still stared defiantly at him. At first, he blinked, but eventually, he didn't even blink. At this moment, even Liang Meng was surprised. The Huo Zili she knew would not even dare to crush an ant, and he had never fought back against classmates who bullied him. Yet now, in front of the kidnapper, he was unyielding. At that moment, Liang Ming suddenly realized that she seemed to have never seen Huo Zili cry. Many people equate courage with having a strong fist and the ability to face all challenges, but true courage is facing all terrible things with a rational attitude. Of course, at that time, Huo Zili, who was only in 6th grade, did not know that he was a brave boy. After growing up, during his time at the police academy, Huo Zili shared with his psychological mentor his experiences of being bullied by classmates. The teacher told him, "You're not lacking in courage. You're wise enough to think things through. You didn't dare to fight back because you didn't want to bring too much trouble to yourself. And deep down, you believe that fighting was wrong. You are a good classmate who likes to reason with others." Back to the story. Seeing that Huo Zili was still glaring at him, the kidnapper began to feel uneasy and decided to stop tormenting the boy. He only wanted to get the ransom. Although he had been deceived by the girl and nearly let them escape, he had managed to avoid disaster. 3 days later, the police surrounded the area. It turned out that 3 days prior, on that moonlit night, Liang Ming had taken the opportunity to knock one of the kidnappers unconscious with a brick while going to the bathroom. The kidnapper drove a red van down the mountain to a pharmacy in the suburbs to buy some alcohol, cotton, and gauze. Meanwhile, the police were working hard to investigate suspects throughout the city and initially identified these kidnappers as habitual offenders from outside the area. By reviewing the city's surveillance footage, they confirmed that a red van with a certain license plate, Huo Zili couldn't remember the exact number due to the time elapsed, was indeed the vehicle that had abducted Huo Zili and Liang Ming. They then quickly tracked down the temple in the mountains. During the rescue of the 2 hostages, the police employed negotiation experts to talk to the kidnapper. The expert used reason and emotion effectively, and after some discussion, the kidnappers decided to surrender. Ultimately, they turned a dangerous situation into a safe one and rescued Huo Zili and Liang Ming. When Huo Zili and Liang Ming walked out of the small room together, they saw that the area was filled with police officers in crisp uniforms, armed and ready. The imposing presence of those officers made Huo Zili's heart race. It was at that moment that Huo Zili dreamed of becoming a police officer when he grew up. He felt that those officers, who clearly had guns, preferred to reason with others. Perhaps this is what is meant by the brave being fearless and the benevolent being invincible. However, just as Huo Zili had determined his ultimate dream in life, the girl Liang Ming, who had once shared life and death with him, was sent abroad by her father to study during the summer 6 months later. After that, they lost contact, and Huo Zili never heard anything about Liang Ming again. Today, Liang Ming suddenly called, catching Huo Zili off guard. He felt that he had to see her no matter what. So that night, he mustered the courage to call the police station to request a leave of absence. That night, Huo Zili did not sleep well. For some reason, he seemed to be trapped in an endless loop of memories about the past. It caused him to be unable to sleep until around 3 or 4 in the morning. The next morning, he hurriedly washed his face, styled his hair with a hairdryer, and stepped out of the door. Around 10 in the morning, Huo Zili arrived at the square in front of the Yiri Group building. Liang Ming was already waiting at the entrance, and despite wearing sunglasses, he recognized her at first glance. In his memory, Liang Ming had extraordinarily large eyes, so it didn't seem to matter whether she wore glasses or not. Liang Ming had long black hair and was wearing a bright red windbreaker. Her face, which had once appeared somewhat square, had now turned into an oval shape. But her figure was still as tall and slender as when they were kids, just slightly elongated. When she saw Huo Zili from afar, she slowly took off her sunglasses. The two stared at each other from a distance, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, as if they didn't know how to face each other next. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a black suit hurriedly walked into the entrance, paused for a moment, and then walked over to Liang Ming. Ming. Huo Zili saw the man's face appear from behind Liang Ming's shoulder and instinctively lowered his gaze, then froze. The middle-aged man was Huo Zili's father, Huo Jinghua. Liang Ming turned around, saw it was Huo Jinghua greeting her, smiled slightly at him, and extended a small hand like white jade. "Uncle Huo, hello." Huo Jinghua shook her hand, looking at her with an appreciative gaze from head to toe. Ming, it's been 13 or 14 years since we last saw each other, right?" Liang Ming nodded. 14 years. Life is indeed like a dream. In just 14 years, it passes in the blink of an eye, Huo sighed. He then glanced at his son Huo Zili, who was still standing far away like a wooden statue, and felt a pang of sadness, quietly telling Liang Meng, Meng, I'm going first. Please bring my son in later. I'll do my best, Liang Meng replied. Before leaving Liang Meng, Huo glanced again at his son, who was still standing there like a statue, sighed, and turned to walk through the door. In fact, Huo had already learned from Chairman Liang Zhen that Liang Meng was returning from abroad and would appear at today's press conference as a key talent being cultivated by the group. He had called Liang Meng in advance to inform her of the estrangement and unpleasantness between him and his son over the years, asking her to help ease their relationship. Thus, Liang Meng suggested that Huo Zili meet her at the press conference, and she would try to facilitate their interaction based on the situation. After seeing his father leave, Huo Zili slowly walked over to Liang Meng. They looked at each other, standing less than a meter apart, and said nothing. Liang Meng was the first to break the silence. Brother, why are you acting like a lovesick fool and not speaking? She turned around dramatically. Is it really because I'm this beautiful? Huo Zili caught a whiff of a particularly pleasant perfume from Liang Meng. He didn't know much about perfumes, so he couldn't identify the scent, but it was refreshing and delightful. He couldn't help but smile and said, after so many years, I didn't expect you to still be this mischievous. Liang Meng's expression suddenly became serious. Brother, I have a secret to tell you. What? Liang Meng leaned closer and mysteriously whispered in Huo Zili's ear. I just got back the day before yesterday and received a harassment call. It was a man who called and said he would kill me at the press conference. What? Is that true? Huo Zili's head was already spinning. In fact, he was no longer the silly and naive boy he used to be. He was well-versed in criminal investigation and psychological crime, and had a good understanding of the law. However, facing this quirky girl in front of him, he felt like a fool again. Liang Meng said impatiently, What would I gain from lying to you? Huo Zili asked in surprise. Then why didn't you report it? Chapter 6 Intelligent Monsters 6. Aren't you a police officer? Liang Meng raised her eyebrows and said, Isn't it enough for you to protect me? Huo Zili showed a disdainful smile, saying, I don't believe you. Hey, Liang Meng sighed lightly. If you don't believe me, that's fine. Anyway, when I hung up the phone, I thought it was just a prank call or something, so I didn't pay much attention. But then I thought, how did the caller know I was at the press conference? And that they knew who I was? I can't shake the feeling that this person seems to know me. Huo Zili asked, Did someone really threaten you over the phone? Liang Meng took out her phone and scrolled through her call log. It's this number. Huo Zili widened his eyes and looked closely, noticing that the area displayed was the United States. Generally, calls starting with 00 from abroad are scams, but since you've lived in the US for so many years, it's possible that it could be an enemy from there. Huo Zili tentatively believed her and asked, Did you call back? I did, but it didn't go through. Liang Meng replied. Huo Zili said, Since the caller knew you would be at the press conference, you should have reported it. Liang Meng said, Even if it was someone with whom I had a past conflict, I don't think it's likely for them to chase me all the way from the US to China. Besides, I don't have any enemies that deep, so I didn't report it. Moreover, bringing police to the press conference would not be ideal with so many reporters around. It's probably just a false alarm. Huo Zili said, The police would come in plain clothes to protect you. It wouldn't be as grand as you think. But Liang Meng looked at her watch. It was 10:45, and it was too late to say anything now. How about you stay by my side and protect me? Huo Zili nodded sure. He then added, Provided that you don't lie to me. Liang Meng poked Huo Zili's chest with her finger, saying angrily, You blockhead. How can you expect to win over girls being so dumb? She turned around and walked through the door, her back to Huo Zili. Huo Zili rubbed his forehead, unsure if Liang Meng was sending him some kind of signal. He caught up with her, walking side by side. Liang Meng playfully made a face at Huo Zili, who didn't look at her, afraid she would pull some trick again. They entered a crowded elevator, and Huo Zili saw that the button for Building 13 was lit, so he didn't press it. However, the elevator was too crowded, and Huo Zili stood behind Liang Meng, their bodies almost touching, which reminded him of their teenage days, squeezing onto a bus together. As the elevator door opened, people orderly walked out into the corridor, many entering the press conference venue. Liang Meng led Huo Zili to the door of another room. She knocked, and a deep male voice came from inside. Come in. After opening the door, Liang Meng and Huo Zili entered one after the other. At the desk inside sat a middle-aged man with a slicked-back hairstyle, wearing a sharp black suit and sporting a full beard. His eyes bulged like light bulbs, and although he sat there, it was clear he had a very robust and tall physique, resembling a mafia boss. However, this man was Liang Meng's uncle, Yang Wanjun, one of the top executives of the Yiri Group, known as one of the four talents of Yiri. Huo Zili recognized Yang Wanjun. When he was younger, Yang often came to their house to discuss matters with his father, but every time Yang visited, Huo Zili would hide far away, probably because Yang had a fierce-looking face. Meng, you're here, Yang Wanjun said with a smile. Hello, uncle, Liang Meng replied. I'm doing well. Yang Wanjun's gaze fell on Huo Zili. Aren't you young Master Huo? Huo Zili said, Don't tease me, uncle, just call me Xiao Hua. Let's sit down. We still have to wait for a few people here. Yang Wanjun gestured to the sofa next to the desk, saying, Once everyone is here, we can head to the venue. Just as he finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a black suit entered without knocking. The newcomer wore sunglasses, his thin lips pursed into an arc. He carried a black briefcase, was not tall, and had a lean build, yet he looked exceptionally sharp and capable, with an indescribable gloom, resembling someone involved in some confidential work. Both Huo Zili and Liang Meng recognized this man. He was Li Chengran, one of the four talents of Yiri. However, counting back, it had been 5 or 6 years since Huo Zili last saw Li Chengran, after his mother passed away and he quarreled with his father. In the past, Li Chengran would occasionally visit Huo Zili's home to discuss matters with Huo Jinghua. However, Huo Zili remembered Li Chengran as a very cheerful man, not as cold and gloomy as he was today. Hello, Uncle Li, Huo Zili said. Hello, Uncle Li, Liang Meng followed. Li Chengran said, walking past them. Young Master Huo and Meng are here too. Without waiting for them to respond, Li Chengran walked straight to a closed door ahead, pushed it open, and then closed it behind him. Uncle Li, Liang Meng asked her uncle, he looks. Yang Wanjun sneered, don't mind him. That's just how he is. If you didn't know better, you'd think he was a senior federal agent. Huo Zili said, I saw in the news a few years ago that the group established an investigation department to prevent company secrets and technology from leaking, and the head is Uncle Li, right? Yang Wanjun smiled wryly. Yes, don't underestimate him just because he's a small section chief. He wields considerable power, apart from Meng's dad. Everyone else is under his thumb. Over time, he has come to think of himself as Edgar Hoover. Liang Meng couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Edgar Hoover was the first director of the FBI in the United States, and opinions about him vary widely. He possessed knowledge and resources others could not, and many Americans regarded him as the ultimate protector of an era, while others claimed he often used illegal means to maintain certain secrets, going to any lengths necessary. Yang Wanjun's reference to Hoover was a subtle jab at Li Chengran, and the implication was intriguing. However, Huo Zili was not interested in the superficial harmony and covert power struggles among the company executives. Just hearsay, he thought, nothing more. At that moment, another middle-aged man in a black suit walked in. This man appeared refined and handsome, with a fair complexion. Despite being over 50, his delicate features made him look younger, even making Huo Zili feel somewhat overshadowed standing next to him. This man was also a decision-maker at the group, known as the gentleman among the four talents of Yiri. Lu Huanan. Young Master Lu, you're late, Yang Wanjun said. Looking at Lu Huanan, you're the last one. Yang Wanjun called Lu Huanan young master because 30 years ago, Lu Huanan was the son of the richest man in the city, and it was said that without the support of the Lu family's consortium, there would be no Yiri Group today. Where's the chairman? Liu Huanan asked Yang Wanjun. Yang Wanjun pointed to the door Li Chengran had just entered in there. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened. Li Chengran and Huo Jinghua walked out. Huo Zili glanced at his father and noticed his father was also looking at him, suddenly recalling many unhappy memories. He wanted to turn and leave, but was pulled back by Liang Meng. You said you would protect me. Have you forgotten? Liang Meng whispered. Huo Zili sneered. This wouldn't be your scheme, would it? Liang Meng said. What if something really happens to me? Huo Zili's arm broke free from Liang Meng's hand. Let go. It's not good for them to see us like this. I don't care, Liang Meng said. Anyway, you have to stay by my side. Huo Zili sighed. I give up on you. I'm not leaving, but you let go first. If you trick me, don't expect to see me again. Here we go again. Liang Meng released her grip, and at that moment, she saw her father, Liang Zhen, walking out from the doorway. She couldn't help but widen her eyes. And Huo Zili was also stunned, because what they saw was Liang Zhen, who was wearing a silver mech that emitted a metallic sheen. The appearance of this mech was somewhat reminiscent of Iron Man's suit. However, Liang Zhen's mech did not cover his entire body like Iron Man's. His chest and abdomen were not surrounded by the metal of the mech, and his limbs were supported by a few brackets. It looked strangely unsettling. With each step Liang Zhen took, he moved in a mechanical manner, but due to the stroke he had suffered, his gaze seemed unfocused, and saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth, like a puppet controlled by the mech. He approached everyone, his neck stiffly swiveling left and right, surveying the surroundings, and slowly said, word by word, everyone is here, let's go to the venue. Chapter 7. Smart Monsters 7. Liang Zhen walked mechanically in front of Huo Zili, and a cold glimmer flashed in his originally vacant eyes. Zili, in such a formal occasion today, why are you dressed in casual clothes? Your dad has prepared a suit for you, so change into it. Huo Zili had previously glanced at his father, Huo Jinghuo, who was holding a thin black rectangular package, but he never thought that it was a suit carefully prepared for him. Thank you, Uncle Liang, but it's fine, Huo Zili said. I'll be standing at the bottom of the stage later, so I won't disturb you. He turned and walked outside. Liang Meng was quick and tightly grasped Huo Zili's arm. Meng, let go, Huo Zili said without turning his head. Liang Zhen took a few steps forward, standing in front of Huo Zili, staring into his eyes. And Huo Zili looked at Liang Zhen in confusion. As their gazes met, Huo Zili noticed that Liang Zhen's originally scattered expression had become sharp like a wolf's. Huo Zili felt a bit intimidated, but still looked at Liang Zhen fearlessly. After a moment of silence, Liang Zhen spoke. Zili, your Uncle Liang has never asked anyone for anything in his life, but he also knows the hardships of being a parent. So today, consider it your Uncle Liang asking you for a favor. People are not grass or wood. Who can be without mistakes? Give your dad a chance to make amends. We old buddies are already half in the ground. Can you really bear to see your dad live in sorrow and regret until the end? Huo Zili looked at his father and saw him wiping away tears with a handkerchief. Unable to resist, he lowered his head, feeling a wave of sorrow rise within him. Liang Zhen lifted an arm and patted Huo Zili's shoulder. Your Uncle Liang knows you're a good kid. Can you, for Uncle Liang's sake, ease the relationship between you and your dad? You might not know, but your dad is planning to transfer all his shares in the company to you. Of course, the premise is that you have to resign from your job as a police officer. If you still want to be a police officer, your dad will have to ask a lawyer to draft a will, and only when you retire from the police will he give you all the shares. This is your mother's last wish. Huo Zili was stunned and raised his head. My mother's last wish? Back then, his mother had died so suddenly. How could there be a last wish? Liang Zhen said, yes. If you believe your Uncle Liang, accompany me to finish the press conference, and then I will take you to see your mother's spirit. At this point, not only did Huo Zili feel moved, but even Liang Meng was surprised. However, the others in the room, including Huo Jinghuo, did not show any unusual expressions. At this moment, Liang Zhen added, I don't have time to explain so much to you right now, but do you think your Uncle Liang looks like someone who would lie? Huo Zili asked no further questions, walked in front of his father, Huo Jinghuo, and coldly took the package from his hands, entering another room. After changing into the suit, Huo Zili found that it fit perfectly. 1 more inch would be too loose, 1 less inch would be too tight. He looked at the tall and angular figure in the mirror, feeling not a bit of joy. He couldn't explain why, but over time, whenever he recalled memories related to his father or saw his father in person, he always felt a tearing sensation in his heart. The deeper the love, the deeper the hate. If Huo Zili had not loved his father before, he would not hate him so much today. He remembered when he was a teenager. Although his dad was very busy with work and often traveled, every time he came home, he would bring him his favorite Transformers and buy new clothes for him and his mom. Every time the clothes were ones that both he and his mom liked, and they fit very well. However, his dad never measured his mom's and son's sizes. Even his mom was surprised by this. According to his mom, his dad had a keen eye. Every time they went to a clothing store, as long as his mom picked out clothes, his dad would know if they fit just by looking. In fact, his dad was a very attentive man, sometimes making Huo Zili feel that his dad was as meticulous as a woman. When he was in the second grade of elementary school, he once forgot to bring his homework and was punished to stand for 10 minutes after class. At that time, many classmates gathered at the classroom door, staring at him as if he were an animal in a zoo, making all sorts of jokes and even pinching his cheeks in provocation. Huo Zili was shy and naturally timid, so he didn't dare to retaliate, only burying his head low, feeling extremely sad. However, at that moment, it seemed that all the classmates surrounding him suddenly disappeared without a trace. He looked up and saw his dad, who was holding a notebook. He rushed into his dad's arms, hugging him tightly. Then his dad took his hand and went to find the teacher. At that time, he felt that his dad was truly a war mountain. However, his dad had only returned home from a business trip the night before. And the next day, when his mom sent him to school, his dad was still sleeping, even if his dad woke up later. How could he determine which notebook with words was his homework in his usually messy room? In his mom's eyes, his dad was also a godlike existence. His mom always loved his dad, and his dad loved his mom too. When Huo Zili was young, he often saw them hugging and kissing when he wasn't paying attention. But why, as he grew up day by day, did the once harmonious family become so fragmented? Huo Zili wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and walked out of the room. Liang Meng stared at the transformed Huo Zili, with a blush creeping on her cheeks. Liang Meng's uncle, Yang Wanjun, noticed his niece's fiery gaze and couldn't help but sigh, realizing that she had been so assimilated after staying too long in a place like America. He hurriedly interrupted. Now that's what a social elite looks like. A few people laughed. Huo Zili shrugged. He had no interest in social elites, but he was interested in police elites. At that moment, the female host at the venue stood in front of the big screen, smiling as she introduced the first generation of the thought-controlled mecha developed by the company. Behind the female host, the big screen displayed a 3D animation about the product, showing a man paralyzed in a hospital bed who, with the help of a doctor, put on the thought-controlled mecha and miraculously sat up. Next, the scene shifted to a park in the suburbs, where the man in the thought-controlled mecha was running in the sunlight, smiling at the blue sky. After that, the scene switched to a modern kitchen, where the man in the thought-controlled mecha was cooking. A beautiful woman walked up to him and gently kissed his cheek, and then a little girl ran in. The man picked up the little girl, followed by a close-up of a warm family. The female host politely pointed at the big screen and said, "Did you see that? Those who have been paralyzed at home for many years due to various diseases or natural disasters can become just like normal people once they were the thought-controlled mecha from Yiri Group, able to work, eat, rest, and sleep normally." The audience erupted into thunderous applause. As the applause subsided, the female host said, "Next, let's invite Chairman Liang Zhen and several leaders to the stage to speak. If you have any questions, feel free to ask the chairman directly." Liang Zhen, wearing the thought-controlled mecha, walked at the front of the line, with Liang Meng and Huo Zili on either side of him, followed by Huo Jinghua, Li Chengran, Yang Wanjun, and Lu Huanan. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar. It was rare to see Chairman Liang Zhen in person during the company's previous press conferences, and the gathering of the four mysterious big shots, known as the four heroes of the future, was even more of a rare occasion. It is worth noting that it hasn't been easy for Future Group to reach where it is today. It started as a real estate company and later diversified, shifting its strategic focus towards technology. The brain chips, robotic arms, and mechanical legs developed by the company were initially tailored for high-income individuals. Not only did they face numerous challenges during development, but their sales were also lackluster after launch, and it was said that they were on the brink of bankruptcy several times. It was the presence of the four heroes of the future that allowed them to excel in their respective fields and successfully promote their products worldwide, giving Future Group its current strong position. If Earth were a tree, then Future Group would be like a giant spider's web, spreading to every part of the tree. Today, the journalists were fortunate enough to see all the senior executives of Future Group, which was certainly a cause for excitement. Accompanied by countless dazzling flashes of light focusing on the stage, thunderous applause erupted once again from the audience. Chapter 8: Intelligent Monster. 8. Liang Zhen walked to the podium with the gait of a robot, raising his hand to signal the audience to stop applauding. Once the applause died down, he spoke in an extremely slow tone. Thank you all for your support of the Future Group. Today, I want to take this opportunity to talk about why our Future Group has achieved such a powerful scale, not only in China, but also holds a significant position in the world. The audience fell silent, quietly waiting for Liang Zhen to recount the legendary journey of the Future Group. In fact, the Future Group originally started as an ordinary real estate company, and as for why it later shifted to a technology route, Liang Zhen looked around at the crowd in confusion, his gaze becoming more determined as he slowly said, "Perhaps the reason why our Future Group has achieved today's success is because of my son." At that moment, Liang Meng and Huo Zili were standing not far behind Liang Zhen, and upon hearing him say this, their originally calm expressions immediately showed some subtle changes. Liang Zhen's son is named Liang Tianqi, born to Liang Zhen's legitimate wife, 3 years older than Huo Zili and Liang Meng. He was their big brother during their childhood. When Huo Zili was young, Liang Tianqi often took him out to play, and it was thanks to this big brother that Huo Zili became fascinated with Transformers. Unlike the obedient and shy Huo Zili, Liang Tianqi was a mischievous child who loved remote-controlled cars and Transformers, with an imagination that could be described as boundless and fanciful. He often seriously told Huo Zili that Transformers were the most domineering strongmen in the world, capable of kicking a 100-story building into the air, and that remote-controlled cars were the most powerful means of transportation in the world, faster than the speed of light, circling the Earth in just 0.01 seconds. One time, Liang Tianqi played a guessing game with Huo Zili, where he covered a transformer and a remote-controlled car with 2 plastic bowls, spinning them rapidly before stopping and asking Huo Zili to guess which bowl contained the transformer and which contained the remote-controlled car. Huo Zili always believed he could guess correctly, but he always guessed wrong. After several failures, thinking there was something wrong with his brain, he ended up crying in frustration. Being the big brother, Liang Tianqi hurriedly revealed the trick to Huo Zili. It turned out that the remote-controlled car could also transform into a transformer, and the transformer could also become a remote-controlled car, collectively known as Autobots. The secret to controlling their transformations lay in the 2 remote controls hidden in Liang Tianqi's pocket. Whenever Liang Tianqi asked Huo Zili to guess, as soon as Huo Zili said that one bowl contained the transformer and the other the remote-controlled car, Liang Tianqi, knowing the truth, would reach into his pocket to press the remote control, intentionally making Huo Zili guess wrong. Watching the 2 identical transformers transform into remote-controlled cars and then back again instantly captivated Huo Zili. When he returned home, he asked his parents to buy him transformers. And when his father asked why he liked them, Huo Zili declared confidently that it was because transformers, also known as Autobots, could kick a 100-story building into the air and circle the Earth in just 0.01 seconds. At that moment, his father, who was drinking water, sprayed it all over Huo Zili's face. After the death of Liang Meng's biological mother, Liang Zhen brought her home, and from then on, Liang Tianqi took both Huo Zili and Liang Meng to play together and be mischievous. Liang Tianqi was very fond of his little sister and often taught Liang Meng some martial arts moves, reasoning that he didn't want his sister to be bullied in the future. In reality, Liang Tianqi didn't really know any martial arts, but he was good at imitating and often mimicked duels between ancient heroes he saw on TV, hoping to one day become a great hero who saves the world. Although it was just a superficial display in the eyes of adults, it had quite an intimidating effect among peers. Liang Tianqi was like a little tyrant in a school class, and playing with such a brave big brother every day made Huo Zili and Liang Meng feel they would not be bullied anywhere. At that time, the 2 of them were quite dependent on Liang Tianqi and, of course, very fond of him, because Liang Tianqi was 3 years older than the 2 of them. He started elementary school earlier. After kindergarten, Huo Zili and Liang Meng would sit on the steps downstairs, eagerly watching the entrance of the neighborhood, hoping Liang Tianqi would come back soon. Whenever Liang Tianqi appeared, the 2 would jump for joy. At that time, Liang Tianqi's mother seemed to dislike Liang Meng. Whenever Liang Zhen was not home, she would ignore Liang Meng and tell her son not to take her out to play for no reason. However, Liang Tianqi always ignored his mother's words. Whenever she was momentarily distracted, he would sneak out with his sister, Liang Meng. One day after school, Liang Tianxi took Huo Zili and Liang Meng to play Transformers games in a nearby park. Liang Tianxi played Optimus Prime, Huo Zili played Megatron, and Liang Meng played the beautiful girl captured by Megatron. According to the plot Liang Tianxi created, Liang Meng, playing the beautiful girl, pretended to pass by. Just as Huo Zili, playing Megatron, grabbed her hand, at which point Liang Meng had to scream for help. Next, Liang Tianxi, playing Optimus Prime, would climb up a set of parallel bars about 1.5 meters high and then jump down, pretending to descend from the sky to duel with Megatron and rescue the beautiful girl. The three children had lost count of how many times they played this game, but they never grew tired of it, and during the duel, Optimus Prime and Megatron would always come up with new tricks. The two children were not really fighting. It was like filming an action movie in slow motion, with Liang Tianxi's fist lightly landing on Huo Zili's face, and Huo Zili pretending to scream in pain, while Huo Zili's fist touched Liang Tianxi's abdomen, causing Liang Tianxi to pretend to stagger backward. Their comical and funny exchanges often made Liang Meng laugh until her stomach hurt. However, during this particular game, an accident occurred. Liang Tianxi, as usual, climbed the parallel bars like a nimble little monkey, placing his feet on the two bars. And just as he shouted, "Optimus Prime is here," his feet suddenly slipped, and he lost his balance, falling backward. In that instant of losing control, Liang Tianxi's head hit the ground heavily, and he fell unconscious. After being rushed to the hospital, the doctors examined him and found that Liang Tianxi had fallen headfirst without any protection, resulting in a skull fracture. When Liang Tianxi's mother heard the doctor's words, she almost fainted. The doctor told Liang Zhen that such a situation could lead to permanent damage to the brain's nerve cells, resulting in severe intellectual decline and possibly traumatic dementia. From then on, Liang Tianxi became a mentally challenged child. His mother no longer allowed him to go out to play, probably thinking that taking him out would make him a laughingstock. At first, Huo Zili would still visit Liang Tianxi from time to time, but over time, he realized that Liang Tianxi seemed not to recognize him anymore. However, Liang Tianxi still recognized his sister Liang Meng since they lived together. But as days went by, Liang Meng also lost interest in playing with her brother because he had become too childish, often urinating in front of her. After that, in Liang Tianxi's world, there were only the Autobots left to play with him. Since my son had his accident, Liang Zhen's voice has become a bit hoarse. His mother and I have visited almost all the famous doctors in the world, but they are all at a loss regarding my son's condition. At the same time, I discovered that in every corner of this world, there are almost children and teenagers like my son who, at the age when they should be learning knowledge and skills to benefit society in the future, have instead become society's outcasts and burdens to their families, leaving their families to spend their lives in regret and pain. Liang Zhen was silent for a moment, then said, "So at that time I was thinking, what is the use of me, Liang Zhen, earning so much money?" Chapter 9, Intelligent Monsters. 9. What is the purpose of life? To understand this question, I once set aside company affairs and embarked on a year-long solitary journey. In some war-torn areas, I saw many disabled people who had lost their arms and legs due to the ravages of war. Some were supported by aging parents, while others had become beggars on the streets. Some even had their wives leave them, taking their young children to beg on the streets. Liang Zhen continued, "I also visited many mental hospitals around the world, including schools for the deaf and mute and schools for the intellectually disabled, where I encountered even more tragic human beings. It was in these places that I truly realized what a human tragedy is." At this point, some audience members were already tearing up. Leo Tolstoy once expressed a similar view in his book Anna Karenina. Happy families are all alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Some families are unhappy because the man is unfaithful or the woman neglects her duties. But many people later realize their mistakes, and life still holds hope. However, Liang Zhen shifted his tone, stating that in some families, as long as one person is disabled, intellectually deficient, or has mental health issues, the whole family will be dragged down, living in endless turmoil. Thus, a stiff, bitter smile crossed Liang Zhen's lips as he said, "I, Liang Zhen, may not be talented, but I am willing to fight against heaven for these families that have lost hope, joy, and happiness." The audience erupted in applause once more. Liang Zhen's obscure gaze seemed to be filled with nostalgia, and after everyone quieted down, he continued, "However, my decision absolutely could not have been made without the support of my partners. You have to understand, transforming a company that only knows real estate into a tech company from scratch is like crossing a mountain. It's akin to asking a group of farmers to build an atomic bomb. It was fraught with difficulties, and there were several times when we almost drove the company to the brink of bankruptcy. If it weren't for them, the four talents of the future, it would have been very difficult for our group to reach where we are today." Outside the venue, a mother and son stood. The mother, dressed in a camel-colored coat, was a beautiful woman with striking features, appearing much younger than her age if one overlooked the maturity and calmness in her eyes. The son wore a black suit. He was pale, slender, and tall, with delicate features reminiscent of the South Korean star Kim Soo-hyun from My Love from the Star. However, there was a hint of dullness in his eyes, often gazing vacantly at a corner without knowing what he was looking at. At that moment, the mother was wiping the drool from her son's mouth, gently urging him, "Go on, your dad is waiting for you inside." "Mom," the son said, "I'm scared. There are too many people inside. I want the remote control transformer to protect me." The mother struggled to hide her sadness, replying, "First go find your dad. No kurain. After you come back, Mom will buy you a remote control car." The son extended his pinky and said, "Pinky swear." The mother extended her pinky, and they made a pinky swear. Their thumbs touched, and the son smiled happily. He bravely walked into the venue, looking around at the unfamiliar place and the many people, suddenly feeling anxious. He glanced back, and his mother, hiding at the door, smiled and gave him a thumbs up. Gathering his courage, he continued to walk forward until he saw his dad standing at the center of the stage, also smiling and waving at him to come over, prompting him to quicken his pace and reach his father's side. When Huo Zili and Liang Meng saw the man, they almost simultaneously exclaimed his name. "No, it's brother." Liang Zhen stroked his son's head and introduced him to everyone. "This is my son, Liang Tianqi." The audience collectively scrutinized Liang Tianqi, noticing the strange, indescribable foolishness in his expression that clashed with his handsome appearance. Liang Tianqi looked at the audience's sympathetic gazes with fear, quickly hugging his father Liang Zhen and burying his head in his father's chest. Liang Zhen's arm rested on his son's shoulder, gently patting him and softly saying, "Son, bow to the audience, then go find your mom outside. Dad will stay here for a while." Liang Tianqi's teeth were chattering as he said, "I'm scared." Liang Zhen coaxed his son, "Don't be afraid. Your dad is wearing the most powerful transformer battle suit in the world." Liang Tianqi replied, "I want to wear it too." Liang Zhen said, "You can wear it if you behave." Liang Tianqi had no choice but to bow to the audience, as his father requested, then ran out looking like a nervous child. Liang Zhen watched his son leave the venue with relief and sighed, "Usually my wife doesn't like our son going out. So over the years, the outside world has no idea that I have such a mentally disabled son. But today, the reason I let my son appear here and meet everyone is to tell you all." He paused, looked around at the crowd, and continued, "In the near future, our future group will develop a super chip that encompasses 5,000 years of knowledge from China and the world. Once this chip is implanted in the human brain, people will be able to utilize, analyze, and process this knowledge without learning or cognition, becoming social elites and benefiting society. Of course, in the early stages, the company will focus on applying the chip to intellectually disabled children like my son. By then, these children who have been abandoned by society will be able to completely overcome their disabilities, bringing honor to their families and the nation." The audience erupted in applause once again. When it was time for questions from reporters, a reporter quickly asked Liang Zhen, "Chairman, this mind control mecha Generation 1 you are wearing must be quite expensive. However, many patients who are paralyzed and bedridden come from ordinary backgrounds and cannot afford such things. How do you view this issue?" Liang Zhen replied, "That's a great question. Very good. However, the reason we added Generation 1 to this specialized mind control mecha for paralyzed patients is to tell everyone that there will be Generation 2, Generation 3, and Generation 4 in the future, and with each innovation, we will not only improve quality but also reduce costs. ensuring that every family can afford it in the future. He continued, "Moreover, our group's previously custom-designed mechanical arms and legs for the disabled have also undergone repeated innovations, reducing costs and profits to the lowest while, conversely, the quality has improved with each iteration. In the face of inflation, the prices of our products have actually decreased. This last year, many of our products that benefit the country and people have passed government approval and been included in health insurance. I believe that in the near future, the mind control mecha will also be included in health insurance." After delivering this speech, the audience erupted into unprecedented applause. Liang Zhen smiled at the people below, but suddenly, his face twitched inexplicably, and he felt his legs move uncontrollably. He couldn't help but frown and look down to see his legs bending as if they had a mind of their own, preparing to jump. Then, Liang Zhen's whole body suddenly lifted off the ground, soaring over a meter high. With just a leap, Liang Zhen was forced to strike a classic cool pose reminiscent of Michael Jackson's iconic entrance. To everyone's surprise, he then began to dance the moonwalk. After a while, he abruptly transitioned into a robot dance. The audience, witnessing this sudden spectacle, thought that Chairman Liang Zhen was simply being playful, deliberately trying to liven up the atmosphere and showcase the powerful capabilities of the first-generation mecha, and they began to applaud and cheer. Little did they know at that moment, Liang Zhen seemed to have become a puppet controlled by the mecha, experiencing an unprecedented and terrifying disaster. Chapter 10. Intelligent Monster 10. Not far away. Liang Ming and Huo Zili watched Liang Zhen bouncing and jumping in front of them, unable to help but widen their eyes and exchange glances. They then looked at the future four heroes and found that each of their facial expressions could almost be described as horrified, because this dancing segment of Chairman Liang Zhen was not part of the planned content of the press conference. Even the staff responsible for the music on site were stunned and hurriedly played Michael Jackson's famous song Beat It. At first, people noticed that Liang Zhen seemed to be in sync with the rhythm, but soon the whole scene changed as Liang Zhen started performing the Chinese martial art Baji Quan. The staff hurriedly began playing A Real Man Should Strive, at which point Liang Zhen once again assumed a squatting position and suddenly leaped into the air, astonishingly jumping over 3 meters high, with his upper body directly crashing into the ceiling above. After that, he became motionless, seemingly stuck between the lightweight steel framework and the ceiling. The music at the press conference and the cheers and applause from the audience came to an abrupt halt. But after just a few seconds of silence, the audience erupted in an uproar. Huo Zili, Liang Ming, and the future four heroes quickly rushed under Liang Zhen. Looking up, a piece of ceiling fell onto the empty space between them. Huo Zili, quick-witted, grabbed Liang Ming and stepped back a few paces, while the future four heroes also hurriedly dodged away. At the same time, the lightweight steel framework that had been pinning Liang Zhen had already bent, and it could no longer bear the weight of Liang Zhen, who was wearing the first-generation thought armor. It cruelly broke, causing Liang Zhen to suddenly fall to the ground, lying on the cold, hard floor, unconscious, with smoke rising from the burnt wires of his thought armor. Liang Zhen was rushed to the hospital's emergency room. Along with him were Huo Zili, Liang Ming, the future four heroes, Liang Tianqi, her mother, and reporters who had hurried over from the press conference. These reporters surged into the hospital, creating chaos, prompting the hospital to contact the police, who were dispatched to escort the reporters out and restore order. However, those reporters were unwilling to leave, setting up camp at the hospital entrance, ready to obtain first-hand information and follow up on Liang Zhen's condition after the incident. About an hour later, the doctor who performed surgery on Liang Zhen emerged from the operating room. The future four heroes and Huo Zili quickly gathered around, inquiring about Liang Zhen's condition. The doctor sighed, saying that the patient had passed the critical period, but the situation was not looking good. Liang Ming hurriedly asked the doctor, "Doctor, can you explain in more detail?" The doctor replied, "The patient's spinal fracture is very evident, extending into the spinal canal, and the nerve damage is particularly severe. The chances of successful recovery after surgery are slim, and it could lead to permanent paralysis. Additionally, the patient had previously suffered a stroke, and there are still some blockages in the cerebral blood vessels. Right now, the most important thing is to prevent any complications." Liang Meng began to cry sadly. Huo Zili comforted her. Don't cry, Meng Meng. Uncle Ji will protect you. Everything will be all right. Liang Meng buried her face in Huo Zili's arms, crying even harder than before. The four members of the future four heroes were disinterested in the affectionate exchange between Huo Zili and Liang Meng, each of them lowering their eyelids in contemplation, as a silent seed of tension spread quietly. Huo Zili noticed their unusual demeanor and looked at them with confusion. Just then, he suddenly spotted Liang Tianqi and her mother standing together in the distance. Liang Tianqi seemed unaware of her father Liang Zhen's serious injuries, and her mother's expression was unusually cold, as if she didn't care about her husband's well-being at all. Lu Huanan looked at Li Chengran and suddenly asked, I remember it was you who brought in the 3 test subjects who underwent the Thought Armor Generation 1 test. Why are they fine, but the chairman has had an accident? Lu Huanan widened his eyes in shock and slowly replied, How would I know what happened? The 3 people brought in for testing are indeed fine, which indicates that the Thought Armor Generation 1 was indeed safe at that time. As for why the chairman had an accident later, his gaze fell on Yang Wanjun. Yang Wanjun paused for a moment, suddenly feeling a little angry. Lu Gongzi, why are you looking at me? Li Chengran coldly started at Yang Wanjun. Wanjun, I haven't even mentioned you. If this accident wasn't unexpected, you can't escape responsibility. Yang Wanjun shot a glance at Li Chengran and slowly approached him, looking down at Li Chengran, who was almost a head shorter than him. In front of Yang Wanjun's towering figure, Li Chengran looked like a sparrow standing in the shadow of an eagle. Neither of them was willing to back down, and they stared at each other. Tension in the air. The surgeon, seeing this, couldn't help but scold. What are you doing? The patient is still in surgery, and you are here making loud noises. Don't you have any respect for your chairman? And you call yourselves the future 4 heroes? If you continue to make noise, please leave. Huo Jinghua quickly pulled the doctor aside and said, I apologize, doctor. We're just concerned about the chairman's safety, so we got a bit anxious. No one will speak loudly again, and we hope you don't leak what we just discussed. Don't worry, I couldn't understand what you were saying, the doctor replied. And you haven't wronged me. If you truly care about your chairman, don't make a fuss here. With that, the doctor walked away. Huo Jinghua felt embarrassed and turned to look at the others, saying, We are all old friends, so let's stop arguing here. If you think the chairman's accident was due to someone sabotaging him, should we hand this matter over to the police, or should we investigate it ourselves? None of the 3 spoke. Huo Zili looked at his father, Huo Jinghua, sensing that his father's words carried weight. The future group had gone public years ago, and every decision made by the higher-ups directly affected the stock price. If the police were involved based on mere speculation, outsiders would definitely think the company's executives were at odds, leading to a plummeting stock price. However, if the company internally investigated the truth behind the accident of the Thought Armor Generation 1 and found solid evidence before handing it over to the police, the company would not face any turmoil and the stock price would not fluctuate significantly because outsiders would believe that the company's executives were still in control of the situation. This simple logic was clear even to the outsider Huo Zili, not to mention the other 3 members of the future 4 heroes. So now, their silence indicated that this matter needed internal investigation. Since everyone feels this way, let's start with an internal investigation, Huo Jinghua said. But to stabilize the situation and prevent wild speculation from the outside, we must first publicly state that the chairman's accident was purely accidental. The chairman only wanted to showcase the Thought Armor Generation 1 perfectly to the outside world, so he asked the research staff to add many extra features. The chairman was not very familiar with these functions and wanted to demonstrate them at the press conference, but unfortunately, it went too far. Fortunately, the chairman's condition is no longer critical. Li Chengran sighed and said, It can only be this way. Brother Hua is still meticulous and sharp-minded. Old Li, don't praise me. It makes me feel uneasy. Huo Jinghua also didn't go to see Li Chengran and continued, Now that the chairman is in trouble, no one is in a good mood. However, at present, since the Mind Mecha Generation 1 has not been put on the market for mass production, it won't affect the company's reputation and other products. What we need to do now is to thoroughly investigate this accident after the chairman recovers. And we must not let the chairman wake up to a chaotic and fragmented situation. Huo Zili looked at his father in surprise, feeling a bit of admiration for him. When his father said these words, he was calm and composed, yet every word seemed to carry weight, leaving others with no room for rebuttal, and they could only comply. Liang Zhen was pushed out of the operating room and into the ward. After waking up, he looked at the group of people surrounding him, and his gaze finally fell on Huo Zili. Zili, Uncle Liang can't take you to see your mother's spirit for now. Let your dad accompany you instead. After that, Liang Zhen closed his eyes, weakly waved his hand, and said, "You all go out. I want to be alone for a while." Chapter 11 Machine Failure 1. Huo Zili followed his father, Huo Jinghua, out of the hospital and into his father's car, both sitting in the back seat. The driver asked Huo Jinghua where they were going. Huo Jinghua replied, "Home." The driver started the car, which slowly rolled out of the parking lot, with the clear windows showing the street scenery rapidly receding. Huo Zili looked at his father with a puzzled expression. Huo Jinghua smiled at his son, saying, "Your mother's soul is at home." Huo Zili hung his head in silence, not wanting to speculate too much before knowing the truth, though he already had a vague answer in his heart. It is said that when a person dies, their body loses 21 grams of weight, and that missing 21 grams is the person's soul. There are scientists abroad who have collected some evidence from people near death, claiming that some patients felt their souls leaving their bodies during surgery, floating to the ceiling, watching the entire process of their operation. He wondered if the perverted scientists from Yiri Group had secretly collected human souls through experiments. There are indeed too many unsolved mysteries in this world, and a considerable number of scientists even believe that science and superstition are not in conflict. The reason some phenomena cannot be explained by science is that science is not yet developed enough, as the end of science is theology. Huo Zili did not dare to imagine what would happen if science became too advanced. It might free everyone from death, or it might lead humanity into death. All material properties have two extremes. What can benefit humanity might also destroy it. About 8 or 9 years ago, the Huo family moved from a high-end community in the city center to a villa area in the western suburbs. At that time, Huo Zili was still in high school. Although he was somewhat dull in personality and a nice guy, which inevitably led to some friction with more scheming classmates, he often ended up at a disadvantage. Overall, however, Huo Zili seemed to have the most favorable family background among his classmates, enjoying many material comforts that others could not have in a relatively harmonious family life. Even Huo Zili himself believed he was favored by God. However, when God was preparing to take all this beauty away, he did not give Huo Zili any warning beforehand. The woman who had urged his father to drive his mother away, Huo Zili had never seen her face to face. This time, as his father brought him home, he was uncertain whether he would meet that woman. Even if he did not know how to face her and might just turn and leave. Finally, they returned to the home they had been away from for many years. Huo Jinghua opened the door leading to the yard, and a rich fragrance of osmanthus flowers greeted them. The osmanthus tree planted on the west side of the yard had grown taller than the second-floor windows, seeming almost twice the height it was when Huo Zili left home years ago, and it had become quite sturdy, with a few wild grasses growing in the empty space below. This osmanthus tree was planted after their family first moved here. His mother loved osmanthus trees, so his father planted one in the yard for her. According to feng shui, however, it is not suitable to plant osmanthus trees in the yard. Yin Yang House Classic states that planting osmanthus in the yard invites evil spirits, suggesting that it brings misfortune into the home. However, since his father worked in a technology company, he did not believe in this, and after his mother's incident, he also did not think it was due to the planting of the osmanthus tree. Huo Zili followed his father into the house and found that everything inside seemed unchanged, still lingering in his memories. It felt like the empty room had not been lived in for a long time, giving off an indescribable chill. "Are you the only one living here?" Huo Zili asked his father. Huo Jinghua nodded. "How did you know?" Huo Zili did not answer. He knew because he did not see any female items in the house. When his father left in the morning, there was only one set of dishes on the dining table that had not been cleared away. Huo Jinghua blinked and sighed. "Since your mother left, I had that woman take her daughter away from here. I regret it so much." Before his father could finish explaining, Huo Zili interrupted him, asking, "What about Mom's soul?" Huo Jinghua was taken aback, showing a bitter smile, and turned to the stairs leading to the second floor, saying, "Come with me, son." Huo Zili followed his father, and they arrived at Huo Zili's bedroom. As soon as he entered, Huo Zili saw several transformers still on the bed where he used to sleep. Memories that had been silent and lost for many years suddenly became clear again. In his impression, those transformers had been there before he left home, and after so many years, they had not moved at all. Unconsciously, Huo Zili's eyes began to moisten. If his father had not sought a mistress, his mother would not have died, and today, this place would not be so desolate and changed. Huo Jinghua went to the computer desk and pressed the power button. After the computer booted up, he opened a software on the desktop, and a pop-up window appeared with the face of his deceased wife. Huo Jinghua enlarged the page, and his wife's upper body almost filled the entire screen, with the background being their son's room. Even the placement of the transformers on the bed was identical. However, in that somewhat eerie room on the screen, neither the son nor the husband was present. The room was not lit, and it was still bright outside. The wife appeared to be looking outside the screen, asking, "Why are you home so early today?" Huo Jinghua smirked at the screen. "Look who I've brought back for you." He turned to Huo Zili, saying, "Son, come over quickly. Your mom can't see you standing at the door." Huo Zili widened his eyes in shock, staring at his mother on the screen. He saw her wearing the white floral long dress she often wore, looking much younger than he remembered. Could this be the soul of his mother? As Uncle Yang said, he instinctively walked to the computer desk, staring at his mother on the screen. "Mom, is that you?" "Son, you finally came." His mother smiled like a blooming flower, as if seeing her beloved. Excitedly, she said, "I heard from your dad that since I passed away, you left home and stopped talking to him. Is that true?" Huo Zili replied with a soft "Haha." His mother laughed joyfully. "Son, although I haven't seen you these days, I've missed you so much. But you did the right thing. You should punish your dad like this. Who told him to bully us?" Seeing this scene, Huo Zili nearly fainted. It was indeed his mother. She had lived her life like a child, crying when she wanted to cry, laughing when she wanted to laugh, often acting cute in front of her son in her husband's embrace. She was also very petty. If her son or husband did something wrong, she would erupt like a volcano, and unless she got her husband to kneel and beg for mercy, and her son to obey her, she would not let it go. Huo Zili glanced at his father, confused, and asked, "Dad, what is going on?" Huo Jinghua was surprised to hear his son call him Dad, but he smiled with joy and said, "Your mother never worked a day in her life. She was a leisure person." This sparked her interest in writing, but she was afraid she wouldn't write well, so she never told us. She wrote a few short stories online under the pen name Jin Wu Cong Jiao, but hardly anyone read them. Those who did commented asking her why she chose to feature middle-aged women as protagonists, and why they were so ostentatious, being all lovey-dovey with their wealthy husbands. Shouldn't middle-aged life be about enduring hardships and living a rugged life? Your mother blushed at the screen and said, "This isn't something to be proud of, so don't tell our son." Huo Jinghua replied, "It's okay, my dear. Both our son and I are proud of you." Your mother playfully scolded, "You rascal. Always so smooth-talking." Hearing his mother say this made Huo Zili shiver with goosebumps. Huo Jinghua sighed and continued, "Later, your mother couldn't take it anymore and stopped publishing online. She switched to writing a diary. After your mother passed away, while sorting through her belongings, I discovered a whole box of her diaries." As he spoke, Huo Jinghua unexpectedly shed tears. "It was only when I went through page by page of what your mother recorded about our daily lives that I realized how much she loved both of us and this family. I feel so sorry for her." Chapter 12, Mechanical Failure 2. At this point, Huo Zili and the mother on the screen couldn't help but start to cry, and the father was even more unable to contain himself, squatting on the ground and howling in tears. The mother said, emotionally, "Son, quickly help your dad up. He's out of the camera's view, and I can't see him anymore." Huo Zili hesitated for a moment and helped his father up. "Don't cry anymore, dear," the mother said, while wiping her tears and comforting the father. "You are a social elite, a successful person. Even if you have a family, those women outside will treat you like a single diamond bachelor. If you encounter a younger and more beautiful vixen than me, you, this old cow, will definitely be unable to resist. This is also my fault. I shouldn't have stubbornly moved out. I should have stayed at home, not gone anywhere, and waited for my son to come back and support me. I was too childish, which led to this tragedy, making you and our son bear such a heavy psychological burden." Stop it, wife. It was my moment of confusion, the father said in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry for both of you. Mom, Huo Zili cried. Where are you right now, video chatting with me and Dad? Can you come back? Silly child. The mother said, how can a person who has died come back to life? The reason I can talk to you here now is that your dad's company has created a virtual soul with high technology. Huo Zili's heart sank. A virtual soul? Yes, his father said. The company's scientists used your mother's diary and my descriptions of her temperament and character to compile everything and intelligently simulated a non-physical version of her. Huo Zili's heart sank further as he looked at his father with bewildered eyes and then at the mother on the screen, asking, Mom, are you happy? As a son, he couldn't describe the complex emotions he felt at this moment, which included disappointment, anger, anxiety, and also a sense of relief that his mother could still meet her loved ones in this way after her passing. But he really wasn't sure if a person's soul, if imprisoned in a computer like this and living like a prisoner, could truly be happy. Or perhaps the woman on the screen wasn't he really his mother, but merely a robot created to comfort the living in this intelligent era? Why would you ask that? My silly son, the mother said, as long as I can see you and your dad safe and sound every day, I am very happy. In my heart, there are only you and your dad. Of course, you are first, and your dad is second. Huo Zili lowered his eyes and murmured, as long as you are happy. The mother looked at her son and smiled bitterly. When I was alive, everyone who knew our family knew that I was protective of my child. But the world is unpredictable. Your dad did something unforgivable to us. I really wanted to break up with your dad back then. In fact, divorce is common nowadays. As for who is right and who is wrong, it takes two to tango. Both sides are definitely responsible. I was also afraid that you would be bullied by that vixen in the future. When your dad eventually dies, there would be disputes over the family property that originally belonged to you, which is why I deliberately quarreled with your dad. I never expected that I would end up losing my life. I just hope you can forgive your dad and come back to this home, visiting me every day. Huo Zili asked, if I don't come, will you be sad? The mother replied without hesitation, yes. Huo Zili fell silent again. He remained uncertain whether the woman inside the computer was truly his mother, leaning more towards the idea that this mother was merely an intelligent creation. However, when he asked his mother if she would be sad if he wasn't there, and she said she would be, his heart still couldn't bear the thought of making her sad. Actually, Huo Jinghua said, ever since we buried your mom, I broke up with that woman because your mother's death really left me in despair. I couldn't find happiness with any other woman. Later, when the company succeeded in developing the soul of the deceased project, I brought your mom back home. But every time I called you, you never answered. The mother gleefully said, my son takes after me, so decisive. Huo Zili asked his father in surprise, but I haven't seen your company announce this invention. Huo Jinghua sighed. This project is still in a controversial stage. The reason your mom was able to succeed was due to her diary, which is equivalent to her memories. However, others might need to extract the hippocampus and frontal lobe from the deceased's brain to obtain memories through transplantation from others. And it must be done within 6 minutes after death to keep the deceased brain alive through a series of precise surgeries, because the brain still has consciousness during this period. This experiment is fraught with danger and goes against ethics, so scientists have dismissed it. He paused and added, moreover, a person's memory can also be flawed. Many times, people only want to remember what they want to remember. As for those memories hidden by the brain, unless something triggers them, they won't come to mind. But soon, some scientists propose that while the deceased is still alive, scientific instruments could be used to explore their brain for memories. However, such instruments have not yet been developed. And the company has no plans to invest a large amount of money in this, because the risks involved are considerable. A slight misstep could turn a normal person into a mental patient. Huo Jinghua's gaze drifted to the mother on the screen as he continued. And who would want to see themselves imprisoned in such a place after death, even if that person isn't themselves? It's like a clone soul. Who can tell the difference? Listening to his father, Huo Zili felt a chill run down his spine. He looked at the mother on the screen and found her resting her chin on her hand, gazing blankly out of the window in the picture, seemingly uninterested in his father's words. However, upon reflection, this was quite normal. Throughout her life, his mother had always been a woman who didn't care about worldly affairs. Whenever faced with troubling situations, she would choose to turn a blind eye. In her world, it seemed to her only her husband and son. At that moment, Huo Jinghua's phone rang. He took out his phone, answered, and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. You want to find Zili? What's the matter?" I understand, okay. I'll have Zili come find you." After hanging up, Huo Jinghua looked at his son and said, "Zili, your Aunt Liang said she has something to talk to you about." Huo Zili asked, "What is it?" Huo Jinghua shook his head and said, "Aunt Liang didn't say." After saying goodbye to his father and mother, Huo Zili left the house, called a taxi, and went to the Shijiao Forest Park not far from there, where his father had arranged to meet Liang Zhen's wife over the phone. Liang Zhen's wife is named Yi Mei. In Huo Zili's memory, she was a very beautiful woman. When she was younger, it seemed that people from the company and neighbors referred to her and Huo Zili's mother as Big Qiao and Little Qiao. However, ever since Huo Zili ran away from home, he hadn't seen this woman again. Today, when he saw her and her son Liang Tianqi in hospital, she gave Huo Zili the impression that time had left no marks on her. She still looked as young and beautiful as ever. However, Huo Zili sensed a coldness towards her husband Liang Zhen in her demeanor. At that time, when the doctor who performed surgery on Liang Zhen came out of the operating room, he informed everyone that Liang Zhen might be paralyzed for life. When Liang Meng heard the doctor say this, she rushed into Huo Zili's arms and cried, but Huo Zili noticed that Liang Zhen's wife was standing far away, coldly watching everything unfold. Huo Zili's intuition told him that there might be no feelings left between Aunt Liang and Uncle Liang. However, now Aunt Liang suddenly called his father, mysteriously asking for him by name without explaining the reason. Huo Zili felt that this was definitely not just a casual catch-up. Since Liang Tianqi's incident and Liang Meng's departure abroad, he had rarely visited the Liang family. While the taxi was on the way to the forest park, Liang Meng suddenly called, asking where he was and if he had time to come out because she needed to talk to him. Huo Zili thought for a moment and decided not to tell Liang Meng about Aunt Liang wanting to see him. After all, there seemed to be some tension between them. So he told Liang Meng on the phone, "Let's have dinner together tonight." Liang Meng cheerfully responded on the other end, "Oh, are you treating me?" Huo Zili replied, "Of course." After they ended the call, Huo Zili did not put his phone back in his pocket. Instead, he held it in his hand and slowly spun it, thinking about why both mother and daughter were reaching out to him at the same time. Chapter 13, Mechanical Failure 3. Perhaps due to being too busy with work, Huo Zili hadn't visited the western suburb forest park for several years. The last time he came here, he was still attending police school. Even before that, he rarely visited, except for when he was a child. There were too many memories here related to Huo Zili, Liang Meng, and Liang Tianqi. Huo Zili always felt that Liang really arranged for them to meet in this place, fearing there might be ulterior motives. After getting out of the taxi and entering the park's entrance, Huo Zili boarded a sightseeing vehicle, passing through winding paths and lush forests until he arrived at a restaurant located in the center of the park. The restaurant was called Qingya Xinjiu, which matched the surrounding picturesque environment of lush greenery and blue waters, though the food inside was a bit pricey. Despite the many visitors in the park, few came here regularly. It was the kind of place that could go 3 years without opening and then serve customers for 3 years straight. Yi Mei and her son Liang Tianqi were seated in a private room on the second floor. Just as Liang Tianqi was about to reach for the dishes on the table, his mother tapped him with her chopsticks, causing him to quickly withdraw his hand. Yi Mei looked out the window and soon saw Huo Zili getting off the sightseeing vehicle. She stood up and waved to him. When Huo Zili entered the private room on the second floor, he was greeted by a strong and unusual aroma. Besides Yi Mei and her son, there was also a table full of expensive dishes. The only name he could barely recall was Buddha Jumps Over the Wall. And there was another famous dish called Seafood Treasure, which probably cost 10,000 yuan or more. Yi Mei smiled at him, while Liang Tianqi looked at Huo Zili with fearful eyes and asked Yi Mei, "Mom, who is this big brother?" A trace of sadness crossed Huo Zili's eyes. "Zili, please sit down. You've been busy with Tianqi's dad's matters and probably haven't eaten yet," Yi Mei said. "I told your dad on the phone not to let you have lunch. Aunt Liang is treating you." "Thank you, Aunt Liang. You're too kind," Huo Zili said as he took a seat opposite Yi Mei, his gaze falling on Liang Tianqi. Liang Tianqi stared blankly at Huo Zili and repeated his earlier question, "Mom, who is this big brother?" Yimei patiently explained to her son, "He is Zili, not your big brother, but your little brother. You might have forgotten that when you were little, you often took your little brother out to play. You even saved your little brother's life here in this park." Huh? Liang Tianqi looked at Huo Zili in confusion. Really? Why don't I remember it all? You've been silly now. How could you remember? Yimei said frankly, patting Liang Tianqi's head. She smiled at Huo Zili and said, "Zili, let's eat first. After we're full, we can talk." Okay. Huo Zili picked up his chopsticks and said to Liang Tianqi, "Brother, your mom is right. You saved me here back then." Liang Tianqi indeed saved Huo Zili's life in the forest park. On a certain day that year, Liang Tianqi, Huo Zili, and Liang Meng, under the care of Huo Zili's mother and Yimei, came to the forest park to play. The three children ran like kites with their strings cut, leaving their two mothers far behind. Children forget their fatigue when they play, and the calls of the two mothers grew increasingly distant. At that time, Yimei and Huo Zili's mother were not too worried about the three children getting lost. They had brought them to the forest park more than once. And for the three kids, this place was already familiar. Moreover, at that time, the three children had walkie-talkies to keep in touch with their mothers. But on that day, an unexpected situation occurred. The three of them reached a steep mountain path and leaned on the railing at the edge of the path to watch a tiger resting below the cliff. The tiger lay on a rock by the river, half opened its eyes, glanced at the three children several meters above, and then dozed off. Liang Tianqi took out a piece of candy from his pocket and threw it at the tiger's head, but hit its tail instead. The tiger flicked its stiff tail and let out a low growl before falling asleep again. Seeing the tiger unresponsive, the children's courage grew little by little. Liang Tianqi began to stand on the horizontal bar below the railing, making various funny faces at the tiger and laughing nervously, saying that tiger is just a big kitty. To prove his own bravery, Huo Zili followed Liang Tianqi's example and stood on the horizontal bar, also making faces at the tiger. Liang Meng found their actions too amusing and tried to climb onto the horizontal bar with both feet, perhaps due to fear. She lost her balance and fell to the ground, crying loudly. Seeing this, Liang Tianqi and Huo Zili quickly jumped down from the railing to comfort Liang Meng. But she continued to cry. Liang Tianqi asked if she was hurt anywhere, and Liang Meng replied no, but she kept staring at her right foot. Huo Zili and Liang Tianqi followed Liang Meng's gaze and noticed that her white shoe was missing. The two looked around, but still couldn't find it. Liang Tianqi stood at the edge of the railing and looked down the cliff, exclaiming, "Oh no, Meng's shoe fell down." Huo Zili hurried to Liang Tianqi's side and looked down, discovering Liang Meng's shoe quietly lying on the green grass below the cliff, looking particularly bright. The tiger was still sleeping by the river below the cliff, seemingly accustomed to the various sounds made by passing tourists, completely unaware that Liang Meng's shoe had fallen into its territory. Liang Tianqi went to Liang Meng's side, took out a handkerchief, and wiped her tears, saying, Meng, don't cry. When we go home, we can ask Dad and Mom to buy you a new pair." Liang Meng sniffled. "But this pair was just bought for me by Dad. We can get another pair when we go home," Liang Tianqi said. "Dad loves you the most. We have plenty of money." Liang Meng cried. "What if Mom scolds me later?" Liang Tianqi shook his head, saying no. "It's my fault for not taking care of you." Liang Meng, feeling wronged, said, "It was a new pair of shoes that I liked so much, and now it's gone." Woo-woo. Huo Zili observed the surrounding terrain below the cliff and noticed that at a distance, the source of the river was surrounded by a railing. In the middle of the railing was water, and on both sides were stacked blue stones. The gap between the stones and the railing had some height. If a child leaned over, they could just about squeeze through. "Tianqi, come look." Huo Zili pointed to that spot. "It looks like we can get in there." "Oh." Liang Tianqi, half believing, walked over, gazed at the spot Huo Zili was pointing at, squinted for a moment, and said, "If we go in there to the tiger's territory and walk along the river, passing through that row of small trees, to avoid encountering the big kitty directly, we can sneak through the grass over there and get Meng's shoe back, then return the same way." The two looked back at Liang Meng, who had stopped crying and was watching them eagerly. The two mischievous kids decided to take action together. They squeezed through the gap between the railing and the blue stones, quietly passing through the small trees and grass without disturbing the sleeping tiger, and successfully retrieved the white shoe that Liang Meng had dropped. However, on the way back, Huo Zili's walkie-talkie suddenly transmitted his mother's voice. Zili, where are you? Why can't we hear you talking? Generally, walkie-talkies allow you to speak to the other person by pressing a button and listen when you release it. However, the walkie-talkie used by Huo Zili has been specially modified so that he can maintain a conversation with the other party regardless of whether he presses the button. The condition is that his mother can hear his voice anytime and anywhere, but if she wants to speak to him, she must press the button. Previously, Huo Zili and Liang Tianqi had planned everything well, but they forgot about this detail, and he still remained oblivious, saying without thinking, "Mom, I am." Liang Tianqi quickly covered his mouth, signaling him not to speak. The two turned to look at the tiger not far away and found that it had already stood up from the rock, staring at them with a sinister, cold gaze. Letting out a low growl. "Run!" Liang Tianqi grabbed Huo Zili's hand and ran towards the exit. The tiger watched their backs, taking a couple of slow steps forward, then suddenly tensed its body, ready to pounce, like an arrow released from a bow, charging towards the two boys. At that moment, Liang Meng, who was standing on the cliff, was also scared silly and let out a sharp scream. Upon hearing Liang Meng's voice, the two dare not look back and continued to run forward. Yimei and Huo Zili's mother arrived at the scene, and upon seeing Liang Meng with her mouth agape, staring blankly at their sons desperately escaping from the tiger below the cliff, they were instantly terrified and almost simultaneously let out a sharp scream. "Son, run." Chapter 14, Mechanical Failure. 4. Liang Tianqi was several years older and much faster than Huo Zili. As he pulled Huo Zili's hand and ran forward, Huo Zili stumbled and accidentally fell to the ground. Behind them, on the cliff, Huo Zili's mother watched in horror, tears streaming down her face, anxiously shouting, "Son, run faster. Hurry." Liang Tianqi hurriedly helped Huo Zili up and continued to pull him forward. When they reached the exit, Liang Tianqi pressed Huo Zili's head down, urging him to crawl out first, and then he followed. Just as Liang Tianqi emerged, before he had a chance to stand up, a tiger pounced on him. One of its front paws frantically reaching over the railing, scratching Liang Tianqi's calf and leaving several cuts. "Zili," Yimei asked Huo Zili, "were you thinking about that incident from years ago while you were eating just now?" Huo Zili put down his chopsticks and nodded. Yimei asked softly, "Don't you find that incident a bit strange?" Huo Zili looked at Yimei with a surprised expression. "What?" Yimei sighed and said, "You were young back then, and Aunt Liang couldn't talk to you about it. But now that you've grown up, I think it's time to tell you the truth." Huo Zili asked, "The truth?" "Yes." Yimei said, "The truth is, Tianqi's little sister, Liang Meng, is a demon." Huo Zili's eyes widened, seemingly unable to believe his ears. "Liang Meng is a demon," Yimei said thoughtfully. "Ever since she came into our family, I felt that this child was not normal, often giving me chills." Huo Zili blinked, his mouth unconsciously half open, and Yimei's casual tone plunged him into a state of dread. Yimei continued, "Because I noticed that sometimes the look in this child's eyes is not what a child should have. It's completely that of an adult. I can't quite describe it, but sometimes it makes me feel like she is possessed by her dead mother. You must have seen that Hollywood horror movie Orphan, right? She's like that old child in it." Huo Zili couldn't hold back and laughed. He looked at this well-maintained, melancholic woman, who didn't team match her actual age, and knew very well that since Liang Tianqi's incident, she had rarely gone out. It was said that many years ago, Liang Zhen had bought a small island abroad and built a villa, and since then, Yimei and her son had lived there, completely detached from the world for many years. Now, hearing her mention the horror film Orphan, he thought, could it be that she had watched too many of those dark films in her idle time, leading to such a vivid imagination? Yimei asked Zili, "What are you laughing at?" Huo Zili said, "Aunt, when Meng Meng moved into your house, she seemed to be only 3 or 4 years old, right?" Yimei repeated, "She moved in at 4. What about it?" Huo Zili said, "Do you have some prejudice against Meng Meng?" "I knew you would say that," Yimei sighed, "but I'm not crazy." Her words made Huo Zili serious. He wanted to hear what more alarming thing she might say. Yimei said, "Do you know that Tianqi later fell from the parallel bars and unfortunately became disabled? In fact, this was also Liang Meng's scheme." "What? A scheme?" Huo Zili exclaimed in shock. Yimei said, "I know Tianqi is usually quite mischievous and that he likes to climb high places, which worries people. But I say it's pointless. Once I can't see him, I don't know what kind of trouble he might get into. So later, I had to take some protective measures for him, such as buying clothes with knee pads, and most of his sports shoes were non-slip ones. She took a painful breath and continued, but on the day of the incident, Tianqi happened to be wearing a pair of non-slip flat shoes. Huo Zili said nothing, preparing to listen to Yi Mei continue. At that time, I didn't pay much attention, Yi Mei said, but later when I was cleaning Tianqi's room, I found a pair of cleats irregularly placed under the bed, as if someone had tossed them in. It was then that I suddenly thought of the night before the incident, when I got up to go to the bathroom and saw Liang Meng walking from Tianqi's room. I asked Liang Meng what was wrong, but she didn't answer me and groggily returned to her room. What Zili pondered. Was Meng Meng sleepwalking? Yi Mei said she was pretending, deliberately acting as if she were sleepwalking. You mean? Exactly, Yi Mei said firmly. I suspect Liang Meng intended to harm her brother Tianqi. She is inherently scheming. Huo Zili asked, but how do you conclude that because Tianqi's cleats were thrown under the bed, he would wear flat shoes? Yi Mei said, Tianqi usually gets up quite late in the morning, so he ends up rushing to school. If Liang Meng threw his shoes under the bed and placed a pair of flat shoes in front of Tianqi's bed, generally speaking, even an adult might not think that flat shoes could cause a child to become disabled, right? In the rush to go to school, he would definitely just wear whatever he found without thinking. But she's just a child. Meng Meng. Huo Zili hesitated, then asked, does Liang Meng have a habit of sleepwalking? Yi Mei said, before Tianqi's incident, I hadn't noticed Liang Meng having such a habit. It probably started the night before the incident. Huo Zili said, so that means Liang Meng does have a sleepwalking habit. She pretended to escape responsibility. Yi Mei's tone intensified. Don't you realize that Liang Meng has always been very intelligent? Since childhood, she has always been one step ahead of you. Huo Zili's expression turned a bit awkward. Yi Mei's words seemed to make some sense. When they were young, it was indeed like that. Huo Zili often let Liang Meng have her way. And she was indeed quite clever, but he never thought there was anything wrong with that. Yi Mei continued, and remember that time in the forest park? It was also because of Liang Meng that you almost lost your life to a tiger, right? She actually had bad intentions and deliberately dropped her shoes. Huo Zili's brows furrowed into a frown. After all, Liang Meng was just a child back then. Aunt, are you overthinking? I wish I were overthinking. Yi Mei said with a bitter smile. Do you know that Liang Meng often liked to stir up trouble, sowing discord between me and Tianqi's dad? Huo Zili asked. How did she stir it up? Yi Mei said, one evening, when Tianqi's dad hadn't returned yet, I made dinner and called Liang Meng and Tianqi to eat. Liang Meng took a bite of rice and spat it out. I asked her what was wrong, and she said my cooking was poisonous and refused to eat. I was both aggrieved and angry, so I directly threw her bowl of rice into the trash. Huo Zili narrowed his eyes. Thinking back to his childhood, when Liang Meng had mentioned several times that her stepmother Yi Mei didn't like her. When they were kidnapped, Liang Meng even boldly told the kidnappers that her stepmother always wanted to kill her. He had thought she was just joking. But hearing Yi Mei say this today gave him a deeper understanding of the conflict between the mother and daughter. What happened next? Did she tell Uncle Liang? Huo Zili asked. It's not that simple. Yi Mei said that later she sat at the dining table, as usual, to eat. Whatever dish Tianqi and I ate from, she would follow us and eat from the same plate. Whatever we didn't eat, she wouldn't eat either, which really frustrated me. While cleaning up the dishes, I accidentally broke a bowl. Later, when Tianqi's dad came home, she told him that I had cut her arm with a shard from the broken bowl. However, I never touched her. Only she knows how her wound actually came about. Her heart is so cruel, harsh towards others and harsh toward herself. Huo Zili frowned and said, Liang Meng was just a child at that time. Could it be that she simply didn't understand and hurt herself? At this point, Huo Zili closed his mouth, feeling that continuing to speak would lead to speculation and have a bit of a divisive flavor. You also believe she would hurt herself, right? Yi Mei said, but who in their right mind would hurt themselves? Seeing that Huo Zili was silent, Yi Mei continued, do you know that her mother wasn't a normal person in her lifetime? She often self-harmed and eventually jumped to her death. Her mother was so abnormal, seducing married men, and her daughter could still. She is just a demon. Chapter 15 Mechanical Failure 5. Huo Zili asked Yi Mei why Liang Meng's mother committed suicide by jumping off a building back then. Just as Yi Mei was about to answer, her phone rang. She took out her phone and asked Huo Zili to wait a moment, then stepped out of the room to take the call. Only Huo Zili and Liang Tianqi were left in the room. Brother, Huo Zili looked at Liang Tianqi. Do you really not remember me? Liang Tianqi shook his head numbly, drooling from the corner of his mouth. Huo Zili said, once your dad's brain chip is successfully developed, you will be able to regain your intelligence. By then, maybe you will remember me. Liang Tianqi smiled foolishly with a crooked mouth. At that moment, Yimei pushed the door open and returned to her previous seat, saying to Huo Zili, you just asked me why Liang Meng's mother committed suicide. To be honest, I don't really know either. She sighed softly. I originally thought Tianqi's dad was very loyal to me. Until one day, he suddenly brought back a daughter and told me it was his illegitimate child. As for the woman he was keeping outside, she committed suicide by jumping off a building. Huo Zili then asked, how did you find out that Liang Meng's biological mother had self-harming behavior? Yimei seek hit. Later, to understand this matter, I often went to the company to inquire secretly, and only then did I find out that the woman who jumped off the building was Yang Wanjuan's biological sister, who was Tianqi's dad's secretary. She was younger and prettier than me, which captivated Tianqi's dad. However, the two didn't get along well and often quarreled after being together, even having loud fights in the company. It is said that once when Tianqi's dad went to the office, that woman was actually in his office attempting to commit suicide by cutting her wrist. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, so she didn't die, but the office was covered in blood like a crime scene. As for why they quarreled so badly, who knows? Huo Zili fell into silence. Zili, Yimei looked at Huo Zili. Honestly, whether you believe Liang Meng is the murderer or not, after so many years, it's impossible to investigate what happened to Tianqi being turned into a fool. I'm telling you this today entirely because you were a police officer. I want to ask you, in light of Tianqi saving your life back then, to investigate thoroughly why Tianqi's dad had an accident at the press conference and find out who the real culprit is. Huo Zili blinked. Did Aunt Liang think that Liang Shu had an accident because someone was manipulating it from behind? Of course, Yimei said bitterly. Who else besides Liang Meng? If she hadn't come back, nothing would have happened, but as soon as she returned, there was trouble. Now Tianqi's dad is down, and Tianqi is still a fool. Who do you think is the biggest beneficiary of this situation? Liang Meng came back from America just to take over. And I'm sure Liang Meng does not want her half-brother to regain his intelligence. Faced with Yimei's deep hatred for Liang Meng, Huo Zili didn't know how to respond. He thought for a moment and said, if Liang Meng really is the murderer, the law will give a fair judgment. Yimei sneered. That's just a matter of time. Huo Zili's legs involuntarily shivered, sighing, but now the company's higher-ups are saying they want to conduct a self-investigation, right? They haven't reported it yet, and we police can't conveniently intervene. Yimei said, a self-investigation by the company is tantamount to giving the murderer a chance to destroy evidence. Don't forget, Yang Wanjun is Liang Meng's biological uncle, and the department responsible for developing the mind mecha generation, one is managed by Yang Wanjun. Who knows if this is something Yang Wanjun colluded with Liang Meng to do? If Yang Wanjun wants to destroy evidence, it wouldn't be hard for him. She stared into Huo Zili's eyes. If I report this to you now, will you accept my request? Huo Zili quickly blinked, as if pondering something. He remained silent for a while and said, Aunt, here's the thing. If you report it now, I can take your case. Let me explain the pros and cons of this matter. If you report it now, the police will enter the Yiri Group. The truth will come out, and if any employee leaks it, it will cause a huge uproar. If just one employee is harmed, it won't have much impact on the company. But if it's your husband, the chairman of the Yiri Group, the company's stock could plummet. If foreign investors take advantage of the situation to buy the company's shares, then Yimei asked what will happen. Huo Zili said, the company will change hands, and the power will shift. Yimei nodded head, glanced at her son Liang Tianqi beside her, and sighed. Changing hands isn't a big deal. After the change of ownership, the company can continue developing brain chips and cure Tianqi's disability. As for what you said, I can't give you a correct answer. Huo Zili took a breath. But as long as Uncle Liang is alive, as long as he is still the chairman, no matter where he is, this brain chip project will definitely continue. Yimei's hands, resting on her thighs, began to unconsciously intertwine. Huo Zili saw her expression and knew she must be very conflicted at this moment. Aunt, Let me analyze this for you. Huo Zili said, if Uncle Liang's injury was not an accident, then what do you think the murderer's purpose was? Is it just to make him disabled? Of course not. Yimei said, the murderer definitely wanted to kill Tianqi's dad. Huo Zili said, but Uncle Liang is still alive, and his consciousness is very clear. You may seem to understand something, you mean? Huo Zili said, take good care of Uncle Liang and don't let him have any more accidents. As long as he is alive, the murderer has already been startled. If the murderer wants to act again, they will have to think twice. Moreover, as long as Uncle Liang is safe, the murderer won't have any way to deal with him or the Yiri Group. A hint of helplessness flashed in Yimei's eyes, and soon she began to stare intently at Huo Zili. All right then, but I hope. Huo Zili did not avoid Yimei's gaze. You can say it. Yimei said, in light of Tianqi saving your life back then, I hope you can help investigate this case secretly. I know you and Liang Meng are good friends, but I still believe you will uphold the law fairly, right? Huo Zili nodded. Even if my dad breaks the law, I would still put him in jail. After bidding farewell to Yimei and her son, Huo Zili exited the forest park. He initially intended to take a taxi home, but his father Huo Jinghua's chauffeur had been waiting at the entrance for a while. When did you arrive? Huo Zili asked the driver after getting into the back seat of the car. About 20 minutes ago, the driver replied, after you left, mister. Huo went to the hospital to visit the chairman. He seemed to have something to discuss. After Mr. Huo came out of the hospital, he asked me to take him to the company. When he got out of the car, he told me you were still in the forest park and asked me to pick you up. Huo Zili asked in surprise. How did he know I was still in the forest park? The driver said, Mr. Huo was on the phone with Mrs. Liang on the way to the company. Only then did Huo Zili remember that while he was talking to Yimei, she did indeed receive a phone call midway. Huo Zili thought for a moment. Please take me back to the place where I used to rent. I still have some matters to handle and will probably move back home in a day or two. Then please note down my phone number, sir, the driver said. Just call me directly when you want to go home. Okay, sure. Huo Zili took out his phone. What's your number? The driver told him his phone number, and Huo Zili wrote it down. Is this a foreign number starting with 00? And is it from the United States? Huo Zili was taken aback. How come you're using an overseas phone? Oh, it's like this, the driver explained, Mr. Huo is responsible for expanding the company's business and often takes me on business trips abroad, particularly to the United States. To make things convenient, I got this number. As you know, Mr. Huo has a lot of social engagements in business, and sometimes when he asks drinking with clients, I use this number to disguise myself as another client and call Mr. Huo, coordinating with him to help him escape from the drinking party. When Mr. Huo shows this overseas number to others at the table, they won't suspect anything. Huo Zili murmured, so that is how it is. The driver joked, haha, Mr. Huo is really impressive. He has all kinds of schemes. Huo Zili felt that this overseas number seemed familiar and quickly sorted through his chaotic memories, finally recalling that this number had appeared in Liang Meng's call records before. You've called Liang Meng with this number in the past few days, right? Huo Zili asked. Chapter 16, Mechanical Failure. 6. Are you talking about that incident? The driver said with a smile. That idea was suggested by the chairman's daughter. She intentionally had me call her, and then at the press conference, to keep you there, she lied and claimed she was threatened. The chairman's daughter also said you would definitely believe her. Huo Zili closed his mouth. You should have realized that this was a trick by Liang Meng, that mischievous girl, to prevent him from leaving the press conference. However, after hearing another side of Liang Meng from Yimei in the restaurant at Forest Park, Huo Zili's impression of Liang Meng began to change. Seeing Yimei's earnest expression made Huo Zili truly question whether Liang Meng was as scheming as Yimei described. As a police officer, one should maintain a reasonable skepticism towards everything, never believing everything one hears or sees. In fact, Huo Zili had not been busy these past 2 days. He just wasn't ready to return to that old home to face a suddenly repentant father and a mother who could only exist in a computer. When Huo Zili told Liang Meng about his mother's ghost, Liang Meng fell silent for a long time, as if contemplating something. Huo Zili did not disturb her. It was night, and they were in a regular restaurant at the street corner. The restaurant was not far from where Huo Zili and Liang Meng had grown up, and they sat by the window, each lost in their thoughts, looking at the colorful neon lights under the night sky. Time had passed, and the night view now felt to them like a graceful woman wrapped in a fashionable coat of a young girl. exuding an indescribable, strange allure. I have a very vague impression of my mother, who committed suicide by jumping off a building. Sometimes she appears in my dreams, falling from a high building. Liang Meng suddenly said, I don't know how I would face her if my mother came back to life like yours from the computer. I seem to have no feelings for her. Huo Zili said, that's not your fault. After all, your mother left you when you were very young. Liang Meng smiled bitterly. Perhaps the word mother is just a term in my heart. I never knew what maternal love was. If I had known my mother would die in a rented room, I would have preferred she never had me as her son, or that I never had this mother, rather than feeling so sad now. Huo Zili sighed, be strong, Meng Meng. I've been strong since I was a child, to the point of being psychologically dark. Liang Meng laughed. At least I'm stronger than you. Huo Zili retorted, I'm strong too, not any weaker than you. Liang Meng said, but you are too emotional. In that regard, you're not as good as me. Emotional? Huo Zili thought for a moment. Am I being emotional? Liang Meng's eyes had a hint of disappointment as she said, you say you're not? Your mother was forced to death by that mistress, and you just ran away from home. I know what you mean. Huo Zili's expression darkened. That wasn't running away, nor was it emotional. I don't care about my dad's money. I have hands and feet. I can earn a living by myself. Forget it. I won't argue with you, Liang Meng said. We have different experiences, so our views of the world are naturally different. You grew up in a loving environment. I'm not like you. Huo Zili was surprised. What's wrong with you? Liang Meng blinked her eyes and unexpectedly shed 2 tears. Huo Zili asked, why are you crying? Liang Meng took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, smiling bitterly. After lunch today, you had dinner with my stepmother, right? How did you know? Huo Zili was even more surprised. You kept it from me. Liang Meng glared at Huo Zili. I was at the hospital with my dad. Later, your dad came, and I heard your dad say it. She then asked, what was that woman looking for you for if she wasn't taking care of my dad? Huo Zili hesitated. Nothing. We just caught up. Caught up? Liang Meng snorted. I bet she slandered me to you. Huo Zili was shocked. How could you think that? I'm not a fool. How could I not know what that woman is thinking? Liang Meng said, she must have told you that the reason Tianchi brother had an accident back then was because I pretended to sleepwalk at midnight and sneaked into his room to swap his spiked shoes with flat ones. Right? She probably also said that as soon as I came back, my dad had an accident, and it must be my fault. Huo Zili fell silent. If you don't say anything, it means you agree, right? Liang Meng mocked. I knew that woman was not only insane, but also like a mad dog, biting at random. This strange mother-daughter pair really left one speechless. Huo Zili sighed. It seems there are quite deep misunderstandings between you and your mother. First, she's not my mother. Second, there are no misunderstandings between us, Liang Meng said. She just wants me dead. Huo Zili said, you're being too serious, aren't you? Serious? Liang Meng laughed it off. Do you know, when I was 6 years old, she slandered me in front of my dad, saying I sneaked into Tianchi brother's room at midnight, threw his spiked shoes under the bed, and placed a pair of flat shoes by the bed, causing him to fall off the parallel bars the next day. She also said that the accident was all my premeditated design, but I was just a 6-year-old child. How could I know anything? Besides, her imagination is too rich, isn't it? Even an adult wouldn't think that swapping shoes could murder someone, right? That's just too far-fetched. Huo Zili shook his head. Unless you're some kind of near-Laplace demon. Liang Meng asked, do you think I am? Huo Zili shook his head again. I don't feel that way. The Laplace demon is a scientific hypothesis proposed in 1814 by French mathematician Pierre-Simon Laplace. For hundreds of years, it has been referred to as one of the 4 great beasts of science. In his theory, Laplace suggested that if a wise person knew the exact position and momentum of every atom in the universe, they could use Newton's laws to demonstrate the entire process of cosmic events, past and future. Japanese mystery novelist Higashino Kigo wrote a novel called Laplace's Witch, where the murderer is a tragic figure, almost like a Laplace demon, whose methods of killing are full of chance and drama. So much so that even the police believe the cause of death was purely accidental and could not possibly be a murder. However, looking at Liang Meng, even if she had a high IQ, Huo Zili felt she did not possess the qualities of a Laplace demon. Also that year, Liang Meng continued, we went to Forest Park for fun, and my shoes fell into the tiger's area. You and Tianchi brother helped me get them back, right? Huo Zili nodded yes. Liang Meng said, but in that woman's eyes, I became someone who deliberately harmed Tianchi brother to send him to the tiger. Huo Zili asked. How did you know she suspected you? Liang Meng said, after Tianchi brother became disabled, I had a fight with her once, and she told me so. Huo Zili asked, what were you fighting about? Liang Meng frowned. What else could it be? She has already imagined me as the murderer who harmed Tianchi brother. So she looks at me with disdain. Whenever dad is not home, even if I leave a shoe print on the floor, she scolds me. Even if she doesn't say it, can't I feel her malice? Huo Zili sighed. Actually, Liang Meng said, I don't know why she holds such a big prejudice against me. I mean, this was her attitude even before Tianchi had his accident. Huo Zili frowned, suddenly remembering that Yi Mei had mentioned to him that although Liang Meng was just a small child at the time, her eyes seemed to reflect the gaze of an adult. Is this really Yi Mei's bias? Liang Meng suddenly asked Huo Zili. Back then, when we had the incident at the forest park, didn't your walkie-talkie work without pressing a button, allowing your mom to hear you speak? Yes. Huo Zili asked in confusion. Why are you suddenly asking this? Liang Meng said. That day, my shoe fell into the cliff below, and I remember crying very sadly. Logically speaking, both your mom and Tianchi Guo's mom should have been able to hear me crying, right? Huo Zili said. It should be. No, it's not just should be, Liang Meng said, because your mom couldn't hear your voice later when she rushed over to us, and they came together. So what? Why didn't they come when I was crying? Liang Meng smiled bitterly. Who in this world has ever truly cared about me? Chapter 17 Mechanical Failure 7. It's been so long since that incident. Huo Zili comforted Liang Meng. Just let it go. Liang Meng sighed. I've always been able to let go. It's just that the tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. Huo Zili asked in surprise. The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop? Do you know that ever since Brother Tianchi had his accident, his mother has been wanting to kill me? Liang Meng said, the year we were kidnapped by the kidnappers, the lie I told to make them lower their guard was not really a lie, but the truth. She really wanted to kill me. And, at that time, I really didn't want to go back to that house. Huo Zili asked in shock. How did she want to kill you? Liang Meng said, once she was cooking in the kitchen, and I passed by, I saw her putting some small white pills on the chopping board and crushing them with a rolling pin. Then she put them into the bowl I was going to eat from. Wow, that sounds terrifying. Huo Zili felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of drug did she put in? Liang Meng said, I don't know, it should be poison. Anyway, I didn't dare to eat that meal. Huo Zili fell silent. Previously, when he had lunch with Yi Mei in the forest park, he had heard Yi Mei say that Liang Meng suspected her cooking was poisoned, which made her very angry, and she dumped the bowl of rice in front of Liang Meng into the trash can. He never expected that this incident had a reason behind it, and that some of Yi Mei's actions had indeed caused Liang Meng to suspect her. A girl born from her father's mistress, experiencing her mother's suicide at a young age, the disdain from her stepmother, and after her half-brother's accident, her stepmother's murderous intent toward her. God knows what kind of psychological burden this would place on such a young girl. It might drive someone insane or make someone very strong. Liang Meng clearly belonged to the latter. Experiences shape character. Perhaps that's why Liang Meng has been very brave since childhood. You know, Liang Meng wiped away the remaining tears at the corner of her eye with the tip of her middle finger. Do you know why I went abroad back then? Huo Zili lowered his head and said, I've always wanted to know the reason. Back then, we were such good playmates, playing together, doing homework together, going through life and death together, and suddenly one day, the other person seemed to have disappeared from this world without a trace. No one knew that not long after Liang Meng left, Huo Zili had locked himself in his room and cried for a long time. You have to know that he usually wouldn't cry, even when he got beaten. His tears seemed to only flow for his mother and Liang Meng. Liang Meng looked out the window and said, actually, back then, Tianchi's mother only mentally tortured me. She never hit me. Later, to leave that house, I started to torture myself, like hitting my arm with a hammer until it swelled, or cutting my arm with a kitchen knife. Huo Zili's face turned pale. Then, I lied that these wounds were from her hitting me. Liang Meng's smile carried a hint of pride. At first, my dad argued with her a few times about this, but I could tell my dad was too busy with work to care. After the first day of fighting, the next day, they were fine. But over time, my dad started to realize the seriousness of this matter. So he sent me to the United States to study. Huo Zili sighed softly and asked, how have you been in the U.S. these years? Liang Meng snorted through her nose and said, it's just okay, peaceful. Anyway, No one dares to mess with me. I also learned Jeet Kune Do and Judo there. 3 or 5 people can't even get close to me. Hearing Liang Meng say this, Huo Zili thought of what she had said at the press conference at the Yiri Group this morning, where she seriously told him that someone was threatening her over the phone and asked him to protect her. He couldn't help but furrow his brow and pretended to be wronged. Then do you still want me to protect you today? Liang Meng made a funny face and said, Isn't that to keep you around? You silly. Huo Zili awkwardly picked up his cup and took a sip of his drink. Liang Meng put away her smile. Her expression became more serious and said, Brother, I came to find you today not only because I missed you, but also because I have something important to discuss with you. Hearing Liang Meng say she missed him, Huo Zili's face immediately turned red. How could he not miss Liang Meng? But seeing her today, Huo Zili always felt that the atmosphere between them was strange. It was not the innocent feeling they had as children. He was still him, and he still kept a place in his heart for Liang Meng. However, after so many years without seeing each other, that feeling was slowly fading. He was also unsure whether Liang Meng could be considered his first love. Although Liang Meng seemed carefree when facing him, just like when they were young, quirky and lively. Her witty conversation in the morning and heartfelt talk tonight seemed to dilute the awkwardness of years apart, but Huo Zili still felt that something was missing between them. As for what that was, if he had to define it, it should be the blank past during the years Liang Meng was in America after she disappeared. Just relying on a childhood memory suddenly brought 2 adults back to that intimate relationship of childhood, while Liang Meng didn't think it was bad. Huo Zili always felt like he was acting in a play with her. He didn't dislike Liang Meng. He had fantasized about marrying her when they were kids, writing essays with Liang Meng as the theme, only to be told by a perceptive teacher that he was dating early. Now, seeing the real person who used to only appear in his dreams, he still liked her, but his rationality told him that they shouldn't develop too quickly. Hey, Liang Meng wondered, what are you looking at on the ground? Huo Zili came back to his senses and said, I wasn't looking at anything. Liang Meng rolled her eyes at him. I said, I have something serious to discuss tonight. Are you even listening? Em listening. Huo Zili smiled. You go ahead. Liang Meng lowered her eyelids, bit her lip, as if confirming something in her heart. Then she suddenly looked at Huo Zili and said, I suspect. My dad has spinal injury at the press conference caused by the mind mecha generation. One was definitely not an accident. Huo Zili blinked. Oh. Liang Meng narrowed her eyes. I also suspect that today, Tianqi's mother came to find you, and it's not just as simple as being neurotic and belittling me. This is a case of the villain complaining first. Huo Zili's heart tightened. He couldn't help but remember that you may had said to him earlier today that Liang Meng was a very intelligent girl, far beyond ordinary people. You're not saying anything. So it seems that's the case. Liang Meng sneered. I guess correctly. It must be that woman who caused trouble and harmed my dad. Huo Zili thought for a moment. He didn't plan to deny Liang Meng, nor did he plan to admit it. Then he stared at Liang Meng's beautiful big eyes, bright as moonlight and sly as a fox, and said, Tell me your thoughts. Liang Meng pondered. Mind mecha generation 1 had previously found 3 people for experiments before my dad tried it on, and during the trial period, there were no issues. And only after that was my dad allowed to wear it. Do you know who was responsible for finding these 3 people for the experiments back then? Huo Zili answered without hesitation. Lu Huanin? Liang Meng said. Yes, how did you know? Huo Zili said. After he sent your dad to the hospital today. Didn't Li Chengran also suspect that your dad's accident wasn't an accident and directly pointed the finger at Lu Huanin? Liang Meng nodded and sighed. I thought you never cared about these intrigues in the company, so I didn't expect you to hear those words. I didn't want to listen to these, but they were talking about it right in front of me. How could I not hear it? Huo Zili changed the subject. But, how did you know I don't care about this? Liang Menglu showed a mysterious smile, which was, of course, inferred from your character and the work you are currently engaged in. Huo Zili was taken aback and asked, Can this really be inferred? Of course it can. Liang Meng replied with what seemed like an unrelated remark. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Many people bow and scrape for benefits, going to great lengths. But you are an exception. Huo Zili was confused and asked, How am I an exception? I'm also working hard for survival and for my dreams. Only those who do not compete can be unmatched in the world. You are that kind of proud and independent person. Liang Ming looked at Huo Zili with humility, saying, "Our personalities as we grow up and the work we engage in are actually an integration of our childhood experiences. The way we handled certain situations in our childhood already hinted at what kind of person we would become when we grew up." Huo Zili seemed to recall something and said, "I think I've read something similar to what you just said in a book. Makes a lot of sense, right?" Liang Ming said, "Take yourself as an example." Huo Zili looked at Liang Ming with great interest, wondering why she seemed to hesitate. Liang Ming said, "I want to continue, but you must have understood something by now. This actually doesn't require my inference." Chapter 18, Mechanical Failure. 8. Huo Zili pondered for a moment and felt that Liang Ming's words had some truth to them. Everyone has their own aspirations. He indeed had little interest in the company's affairs and various interpersonal relationships, and he was quite averse to the overt and covert struggles and deceit among businessmen, which were rather troublesome for someone like him. Today, while Liang Zhen was still in the operating room at the hospital, several major shareholders outside were already making a fuss. The usual barriers were beginning to show, but what Huo Zili never expected was that the future conflict among the four heroes would involve Yimei and Liang Ming. First, Yimei came to him, saying that Liang Ming was plotting against her husband, and now Liang Ming had come to him, claiming that Yimei was the villain who cried first. Even more puzzling was that just before changing the subject, Liang Ming mentioned Lu Huanan, one of the future four heroes. "You just said that Lu Huanan was responsible for finding someone to trial the Mind Mecha Generation 1. Huo Zili asked Liang Ming, "Do you suspect Lu Huanan did something during this process that caused your dad to be injured due to a machine malfunction at the press conference?" Liang Ming nodded. Huo Zili frowned. "But you said earlier that Tianqi's mom was the villain who cried first. I don't understand. How many suspects do you actually have in your eyes? This doesn't make sense." "This makes perfect sense. There are two suspects, Lu Huanan and Tianqi's mom. Both of them." Liang Ming lowered her voice, leaning forward slightly towards Huo Zili. "I'm telling you, they are in cahoots." Huo Zili was suddenly startled. "In cahoots?" Liang Ming nodded slightly and recounted a past event. That year, Liang Ming was in the 6th grade, approaching graduation, and the school curriculum became intense. Several teachers deprived the students of their study time. Liang Ming vaguely remembered that during the self-study class that afternoon, the math teacher rushed into the classroom, preparing dozens of math problems about geometric calculations and quantitative relationships for the students. At that time, Liang Ming looked around and noticed that her classmates were not very enthusiastic. Initially, she felt a bit smug. As a top student, completing the test was effortless, but halfway through, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her stomach. She knew this was a stomach spasm. This had been happening for over half a year. As she always had to be cautious of her stepmother, Yimei poisoning her food. When her dad was home, she would eat ravenously, and when he was away, she would eat very carefully. Waking up hungry in the middle of the night had become the norm, so her stomach had developed problems over time. Yet, she still persisted in answering all the math problems and was the first to hand in her paper at the teacher's desk, followed by quietly telling the teacher that her stomach illness had acted up and if she could go home early. The teacher agreed to her leave and even asked if she wanted a ride home or to call her family to pick her up. Liang Ming said no. She wasn't a child anymore and had often gone to and from school alone for a long time. At that time, Huo Zili, who was still doing problems, had secretly glanced at her and generally noticed that Liang Ming's complexion was somewhat unusual. When Liang Ming reached this point in her story, Huo Zili vaguely recalled that in his memory, there indeed seemed to be such a scene. Later, Liang Ming took the bus home alone, and after getting off, she went to a clinic near her neighborhood to get some medicine. The kind doctor even gave her a disposable cup to take her medicine in the clinic. After that, Liang Ming returned home. What she saw was an unbearable scene. The moment she turned the key and opened the door, she saw Yimei kissing a man. The man had his back to Liang Ming, but just from his silhouette, Liang Ming recognized who he was. She had seen this man a few times before. He looked very refined, but he always came to her house looking for her dad, Liang Zhen, and their conversations were very casual, like brothers. Her dad even asked Liang Ming to call him Uncle Lu. This Uncle Lu was one of the future four heroes, Lu Huanan. But now her dad was not home, and this Uncle Lu was with her dad's wife, which made Liang Ming furious. She glared at the two, feeling indignant for her dad. Yimi, seeing Liang Meng suddenly burst into the house, hurriedly broke away from Uncle Lu, hastily tidied her hair, and pretended to be angry, saying to Uncle Lu, "You need to get out. Why are you here making a scene after drinking too much?" Uncle Lu seemed to realize something, slowly turned around, and saw Liang Meng looking at him with an unusually disgusted expression. "Yes, I drank too much," Uncle Lu said, swaying as he approached Liang Meng, reaching out to pat her slender shoulder, but Liang Meng dodged away. Meng, don't take it to heart, and don't tell your dad," Uncle Lu said. "I really did drink and acted inappropriately, but I promise I won't come to your house as long as your dad is not home." Liang Meng smelled the strong alcohol on Uncle Lu and looked around, noticing half a bottle of white liquor and several dishes on the dining table. After Uncle Lu left, Liang Meng silently walked past Yimei and headed towards her room. As she brushed past Yimei, she caught a whiff of the ambiguous scent of perfume mixed with alcohol on her. "Why are you back so early today?" Yimei asked her. Liang Meng didn't answer and went straight into her room, shutting the door. Then she leaned against the wooden door, feeling a bit dazed. She inexplicably opened the door a crack and saw Yimei cleaning up the food and alcohol on the dining table, dumping everything into a trash bag. And after cleaning up, she started spraying air freshener all over the living room. Actually, during that time, her dad Liang Zhen was on a business trip abroad, supposedly inspecting a project, and had not returned home for a long time. Yimei came out with the trash bag, and when she returned home, she saw Liang Meng heating porridge in the kitchen. She stood still for a moment, then walked into the kitchen. Meng, don't tell your dad about this," Yimei said. Liang Meng turned her back to Yimei. "Why not?" Yimei snorted lightly. "Actually, it wouldn't matter if you told him. He probably already knows. Your Uncle Lu has had a crush on me since we were in college. And your dad's success in starting a business is also supported by your Uncle Lu's family consortium. Sometimes when your dad sees how good your Uncle Lu is to me, he pretends not to see it since he benefited from them back then." Liang Meng continued to sip her porridge from a small bowl. She didn't know how to refute this woman, whom she saw as so frivolous. Yimei continued, "Actually, there's really nothing between your Uncle Lu and me. We were college classmates. It's normal to chat together. He was always very respectful to me. He must have just drunk too much today." Liang Meng took a sip of the steaming porridge and said word by word, "But you are already married. You are my dad's wife. While my dad is on a business trip, you brought this man home, which is disloyal to him. You don't deserve my dad." Yimei's heart sank, and she sighed lightly. "But how has your dad ever been loyal to me?" She continued, Meng, I don't want you to tell your dad, partly because I'm afraid he'll get angry, and partly because I'm also afraid he might impulsively fall out with your Uncle Lu. But he still can't do without your Uncle Lu. Without the money from your Uncle Lu's family, his company wouldn't survive, and then the company would go bankrupt. At that time, the Yiri Group was just a real estate company in the city, far from achieving today's success and scale. In the real estate industry, the greatest fear is a broken cash flow. Once the company faces a financial crisis, the consequences are unimaginable. That day, Yimei patiently explained the operation process of Yiri Company to a 13-year-old child, just to tell Liang Meng that she must not share anything about her and Uncle Lu with Liang Zhen. In the end, Yimei revealed the crucial reason that made Liang Meng decide to give up mentioning this to her father, Liang Zhen. "Your father plans to send you to the United States for school after you graduate from elementary school. But if the company encounters problems, this plan will become a fantasy," Yimei said. Chapter 19, Mechanical Failure. 9. "So," Huo Zili asked Liang Meng, "you ultimately didn't tell your dad about this?" "No." Liang Meng's gaze became obscure. "At that time, I was really disgusted by the matters between adults. After all, I'm also the child of a mistress. Sometimes I hate myself too, but I want to live." Huo Zili silently sighed in his heart. In this world, the rights and wrongs between adults seem difficult to clarify. It's not just a matter of right and wrong. However, Liang Meng, who was just a child at the time, was not wrong. Whether she chose to tell her father Liang Zhen or not, she was not wrong. At that moment, it is easy to imagine how difficult and sad Liang Meng felt making such a decision. Liang Meng continued, "Actually, there are two reasons why I didn't decide to tell my dad. First, if my dad found out, he would have a falling out with Lu Huanan, leading to the company's bankruptcy. At that time, Tianqi's mom, that gold-digging woman, would definitely leave my dad, and he would end up with nothing. Second, if my dad chose to endure, I think he would be very painful, very melancholic. It would be better if he didn't know about this. Huo Zili thought for a moment. What you said does seem to make sense. Moreover, Liang Meng sighed at that time. My relationship with Tianqi's mom had already reached a point of irreconcilable conflict. I really want to leave that home quickly. She didn't want to see me, and I didn't want to see her. If I hadn't left at that time, I really can't imagine what terrible things would have happened later. Maybe she would have killed me, or I might have killed her. Huo Zili was astonished and sighed. Anyway, killing is not acceptable. Liang Meng scoffed. Isn't that just a figment of imagination? If you told me to kill someone, I wouldn't dare. Huo Zili exhaled. That's good. He then pondered and said, but, as you said, it was Tianqi's mom who conspired with Lu Huanan to harm your dad. But what benefit would that bring to Tianqi's mom? Liang Meng replied, after harming my dad, those two can be together. Whether that woman gives Lu Huanan a portion of the shares, or Lu Huanan gives that woman a portion of the shares, one of them would hold the largest share of the company and become the leader. As for the brain chip that can restore Tianqi's intelligence, the company will continue its research. Huo Zili sighed. You haven't been home for so many years. How can you determine that Lu Huanan and Tianqi's mom still maintained that kind of relationship? Liang Meng retorted. Didn't you see the woman's indifferent attitude towards my dad when you were at the hospital today? I saw it, Huo Zili said. He continued. Everything you said is just speculation. We still need evidence. Liang Meng rolled her eyes at Huo Zili. If I had evidence, why would I come to you? I'd go directly to the police. Huo Zili shrugged helplessly. Then what do you want me to do with what you told me? Today, at the hospital, the other four said they would conduct a self-investigation. What can I do? Liang Meng smiled mysteriously. How about we form a secret investigation team? Huo Zili was surprised. Secret investigation team? Liang Meng said, you spend more time with your dad these days, and I'll spend more time with my uncle, while secretly probing them to see how they are investigating. What we need to do is organize and analyze the information we get, looking for any loopholes in their investigation. On one hand, we can remind them, and on the other hand, we might follow the clues to uncover the truth behind what happened to my dad. A shadow seemed to creep onto Huo Zili's forehead. When Liang Meng mentioned her uncle Yang Wanjun, Huo Zili suddenly remembered that earlier today, at the hospital, one of the four, Li Chengran, seemed to imply that besides suspecting the gentleman Lu Huanan, he was also suspicious of Liang Meng's uncle Yang Wanjun. He even said that the head of the department responsible for developing the first generation of the thought-controlled mech was Yang Wanjun. And later there was a confrontation between them that almost led to a fight. Now, Liang Meng wanted to form a secret investigation team with him. But if Liang Zhen really had an accident that wasn't an accident, and the true mastermind was Yang Wanjun, then Huo Zili obtaining information from his father and then exchanging it with Liang Meng would give Yang Wanjun the opportunity to counter. After not seeing Liang Meng for so many years, how could Huo Zili be sure that she hadn't teamed up with her uncle Yang Wanjun to harm her father? After all, Yime's reasoning was also very valid. If Liang Zhen had an accident, Liang Meng would logically become the heir to the company and the biggest beneficiary. Liang Meng stared into Huo Zili's troubled eyes, seemingly sensing some kind of unease deep within him. She said, I know what you were worried about. Oh, Huo Zili was taken aback. What am I worried about? Liang Meng said, you're worried that if my uncle is the real culprit behind my dad's harm, will I conspire with him to harm my dad? Huo Zili hadn't thought of this initially, but after Liang Meng pointed it out, he scratched his head. But now that you mention it, it does seem possible, huh? Okay, I don't blame you for misunderstanding me. It's human nature, Liang Meng said calmly. Let us do this. I'll show you the information I've gathered. Well, you don't have to show me. Although you're a fool, I think you should be better than me at solving cases. Huo Zili blinked and didn't answer Liang Meng. Sometimes silence is a form of acquiescence. Anyway, I don't believe my dad's incident at the press conference was just an accident, Liang Meng said. As long as you, this secret detective, do your part, I'm willing to be your secret subordinate. Huo Zili said nothing, picked up his cup, took a sip of his drink, and slowly turned his gaze to the night view outside the window. Liang Meng smiled and said, to show my sincerity, I'm giving you a document I collected from my uncle. She took out a file from her orange Hermes handbag and placed it on the dining table, sliding it to Huo Zili with two long, fair fingers. Huo Zili picked up the file, took out a stack of documents, and asked, what is this? Liang Meng said. This is the functional description and data parameters of the first generation of thought-controlled mechs, including detailed records from the trial period to my dad's formal use. Huo Zili flipped through a few pages and curiously asked, shouldn't this count as company confidential information? Yes. Before the company officially launches the first generation of thought-controlled mechs, it should be considered company confidential, Liang Meng sighed, so I stole this from my uncle. Impressive. How did you do it? Huo Zili exclaimed, giving Liang Meng a thumbs up. You are really bold. What is there to be afraid of? Liang Meng said, I went to see my uncle this afternoon and took the opportunity while he was out for a meeting to secretly print a copy using his computer. I want to leak it to the outside world, of course, except for you. I'm counting on you to help me. Huo Zili squinted and asked, Aren't you afraid your uncle is the murderer behind your dad's harm? Impossible, Liang Meng said decisively. I know my uncle too well. He is brave, but lacks strategy. He is just a simpleton. Although he is a department head, he wouldn't be able to carry out something as detailed as harming my dad. And he wouldn't do it either. Huo Zili casually asked, what if he did? Liang Meng said without hesitation, then let the police put him in jail. Huo Zili was flipping through the pages while teasingly saying, Are you executing justice at the expense of your own kin? Enough with the nonsense, Liang Meng replied irritably. Just watch what you do. Chapter 20 Mechanical Failure 10. Huo Zili carefully flipped through the documents page by page. The various parameters and data on the documents gave him a headache, as he mostly couldn't understand them. However, this did not mean that he could not make sense of the information. His mind quickly organized these seemingly cryptic texts, and in the end, he summarized them concisely as follows. In short, the principle of the first-generation mind control mecha is based on implanting a chip the size of a fingernail in a person's brain. The hundreds of microelectrode sensors on the chip are responsible for collecting brain signals, which are then converted into electronic signals by external intelligent software. Subsequently, the software transmits these electronic signals to the first-generation mind-controlled mecha, which can perform a series of movements that appear to be no different from those of a normal person based on the instructions sent by the software. The department responsible for developing the first-generation mind-controlled mecha is headed by Yang Wanjun and his deputy Lu Huanan, both of whom are part of the Four Talents of the future. Li Chengran, another member of the Four Talents, also plays a role in this department, overseeing project progress and internal personnel assessments. In fact, the principle of intelligent machinery is quite similar to that of mechanical arms and legs. But the first-generation mind-controlled mecha extends to the entire body and involves a significant financial investment. Moreover, there were no major obstacles during the development process. However, since the target user of the first-generation mind-controlled mecha is the group Chairman Liang Zhen, the company has placed special emphasis on it, going to great lengths. Except for Huo Zili, who is not included among the Four Talents, the other three have been assigned to this department. Although Yang Wanjun is the supervisor, Lu Huanan is the deputy supervisor, and Li Chengran is the overseer. All three of them are part-time positions. And the department responsible for the first-generation mind-controlled mecha was also temporarily established. Therefore, there is no distinction of rank among the three, just different roles. That said, all three of them have only a superficial understanding of this high technology. The scientists in the department, led by Ding Yi, are the core figures who determine the fate of the first-generation mind-controlled mecha. The three members of the Four Talents are essentially playing a supporting role in supervision and financial expenditure. In fact, Ding Yi is the one who decides the success or failure of the first-generation mind-controlled mecha. In the confidential document given to Huo Zili by Liang Meng, there is a background introduction about Ding Yi. Scientist Ding Yi is 51 years old this year, a proponent of not marrying, who studied at the University of Cambridge in the UK and obtained a doctorate. He is usually taciturn, dislikes socializing, has very few friends, and his daily life consists basically of commuting between work and home. Scientific research seems to be his only interest, making him what people often refer to as a genius. After the first-generation mind-controlled mecha was successfully developed under Ding Yi's leadership, Lu Huanan, the deputy supervisor, found 3 testers. The first tester is a man in his 50s who is a stroke patient, with a milder condition compared to Liang Zhen, and can barely walk with a cane. In his youth, He founded a martial arts school and was said to be proficient in many martial arts styles, making him a martial arts enthusiast. After losing his wife and daughter in a car accident, he fell into despair and neglect, leading to the closure of his martial arts school. It is said that he later served time in detention for drug use. After this, martial artist donned the first-generation mind-controlled mecha and adapted to the intelligent machinery. He performed a martial arts routine spontaneously and praised the first-generation mind-controlled mecha profusely afterward. However, he could not afford to buy it and left with only a compensation bonus from the company. The second tester is a middle-aged man in his 40s who was once a high jumper. After retiring, he started a small company and lives comfortably, enjoying travel and mountain climbing. Let's call him a climber. The climber has always idolized the chairman of a well-known real estate company in the country, who is wealthy and well-known, yet enjoys climbing Mount Everest. To emulate his idol, the climber decided to gather a few like-minded friends from his climbing club to challenge themselves by climbing Mount Everest. Unfortunately, during the climb, he accidentally slipped down a slope and fell into a ravine. He was rescued, but he broke his spine. After trying the first-generation mind-controlled mecha, the climber praised it just like the martial artist and was eager to spend a fortune to buy it. Although he is paralyzed, his company is still well managed by his wife, operating smoothly and remaining profitable. Even if the first-generation mind-controlled mecha is a bit expensive, they can afford it. Unfortunately, the company only has one set available at the moment and can only accept reservations. The third tester is a dancer who was once somewhat famous in the entertainment industry. Also a man and is under 40 years old. He is tall, broad-shouldered, narrow-waisted, and handsome. When he was in the limelight on stage, he received much admiration from female fans, often receiving love letters and photos from girls in his email. Over time, he could not suppress his desires and began to indulge himself. One time, he secretly met a female fan at a hotel, but they were caught in bed by her boyfriend, who attacked the dancer with a kitchen knife multiple times and killed the female fan on the spot. The boyfriend had some mental issues and had long suspected his girlfriend of infidelity, making her suffer greatly. She wanted to break up with him, but he was possessive, believing she could never belong to anyone else. He even threatened her that if she dared to mention breaking up again, he would kill her entire family. At that time, the girlfriend had not been unfaithful. However, over time, facing her boyfriend's twisted, controlling nature, she began to seek emotional support, hoping for a truly loving man to take her away from her misery. She turned to her idol, the dancer, for help. Initially, she only wrote letters to the dancer, and he suggested she report it, but she had tried that before without success, as her boyfriend would deny everything, and she had no evidence, leading the police to drop the case. The dancer lamented and asked the girl how beautiful she must be to have inspired such a twisted love from a man. The girl sent a photo to the dancer, and he was smitten. As they chatted more, they began to meet and date. The dancer claimed he would take her abroad to live permanently, completely escaping that man, but before that day arrived, the girl's boyfriend discovered everything. On the day of the incident, the boyfriend followed the girlfriend to the hotel, saw her enter a room on a certain floor, and began to wait for the arrival of her lover. Later, he saw the dancer enter the room where his girlfriend was. Shocked and furious, he could not believe a beloved public figure would engage in such an affair. He hurried downstairs to the front desk and told the staff he had forgotten his key. When asked for his room number, he provided it along with his girlfriend's phone number and ID number. The staff took him to open the door, and upon entering, he saw the dancer and his girlfriend lying in bed together, both without clothes. After the tragedy, the boyfriend went to prison, while the dancer suffered severe injuries to his back from a knife, causing serious external wounds and indirectly leading to spinal bleeding, resulting in full-body paralysis. Later, this incident became a hot topic online, and the dancer's previous unsavory experiences were thoroughly exposed by the media and some well-meaning individuals, including some victims, the dancer's fan club. It is reported that the dancer was in a relationship with the girl who was murdered by her perverted boyfriend, while also having romantic relationships with several other girls. Liu Huanan initially chose the dancer to conduct the final round of testing for the first-generation thought-controlled mecha, considering the dancer's influence in the community. Although the dancer's reputation is now widely tarnished, the media remains very interested in any of his actions, as do netizens. Although later Chairman Liang Zhen personally hosted the press conference for the first-generation thought-controlled mecha, which had significant social influence. It was considered that the target audience consisted of several different groups of people. Those who like celebrities may not necessarily be interested in high technology, and those who enjoy gossip may not be fans of entrepreneurs. To make the first-generation thought-controlled mecha well-known, it was undoubtedly a good strategy to have someone like the dancer, who may not be highly valuable but has considerable influence, conduct a test, and then release it online. The dancer was very excited after adapting to the first-generation thought-controlled mecha and performed many of Michael Jackson's dances on the spot, asking those present to record videos of him. Chapter 21 Mechanical Failure 11. I'm not the only one who doesn't believe that what happened to my dad was just an accident. Liang Ming looked at Huo Zili with a determined gaze. You saw everything that happened in the hospital at noon. The four heroes of the future also don't believe this is an accident. How could this possibly be an accident? Every product from the company undergoes rigorous testing before its release to ensure that everything is flawless before the launch event. Moreover, this time the client is my dad, so the company should be even more cautious. Who would believe this is an accident? Huo Zili put down the documents in his hands and sighed, saying thoughtfully, the mind control mech Generation 1 is a high-tech product. I think. Liang Ming couldn't help but ask as she noticed he hesitated. What do you think? Huo Zili said, if your dad's incident wasn't an accident, but rather someone sabotaged it by tampering with the intelligent machinery, then that person definitely wouldn't be Lu Huanan or your uncle Yang Wanjun, because they simply couldn't do it. The three testers are also not the problem. They wouldn't be able to do it either. Following Huo Zili's line of thought, Liang Ming said, so you're saying if the mind control mech Generation 1 was indeed tampered with, then that person must be either scientist Ding Yi or someone from his team. Huo Zili sighed. We can't rule out the possibility that someone behind the scenes directed someone in Ding Yi's team to tamper with the mind control mech Generation 1. He continued, however, we need to first figure out what kind of malfunction the intelligent machinery experienced to cause such an incident. Liang Ming shrugged and said, you're right. So, what's your plan next? Huo Zili scratched his head, looking a bit disheveled. I haven't thought it through yet. Nonsense. I don't believe you. Liang Ming pouted. You're supposed to be a criminal investigation officer, but you're even worse than I am, an outsider. Oh, Huo Zili asked with interest. What do you plan to do? Liang Ming replied, of course, I'm going to find scientist Ding Yi. The only way to find a breakthrough is through Ding Yi. Huo Zili nodded. That's a good suggestion. Liang Ming couldn't help but show a proud expression. So when do you plan to find Ding Yi? I think the sooner, the better, the longer we wait. The more changes can happen. Huo Zili raised an eyebrow and looked at Liang Ming with an incredulous expression. Liang Ming asked in confusion, why are you looking at me like that? Huo Zili retorted, did you forget what you promised me before? Promise? Liang Ming was even more confused. What did I promise you? Huo Zili sighed helplessly. Didn't you say you would be my secret subordinate and wouldn't ask me anything you shouldn't know? In that instant, Liang Ming realized that the man sitting across from her had become incredibly unfamiliar. She couldn't describe this strange feeling, as if someone had suddenly poured a bucket of cold water over her while she was walking on a sunny street. Huo Zili must have thought of going to find Ding Yi to investigate the situation already, right? But he actually told her he hadn't figured it out yet. Later, as she pressed him, Huo Zili finally revealed his true self beneath his gentle demeanor. Damn it, no wonder he's a police officer, Liang Ming said irritably. I just want to find a murderer quickly and avenge my dad. If you want to defend yourself, go ahead. I know you're not the murderer. If you were, why would you show me these and let me help you investigate secretly? Huo Zili smiled. You should understand the word principle, right? After saying that, Huo Zili lowered his eyelids, pondering whether his response was a lie. He felt that the first half of that sentence was dismissive of Liang Ming, while the latter half was the truth. Liang Ming blinked. Principle? Yes, Huo Zili said. Principles allow a person to live simply, think clearly, and act without chaos. Come on. Liang Ming snorted. I never realized before that you were such a suspicious little fox. I can't believe it. Huo Zili gasped. This is the first time someone has said that to me. They were deceived by your foolish appearance. Liang Ming mocked. After so many years. It turns out you become so cunning. Huo Zili smiled wryly. Say what you want. He felt that he had not changed at all. The next day, Huo Zili went to work at the police station as usual. During lunch, he called his father's driver. asking him to pick him up from the old neighborhood where he rented a place at 7 in the evening. Within 20 minutes, the driver called back to inform him not to eat dinner outside that night, as his father, Mr. Huo, would personally cook dinner at home. His father, Huo, was a well-traveled man who had been to many places and countries in his life, tasting various delicacies, both Chinese and Western, from all over. Whenever Huo returned from a business trip, he would personally cook a full table of dishes for his wife and son. Huo had a naturally meticulous mind. Having eaten out so often, he could replicate dishes in the kitchen, making them look and taste great. Since ancient times, it has been a tradition for Chinese people to strengthen bonds and make decisions over meals. In just 2 days, Huo Zili suddenly realized that he, who had always been overlooked, had become so important. First, Liang Zhen's wife, Yimei, invited him to dinner. Then Liang Meng dined with him. And now his father was going to cook for him. Was he really that important in the eyes of these people? As night fell, Huo Zili returned home with his mother's portrait. Huo was in the kitchen, wearing an apron. When he heard footsteps in the living room, he paused at the kitchen door and said without turning around, "Zili, please take these 2 dishes to the dining table. Don't you love spaghetti the most since you were little? Dad will make it for you right away. You don't know how much Dad wants you to enjoy his delicious cooking again." His son behind him seemed unresponsive. Huo couldn't help but turn around to look, seeing his son holding his wife's portrait. In the black and white photo, his wife was smiling at him. He had seen this photo before, but seeing it again today, he felt that the smile of his wife had an indescribable eeriness. "Zili," Huo said in surprise, "what is this?" "You." Huo Zili understood the meaning in his father's eyes and hurriedly said, "Dad, don't misunderstand. I've been keeping this portrait of Mom with me all these years. I'm just used to it." "That's fine." Huo slowly revealed a bitter smile. "Then you should put your mom's portrait in her bedroom. We can go in every day to light incense for her." "Okay." Huo Zili nodded. Huo said, "I'm just a bit puzzled. Aren't you civil servants all materialists?" "You don't understand." Huo Zili turned and walked upstairs. "This is a remembrance of Mom. It has nothing to do with superstition." "All right, you're right." Huo muttered softly as he saw his son go upstairs. "Isn't this superstition?" During dinner, the 2 father and son ate in silence. Huo broke the silence. "Zili, is everything going smoothly at the police station? Have you been bullied by your colleagues?" Huo Zili almost spat out the spaghetti he was about to eat. "No, it's a place that follows the law. The environment is great, and everyone is reasonable." He chewed and swallowed his noodles. "No one bullies me, and I won't bully others." Huo looked at his son with loving eyes. "Have you caught any criminals?" "Yeah, I have." Huo asked again. "Have you fired a gun?" "No." Huo continued to ask. "Did you catch the criminals barehanded?" Huo Zili replied. "I threatened them with a gun not to resist." Huo nodded. "That works too." Huo Zili said, "But during the arrest, when encountering resisting suspects, it's usually barehanded." Huo was astonished and chuckled. "Is my son really that capable now?" Huo Zili picked up a bite of food with his chopsticks and disdainfully said, "It's okay. The zucchini shreds are well done, still the old taste." He looked up at his father. "Dad, you should eat. Why aren't you using your chopsticks?" "All right." Huo, feeling gratified, picked up his chopsticks. The 2 remained silent for a while as they ate. Huo Zili pretended to be indifferent and asked, "Dad, what did your company find out about the incident that happened to Uncle Liang at the press conference?" Huo paused his chopsticks, surprised. "Why are you suddenly concerned about company matters?" He narrowed his eyes, examining his son's seemingly calm gaze. "Could it be that Aunt Liang asked you to investigate this matter secretly when she invited you to the forest park that day?" Chapter 22, Mechanical Failure, 12. Huo Zili was caught off guard by his father's words. For a moment, he stood there in a daze, stammering. "How could you think like that?" Huo stared at his son's flickering eyes, and it seemed he understood. He continued, "That day, when Aunt Liang came to find you, did she say she suspected that Uncle Liang's accident was not an accident, but that someone wanted his life? And that the people who harmed him were Liang Meng and Yang Wanjun?" Huo Zili was taken aback. He couldn't refute it, but he also didn't answer his father's question. Huo squinted his eyes and said, "Yesterday afternoon, I accompanied Uncle Liang at the hospital, and Liang Meng was there too. She asked me where you went, saying she had something to discuss with you. I told her you went to the forest park to meet Aunt Liang. I noticed her face looked quite bad. I thought she must have come to find you later and told you that Aunt Liang was the one who falsely accused others, and that she was the true culprit behind Uncle Liang's incident. Huo Zili pretended to be nonchalant as he picked up his chopsticks to eat, but he couldn't help but marvel at his father's keen observation skills. He must know a lot about Liang Meng and Yi Mei, including the hidden interests and secrets involving the companies they were tied to, right? Thinking of this, Huo Zili decisively nodded and told his father, "You're right. They both talked to me about this matter." He stared into his father's eyes and asked, "Dad, Uncle Liang's incident, is it really not an accident?" Huo Jinghua blinked, fell silent for a moment, seemingly deciding whether to tell his son the truth, and then said, "It would be better if I give you a warning." Huo Zili was puzzled. What warning? Huo Jinghua said, "It's best if you don't get involved in this matter." Huo Zili asked, "Why not?" Huo Jinghua sighed, "If it's someone within the company investigating, then whatever the truth is, everyone can accept it or leave it to fate. But if you, an outsider, interfere, won't that end up offending people?" Huo Zili seemed to grasp some underlying meaning from his father's words. "Are you implying that Uncle Liang's accident really isn't an accident?" Huo Jinghua nodded, confirming it was definitely not an accident. Huo Zili pondered, "And the mastermind behind it must be one of you four heroes of the future, along with Aunt Liang and Liang Meng, right?" Huo Jinghua was taken aback. "What did I say that?" Huo Zili countered, "Didn't you say that if I interfere, it would offend people? If it's someone outside this circle, how could I offend anyone? It seems I really can't treat you like a child anymore. You've grown up." Huo Jinghua sighed and continued, "Whatever you choose to do, I can't control you. But I still hope you won't get involved." Huo Zili squinted his eyes. "Dad, do you know some insider information that you're not telling me?" Huo Jinghua smiled bitterly. "Don't you police officers always emphasize evidence? If I knew something, if I had evidence, wouldn't I go directly to the police station to report it? I do have my suspicions, but I can't just send someone to the police station based on unfounded guesses, can I?" Huo Zili asked, then, "Dad, what are your suspicions? You must know some things I don't, right?" Huo Jinghua picked up his chopsticks. "Eat, Zili. Don't pry into things you shouldn't know. Besides, if I tell you what I know, it won't do you any good, nor will it do me any good. Since the company needs to conduct an internal investigation, let them handle it." Huo Zili suddenly felt that the food on the table lost its flavor, and disappointment showed on his face. Huo Jinghua saw his son's expression and half-jokingly said, "Zili, if you really want to know something, it's not impossible. Just resign from your job as a police officer and inherit all my shares in the company. And I'll tell you some things you want to know." Huo Zili closed his mouth. Being a police officer was a dream he had since he was a teenager. How could he give it up so easily? Moreover, he had never thought about being a wealthy person while being a police officer since the day he aspired to be one. Huo Jinghua sighed. "I still remember when you applied to the police academy. Your mother and I strongly opposed it, because public servants can't hold shares in family businesses. But you insisted on becoming a police officer, causing your mother and me to argue about it for several days. Sigh. Sometimes I feel this world is quite unpredictable. I've been in business my whole life, and your mother is quite mercenary, lacking in sympathy. Every time I want to donate to disaster areas, she advises me to donate less. Yet you change your ways. Could it be that wealth doesn't last beyond 3 generations? And there are fates we cannot escape? Can people really not triumph over fate? I'm full." Huo Zili suddenly stood up and walked toward the stairs. "Dad, I'm going to bed." Huo Jinghua watched his son run up the stairs and couldn't help but sigh again. This child. Huo Zili opened the door and returned to his familiar bedroom, seeing the transformer on the bed again. He walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and fiddled with the transformer. The remote control for the transformer was still there. Huo Zili opened the back cover of the remote control and pinched the No. 7 battery with 2 fingers, discovering that the battery was surprisingly new. It seemed that in his father's mind, he was still just a child. A considerate father must have thought that he would play with these transformers again after returning, so he had replaced the batteries in advance, right? Huo Zili placed one of the transformers on the ground, pressed the remote control, and the originally proud transformer emitted a creaking sound as it began its clumsy transformation. In a short while, it turned into a car and started to drift quickly on the empty floor. Watching the toy car speed by, Huo Zili fell into memories of the past. What once felt like a distant past began to become clearer in his mind, evoking a strange feeling, as if the years spent away from home were just a long dream, and he had never truly left this home. He had been here just yesterday. Only now, everything had changed. He was no longer that carefree boy, and his mother had long since become a software program on the computer, a photo on the table. During dinner tonight, he had unconsciously noticed the white hairs at his father's temples and the wrinkles on his forehead that looked like they had been carved. Wealthy people aren't necessarily happier. Whose life isn't full of trivialities? If life could avoid certain tragedies, the precondition would be to forego all material enjoyment and return to being an ordinary person. Would you be willing? Huo Zili looked at the transformers on the floor, some transforming continuously, others spinning quickly like remote-controlled cars. And a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips as he unknowingly answered himself. I would. He thought, if when they were young, Liang Tianxi and he were just ordinary kids, having never played with expensive transformers and not knowing who Optimus Prime and Megatron were. They wouldn't have played that game of Optimus Prime battling Megatron, and Tianxi wouldn't have fallen from the parallel bars and become disabled. Right? That night, Huo Zili thought of many things and had many dreams. One of the dreams was very strange and terrifying. He actually dreamed that during a stakeout to capture criminals, he accidentally shot and killed a criminal, but that criminal didn't deserve to die, so he was later imprisoned by several colleagues from the police station. The prison was extremely dark, and he fell into extreme panic, grabbing the cell door and shouting, I didn't mean to. He woke up from the nightmare, opened his eyes, and looked out the window. The moonlight was as bright as day. Thank goodness it was just a dream, but the dream felt too real, as if he had truly shot the criminal, leaving him filled with fear. According to Freud's theory of dream analysis, what one thinks about during the day is often reflected in dreams at night. While having dinner with his father mentioned guns and criminals, asking Huo Zili about the relationship between the two. The question of when to shoot at a criminal is generally a serious matter for police officers. So under the influence of his subconscious, Huo Zili dreamed that he accidentally shot and killed a criminal. In contrast to the dream, Huo Zili usually approaches tasks with careful thought and consideration, as he realizes the importance of not acting recklessly. Hence, the dream manifested the consequences of reckless behavior. This provides a scientific explanation of the dream. On the other hand, there is a more superstitious interpretation. Huo Zili has a feeling that something significant might happen today. Chapter 23 Mechanical Failure 13. In the morning, Huo Zili and his father, Huo Jinghua, walked out of their home together after breakfast. The driver first took Huo Zili to the police station and then took Huo Jinghua to the company. Upon arriving at the police station, Huo Zili felt that the atmosphere here was a bit strange compared to usual. Several female colleagues from different departments, who typically ignored him in the hallway, were now greeting him warmly. This left Huo Zili quite surprised. He stood in the hallway and looked back, noticing that those female colleagues were frequently glancing at him and whispering to each other with smiles. At some point, his colleague Xiao Gao from the criminal investigation team came up beside him and patted him on the shoulder. Hey, what are you looking at? Nothing. Huo Zili feigned calmness as he turned his head. It's nothing. Xiao Gao raised an eyebrow, looking at him sideways with a sly smile. Are you feeling confused? Those young ladies who usually ignore you, why are they suddenly so enthusiastic today? Huo Zili blinked and admitted, well, there's a bit of that. Xiao Gao said mysteriously. Hey, do you want to know the reason? Huo Zili stared at Xiao Gao with curiosity. You know, tonight you treat me to a big meal at the street stall, and I'll tell you, Xiao Gao flattered. Huo Zili replied, sure, but just this time, don't bring your girlfriend along. The last time I went out to eat, it was Huo Zili who treated, and he invited Xiao Gao because he had just found a house near the police station in the urban village and needed help moving. However, during dinner, Xiao Gao brought his girlfriend along, and Huo Zili felt like a third wheel as he watched the couple feed each other. He quickly made an excuse to leave before finishing his meal and paid the bill in a hurry. No way, not this time, Xiao Gao teased. You stingy guy. Even if I bring her, how much could it possibly cost you? Who doesn't know that your dad is one of the 4 heroes of Yiri Group? Are you really that short on money? Huo Zili was taken aback. How do you know? Hey, who in the entire police station doesn't know now? Xiao Gao pulled out his phone, opened the browser, and said, let me show you a video that's trending. Huo Zili leaned in to see the video, which showed footage from the Yiri Group press conference a couple of days ago, where Liang Zhen's mech had an accident. The video featured Liang Zhen practicing martial arts and dancing on stage, and just as Liang Zhen lifted off the ground with his upper body caught in the ceiling. The silhouettes of the 4 heroes of Yiri, along with Huo Zili and a young woman, appeared on the empty stage beneath him. Now you see why those girls are throwing you admiring glances? Xiao Gao winked. Who would have thought you had such a wealthy old man? He continued. This incident was trending yesterday, but the colleagues at the police station didn't recognize you at first. It wasn't until the news reached our criminal investigation team that everyone was shocked, especially since you didn't come to work the day before. Huo Zili's expression darkened as he walked forward. My dad is my dad, and I am me. I never considered inheriting his business. Xiao Gao watched Huo Zili's back, puzzled. Why aren't you happy? As the two walked towards the office, team leader Liu had already begun gathering everyone for an emergency meeting. It turned out Liu had received a tip-off about the exact location of an online gambling gang hidden in the city and was preparing to launch a raid to catch the criminals red-handed. Liu outlined the plan for the operation, but Huo Zili's mind drifted back to the dream he had the night before about accidentally shooting a criminal who shouldn't have died. He thought to himself that it was no wonder he and T slept well last night. Clearly, something significant was about to happen. Was that unsettling dream a reminder not to shoot recklessly? After the meeting, Liu told everyone to prepare, and as Huo Zili was about to leave, he heard Liu say behind him, Zili, you stay. You're not going on this operation. What? Huo Zili could hardly believe his ears. He turned around. Liu, are you talking to me? Liu nodded and said, Come, let's go meet the director. Huo Zili was even more surprised. Meet the director? For what? Liu strode past Huo Zili, saying, You'll find out when you get there. Huo Zili followed Liu into the director's office. At that moment, the director was seated at his desk, and beside him sat a middle-aged man in a gray suit wearing black sunglasses. Zili, have a seat. The director gestured to the sofa, looking at Huo Zili with an appreciative gaze. We need to discuss something important. Huo Zili felt quite curious. He never expected the director would seek him out for something and would even set Liu aside to speak with him directly. He couldn't help but glance at Liu for a reaction. What are you looking at? Liu replied. If he says to sit, just sit. After that, both Liu and Huo Zili sat on the sofa. The director got straight to the point. Zili, here's the situation. The Bureau wants to assign you to a very important task. Of course, whether you take it or not depends on your willingness. Huo Zili asked, What is it, director? The director exchanged glances with the man in the suit. After the man nodded, the director said to Huo Zili, Your father is Huo Jinghua, right? Huo Zili nodded. If, the director said in a soliciting tone, we send you to your father's company as an undercover agent. Would you be willing? Go undercover at my dad's company? Huo Zili nearly dropped his jaw. Why? The director slowly explained. You probably know that Yiri Group has been researching future technology products like brain chips to enhance human intelligence. They've reportedly made new breakthroughs recently, correct? Huo Zili replied honestly, I know they're researching that, but I'm not sure about any new breakthroughs. The director smiled and said, Regarding the brain chip project, the government has maintained a neutral stance towards Yiri Group, neither supporting nor opposing it. This is because it's difficult to assess the project's merits until the brain chip is successfully developed. No one can be sure whether it will benefit humanity's future or bring disaster. High intelligence doesn't necessarily equate to goodness. It could violate humanitarian principles of harmonious development. He continued, however, the development of human technology and the progress of civilization cannot do without the guidance of highly intelligent individuals. The ultimate goal of Yiri Group's brain chip research is to cultivate high IQ humans. Since the early stages of this research, many countries have been spying on Yiri Group. Recently, the National Security Bureau apprehended 2 foreign spies whose aim was to obtain first-hand information about Yiri Group's brain chip. Huo Zili felt a jolt of shock. He never imagined that a technology project at his father's company had escalated to such a terrifying level, attracting foreign spies. However, even more shocking revelations were yet to come. At this moment, the director said, 3 years ago, 5 top domestic scientists at Yiri Group, who were researching brain chips, suddenly resigned from their research work and publicly claimed that the technology of brain chips only existed in fantasy. They didn't want to waste their prime youth on this research. However, since leaving Yiri Group, these 5 scientists have seemingly disappeared from the world. Zili, the director, looked at Huo Zili with a deep gaze and asked, Can you guess where those people went? Huo Zili speculated. Could they have been hired away by some foreign government for a high price? The director shook his head. On the surface, it seemed that way. They pretended to tell the outside world that brain chips were nonsense, actually to conceal their plans to start anew. However, speculation does not equal reality. According to the information we have, one of the scientists among the five was seen on an island within the borders of Country C. Chapter 24 Mechanical Failure 14 Country C. Huo Zili pondered, what does this represent? The director said, Country C is a developing country, far from having the strength to challenge world powers, and it has always been friendly with its neighbors, showing no ambition. Therefore, the government of this country is not the hidden boss behind the five scientists who disappeared within our borders. Moreover, the island where that scientist appeared was a private island purchased from the government of Country C. Huo Zili asked without hesitation, who is the owner of that private island? The director calmly replied, Liang Zhen. Huo Zili's eyes widened. Uncle Liang? Yes, your father's partner, the chairman of Yiri Group. The director sighed. Didn't he expect that, did you? Zili? Huo Zili nodded and sighed. I only know that Uncle Liang bought a small island overseas in Country C many years ago, and his wife and son moved there to live years ago. I don't know much else. He asked again, what exactly is going on? The director contemplated and said, there are basically two possibilities. One is that Liang Zhen is secretly developing brain chips on the island while appearing to operate his company, likely receiving covert support from other governments. After all, that place is excellent for keeping a low profile. However, if this is the case, once the brain chip is successfully developed, control would fall into the hands of ill-intentioned foreign powers. No one can guarantee that when humans in some country become nearly Laplace demons with high intelligence, they won't provoke other countries and spark wars. Our country has always aimed for peaceful win-win outcomes, and if such a situation arises, although we are not warlike, we cannot escape blame. The second possibility is... At this point, the director squinted his eyes and continued, Liang Zhen may very well be conducting illegal human brain experiments on that island. Huo Zili was taken aback. Human brain experiments? The director lightly tossed a folder from his desk into Huo Zili's hands, which he caught. Huo Zili opened the folder and saw that each page had a photo of a child or adult in the top left corner, the oldest appearing to be no more than 20 years old. However, the faces in these photos looked abnormal, mostly with vacant eyes and crooked mouths, resembling individuals with intellectual disabilities. Each page had bold black letters at the top, missing persons. These are the intellectually disabled children and teenagers who have gone missing in our country in recent years, the director said. We suspect that these children's disappearances are related to Liang Zhen's private island. Huo Zili's eyes widened. If the nightmare he had last night could be considered a nightmare, then the director's speculation, if true, will be a nightmare even more horrifying. In his impression, Liang Zhen had always been a dignified yet kind elder, a model of a successful entrepreneur. Whenever he thought of how Liang Zhen had tirelessly managed his company while diligently researching brain chips to restore his son Liang Tianqi's intelligence, he felt that Uncle Liang was truly a great father. But upon hearing the director's shocking speculation, his heart sank to the bottom. Is it true that the brighter the moon, the darker the shadows? Could it be that this seemingly sunny and spiritual leader of a businessman actually harbors a ruthless heart that stops at nothing to achieve his goals? Huo Zili took a breath, trying to calm his racing heart, and couldn't help but ask the director, is there any evidence? The director shook his head. No evidence at all. His gaze shifted from Huo Zili to the man in the suit beside him, who had remained silent until now. The suited man finally spoke. Comrade Xiao Hua, your performance in the Bureau is evident to all. Based on the organization's trust in you, we have decided to let you go undercover to investigate Yiri Group. The man in the suit's eyes, hidden behind dark sunglasses, focused on Huo Zili, who had fallen into silence. Of course, the organization also wants to consider your personal willingness. This case carries significant responsibility and numerous difficulties. You should think it through carefully. However, the reason for sending you is also that you are the son of Huo Jinghua, one of the 4 talents of Yiri. If you investigate Yiri Group, you will have certain advantages over others, and the level of danger will relatively be lower. Huo Zili lowered his head and pondered for a long time. Although Yiri Group is his father Huo Jinghua's company, his own clumsy personality and working style are extremely incompatible with such an environment. Everyone has their preferred pursuits, and he simply isn't suited for the business world. However, if he doesn't go, he feels unworthy of the title police. Life cannot be solely based on likes and dislikes. This case is significant, and the police department needs him to go undercover. He truly has no reason not to go. He finally nodded slowly, agreeing to comply with the leadership's arrangements. Well then, the director said, Zili, how do you think you should leave the bureau? Huo Zili frowned, thinking the director must have already made a decision. The director smiled and said, we are considering this. If we help you fabricate a mistake, like fleeing at a critical moment or assaulting a suspect, being complained about by citizens, it would make you seem incompetent. Even if you later go to Yiri Group, people there would look down on you, which would be harmful not only to you, but also counterproductive to the investigation of the truth. He continued, but if you resign voluntarily at this critical moment when Liang Zhen unexpectedly has an accident at the press conference, if you rashly quit to go to the company, everyone will be suspicious of your arrival. Even if you are Huo Zinghua's son, they will still be wary of you. Moreover, Liang Zhen's incident may not be an accident. Hidden currents may conceal a larger conspiracy. Huo Zili nodded repeatedly. So, what does the director mean? The director slowly said, we have decided to help you fabricate false evidence of running a small advertising company for profit during off-duty hours. You know, we police officers are not allowed to engage in business while in office. Once this discipline is violated, being dismissed from public office is only a matter of course. Huo Zili looked at the director in astonishment, filled with admiration and surprise. He thought to himself that old foxes are indeed the most cunning. The director, feeling pleased, said, this way, when you go to Yiri Group in the future, people there will praise you as the son of a tiger. Believing that your previous reluctance to follow your father was only because of the unpleasantness stemming from your mother's death. We have already inquired. You and your father have reconciled, and you have moved back to your old home. Director, there's one thing you have misunderstood. Huo Zili lowered his eyes. Becoming a police officer has been my dream since childhood. At that time, I almost fell out with my family over wanting to attend police school. Unknowingly, Huo Zili's eyes became misty. For most people, pursuing dreams requires courage. Although Huo Zili comes from a wealthy family, he has never been an exception. In the process of chasing his dreams, he has faced many hardships and injuries, but he has never regretted the efforts he has made. Instead, he feels very fortunate to have shed the label of a rich heir and become a true man. Although the police department is now using a very euphemistic approach to dismiss him, to be honest, a lingering sense of despair remains in his heart. This child, be strong. It's not like you won't come back in the future. The director, with keen insight, seemed to see through Huo Zili's sadness. No one knows your past better than I do. Ever since the day you reported to the police station, I found you quite strange. How could a rich kid choose such a tough job as a police officer? After reviewing your file, I learned that you were kidnapped by criminals when you were young, and it was the police who rescued you. I believe from that moment on, you were determined to become a police officer, right? Yes. Huo Zili sighed with a furrowed brow. The director laughed, saying, I don't say this out of superstition, but I always believe that those who aspire to achieve something from a young age are good seeds blessed by destiny. You will surely accomplish great things in the future. Huo Zili was genuinely surprised and joked, Director, when you say that, it gives me the chills. The director laughed. This is the first time in my life I've flattered someone. And it's you, this little rascal. The most critical part is that you saw right through it. Everyone in the office laughed. Chapter 25, Mechanical Failure, 15. Once the laughter subsided, the director spoke earnestly. Zili, I can't make things difficult for you now. It's unfortunate that you have to leave in such a ridiculous manner, but when you return to the police station in the future, I will arrange a celebration banquet for you. By then, everyone will see you as a hero. Huo Zili's expression remained calm, unaffected by the director's grand words. He smiled and nodded, sure. The director looked at Huo Zili with interest. Actually, the reason for your dismissal for secretly running a small company fits your character quite well. Huo Zili asked in confusion, what character? The director replied, passionate inside, calm on the outside. In short, reserved. Huo Zili's face turned red in an instant. He never expected the director to use such a trendy term, while the other three people laughed at him. Throughout the conversation, Huo Zili did not ask the director or Lu team about the man in sunglasses in the director's office. He had a rough judgment in his mind that the man in the suit should be from the National Security Bureau. Generally, Their identities are never disclosed unless under special circumstances. It is conceivable that a project from Yiri Group actually involves spies and the National Security Bureau, making his undercover identity extremely crucial. He must tread carefully, as if walking on thin ice. 5 days later, the news of Huo Zili's dismissal from the police station was publicly posted online. When his father, Huo, saw the report, he was initially shocked and surprised. He was astonished that his son, who had worked so hard to become a police officer, would secretly run a small company for profit. This was not the kind of person he remembered his son to be. What delighted him was that since his son was no longer a police officer, he could become his legitimate heir, thus giving an explanation to his deceased wife. He had always opposed his son becoming a police officer, but when he calmed down, he found something odd about the situation. Now that Liang Zhen had just encountered trouble, his son was dismissed from the police station. If there was any connection between the two events, the reasoning behind it was unclear. It seemed he had to probe his son carefully. At this moment, Huo was still in the company office. He dialed his son Huo Zili's phone. "Zili, where are you now? If you have nothing on, come to the company. I want to talk to you." "Okay, I'll wait for you." After hanging up, Huo opened his browser and found a local news article about his son's dismissal, trying to find any flaws in the article. He inadvertently noticed the date mentioned in the content, October 21st on the lunar calendar, and suddenly realized that his son had been dismissed from the police station 5 days ago. However, in those 5 days, Huo had clearly returned home with his son every night, and they had left for work together every morning. His son had never mentioned anything about being dismissed from the police station. He had even asked his son if everything was going well at the police station, and his son had always told him that things were going smoothly. This meant that his son had been lying to him, and in those 5 days, he had no idea where his son had gone under the pretense of going to work. Half an hour later, Huo Zili arrived at Yiri Group and entered his father's office. At that moment, Huo was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the scenery with his back to Huo Zili. "Dad," Huo Zili asked from the doorway, "what do you need me for?" "Oh." Huo turned around, looking at his son with confusion. "Zili, I saw online that you were dismissed from the police station. Is this true?" Huo Zili's face dimmed. Seeming reluctant to nod, Huo sat down on the sofa by the coffee table and gestured for his son to sit next to him. "Come, sit." Huo Zili scratched his head, sitting down with a bored expression and sinking into a deep silence of disappointment. Seeing the sadness on his son's face, Huo couldn't help but pat his shoulder. "The report says you were dismissed from the police station 5 days ago. Where have you been during these 5 days? Why didn't you tell me?" Huo Zili remained silent, shook his head with a bitter smile, and closed his mouth. Huo speculated, "Is it that you feel embarrassed and don't dare to tell me?" Huo Zili nodded. Huo comforted him. "There's nothing to be embarrassed about. You're the son of an entrepreneur, and having a business mind is quite normal. However, it's quite unique. I estimate that once people know about it online, they'll only laugh about it over tea and meals, so it's impossible for them to look down on you. It's not embarrassing. Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Huo Zili responded with an Huo furrowed his brows and couldn't help but ask, "But how did you come up with the idea of using your spare time to run a small advertising company?" Huo Zili quickly recalled the strategies that the director and Liu team had previously agreed upon for him and slowly said, "Well, in the end, it was my vanity. I've been used to spending money lavishly since I was young. A few years ago, after I ran away from home, I lost my source of income. Although my mom still had some savings in her card, I was determined at that time that for the rest of my life." Huo blinked, guessing along with his son's words, "To sever ties with me?" Huo Zili nodded again. "You silly child." Huo sighed. "In Var, brothers fight side by side. On the battlefield, a father and son are soldiers together. Once I set my mind on something, it's impossible to change it. But no matter what happens in the future, you are still my son. We cannot sever our father-son relationship." Huo Zili sighed. "So the money my mom gave me, I've always been saving, afraid that one day I would run out and be left with no way out." He continued, "Fortunately, after I started working, my life wasn't so difficult anymore. Later, I dated a girlfriend who was a classmate from high school. She wasn't in my class, but she knew me and knew I had a very wealthy father. When we actually started dating, she visited the old community where I rented, only to find out that I had already fallen out with you. I intentionally confessed to her that I had severed ties with you for life and that your wealth had nothing to do with me, which scared her away. Huo Jinghua nodded. Such a girl is not worth it because she is after your money, not you as a person. Unlike your mom, when I first met her, I didn't have much money, but she admired me, believing that with my abilities, I would surely make a fortune in the future. Although your mom was a typical small woman, her vision was not ordinary. But Huo Zili smiled bitterly. What girl these days is willing to wholeheartedly follow a poor guy? Do I just need to be self-righteous to make a girl endure hardships and strive together with me? So, I have to find a way to make money. Huo Jinghua sighed in astonishment. Fortunately, you were dismissed from the police station. Since you have such a worldly mindset, it shows you are not suited to be a police officer. If one day you rise to a high position in the police station and get involved in corruption, wouldn't you spend your life in prison? That won't happen. Huo Zili shook his head. I still distinguish between public and private matters. Huo Jinghua expressed surprise. Oh? Although I am influenced by vanity, I will not use my position to gain privileges, Huo Zili continued. As for the small advertising company I started, the shares are registered in the name of a friend of mine. This small advertising company was established by the two of us together, and in fact, it hasn't made much money, just too small in scale. My friend has been urging me to continue investing to expand it. Just the other day, I reconciled with you, so I wanted to close that small advertising company, but sigh. Huo Jinghua squinted his eyes and asked, is it possible that your friend reported you because you refused to invest money? Well, I can't blame him. Huo Zili took a breath, shook his head, and sighed. My friend is very eager to have his own business. He believes that our small company can definitely grow strong. He is a particularly passionate and ambitious person. Now that I choose to withdraw, the company can't get the funds to operate and can only choose to shut down. He can't accept this situation. And in a moment of impulse, he reported me. Look at what kind of friend you have. Huo Jinghua sighed, but you could choose to lend him money. If you don't have enough, you can ask me for it. I wanted to lend him money at first, Huo Zili said, but he extorted me. So I felt I couldn't lend him the money and let him report me. Huo Jinghua asked why. If he can extort me once, he can extort me countless times. I don't want to be threatened. It's better to take precautions now than to regret later. Huo Zili sighed and said, at that time, I was just thinking that at most I would get a major demerit from the police station. After all, the company I started is not using my position to benefit myself. However, the Bureau considered that my father is you, and thought that I have such a large family business behind me. Perhaps it is not suitable for me to be a police officer. Chapter 26 Mechanical Failure 16. Huo Jinghua sighed. I don't think you're cut out to be a police officer either. Although you usually have a somewhat introverted personality. I don't talk much either. Being an entrepreneur doesn't require one to be eloquent, but it does require a meticulous and flexible mind, and I think you possess that. Huo Zili closed his mouth again. Since this matter was already settled, Huo Jinghua looked at his son and asked, so what are your plans next? Huo Zili's gaze drifted far out the window. I don't know. Huo Jinghua asked, do you want to come work at the company? Huo Zili said dejectedly, getting expelled from the police station is too humiliating. If I go to the company now, those employees will definitely laugh at me. That's not necessarily the case, but Huo Jinghua paused and continued. The higher-ups at the company might think that you're entering the company at this time could mean you're an undercover agent sent by the police. Huo Zili's heart tightened. Looking at his father in shock, undercover, Huo Jinghua nodded. Huo Zili asked why. Huo Jinghua said quietly, the waters in this company are too deep. Everything runs smoothly until something goes wrong, and then the government might get involved. At least, that's what the higher-ups would think. Huo Zili pretended to change his expression. The waters are too deep? Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Huo Jinghua pondered for a moment. It might be because of your Uncle Liang's brain chip project. Huo Zili asked, is that the brain chip project Uncle Liang mentioned at the press conference? The one aimed at restoring Tianqi's intelligence? Huo Jinghua nodded. Huo Zili said, that can't be that serious. The brain chip is just a chip to enhance IQ, right? As soon as he finished speaking, his father, Huo Jinghua, stared at his eyes with an unbelievable expression for a while, as if trying to find some unusual information in his gaze. What are you looking at me for? Huo Zili asked in surprise. Huo Jinghua blinked and smiled. I hope you're not an undercover agent sent by the police. Huo Zili said, how could I be an undercover agent sent by the police? That's good. Huo Jinghua said with a bitter smile. I was just thinking, what if my own son was sent by the police to be an undercover agent in his own company? Even if the company has no issues, it would still make one uncomfortable. Huo Zili asked again, Dad, on what basis do you think I would be an undercover agent sent by the police? Huo Jinghua seemed to show a hint of unease, saying, not long ago, 2 young people of your age, who had just graduated from college and were working diligently in the company, were suddenly taken away secretly by a few police officers without any fuss. Those police officers were not ordinary police. Huo Zili quickly understood who the 2 young people his father was talking about were. A few days ago, on the day he left the police station, he had heard the director mention that relevant departments had recently arrested 2 foreign spies at Yiri Group. Presumably, these 2 spies matched the description of the 2 young people his father mentioned. Not ordinary police? Huo Zili pretended to be confused and asked, I don't understand. Huo Jinghua said, those police officers are from the National Security Bureau. Huo Zili feigned surprise. Could it be that the 2 young people working in the company are spies? Huo Jinghua nodded. Strangely enough, Huo Zili said, does the National Security Bureau also have spies in Yiri Group? Otherwise, how would they know those 2 were spies? Of course not, Huo Jinghua explained. According to the police who captured those 2 young people secretly, they learned about it from other spies caught who were mingling in the public. Oh, Huo Zili's expression changed, meaning that if the police hadn't caught other spies and hadn't followed the clues to uncover the information about the brain chip, the key information could have been stolen by the 2 spies hidden in the company. Is that how it is? Yes, Huo Jinghua nodded. So if you return to the company at this time, you will definitely be regarded as a police undercover agent by the higher-ups, including your Uncle Liang. Huo Zili's heart sank completely. He thought to himself, how can I even play this game? Starting off being seen as an undercover agent? If my father thinks so, wouldn't everyone else think the same? If this continues, whether the higher-ups will allow him to join the company remains uncertain. But if they don't let him in, he would have to go back, and then he would surely become a laughingstock among his colleagues at the police station. Huo Jinghua pondered for a while, and then said, Zili, don't lose heart. For the sake of caution regarding your return to the company, I need to discuss it with your Uncle Liang. However, I think he will probably agree. Huo Zili blinked, feeling that his father's words carried a tone of testing him, and then scoffed. Who wants to go back to work at the company? I never thought about going back. In fact, for the past 5 days since I was expelled from the police station, I've been out investigating the market. I want to start my own business. I've never thought about going back to the company. That's absolutely not okay, Huo Jinghua said. Huo Zili pretended to be surprised. Why not? Huo Jinghua sighed. If that happens, I will lose you again. I will definitely bring you back to the company, even if you are an undercover agent. Huo Zili had already guessed that Huo Jinghua would say this, but he had to admit that the reason he could manipulate Huo Jinghua with just a few words of anger was that he was leveraging his father's guilt over him and his mother. That, Huo Zili sighed, I really don't want to go back to the company, especially to be seen as an undercover agent. Isn't that going to be terribly awkward? It won't be, Huo Jinghua said lightly. If anyone dares to say that, it means they definitely don't want to continue working in the company. His words were firm, causing Huo Zili to gasp. Huo Jinghua looked at his stunned son. This matter is non-negotiable. It's a family tradition. You must return to the company. Huo Zili sighed and fell silent. If he were truly expelled from the police station, he definitely wouldn't go back to the company. But the current situation was that he was indeed an undercover agent, and he couldn't find a reason to refuse. His phone rang in his pocket. Huo Zili took out his phone and saw it was Liang Meng calling. After answering, he heard Liang Meng say, Zili, I need to talk. Come out. Huo Zili instinctively asked, where? Liang Meng said, at the company gate. When can you come? Oh. Huo Zili replied, right now. After hanging up, he said to his father, Dad, I have something to do. I'm leaving. Go ahead. Huo Jinghua nodded, suddenly asking, was it Liang Meng who called you? Yes. Huo Zili stood up and walked towards the door. Huo Jinghua asked, what does she want from you? Huo Zili couldn't help but stop, I don't know. Huo Jinghua said, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, Liang Meng might not leave after returning to the country this time. She should also come to work at the company. As for what position the company will give her, I'm not sure yet. We'll know once it's confirmed. You two will have more chances to meet. He smiled and continued, you can go now. Oh. Huo Zili realized his father's implication and quickly said, Dad, don't guess randomly. We are just friends. I know you're friends. Jinghua smiled again. I just said that you will have more opportunities to meet in the future. Is there something wrong with that? No. Huo Zili frowned. There's no problem. Huo Zili left Huo Jinghua's office and took the elevator to the first-floor lobby. He saw Liang Meng standing at the entrance with her back to him, elegantly poised. She was wearing a brand-new, fitted red overcoat that reached her knees, her silhouette exceptionally beautiful, like a vibrant red flower blooming in a black and white ink painting. As he approached Liang Meng from behind, Huo Zili gently tapped her shoulder. Liang Meng seemed startled and turned around suddenly, patting her chest and scolding. You scare me to death, you. Huo Zili awkwardly smiled and said, I didn't expect you to be so timid. Liang Meng retorted, It's not that I'm braver than you. You're the one who dares to be a police officer while running a company. Huo Zili helplessly closed his eyes and sighed. How did you find out? Liang Meng covered her mouth and chuckled. It's all over the internet. How could I not know? I really didn't see it coming. You, this blockhead? Have some tricks up your sleeve. Huo Zili sighed. Stop laughing at me. It's too embarrassing. What is embarrassing about it? Liang Meng said, It's quite peculiar. The son of a billionaire doing police work while running a small company. It's funny to think about. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. Huo Zili waved his hand in annoyance. What do you want from me? Chapter 27 Mechanical Failure 17. What? Can't I just find you for no reason? Liang Meng pouted unhappily. No, Huo Zili replied. If you want to find me, you can anytime. Just don't bring this up again. It's annoying. Anytime? It's easy for you to say, Liang Meng said gloomily. But these past few days, I've called you and you didn't answer any of them. You even texted me, saying you were busy and would contact me later. I'm quite puzzled. It's been 5 days since you were fired from the police department. What have you been busy with these 5 days? Did I annoy you too? Huo Zili sighed and scratched his head. The reason he had been avoiding Liang Meng these days was that he knew she was looking for him to investigate the reason behind her father Liang Zhen's incident. However, he had just been fired from the police department for running a small business on the side. And now he would have to seamlessly conduct an investigation on the Yiri Group behind the scenes with Liang Meng. If the higher-ups in the company found out, they would think he had ulterior motives and might even suspect his undercover identity. Huo Zili certainly wasn't foolish enough to let that happen. To maintain his persona, he could only keep Liang Meng at arm's length. Being fired from the police department is actually quite painful, Huo Zili said slowly. So I haven't known how to face you these days, nor what I should be doing. You see, I'm someone who was kicked out of the police force. And if I shamelessly help you investigate the truth behind your father's incident, wouldn't that make people laugh at me? Liang Meng squinted her eyes, suspiciously staring at Huo Zili. Honestly, are you really not an undercover agent sent by the police? Huo Zili was taken aback. Huh? An undercover agent? Why would you think I'm an undercover agent? The police department suddenly setting him up like this made his situation incredibly awkward and difficult. His father, Huo Jinghua, was the first to suspect him of being an undercover agent, and Liang Meng was the second. He didn't know if there would be a third, fourth, or fifth. I don't know why, Liang Meng said, it's just a hunch. I don't think you're the kind of person who would secretly run a small business for profit. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Huo Zili hadn't finished speaking when Liang Meng interrupted him, continuing, if your dad believes that. It's because he thinks you're his son, that you have that business acumen in your bones, but I don't think so. Then what do you think? Huo Zili asked Liang Meng. I'm just very curious, Liang Meng said quietly. How could a man who can easily abandon family businesses and vast fortunes, a man so calm that he can even guard against childhood friends who share life and death, be willing to ruin his future for trivial profits and put himself in such a bizarre situation? She continued, It's okay. Even if I knew you were an undercover agent, I wouldn't go around telling others. I would keep it a secret for you. After saying this, Liang Meng playfully winked at Huo Zili with her left eye. Huo Zili looked at Liang Meng thoughtfully and smiled bitterly. Then keep it a secret for me, and definitely don't tell anyone I'm an undercover agent. Wow, you really are an undercover agent. Liang Meng's eyes widened. Could it be that I guessed right? Huo Zili nodded seriously. Keep it a secret. Liang Meng squinted again, confused. So are you really an undercover agent? Huo Zili nodded again, teasingly saying, Yes, I am definitely an undercover agent. He smiled at Liang Meng, thinking that he was lucky to have dodged the topic skillfully. If he had blindly insisted that he wasn't an undercover agent, Liang Meng would have thought he was one. But if he openly admitted it with a flourish, Liang Meng would doubt her own deductions. All right, Liang Meng said. I don't think I need to get hung up on this issue. Regardless of whether you were an undercover agent or whether you were really fired from the police department, I still trust your character. I came to find you today to tell you that I have arranged a meeting for you with someone. You helped me. Arrange a meeting with someone? Huo Zili asked in surprise. Who did you arrange it with? Liang Meng leaned closer to Huo Zili's ear, whispering, the scientist Ding, who was responsible for creating the mind mecha Generation 1. Huo Zili was even more confused. Why did you arrange for me to meet him? Liang Meng said, Duh. I arranged for you to meet him, so you can ask him why the mind mecha Generation 1 had issues. Wait, didn't I ask you to help me arrange a meeting with him? Why don't you go ask him yourself? Huo Zili was overwhelmed. Although he knew Liang Meng's intentions, he absolutely couldn't dive in right now. If he did, the decision-makers at the company would never allow him to join at this time. Why are you so angry? Liang Meng retorted. Didn't you promise to help me investigate the truth behind my dad's incident? Huo Zili sighed. I really don't have the mood for this right now. Let's talk about it in a few days. Liang Meng's face darkened. You're not a cop anymore, and your temper has grown. I treated you like a hero, but you treat me like air. Huo Zili noticed Liang Meng's disappointment and sadness and quickly said, I just got fired from the police department. I'm feeling down right now. Let me adjust for a few days, and I will definitely help you, okay? I misjudged you, Liang Meng said with a bitter smile. In a few days, the horse will have already cooled down. By then, the real culprit might have already destroyed the truth. Since you don't understand me, then forget it. Let's part ways and take care of ourselves. You take your time to adjust. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Wait, Huo Zili grabbed Liang Meng's arm. What? Liang Meng stared at Huo Zili holding her arm, saying, Can you please not pull so hard? You're going to break it. Sorry, Huo Zili awkwardly released Liang Meng's arm. I just wanted to say, since you were able to arrange a meeting with Ding Yi, you can ask him yourself and then tell me what he said. I can help you analyze it later. I'm not unwilling. Liang Meng said, It's just that my uncle doesn't let me get close to Ding Yi. Why? Huo Zili felt incredibly curious. Ugh. Liang Meng shook her head. Anyway, my uncle said he just doesn't want to get close to Ding Yi. Huo Zili pondered, thinking there must be a reason behind this. Why would your uncle not want you to get close to someone for no reason? Liang Meng sighed. Fine. My uncle said that although Ding Yi has never married, his private life seems to be quite disreputable. He once kidnapped a woman at night. But this incident didn't attract the police. Ding Yi privately paid the woman to settle it. My uncle is worried that if I get close to Ding Yi, I might be harassed by him. After all, he's a scientist researching a rather perverse project that combines human brains and intelligence. It's said that there are many ways to instantly stun or hypnotize a person. My uncle suspects that Ding Yi has secretly harmed many women over the years using such methods, but those women just don't know it. Wow, Huo Zili gasped. Why haven't I heard my dad mention this? Liang Meng replied, You've been away from home for so many years. How would you know about this? Besides, Ding Yi is currently being heavily utilized by the company, and for the sake of reputation, the company would also protect Ding Yi's image. Huo Zili sighed. What kind of people is the company employing? They can't just disregard someone's character because Ding Yi has high capabilities. Liang Meng said. But my uncle also said that those who don't consider the bigger picture are not worthy of considering a specific domain. Good people are not necessarily scientists, and good people don't have Ding Yi's talents. Huo Zili murmured, These so-called entrepreneurs. Liang Meng asked, What did you say? Nothing. Huo Zili curiously asked Liang Meng. Since Ding Yi is so terrifying, how did you manage to get an appointment with him for me? Chapter 28, Mechanical Failure, 18. Liang Meng blinked her eyes and asked, What? I said. Huo Zili repeated the previous question. Since Ding Yi is so terrifying, how did you manage to get in touch with him for me? Huo Zili's meaning was clear. Since Liang Meng's uncle did not allow her to approach Ding Yi, how could she serve as a bridge for Huo Zili to connect with him? This was indeed contradictory. Well, Liang Meng showed a mischievous smile. My uncle doesn't let me find Ding Yi, but that doesn't mean I can't get his contact information. I did call Ding Yi and told him that you are very interested in the mind control mech generation and would like to chat with him about this intelligent machine. What the? Huo Zili could hardly believe his ears. His previously calm expression even showed some anger. It's one thing to act without my permission, but I always thought you were smart. How could you do something so foolish? Liang Ming was surprised. How am I foolish? Huo Zili sighed. By doing this. Won't Ding Yi suspect me? At this point, Huo Zili hesitated, as he wanted to say that he had just been dismissed from the police department. And now Liang Ming had set him up to meet Ding Yi, which would make Ding Yi suspect he was an undercover agent. Liang Ming looked at Huo Zili's changing face and asked, "What would he suspect you of? Suspecting you are an undercover agent?" "No," Huo Zili replied perfunctorily. "By doing this, won't it make Ding Yi suspect my initial intention for contacting him is to investigate the truth behind your father's accident? Wouldn't that alert the snake?" "You're so silly," Liang Ming said. "I think you're not cut out to be a police officer because you're too naive." Huo Zili was confused. "How am I silly?" Liang Ming said. "Now the company's higher-ups are personally investigating the truth behind my father's accident. Is this still a secret? Even if you let Ding Yi know you want to investigate the mind control mech generation, what of it? It's just one more person investigating. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. More people means more power. I really don't understand how you can be so foolish and still want to investigate secretly. How was that possible?" Huo Zili instantly felt embarrassed and flushed. "What you said seems to make some sense." Liang Ming said, "Anyway, I'll make the decision on this matter for you. What can you do about it? Are you going or not?" Huo Zili shook his head and said, "I'm not going." Liang Ming asked why. Huo Zili sighed face. "Didn't I tell you? I just got dismissed from the police, and now I'm going around investigating the cause of the mind control mech generation failure. Won't the people at the company laugh at me? I really misjudged you. With someone like you who is so cautious and afraid of everything, you still dare to start a small company on your own? As a police officer, you're not afraid of losing face, but you're afraid of this." Liang Ming looked at Huo Zili disdainfully, turned around, and left. "If you're not going, I'll go myself. For my dad, I'll take the risk." Huo Zili felt like his head was getting bigger. After thinking it over, he found some truth in Liang Ming's words. Since he dared to secretly run a small company outside the police department, it seemed too overly cautious to repeatedly refuse Liang Ming's request. This was not in line with his current persona. Besides, he was no longer an official police officer. If he were to later independently investigate the incident involving Liang Zhen, leaving Liang Ming out of it wouldn't be appropriate. He could only take it step by step now. So Huo Zili shouted, "Hey, Ming Ming, wait for me. I'll go with you." Liang Ming quickened her pace, and Huo Zili chased after her. At this moment, Huo Zili had not realized that from the moment he took his first step to chase Liang Ming, he had already been swept into a vortex of fate that was as huge and confusing as a tornado, and where this vortex would take him was still uncertain. Perhaps this matter would get better because of his involvement, or perhaps he was merely a part of the energy that constituted this vortex. Due to the busy schedule of the company's laboratory, Ding Yi generally returned home around 10 o'clock at night. Today was no exception, but this evening, there were two more people accompanying him home, Huo Zili and Liang Ming. Actually, when Liang Ming arranged to meet Ding Yi to discuss the mind control mech generation, her original intention was to meet him at the company. After all, the laboratory for the mind control mech generation was located within the company, which was also Ding Yi's workplace. Both sides could conveniently understand many core technologies related to the mind control mech generation, as well as any potential accidents that might arise from improper handling. However, Ding Yi straightforwardly told Liang Ming that he couldn't be disturbed during work hours and that they could talk after work. Therefore, Liang Ming wanted to find a nicer restaurant outside to have dinner with Ding Yi. But Ding Yi said he never ate out and suggested that Liang Ming eat dinner first and then come to the company to wait for him to finish work. Huo Zili learned from Liang Ming that Ding Yi had so many peculiar habits and couldn't help but feel relieved that he came with Liang Ming. Otherwise, if Ding Yi had sinister intentions, it would have been bad for Liang Ming. Liang Ming and Huo Zili sat in the back seat of Ding Yi's car, looking at Ding Yi driving in front. Ding Yi remained silent the entire way, driving like a corpse, seemingly treating Huo Zili and Liang Ming in the back as if they were air. The air in the car became quite heavy. Liang Ming wanted to find some topics to discuss. Just then, Ding Yi yawned, stretched, and uttered one word, "Tired." "Uncle Ding, do you always work this late?" Liang Ming asked Ding Yi. Ding Yi remained silent for a long time before responding in a low voice, "Pretty much." Liang Ming smiled and said, "I'm really sorry to bother you so late. and Zili brother is really something. Why is he so interested in the mind control mech generation? Huo Zili shot Liang Meng a glare, shaking his head helplessly with a sigh. Liang Meng gave Huo Zili a glance, implying that he understood. Ding, he suddenly said, I know what you two are here for tonight. Liang Meng and Huo Zili exchanged glances, closing their mouths. Seeing that the two were momentarily speechless, Ding, he continued. You must want to investigate the reason behind the chairman's incident at the press conference, whether it was intentional or if there was a malfunction with the intelligent machinery. He then added, I heard from Liang Meng that Officer Huo is really interested in this matter. Huo Zili replied with an saying, It's not that I'm interested. Uncle Liang had an accident, and I feel bad too. Also, he paused, sighed, Uncle Ding, please don't call me officer anymore. I'm not a police officer now. Ding, he unexpectedly said, I'm not interested in whether you're a police officer or not. Huo Zili was instantly left speechless. Ding Yi's short statement had choked back everything he wanted to say. He looked at Liang Meng, who was covering her mouth and laughing. Huo Zili took a deep breath, casually looking out the car window at the night scenery, but inside, he was filled with mixed feelings, not understanding what kind of person Ding Yi really was. At that moment, Ding Yi added, but I think it's a pity that Officer Huo is not a police officer. Liang Meng interjected, why? Ding Yi fell silent for a moment before saying, not quite sure, it's just a feeling. Please don't mind me. I'm not good at dealing with people, but I can read people very well. Liang Meng raised an eyebrow at Huo Zili and gave him a thumbs up. Huo Zili ignored Liang Meng, his gaze fixed on Ding, suddenly developing a strong interest in him. Aristotle once said in politics that those who live in solitude are either beasts or gods. From a certain perspective, Ding Yi is also a solitary person. It is said that he doesn't talk much with others at the company and is alone after work. Whether he is a beast or a deity, his inner world is self-contained. If he is a deity, then his power to benefit others is immense. If he is a beast, his destructive power is also thorough. Huo Zili thought to himself, if Ding Yi is really as Yang Wanjun, Liang Meng's uncle, said, leading a very disreputable private life and being extraordinarily bold, then tonight, even if he accompanies Liang Meng to Ding Yi's home, it wouldn't matter whether he, Huo Zili, is there or not, as long as Ding Yi wants to do something. Moreover, Liang Meng had clearly wanted to meet Ding Yi at the company before, but Ding Yi insisted on inviting them to his home. Does he really have ulterior motives? Thinking of this, a chill ran down Huo Zili's spine. It seems that tonight he must tread carefully and deal with Ding Yi with caution. Chapter 29 Mechanical Failure 19 So, I wonder. Liang Meng asked Ding Yi, what kind of person do you think Huo Zili is? After a moment of silence, Ding Yi said sparingly, it's hard to say. It feels different from reality. Liang Meng, with great interest, said, come on, Uncle Ding, share your feelings. Ding Yi replied, he looks a lot like his dad, both appearing calm and not very talkative. But he is not the same kind of person as his dad. Liang Meng became more curious and asked, then what kind of person is he? Ding Yi said, how should I put it? I feel like we are of the same kind. Liang Meng was taken aback and turned to look at Huo Zili, noticing that his facial muscles twitched involuntarily and his eyes bulged like light bulbs. At this moment, Ding Yi added, it's just a feeling. Although we are in different fields, we are both people who do things our own way and are willing to give up everything for a certain purpose. You could say we're the kind of people who are out of touch with the world and untainted by worldly affairs. Liang Meng exclaimed, Uncle Ding, what you said seems to make some sense. You just seem like that kind of person. Ding Yi continued, you are still young and don't know yet. But just by looking into someone else's eyes, you can generally tell what kind of person they are. Liang Meng said, the eyes are the windows to the soul, right? I remember that from my elementary school textbook. But most people don't have the ability to read others' expressions. Ding Yi nodded without hesitation, then quickly shook his head. That's not what I meant by reading expressions. Think whatever you want. Liang Meng covered her mouth and giggled a couple of times. Huo Zili looked at Liang Meng with surprise, thinking that she really gets along with everyone. Ding Yi stared at Huo Zili's eyes in the rearview mirror and said, I feel that no matter what Officer Huo has done, the police station just dismissed him, and he immediately came to investigate the cause of the incident with the Mecha Generation 1. I would rather believe that Officer Huo is investigating this matter undercover. Liang Meng was delighted. Does Uncle Ding think so, too? I think so as well. Huo Zili touched his hot face and unconsciously turned to look out the window again. Now, Ding Yi was the third person to say he was an undercover police officer. Although it was just a feeling, Huo Zili felt that there was an undeniable deterrent force behind Ding Yi's words, and he was quite willing to think that this feeling was due to his guilty conscience. Liang Ming suddenly had a whim and asked Ding Yi, "Then Uncle Ding, what kind of person do you think I am?" Ding Yi fell silent again. Huo Zili looked at Liang Ming with a strange expression, finding her quite boring, and his eyes returned to the window, falling silent alongside Ding Yi. Time passed minute by minute, and Liang Ming thought that this strange person Ding Yi might not answer again, but unexpectedly, Ding Yi finally said, "The fearful give into wealth. If you understand how to give up at the right time, your future life should be quite beautiful." Huo Zili was suddenly startled, slowly turning his gaze back from the car window to Ding Yi, his expression filled with disbelief. The phrase "the fearful give into wealth" comes from the complete works of Zheng Guofan, meaning that those who fear loss can only submit to wealth. Ding Yi evaluated Liang Ming in this way. Did he not fear that she might get angry? Moreover, Ding Yi had never seen Liang Ming before. Today was their first meeting, and he dared to make such a judgment about her. Huo Zili found it hard to imagine whether Liang Ming's personality would lead her to scold Ding Yi. However, Huo Zili suddenly realized that the Ding Yi he met seemed completely different from the Ding Yi described by Liang Ming's uncle Yang Wanjun. Although Ding Yi spoke too definitively, he usually didn't say much. Tonight, he spoke a lot because Liang Ming, this clever girl, had set him up to deliberately build a closer relationship. Yet, Ding Yi's evaluation of him was indeed quite fair. But what about Ding Yi's evaluation of Liang Ming? Huo Zili took a furtive glance at Liang Ming and noticed that her eyebrows were raised, clearly angry. Her fair and translucent face turned red with anger. And he quickly interrupted, "Uncle Ding, are all girls in the world like this, not liking to live a life without material conditions?" Can Zheng Guofan's words be interpreted from another perspective, meaning that girls everywhere don't want to live too poorly? Ding Yi countered, "Does that sentence even mention the word girl?" Huo Zili shook his head, "No, it doesn't. But I think it's not just girls. I fear all humanity dislikes the capital POR, right?" Ha ha! Liang Ming knew Huo Zili was deliberately changing the subject to make her laugh, but she really wasn't in the mood to laugh. However, she didn't get too angry with Ding Yi. She turned her face away to look out the window, remaining silent. Ding Yi also did not respond to Huo Zili because he knew Huo Zili was trying to give Liang Ming a way out. In his view, saying something false was meaningless, especially to Liang Ming. Ding Yi's home was in a multi-story residential complex. The complex was somewhat old, and there weren't many residents, making it very quiet and allowing for easy parking. Upon arriving, Huo Zili and Liang Ming could hardly believe that as a top scientist of the Yiri Group, with an annual salary of several million, he lived in such an unremarkable place. The car stopped downstairs at Ding Yi's place, and after the three of them got out, Ding Yi led them into the hallway, walking up to the second floor, opening the security door and entering the foyer, where a decayed, strange smell hit them. Huo Zili was polite enough to just frown, while Liang Ming held her nose in disgust for a moment. The furnishings in the living room appeared to be old furniture from 20 or 30 years ago, with a 32-inch LCD television placed on a traditional TV cabinet, giving a surreal feeling of time displacement. All the furniture, including the TV cabinet, was in a dark red tone, and some of the red paint on the cabinet and sofa had already peeled off. The decayed, strange smell likely came from this old furniture. But the room was surprisingly clean. Huo Zili and Liang Ming looked around the living room and almost simultaneously noticed a small photo frame on the TV cabinet. Inside was a tall woman dressed in red, resembling Liang Ming somewhat, but due to the distance, Huo Zili and Liang Ming couldn't see what the woman in the photo looked like. Ding Yi noticed their gazes on the woman in the red dress and seemed to realize something. He walked straight over, picked up the photo frame, and quickly went to the bedroom. When he came out, he was empty-handed. "Uncle Ding," Liang Ming asked curiously, "who is the woman in the photo? Why are you being so mysterious?" Ding Yi didn't answer, only saying, "You two sit on the sofa for a while. I'm going to boil some noodles. I'm hungry." After saying this, Ding Yi walked into the kitchen. Liang Ming felt embarrassed, and her face instantly fell. It was one thing for Ding Yi to say she was fearful and gave in to wealth, for the sake of investigating the truth about her father's incident. She could endure it, but Ding Yi was looking down on her too much, repeatedly making her lose face. It was simply intolerable. Her phoenix eyes widened, fists clenched, and just as she was about to step forward to confront Ding Yi in the kitchen, Huo Zili, who noticed the signs, quickly grabbed her arm. "What are you doing? Sit down," Huo Zili whispered. It's said that Ding Yi is like this in the company too. When he doesn't want to answer a question, he will simply choose to ignore it. You can't blame him for not responding. He just doesn't want to answer. Not answering is part of his character. And you're being too nosy. Who told you to ask so many questions? Why are you even defending that pervert? Liang Meng reluctantly sat down on the sofa and said gloomily, "I just think the woman in the frame looks really familiar. But I can't recall where I've seen her before." "Don't just look at anyone and think they're familiar," Huo Zili said. "We're here to deal with serious matters." About 10 minutes later, Ding Yi came out of the kitchen with a steaming bowl of clear noodle soup. Huo Zili and Liang Meng, whether consciously or unconsciously, looked at Ding Yi's bowl of noodle soup and noticed that the broth was indeed very clear. Both of them suspected that Ding Yi might have boiled the noodles directly in plain water. Ding Yi placed the noodles on the coffee table in front of the sofa, returned to the kitchen to bring out a small stool, and sat across from the two of them. In no time, he wolfed down the noodles and then took 2 paper towels from the tissue box on the coffee table to wipe his mouth. "Sorry to make you laugh." Ding Yi sighed and shook his head, "but over the years I've gotten used to treating others like air." Huo Zili glanced out the window and noticed that the lights of thousands of homes were starting to go out one by one under the night sky. He didn't intend to continue dragging things out with Ding Yi. It wasn't good for anyone. He got straight to the point and said, "It's okay. Uncle Ding, since you already know our purpose, let's talk about your views on the mind-machine mecha generation." Chapter 30, Mechanical Failure. 20. What are my thoughts? Ding Yi pondered and said, "I'm just afraid that if I speak, you won't understand." Huo Zili took a breath and sighed. Uncle Ding speaks very straightforwardly. "Look, both of us are here. It would be good for you to share your thoughts. If we don't understand, we can't blame you. But if you don't speak, isn't that a bit disrespectful?" Liang Meng felt a surge of delight and almost laughed, secretly pleased. As it seemed, Ding Yi had also irritated Huo Zili. She looked at Huo Zili, only to find that his expression was calm, showing no sign of anger. "The young man is quite confident." Ding Yi chuckled, then stared into Huo Zili's composed eyes and said, "I guess before you came to find me, you must have done quite a bit of preparation work, right? I want to hear your thoughts on the chairman's accident." Liang Meng was taken aback, thinking that Huo Zili wouldn't have done any preparation work. After all, he was just pushed into this situation by her. Unexpectedly, the conversation that followed between Huo Zili and Ding Yi completely shocked Liang Meng. Huo Zili nodded, seemingly confident, and said, "There was some preparation work. I'll try to express my views, and if anything is wrong, Uncle Ding can point it out." Ding Yi dismissed him with indifference. Go ahead." Huo Zili continued, "I think if Liang Uncle's accident was not a mere coincidence, it is very likely related to the 3 testers brought in by the company's higher-ups for the Ideation Mecha Generation 1 trials." Ding Yi asked, "Are you saying that the experimental results of these 3 testers were fabricated? That Ideation Mecha Generation 1 itself has many issues?" Huo Zili shook his head. "No." Ding Yi asked again, "Then what is it? Do you mean these 3 testers could tamper with Ideation Mecha Generation 1? But they don't understand it either." Huo Zili shook his head again. "Of course not." Ding Yi narrowed his eyes. "Then what exactly are you thinking?" Huo Zili organized his thoughts and said, "As far as I know, the 3 individuals who tested the chairman's Ideation Mecha Generation 1 were a martial artist who became ill with a brain thrombosis after losing his wife and daughter, a high jumper who broke his spine while climbing a snowy mountain after retirement, and a dancer who suffered a spinal hemorrhage for being attacked by a fan's boyfriend with a kitchen knife due to an affair. Am I right?" Ding Yi confirmed. "That's correct." Huo Zili reflected. On the day of the incident at the press conference, the chairman performed Bagwazang, Michael Jackson's dance, and high jumping on stage, until that final jump brought down the ceiling, causing his body to be trapped by the light steel framework above, which led to the accident. However, the chairman had never understood Bagwazang, dance, or high jumping before. How could he suddenly perform all these things at the press conference like a different person on the day of the incident? Ding Yi nodded. Continue. Huo Zili said, I've also looked at the parameter performance of Ideation Mecha Generation 1. I found that this smart machine automatically saves some of the tester's movement memories. Just like how human muscles have sort of memory storage capability, which we refer to as muscle memory, right? Dingy confirmed, that's correct. This is also to ensure that Ideation Mecha Generation 1 stays aligned with the user's thoughts, so that when signals are transmitted to the main software of the smart machine, it doesn't take extra time to process these signals, which could slow down the user's actions. Huo Zili said then, is the reason the chairman had an accident because the staff did not erase the previous 3 testers' movement memories before he put on Ideation Mecha Generation 1, leading the main brain's intelligent processing analysis software to misinterpret the chairman's consciousness? As Huo Zili spoke, Liang Meng's eyes gradually exhibited a complex expression that was hard to describe. It was difficult to say whether it was admiration or shock, as Huo Zili had never spoken to her like this before. She was somewhat confused as to why Huo Zili hadn't told her these things. But then she thought, perhaps Huo Zili didn't share this with her before because he was still a police officer then, and police work often involves suspicion and distrust, making it hard to reveal one's knowledge and thoughts to others. Now, that Huo Zili was no longer a police officer. There was no need for him to be secretive with her. Ding, he hummed thoughtfully. It seems you indeed did quite a bit of homework. And what you said does seem to be the case. If the intelligence system of Ideation Mecha Generation 1 develops a cognitive recognition failure, it would be disastrous for the user. However, Ding, he said firmly, I can also clearly tell you that the truth is not that simple. Huo Zili asked, then what is the truth? Ding Yi's expression grew increasingly serious. Let me put it this way. From research to production to the final creation of Ideation Mecha Generation 1, each step is taken with extreme caution, and every process is meticulously refined. We researchers use precise calculations and repeated experiments to finally allow the chairman to wear it. He paused and then continued. As for the chairman's unexpected incident, you say it was because the researchers did not erase Ideation Mecha Generation 1's movement memory storage before the chairman wore it, leading to confusion in the internal intelligence software when analyzing the chairman's thoughts. This situation simply does not exist. Because even if the memories of the previous 3 testers were not erased, the intelligence software would not make any errors when analyzing the chairman's thoughts. We have set strict memory management controls in the intelligence software. Without the appearance of signals at the same frequency, all other mechanical movement memories are completely sealed. Just like you wouldn't find an image stored in your album folder in the music folder on your notebook. Huo Zili, puzzled, said, so it wasn't like that. But why did the chairman bizarrely perform martial arts, dance, and high jumping at the press conference? Ding Yi's obscure gaze hinted at a subtle unease. If I told you that the internal intelligence software of Ideation Mecha Generation 1 was hacked, and that the hackers switched the intended service object of the software, indirectly causing the chairman to lose control of Ideation Mecha Generation 1, would you believe it? Huo Zili asked, that is possible. But can the internal intelligence software of the machine be so easily hacked? Ding Yi sighed. Not just you, a layman, who wouldn't believe it. I actually don't believe it either. But someone indeed has such extraordinary capabilities to decipher the intelligence software in such a bizarre manner. How do you describe the terrifying probability of this? It's like the military intercepting a secret telegram from the enemy. If there is no codebook for reference, relying solely on a dozen sets of characters on it to decipher, it is simply absurd. But, Dingy said with concern, this terrifying absurdity actually happened. Huo Zili asked, you should have estimated in advance what the probability of such a horrifying situation occurring would be. Ding, you know it. It's not that there wasn't any probability at all. There's a 1 in 100 million chance. Huo Zili asked, then what kind of possibility is that 1 in 100 million? Ding Yi frowned tightly. A creature resembling Laplace's demon. A gigantic supercomputer that could deduce the secrets of the mecha of thought generation from just a glimpse. Huo Zili and Liang Meng exchanged glances, almost in unison exclaiming, Laplace's demon. This was the second time Liang Meng had heard about Laplace's demon in recent days. The first time was a few days ago from Huo Zili. She remembered that night when she and Huo Zili discussed many things, including Yi Mei's suspicion that Liang Tianqi's fall from the parallel bars that left him disabled was orchestrated by her. At that time, she had said it was impossible. later asking Huo Zili if there was any possibility of it, to which Huo Zili replied, unless she was a creature like Laplace's demon. She instinctively glanced at Huo Zili again, noticing that he was staring at her with an incomprehensible expression. Huo Zili then asked Ding, "Are you sure that the true mastermind behind the chairman's accident is really like this?" Ding nodded firmly, absolutely sure. But who has such great power? The IQ of the true mastermind must be incredibly high. To be able to pull off something like this is simply unimaginable. Chapter 31. Investigating the Restraint 1. When they left Ding Yi's house, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. Huo Zili and Liang Ming stood by the roadside, each lost in their own thoughts, not saying a word. They waited for about 20 minutes before finally flagging down a taxi. They both got into the back seat, and whether intentional or not, Liang Ming shifted slightly towards the edge of the seat, keeping a certain distance from Huo Zili. The taxi driver asked where they were going, but neither of them answered, seemingly waiting for the other to speak first. "Ming Ming," Huo Zili asked Liang Ming beside him, "where are you going?" Liang Ming did not respond. Huo Zili asked again, "Ming Ming, where are you really going? Let the driver take you first." Liang Ming replied coldly, "The hospital." Huo Zili asked, "Is it the hospital where your dad is?" Liang Ming simply replied, "Yes." After Huo Zili instructed the driver to go to the hospital first before their next destination, he subconsciously glanced at Liang Ming, noticing that she hadn't looked at him even once since getting into the car. She had been staring out at the night scenery, giving off an indescribable feeling of sadness and desolation. "Ming Ming, you look like you have something on your mind. Why do you suddenly seem like a different person?" Liang Ming still didn't look at him and replied irritably, "It's nothing. You're overthinking it." Huo Zili asked, "Really?" Liang Ming stopped responding. Huo Zili said, "You still say it's nothing. Are you still angry at Ding Yi? Don't take it to heart. I can see that he's the kind of person who does whatever he wants, but I don't think he's as vile and perverted as your uncle said. Maybe it's just because Ding Yi has a bad temper and looks down on others, which made many people resent him. And that's why they made up those stories behind his back. It has nothing to do with Ding Yi," Liang Ming said. "People like him aren't worth my anger. I have no grudges or ties with him. If it weren't for investigating my dad's death, I wouldn't even bother talking to him." Huo Zili asked, "Then why are you angry?" Liang Ming said, "Why am I angry? Do you really not know?" Huo Zili shook his head. Liang Ming said, "Let me remind you. When we were at Ding Yi's house, why did you look at me with that strange expression when he mentioned the Laplace demon? Do you suspect that I'm some kind of monster like the Laplace demon?" Huo Zili hurriedly defended himself. "I swear, what strange expression did I have? I just wanted to communicate with you through my eyes. Don't you think Ding Yi's inference is too far-fetched? How can there be such a superhuman with an explosive IQ in this world?" Liang Ming snorted coldly. But before Ding Yi brought up that viewpoint, "You mentioned the Laplace demon too, saying that if my brother Tianqi was indeed harmed by me, then I would be a monster like the Laplace demon." Huo Zili said, "That's right, I did say that. But how could you possibly be that kind of monster? Your brain isn't a supercomputer or anything. And if it were, you would have already found out who harmed your dad without needing my help." Liang Ming turned her head to examine Huo Zili's seemingly innocent eyes and asked, "Do you really think that?" Huo Zili nodded vigorously. "Why would I lie to you? Besides, I don't believe there are such Laplace demons in the world." He continued, "Why are you so suspicious? I just glanced at you, and you think I see you as a murderer. I'm really amazed by you." Liang Ming turned her face back to the window, and after a long time, she said, "Honestly, do you really not suspect that I'm the murderer?" Huo Zili smiled. "How could you be the murderer? In my heart, you've always been a passionate, brave, and straightforward girl." Liang Ming smiled bitterly. "That's all forced out." She paused and continued, "Living under the same roof with such a woman since I was little, even good people can be forced to change. I don't even think I'm a good person." Huo Zili fell into deep thought. The woman Liang Ming referred to as her stepmother, Yi Mei. She wasn't wrong. When she was very young, Yi Mei viewed her, an unexpected guest, through colored glasses. After her son Liang Tianqi had an accident, she even treated little Liang Ming as the suspect. From then on, they were like fire and water, completely losing the appearance of a mother, growing up with a mother comparable to an enemy. It was easy to imagine that perhaps this was the reason she transformed from an innocent little girl into a fearless young woman. "Don't think I'm a good person. I'm not a good person," Liang Ming said. I even once suspected that I'm an ominous person. Huo Zili was taken aback. Ominous person? In what way are you ominous? Liang Meng said, ever since I moved in with my dad's family, Tianchi became a disabled person. If it weren't for me, we couldn't have played that game of Optimus Prime rescuing a girl from Megatron. Now that I've just returned, my dad has an accident, and the doctor says he will be paralyzed for life. As she spoke, Liang Meng shed a few tears. Huo Zili took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and wiped her tears. Don't cry. Meng, it's not your fault. Liang Meng's sobs grew louder, and she choked out, sometimes even I doubt if I'm the murderer. How could it be so coincidental? Why did everything happen right after I came back? Huo Zili felt a surge of pity. His head felt a bit hot, and he couldn't help but hold Liang Meng in his arms. She did not resist. Her hair smelled so good. At that moment, Huo Zili didn't know how to comfort Liang Meng, but only he knew that he had once suspected Liang Meng was the murderer, because Yi Mei had once told him that Liang Meng's IQ was really high, and back then, it was very likely that Liang Meng harmed Liang Tianchi. Now Ding Yi had also suggested that Liang Zhen's accident was caused by a high IQ person akin to a Laplace demon. It was unclear whether it was influenced by Yi Mei's insinuation or if he genuinely thought Liang Meng had some suspicion. As Liang Meng said, she had just returned from America, and her dad Liang Zhen had an inexplicable accident. Once Liang Zhen had an accident, she could become the biggest beneficiary. Anyone would rationally consider her a suspect. However, when Huo Zili thought carefully, how could Liang Meng be the murderer? If Liang Meng were truly a monster with explosive IQ, her current pitiful demeanor would be a disguise. Then why would she bring him to find Ding Yi? Regardless of Ding Yi's character, just the weight of his words made him an absolute authority. In other words, if Liang Meng were really the murderer, she would never guide Huo Zili in any direction. I believe you are not the one who harmed your dad, Huo Zili said. You really don't need to blame yourself. I understand that you have gone through a lot of suffering, but no matter what, there will be a day when the truth comes to light. As long as we work together, it's enough. Liang Meng nestled in his embrace, smiling through her tears. Are you really willing to help me? Huo Zili said, of course. He seemed to remember something and asked, have you been with your dad in the hospital these days? No. Liang Meng's expression changed as she broke free from Huo Zili's embrace, lowering her head and sighing. Just mentioning this makes me angry. Huo Zili asked in surprise. What happened? Liang Meng said gloomily. It's that rotten person, Tianchi's mother. Huo Zili asked, what about Tianchi's mother? Liang Meng said, it was only on the day my dad had the accident that I spent a little more time with him in the afternoon. Do you remember? We had dinner together that night. Huo Zili said, yeah, I remember. Liang Meng sighed. That night, I bought some supplements from the supermarket and returned to the hospital. Outside my dad's ward, several men in black suits inexplicably appeared. I asked who they were, and they said they were bodyguards hired by Li Chengran to take care of my dad's daily needs. I told them to let me in to see my dad, and at first they wouldn't allow it. Later, I got angry, and they called Li Chengran before finally letting me into the ward. She continued, when I entered the ward, my dad was already asleep. I put the food on the table, and immediately a man took it away. I asked him what he was doing, and he said Li Chengran had instructed that anyone bringing food to the chairman must undergo temporary isolation, including the chairman's family. Huo Zili sighed. Li Chengran is being a bit excessive, isn't he? Liang Meng said. It's not Li Chengran's doing it all. Huo Zili asked in confusion. Didn't you say they were sent by Li Chengran? Yes, at first I thought so too, Liang Meng replied. But since my dad was sleeping, I didn't want to raise my voice and argue with those men in the ward. I stepped out and called Li Chengran to ask what was going on. Chapter 32. Investigating the case, 2. Huo Zili asked, what did Li Chengran say? Before Liang Meng could respond, he suddenly realized, are you implying that Li Chengran's actions were arranged by Tianchi Ji's mother? That wicked woman is behind this. Liang Meng angrily replied. Can you guess what that woman told Li Chengran? She said that since the chairman is in trouble and the murderer might be someone close for the chairman's safety, it's best to find a few bodyguards to look after my dad. During this time, the chairman's family and some people who are usually close to him should avoid visiting unless absolutely necessary. And even then, anything brought in from outside must be checked for safety. Huo Zili sighed. Such things should be done secretly. Why make it so blatant? At that moment, Huo Zili suddenly recalled that a few days ago, Yimei had arranged to meet him at a restaurant in the forest park. During dinner, he had advised Yimei that protecting Liang Zhen well would prevent the murderer from taking advantage of the situation. What he didn't expect was for Yimei to act so decisively. He asked Liang Meng, "What if Tianqi Ji's mother comes to the hospital to visit? Will those people check her?" Liang Meng shook her head and said, "That woman has never come to the hospital to see my dad." Huo Zili said, "No matter what, they were once married. Tianqi Ji's mother really is ruthless in this matter." Liang Meng forced a smile. "That horrible woman told Li Chengran that she wouldn't visit my dad to avoid suspicion." Huo Zili exhaled deeply. "Is this really about avoiding suspicion? Doesn't your dad need more family to accompany and care for him right now?" Liang Meng replied, "They say that in ordinary families, there are no filial sons by the sickbed for a long illness. Who would have thought that my dad, being wealthy, would also face this? Isn't that absurd and laughable?" Huo Zili didn't answer. The phrase, "once you enter the palace gate," it's as deep as the sea, inexplicably flashed through his mind. "By the way, Meng, Huo Zili asked, since you can't go to the hospital to accompany your dad, why did you call a taxi to go to the hospital? It's so late. Do you really want to visit your dad?" Liang Meng said, "I'm staying at a hotel across from the hospital." Huo Zili said, "Oh." He wasn't foolish enough to ask Liang Meng why she didn't go home. Before her dad's accident, Liang Meng might not have returned to that home, and now that her dad was in the hospital, she would definitely not want to face Yimei, who was to her like an enemy with whom she had no connection. As for why Liang Meng chose to stay near the hospital, it was likely to make it easier for her dad, Liang Zhen, to contact her during his hospitalization. "It's getting late." Huo Zili rubbed his dry eyes, yawned, and felt an overwhelming sleepiness wash over him. He thought he should go back and rest early. Liang Meng asked Huo Zili, "What about tomorrow? Do you have plans?" Huo Zili asked, "For what?" Liang Meng replied, "To investigate the case." Huo Zili hesitated and said, "Okay, fine." When they reached their destination, Huo Zili rolled down the car window and watched Liang Meng get out of the taxi and walk toward the hotel. Her head was down as she walked, her silhouette exuding a lonely and pitiable air. The taxi driver didn't stop for a moment and drove slowly onto the road. Huo Zili, who hadn't yet closed the car window, felt the biting cold of the autumn night wind. But he continued to gaze at the increasingly distant red silhouette until that dreamlike girl entered the hotel. Earlier, when they were in the taxi, he had embraced her, feeling that she needed his comfort and support. At that moment, she was sobbing, her delicate, boneless hands gripping his arm tightly. He understood that Liang Meng desperately needed understanding and help from others. However, he was uncertain whether Liang Meng sought only his help or merely wanted understanding and comfort, or if that embrace had awakened a different emotion after years of separation. Unfortunately, for Huo Zili, this was not the time to consider romantic feelings. Regardless, that night at Ding Yi's house, Liang Meng had thoroughly stirred the murky waters. Huo Zili was unsure whether the company's senior executives would suspect him of being an undercover agent sent by the police after learning he had secretly gone to Ding Yi's house with Liang Meng to investigate the first-generation mecha. He feared that, in the future, they might treat him with cold indifference, neither asking him to come to work nor forbidding it, leaving him to fend for himself like an undercover agent. Huo Zili could only hope that this situation wouldn't occur. It would be embarrassing to return empty-handed and be laughed at by his colleagues in the police department. But what he feared most was that if such a situation did arise, it would indicate that the company, Yiri Group, indeed had significant problems. At that time, he personally would not suffer much loss, but the leaders of the police department would use him as a stepping stone to deduce something. They would then start sending a second Huo Zili, a third Huo Zili, and so on, to be undercover at Yiri Group. But Huo Zili had no way of knowing that while he was thinking about these things, the 4 outstanding members of Yiri Group, including his father, had also considered them. Furthermore, the day after Huo Zili and Liang Meng visited Ding Yi's house, the 4 of them held an online meeting with the chairman, who was still receiving treatment in the hospital. During this meeting, Huo Jinghua, to avoid suspicion, only said 3 sentences. The first, "I have considered that my son might be an undercover agent sent by the police." The second, "You all can handle it as you see fit." The third, Since the chairman and you have made your decision, let Huo Zili investigate the truth behind the chairman's incident at the press conference. So, on the morning of the third day, just as Huo Zili got out of bed, his father, Huo Jinghua, urged him to hurry and eat breakfast. During the meal, he told Huo Zili that after a board meeting, it was unanimously decided to let Huo Zili temporarily serve as the deputy leader of the company's temporary investigation team, working alongside Li Chengran, one of the 4 outstanding members of Yiri Group, to fully investigate the truth behind Chairman Liang Zhen's incident at the press conference. When Huo Zili heard his father say this, he quickly pinched his own cheek, feeling the pain. He wasn't dreaming. Why am I being asked to investigate this matter? Huo Zili asked his father. This is too unbelievable, right? Huo Jinghua took a breath and sighed. Don't get too happy too soon. Huo Zili asked in surprise, what am I happy about? Did I ever say I wanted to investigate this matter? Didn't you also tell me before that no matter who investigates this case, they will offend someone? Especially me. Huo Jinghua replied, that was in the past. But now it's different. Huo Zili asked, how is it different? Huo Jinghua said, because they all believe you are an undercover agent sent by the police. Huo Zili's head was truly a bit dazed. His father was the first to suspect him of being an undercover agent. Liang Meng was the second. Ding Yi was the third, and the other senior executives in the company, each of them had experienced countless battles. It was only natural for them to suspect he was an undercover agent. Although he had expected all this, he still felt caught off guard. He couldn't help but laugh bitterly. How could I be an undercover agent? Huo Jinghua said, son, don't rush to explain. Their suspicions are understandable. But whether you're an undercover agent or not, having you investigate this matter is a decision made by the board, which means you are not meddling in other people's affairs. In other words, no matter what the outcome is, no one can say you did anything wrong. So just investigate boldly. Huo Zili said, but I. Huo Jinghua waved his hand, saying there was no but about it. Since the company decided to let you enter the upper management from the very beginning, it must be said that this is entirely beneficial for you and won't do any harm. It will greatly help you establish a foothold in the company's upper management in the future. Huo Zili frowned. Being treated as an undercover cop sounded rather amusing. Huo Jinghua laughed heartily, saying, what's wrong with that? They regard you as an undercover cop, so naturally, they will be wary of you. Regardless of whether you're truly an undercover agent or not, anyone who sees you in the company will treat you with more respect. Huo Zili's expression changed, as he worried about how the director and team leader Liu would react to the fact that he was now entering Yiri Group with a public undercover identity. Chapter 33. The Investigation of the Obstruction 3. To be honest, Huo Jinghua said, the day before yesterday night, when you and Liang Meng went to Ding Yi's house to inquire about the Mind Mecha Generation 1, the company's upper management knew about it the next day. Huh? Huo Zili asked, how could they know? Who told them? Ding Yi? Huo Jinghua shook his head and said, no one informed the upper management. Then how do they know? Huo Jinghua said, do you know that the company has specially established a secret investigation department to prevent internal technical secrets from leaking? The head of this department is Li Chengran. Huo Zili nodded and said, yes, I know. I remember it was established many years ago, even when my mother was alive. Oh. Huo Jinghua touched his forehead and smiled. I can't remember which year it was established, but yes, it should be many years ago. He continued, initially, this investigation department was only responsible for some financial expenditures, personnel backgrounds, and social relations of the technology department. In short, it was just an indispensable system within the company, and its initial scope of authority was not that extensive. At most, it could only prevent the company's core technology from being traded by internal personnel with outsiders. However, as this department gradually improved, the power of the investigation department began to expand subtly. Gradually, this department developed a unique and secretive investigation method, the extent of which can basically be described as terrifying. No, he added, it is extremely terrifying. Terrifying? To such an extent? Huo Zili asked. How is extremely terrifying? Huo Jinghua said, it can be said that for any important employee of the company, their daily outings, gatherings, whom they meet, and even what they discuss, the investigation department knows all about it. And the monitoring targets of the investigation department likely include us, so-called 4 heroes of the future. Huo Zili was astonished, including the upper management of the company. Wow, The investigation department privately obtains others' privacy by some means. Isn't that clearly illegal? Illegal? Huo said, the people in the investigation department have strict confidentiality protocols. As long as you do not harm the company's interests and do not pose a threat to the company will absolutely keep your personal privacy confidential. Of course, no one will know what methods they are using, where they are hiding and spying on your daily life. He smiled and sighed. So, since you have no evidence, how can you go to the police to report that someone is spying on your privacy? That makes sense, Huo Zili frowned and said. How does Li Chengran's investigation department carry out such watertight, confidential investigations? Huo said, who knows? Satellite positioning, installing invisible trackers and listening devices, using technical means to invade surveillance footage. In short, they have many methods. As long as they want to know, nothing is a problem. Huo Zili felt a chill and couldn't help asking, why does the investigation department have to be so mysterious? Is the company researching some undisclosed project? Is that why it has created such a tense atmosphere? It's still that brain chip project that can turn idiots into geniuses, Huo sighed. The amount of money the company has invested in this project is enormous. If the information leaks and is seized by rival companies, it would be a devastating blow to the company. Huo Zili questioned, but this brain chip project has been researched for many years, hasn't it? Yet the Future Group still operates as usual and has become a leading enterprise influencing the world. Huo's expression became a bit heavier. In fact, if the Future Group cannot successfully go public in these years, it won't make much money. The reason it stands proudly is that it has won with the 4 words future technology. Ultimately, it is relying on hype. You should know that in the past 2 decades, many listed company stocks have soared because they have attracted many major players and retail investors by promoting future trends and major developments. In short, it is all a bubble. But when the bubble reaches a certain level, it will form an iceberg-like existence. Moreover, Huo continued, if the brain chip project succeeds in the hands of the Future Group, do you know what that means? Huo Zili asked, what does it mean? Huo said, it means that the stock price of the Future Group will multiply by more than 10 times on top of the current basis. Huo Zili gasped. How could that be? The words came out without thinking. How could it not be possible? Many people believe that the brain chip is the future of humanity, and I'm among those many. Huo said, just imagine when there is a person who can have the brain of a supercomputer, and this super brain contains a vast amount of knowledge covering 5,000 years of Chinese and world history. Then doesn't that person have the intelligence of Laplace's demon? At that time, he could not only predict various developments, but also capture changes in others' gazes from their eyes, analyze their psychological activities, and also judge a person's health status from their complexion and walking posture. More terrifyingly, he could simulate wars and determine the outcomes of any war, as well as any possible accidents. Huo Zili was startled. Laplace's demon. Huo continued. Although the technology of the brain chip has not succeeded yet, it has already gone through multiple failures and accumulated countless valuable experiences. If that data is obtained by someone outside, acquired by rival companies, wouldn't that be indirectly making a wedding dress for someone else? If rival companies truly steal the limelight and get ahead, people will definitely doubt the authority of the Future Group, thinking that the Future Group can only boast and that its internal research team is incompetent. The company's stock will also fluctuate and decline, and there is a possibility of a collapse due to the fall of the wall and the pushing of everyone. Huo Zili pondered. It sounds quite terrifying when you put it this way. Precisely because the consequences are terrifying, Huo said. The investigation department of Li Chengran has also become frightening. Some even suspect that the 2 spies who were previously lurking in the company and were taken away by the National Security Bureau were reported to the police by Li Chengran's investigation department. Huo Zili asked, just suspected? Yes. Huo sighed. Sometimes, it's hard to say whether a person changes the environment or the environment changes a person. In short, as the power and secrecy of the investigation department show a corresponding gradual expansion, Li Chengran has also become someone people dislike. Dislike? That's right. Because he really thinks of himself as Edgar Hoover of the FBI, always looking like a secret agent, suspecting everyone. I remember on the day of the Future Group's press conference, Huo Zili had heard Liang Meng's uncle Yang Wanjun say, Li Chengran sees himself as the first director of the FBI, Hoover, but at that time, Huo Zili was not interested in Li Chengran or the entire Future Group. However, now he suddenly found himself very interested in Li Chengran. At this point, Huo Jinghua's expression became serious. "This is also the only thing I worry about for you." Huo Zili asked in confusion, "What are you worried about?" Huo Jinghua said, "Of course. I am worried that it might not go well for you to work with Li Chengran in the future." Huo Zili nodded. That day, after Uncle Liang had an incident at the press conference and was hospitalized, I saw Li Chengran first confront Lu Huanan and then Yang Wanjun. At that time, I was very surprised, thinking that even if Li Chengran doubted the other party, he shouldn't be so arrogant and directly challenge them in a provocative manner. Huo Jinghua sighed and said softly, "The environment can indeed change a person. The Li Chengran of the past was not like this." Huo Zili asked, "What was the Li Chengran of the past like?" "The past Li Chengran." Huo Jinghua fell into deep thought. Chapter 34. Investigating the Case 4. Li Chengran. Huo Jinghua, Liang Zhen, Lu Huanan, and Yang Wanjun are all college classmates and close friends. In terms of age, Huo Jinghua is 1 year older than the other four and should logically be the leader. Additionally, Huo Jinghua is meticulous, calm by nature, and does not rush into things, being the top student among his friends. Although he doesn't often engage in deep discussions about ideals and future aspirations with his friends, it doesn't mean he lacks eloquence. In fact, he is exceptionally articulate, especially in English, where he excels among his peers. Moreover, a saying circulates among this group: for internal matters, consult Jinghua. For external matters, consult Jinghua. With Jinghua around, nothing is too difficult. Despite this, Huo Jinghua is merely the oldest on the surface. However, if we consider social relationships and influence, Yang Wanjun would be regarded as the leader. He comes from a complex social background. His father runs several casinos and bathhouses in their hometown, making him a local power broker. Influenced by his environment and his father's genes, Yang Wanjun displayed exceptional talent even in elementary school. Every morning before school, several male classmates would wait at his door, and as soon as he appeared, they would eagerly follow him, calling him boss. After school, almost all the boys in class would trail behind him until he got home, at which point they would disperse, some even retracing their steps. This situation persisted until they graduated from middle school. In high school, Yang Wanjun began boarding at school, but his influence remained significant. If any classmate faced bullying or extortion from local delinquents, they could seek Yang Wanjun's help, and with a command from him, dozens of male classmates would join him to confront the troublemakers. Local gang leaders recognized Yang Wanjun's influence and tried to befriend him by inviting him to meals and drinks, hoping to recruit him to help with their underhanded dealings, while offering him a share of the profits. However, Yang Wanjun remained unmoved and warned these gang leaders against targeting his classmates, reminding them that they were just students. Instead of turning against him, the gang leaders became close friends with Yang Wanjun, believing he would be a remarkable person in the future. After entering college, Yang Wanjun, with his inherent gangster aura and a sense of chivalry, along with his privileged background, could have easily taken on the role of leader among his friends. However, over time, alumni began to notice a strange phenomenon. Aside from his close friends, many who knew Yang Wanjun would treat him with great respect. Some alumni sought to befriend him through various means, while others chose to keep their distance. Yet, among his close friends, he never seemed to be the one in front. Among this group, there is also someone who could have taken on the leadership role: Lu Huanan. Lu Huanan has the most favorable family circumstances and social background among them. His father is a hidden rich man in the area, reportedly possessing a staggering fortune. Throughout his childhood and youth, whether at school or during outings, Lu Huanan was always discreetly protected by bodyguards, giving him an air of elegant mystery. Additionally, Lu Huanan is strikingly handsome, tall, and charming, likened to the legendary figure Pan in, which not only attracts admiration from his female peers, but also makes male classmates feel inferior. However, Lu Huanan is not the leader either. Then, there is Liang Zhen. In terms of eloquence and ability, he cannot match Huo Jinghua. In terms of family background and lineage, he cannot compare to Lu Huanan. And in terms of heroic spirit and inherent gangster charisma, he falls short of Yang Wanjun. Yet, he is the undisputed leader among them. If one were to dig deeper into the reasons, it would be related to Liang Zhen's extraordinary organizational skills, which no one else in the group could rival. Huo is more of a passive personality. Although talented, he generally does not take the initiative to contemplate matters, resembling Zhuge Liang, capable of strategy and good at decision-making, but not an entrepreneurial spirit. Yang Wanjun is a man who loves to showcase his personality, influenced by his father, and spend a lot of time making friends in college. However, whenever he returns to the dorm and sees Liang Zhen and the others studying diligently, he feels quite childish in comparison. Lu Huanan, like Huo Zili, has a passive personality, influenced by his family, which made its fortune through investments and holds stakes in many companies. He enjoys keeping an air of mystery and prefers others to come to him rather than taking the initiative himself, believing it enhances his noble status. As for being a leader, it's not something he cares about. As Huo Zili recounts this, his son is drawn into the nostalgic memories of their youthful days, showing no curiosity about the protagonist Li Chengran, who has yet to make an appearance. Perhaps he thinks his son should understand that what he has shared is merely the groundwork, and that Li Chengran, when he finally appears, will either be too mediocre or too remarkable. At this point, Huo Zili curiously asks his father what Liang Zhen organized for the group of friends during their college days that made them so obedient to him. Huo Zili tells his son that during that time, aside from serving as their class monitor and organizing some official activities, Liang Zhen did not organize much else. However, he laid out a grand vision for their ideal future. This grand plan was the precursor to Yiri Group, Yiri Real Estate Development Company, Limited. Liang Zhen is clear-minded and highly perceptive. He decided to venture into real estate after graduating from college because he watched the Hong Kong TVB drama The Genesis, which made him realize the importance of real estate in the future market of the mainland. At that time, his friends did not fully grasp this significance and mocked Liang Zhen, saying The Genesis was just a TV show meant for entertainment and could not reveal the mysteries of the world as development. Subsequently, Liang Zhen referenced the macroeconomic situation in the mainland to support his points, compelling his friends to acknowledge his insights and giving him thumbs up. However, at that time, only Huo Zili and Li Chengran responded to Liang Zhen's call, while Yang Wanjun and Lu Huanan were less interested. Both came from affluent backgrounds and had not considered business ventures for the future. Liang Zhen then unexpectedly posed a soul-searching question to the two of them. He asked Lu Huanan if he was truly content to be just an heir to a certain big shot for his entire life. When someone asks who he is, others would say he is so-and-so's son, merely a puppet living in the shadow of his elders. He then questioned Yang Wanjun, asking if he wanted to become a local tyrant in a small county like his father for the rest of his life. However, this kind of life won't last long, because you will inevitably experience turmoil in the future. Those people may respect your father, but they may not respect you. Once you resist those who don't respect you, you will be breaking the law. Why do we go to college? To learn the law and break it? Wake up, my brother. In the future, it is only through legitimate skills that you can truly be admired by others. How Liang Zhen brainwashed Lu Huanan and Yang Wanjun back then, Huo Zili can hardly remember. He only recalls that it was a spectacular verbal battle among scholars, and in the end, both of them chose to bow down and submit to Liang Zhen. As for Li Chengran, compared to the aforementioned above, he inevitably seems a bit lacking. He is the most honest one among a few close friends. Chapter 35. The Investigation of Constraints. 5. During his university years, Li Chengran was fortunate enough to meet his four close friends, Liang Zhen and Huo Zili, which he himself regarded as a surprise. To put it bluntly, his close friends were all city dwellers. Even though Huo Zili and Liang Zhen weren't as wealthy as Lu Huanan and Yang Wanjun, they still came from well-off families. When they attended university, none of them had to work during holidays or free time. They always had pocket money to spare. However, Li Chengran was different. He was a poor boy who came from the mountains. He was not the only child at home. He had two younger brothers and a younger sister. Due to the lack of factories in his hometown, his father chose to be a bricklayer, often working on construction sites far from home, while his mother farmed and took care of the children. Li Chengran was honest and straightforward, but he was very bright and had always excelled academically. When he was in the second year of middle school, his father decided that since he was already 16, though a bit small for his age, he should consider dropping out of school to work on construction sites. So, during that scorching summer holiday, his father took him to a construction site in a big city, marking the beginning of Li Chengran's life as a laborer. Initially, Li Chengran complied with his father's arrangement, as he had 2 younger brothers and a sister to care for, and he felt that continuing his studies would burden his parents. However, after working on the construction site for a while, Li Chengran's perception changed. He was not afraid of the harsh weather, despite being young and not yet of legal adult age in that era. He had worked alongside his mother in the fields since childhood, often braving the rain to spread fertilizer. Moreover, during the scorching summer days, he and his mother would work under the blazing sun, often returning home for lunch only after 2 or 3 in the afternoon to finish their tasks. Sometimes, due to the extreme heat, his dark skin would crack like a spider web, and if he worked too slowly, his mother would scold him, thinking he was being lazy. There were times when he would cry for being scolded, and his mother would hit him until he stopped crying and continued to work. From the very beginning, an unkind fate shaped Li Chengran into a resilient little man, accustomed to enduring hardship. Rural people live in close connection with the fields. Crops and harvests represent their hope for survival. Therefore, they view hard work as their means of survival and do not allow themselves to complain of fatigue, knowing that laziness is not an option. In fact, when his mother scolded him, she felt pain for her son, but she had no reason to refrain from doing so, as people from her background couldn't afford to indulge in self-pity. Thus, the rural boy working on the construction site did not seek to change his fate because it was too exhausting. He wanted to change his destiny because his perspective had broadened, and he had witnessed how people lived in the big city. Those well-dressed men and elegantly poised women would walk into luxurious office buildings with briefcases, and when they passed by Li Chengran, he could often smell their faint or strong perfume. Whenever they saw workers like him, they instinctively put on masks and kept their distance, with some fashionable women even covering their noses and running away. He knew that the smell of sweat was not pleasant, but he had become accustomed to it, so his sense of smell deceived him. But they were all human. Why could those people live so gracefully while he was relegated to the bottom of society, doing dirty and exhausting work without earning their respect? Textbooks at school always said that workers are the most lovable people, and Premier Zhou Enlai once warmly shook hands with a sanitation worker, saying, "You've worked hard." Yes, revolution involves different divisions of labor, without distinction of rank or wealth. However, not everyone possesses the transcendent wisdom and great heart of Premier Zhou. Li Chengran was unwilling to accept this. He was not foolish. His academic performance had always been good, and he believed he should not accept the disdainful looks of those people or such a predetermined fate. Although he was from the countryside, who said that rural people couldn't achieve greatness. The ancients said, "Do nobles have the right to be born?" Moreover, he was a modern person. So, Li Chengran expressed to his father his desire to return to school. His father was a straightforward man, and his approach to disciplining his children was simple. If they didn't listen, they would be punished. Thus, when faced with his son's disobedience, he violently beat Li Chengran in front of all the workers. Later, Li Chengran's arm was bruised from the beating, and blood trickled from his mouth. But he did not choose to submit. Fortunately, many workers intervened to stop his father, advising him that the boy couldn't be beaten any further. If he was, they would have to take him to the hospital, and both of their wages would go to waste. At that moment, Li Chengran still did not bow his head to admit his mistake. He looked into his father's eyes, which were filled with an unyielding stubbornness that made his father feel an inexplicable sense of fear, causing him to take a few steps back. At that moment, a coworker said something revealing. "Your son will not be an ordinary person when he grows up. You better not interfere with his life. If you forcefully intervene, you might face divine retribution." Li Chengran certainly did not believe he had any destiny to fulfill. None of the textbooks he read mentioned such a concept. However, his less educated father felt half convinced by the worker's words. But once you start to doubt something, the final choice is often to believe it, because it's better to be safe than sorry. Later, Li Chengran returned to school, but he promised his father that every summer vacation, he would work with him on the construction site to support the family, and during winter vacations, he would work in restaurants washing dishes to help with household expenses. This arrangement continued until Li Chengran graduated from university. Compared to social experience, Li Chengran was more aware of the coldness of human relationships. While his close friends were focused on expressing individuality, expanding their horizons, and realizing self-worth, he had to toil for his family's basic needs apart from studying. Thus, he envied them. At least they would not have to follow their fathers to petition for wages deducted by contractors, nor would they be shouted at by busy restaurant owners at the end of the year. After becoming close friends with them, he enjoyed many benefits. Every time they went out to eat, the poor kid was not expected to pay, and no one looked down on him for it. Li Chengran was aware of his shortcomings, so when he was with them, he often took on the role of the most diligent and humble one. Without anyone asking, he would find time to clean the dormitory and frequently help them run errands to buy food or find various research materials in the library. At that time, Li Chengran always wore an indescribable, deep humility on his face, completely different from his current imposing demeanor. As for when he began to change this aspect of his character, it likely started after his friends graduated from university. Later, a few people graduated from university. Liang Zhen finally persuaded Lu Huanan and Yang Wanjun, secured support from the Lu family consortium, and also got some funding from Yang Wanjun's father, which led to the establishment of Yiri Real Estate Development Company, Limited. Initially, the chairman of the company was Lu Huanan, as he held the largest share. However, Lu Huanan was merely a nominal chairman, being born into a wealthy family. He eventually couldn't handle the cumbersome matters of the company after being initially brainwashed by Liang Zhen. Before long, he lost interest and simply stopped coming to work. Chapter 36. Investigating the Constraints. 6. After Lu Huanan dropped company affairs, the power fell into Liang Zhen's hands, allowing him to embark on a years-long era of governance without bloodshed. The governance referred to here does not target company policy or strategy. Since the establishment of Yiri Company, Liang Zhen had already devised a complete set of tactical strategies, and everything within the company was running smoothly and orderly. Liang Zhen's governance, in fact, targeted personnel adjustments and covert exclusion of dissenters, while vigorously supporting his close allies. Even though Lu Huanan was no longer frequently present at the company, the actual control of the company still lay in the hands of the Lu family. Many important positions within the company were filled with Lu family members. So even if Lu Huanan was absent, his family was aware of everything happening in the company. To put it bluntly, Yiri Group was like a child born from Liang Zhen's efforts, as he initially relied on the Lu family's backing to rise. Although Yiri Company was Liang Zhen's hard work over the years, he ultimately remained an employee working for the Lu family, which he found unacceptable. Liang Zhen was an almost obsessive idealist and pragmatist. Whatever he set out to achieve, he accomplished. Such a person either sacrifices themselves heroically or achieves great success. Fortunately, he ultimately won this war. In this conflict, Liang Zhen supported Li Chengran, who was impoverished and had been a long-time employee during the company's early days but could not buy shares due to his financial situation. Later, after Liang Zhen negotiated with Lu Huanan following the company's IPO, he rewarded Li Chengran with some shares to acknowledge his diligent contributions over the years. Subsequently, Liang Zhen executed a somewhat underhanded scheme. He secretly created unfavorable public opinion regarding the company's prospects, forcing the company's stock price to plummet. Even the Lu Group considered abandoning the business. However, Liang Zhen secretly encouraged Yang Wanjun, Li Chengran, and Huo Zili to become the new investors, swallowing most of the Lu family's shares. Yet, at this point, the Lu family remained the largest shareholder of Yiri Company. It was not difficult to predict what would happen next. Once the Lu family realized that Liang Zhen had played them, they could easily eliminate him, and he would have no means to defend himself. However, at this moment, due to Li Chengran's deep gratitude towards Liang Zhen for his support and care, he understood that without Liang Zhen, a poor boy from the countryside like him could never have participated in the company and transformed from rags to riches. Therefore, he boldly stepped forward, giving all his shares to Liang Zhen for free, and even persuaded Huo Zili and Yang Wanjun to contribute some of their shares to Liang Zhen as well. Initially, Huo Zili and Yang Wanjun adopted a wait-and-see attitude towards the open and covert conflicts between Liang Zhen and the Lu family. After Li Chengran approached them and reasoned with them emotionally, He urged them to help Liang Zhen. They recalled that during the time when the company's stock price fell sharply, it was Liang Zhen who encouraged them to buy those stocks at low prices, and now that the company was back on track, their stocks had multiplied several times. However, the two were not very enthusiastic about it, as they felt they had previously been unaware of Liang Zhen's covert tactics. Moreover, they were good brothers with both Liang Zhen and Lu Huanan. Helping one would offend the other, and the best course of action seemed to be to remain neutral. Li Chengran articulated a reason that made them think they had to help Liang Zhen. Lu Huanan was indeed their brother, but his carefree and nonchalant nature meant he did not care about company affairs. If Liang Zhen exited the company and the Lu family regained control, their situation would not be better than it was under Liang Zhen's leadership. They would be constrained in everything they did, and only by following Liang Zhen could they unleash their potential. Undoubtedly, Liang Zhen's past mentorship of Li Chengran would allow him to win the battle against the Lu Group in the near future. Logically, with things having escalated to this point, Lu Huanan should have recognized that his close friends had betrayed him. Given his usual indifference to worldly matters, he should have laughed it off and walked away. Yet he stayed, which was intriguing. Huo Jinghua knew some clues, but did not share them with his son, Huo Zili. In fact, as Huo Jinghua spoke, Huo Zili began to understand something, thinking back to what Liang Meng had told him about the unusual romantic relationship between Lu Huanan and Yi Mei. It was probably true. It seemed Lu Huanan was still a sentimental type, willing to abandon everything for a woman. Although he knew this in his heart, Huo Zili still wanted to hear the answer from his father, wondering why Lu Huanan, having been betrayed by his former friends, still did not leave. Huo Jinghua smiled and said, Lu Huanan once told us that he has never been interested in status or power. Otherwise, why would he have stepped aside in the first place? Instead, you people, who don't treat me as a brother, are the ones who suspect your position is unstable and play tricks on me. If I were to angrily leave now and never see you again, using my family's influence to expose the tricks you played on me, do you think this company could survive? You know you want shares and power. Why not just tell me directly? What is the point of beating around the bush? He spread his hands and continued. As a result, we ended up feeling embarrassed instead. Who asked us to be in the wrong with Lu Huanan? Huo Zili muttered to himself. When things seem unusual, there must be something going on. Huo Jinghua asked, what did you say? Huo Zili shook his head. Nothing. He then asked Huo Jinghua if he felt that Li Chengran understood the principle of repaying kindness with gratitude, and whether this was why Uncle Liang later felt assured to let him handle some confidential work. Of course, Huo Jinghua sighed. Humans, as advanced creatures, change with their environment. The old Li Chengran was incredibly insecure and often at our beck and call. Later, when he helped your Uncle Liang and the Lu Group seize power, he became very resourceful and daring. Now, every time I see him, he gives me chills, despite sometimes being arrogant and overbearing. You can no longer see the simplicity of his previous farmer self. However, But no matter how much Li Chengran changes, he is still loyal to the chairman. However, if he wanted to harm the chairman, he could easily do so. Huo Zili's expression changed, and he asked, why? Huo Jinghua said, because he is the chairman's shadow, the FBI of Yiri Group, like Edgar Hoover beside Nixon. I believe there is no secret in the company that he does not know, especially regarding the upper management, including me. Huo Zili sighed, hearing you say this. Does that mean he also has the motive to harm the chairman? Huo Jinghua replied, logically, he shouldn't. I was just making an analogy. Unless Li Chengran's character changes along with his heart. Is that possible? Huo Jinghua said, Edgar Hoover 100 years ago could have become president himself. It just depends on whether he wants to, because he holds everyone's secrets. Huo Zili already understood in his heart that his father was telling him these old stories to make him realize the importance of being cautious. Today, Li Chengran could very well be the hidden force that harms Liang Zhen. However, Liang Zhen, who is still lying in the hospital bed, still maintains enough trust in Li Chengran. Otherwise, how could Liang Zhen have entrusted Li Chengran to investigate the truth behind the accident of the first generation of thought-controlled mechas? But now his father, Huo Jinghua, has begun to doubt Li Chengran. Chapter 37. Investigating the case. 7. Before leaving, Huo Zili changed into a well-fitted suit and followed his father, Huo Jinghua, to Yiri Group. By the time they arrived at the company, it was already past 9 in the morning. As soon as he entered, Huo Zili attracted many glances. Many people had seen the news online about him being dismissed from the police department. Some busybodies openly remarked, "Look, that person is Huo's son. He was fired for secretly running a small business while being a cop." However, there was also speculation that he was an undercover agent. Despite being far from the busybody, Huo Zili still heard the term undercover, and a mix of emotions stirred within him, leaving him feeling quite uncomfortable. At this moment, Li Chengran was in his office, sitting in a soft swivel chair with a hint of laziness and contemplation. His wandering gaze occasionally shifted to the clock on the wall opposite him, and he would sometimes squint as if pondering something. A knock came at the door, and he casually said, "Come in." Huo Jinghua entered first, followed by his son, Huo Zili. "Brother Huo," Li Chengran said as he adjusted his sitting posture, "You're here." "Yes." Huo Jinghua smiled. "Old Li, I'm leaving my son in your care. He's new and knows nothing. Please don't go easy on him just because he's my son. I hope you can train him well." "Of course," Li Chengran replied. "I'll do my best, don't worry." "That's good," Huo Jinghua said, turning to leave. "Brother Huo, won't you sit for a while?" Li Chengran started to speak, but Huo Jinghua had already exited and closed the door. Outside, Huo Jinghua's voice said, "No need," followed by the sound of his footsteps fading away. "Zili," Li Chengran said with a smile, "you've seen that this office has 2 desks, yours and mine. I'll sit here, and you sit there. Go ahead and take a seat." "Thank you, Uncle Li," Huo Zili said as he walked over and sat down in the chair behind the desk, next to Li Chengran's. "I guess your dad is used to being late, so he didn't explain our working hours to you," Li Chengran said lightly. "Our work starts at 8:30 every day, so don't be late from now on." Huo Zili's like Hakwadili, Saudi, Unsoli. "I'll pay attention from now on." Li Chengran nodded good. He then said, "Turn on your computer." "Okay." Huo Zili powered on the desktop computer on his desk. Li Chengran continued, "There is a detailed document about idea mecha generation 1 in the folder on your desktop. Take a look and then share your thoughts." "All right." Huo Zili opened the folder and carefully browsed through the contents, finding that the data was identical to what Liang Meng had shown him a few days ago. Li Chengran observed Huo Zili's reaction to the document. His keen eyes immediately caught the unusual glint in Huo Zili's gaze. "Just now, when you looked at this document, your eyes flickered and your attention waned. You were thinking about something else, and it must be related to idea mecha generation 1. Huo Zili looked at Li Chengran in surprise. "Ah, Uncle Li, I feel like you're a detective." Li Chengran asked, "Am I right?" Huo Zili stared into Li Chengran's seemingly somber eyes. "Yes." Li Chengran then asked, "What are you thinking about?" "Oh, that." Huo Zili blinked. "Liang Meng and I went to Ding Yi's house before, and Ding Yi mentioned these things to me." He deliberately concealed the fact that Liang Meng had obtained the data on idea mecha generation 1 from her uncle, as this matter was something Liang Meng had done secretly. He was unsure how Li Chengran would react if he found out, fearing it might complicate things for Liang Meng. Li Chengran sneered and asked, "Was there nothing else?" Huo Zili shook his head. "No, that's it." Li Chengran said, "That's not right. Something else crossed your mind just now." Huo Zili replied, "I was recalling what I talked about with Ding Yi." Li Chengran said, "You're covering for someone." Huo Zili asked, "Covering for who?" Li Chengran said, "Liang Meng." Huo Zili's heart tightened, wondering whether Li Chengran was merely guessing or had some evidence, deliberately creating a mysterious atmosphere. He squinted, perplexed, and said, "Uncle Li, I don't understand why you think that." Li Chengran let out a light snort, smiled, and said, "I'm just trying to tease you." Ah. Huo Zili felt speechless, responding perfunctorily, "Uncle Li, you're really humorous." Li Chengran stopped smiling and sighed. "Actually, I know that Liang Meng stole a document about idea mecha generation 1 from her uncle Yang Wanjun a few days ago. She even showed it to you before you both went to Ding Yi's." "Oh, that." Huo Zili hesitated and asked, "How did you know, Uncle Li?" Li Chengran said, "This is a matter for our investigation department, not something I can disclose from our team, so I can't tell you." Huo Zili shrugged. "All right." Li Chengran continued, "However, I must tell you that Liang Meng's actions, although against company regulations and even constituting a crime, can be understood given that she is the chairman's daughter and is investigating for her father. But that doesn't mean she isn't the mastermind. You should understand that many culprits tend to create confusion, crying thief while they are the thieves themselves. Huo Zili was taken aback and asked, "So, Uncle Li thinks Liang Ming has some issues?" Li Chengran lowered his head and remained silent for a moment before slowly shaking his head. "No, I'm just stating facts because before the truth is revealed, Liang Ming indeed deserves suspicion. What could her motive be for committing a crime? I believe you should understand some of this, especially since if anything were to happen to the chairman, she would be the biggest beneficiary." Huo Zili stared at Li Chengran, narrowing his eyes. "Uncle Li, something just crossed your mind, and it's related to Liang Ming." Li Chengran suddenly looked at Huo Zili, taken aback. If Li Chengran had only dared to tease Huo Zili because he had some evidence, Huo Zili's current statement wasn't a tease. He had majored in criminal psychology in college and could usually read some facial micro-expressions. Li Chengran asked in surprise, "Do you know something?" Huo Zili frowned, thinking that Li Chengran must indeed be hiding a secret. Otherwise, he wouldn't ask like this. "I don't know anything," Huo Zili said, "but I studied psychology, and sometimes I can roughly read what others are thinking through their expressions." Li Chengran's expression shifted between light and dark. He smiled and said, "It seems you really are suited for the investigation department. If you're not an undercover agent, taking my place when I'm old would also be a good choice. You've been a cop, so it fits quite well. Survival of the fittest, letting people use their talents, right?" "Ha, undercover. Investigation department. Wow," Huo Zili muttered to himself, unsure how sincere or hypocritical Li Chengran's words were. He pretended to casually glance at Li Chengran, feeling that his smile seemed a bit forced. "Uncle Li, please stop joking," Huo Zili said with a bitter smile. "How could I be an undercover agent?" Li Chengran waved his hand. "We don't need to discuss this issue further. Even if you were an undercover agent, you wouldn't tell me the truth, would you?" He then said, "Let us get back on track. Since you've already seen that document and visited Ding Yi with Liang Ming, share your thoughts on the chairman's unexpected incident." Okay. Huo Zili's mind quickly organized his thoughts. On the day of the incident, the chairman performed a dance, martial arts, and high jump at the press conference, which corresponded to a dancer, a martial artist, and a retired high jumper. Initially, I suspected that the chairman's series of bizarre actions that day was due to a malfunction in the intelligent software within the Mind Mecha Generation 1, which caused it to misinterpret brain commands. And the action memories left by the 3 previous testers on the Mind Mecha Generation 1 had not been erased, leading to chaos in the internal software program, ultimately allowing the Mind Mecha Generation 1 to slip from the chairman's control, nearly resulting in a tragedy. He paused and then said, "That day, I went to Ding Yi's house and laid out my views to him. But Ding Yi told me that a hacker had infiltrated the internal software of the Mind Mecha Generation 1 and secretly manipulated this tragedy." Li Chengran sighed. "Actually, I was thinking the same as you," and Huo Zili noticed he hesitated and asked, "And what?" Li Chengran said softly, "Moreover, later through our troubleshooting of the Mind Mecha Generation 1, we found no signs of any hacker intrusion." Chapter 38. The Investigation of Constraints. 8. Huo Zili asked in confusion, "How could this happen?" Li Chengran sighed, "Who knows?" Moreover, his gaze drifted lazily towards the window. Later, after troubleshooting, no faults were found with the Mind Mech first generation. Huo Zili was astonished. No faults? Then how could the chairman have an accident at the press conference? Li Chengran slightly closed his eyes. Only the true culprit knows. Huo Zili stared into Li Chengran's eyes. "Uncle Li, are you hiding something from me?" Li Chengran replied in surprise. "What are you saying?" Huo Zili said, "Earlier, I mentioned that something crossed your mind, and you asked if I knew something. We changed the topic, but I still want to know what you think I know." "You little rascal." Li Chengran took a breath. "I do know some things that you don't, but do I have to tell you everything?" This one sentence choked Huo Zili back. Li Chengran sneered, "Zili, don't take it to heart. My profession doesn't allow me to tell you everything. But what I should tell you, I will do so without reservation." Huo Zili nodded, understanding. Li Chengran said, "Come here, I want to show you a video." Huo Zili left his seat and walked in front of Li Chengran. Li Chengran used the mouse to open a video folder and played 2 videos. One video was filmed in a room resembling a secret chamber, with a Mind Mech first generation lay flat on a single bed, with a computer beside it. The image remained still for about half a minute. Then scientist Ding Yi walked in, sat at the computer desk, operated the computer for a while. then closed it and left. A few minutes later, Chairman Liang Zhen and 2 staff members entered. The staff helped Liang Zhen put on the mind mech first generation, and the 3 of them left together. In the other video, also in this room, the mind mech first generation was no longer on the single bed. The still image also lasted for half a minute when the door suddenly opened, and scientist Ding Yi rushed in with an anxious expression, coming to the computer desk and turning on the computer. After half a minute, Chairman Liang Zhen, wearing the mind mech first generation, was carried in by several staff members and laid flat on the single bed. At this time, Ding Yi looked at the chairman on the bed while watching the computer screen, his hands continuously pressing the keyboard. Before long, the mind mech first generation on the chairman automatically powered on, and then several doctors and nurses in white coats appeared at the door, carrying a stretcher inside. They moved the chairman from the single bed to the stretcher and hurried out of the room. Several staff members also left, leaving only Ding Yi in the room. He sat at the computer desk and operated for more than 10 minutes, suddenly appearing dazed, burying his head down, looking very tired and dejected. After watching these 2 videos, what are your thoughts? Li Chengran asked Huo Zili. Huo Zili pondered. I see that the date and time on these 2 surveillance videos coincided with the day of the group's press conference. So they should have been filmed around the time of the chairman's accident, right? Li Chengran nodded, yes. One video was shot during the chairman putting on the mind mech first generation, and the other video was shot after the chairman's accident at the press conference, during the process of him taking off the mind mech first generation. Huo Zili frowned. I see that before the mind mech first generation had its accident, Ding Yi entered the room early. He was responsible for helping the chairman put on the smart machine, right? Li Chengran said, correct. Huo Zili contemplated. After the mind mech first generation had its accident, Ding Yi was also the first person to enter the room. Under his operation, he helped the chairman take off the mind mech first generation, but after the chairman left, Ding Yi remained at the computer desk, controlling the mind mech first generation. What was he doing there? Li Chengran replied. According to Ding Yi, he was checking for mechanical faults, but in the end, he found no issues with the mind mech first generation. Huo Zili squinted. Uncle Li means that if the chairman's accident was intentional, it must have been Ding Yi's doing? Isn't that so? Li Chengran said, originally, there was nothing wrong with the mind mech first generation, and Ding Yi was in charge. You also saw the video. Only he had the motive to commit the crime. Afterwards, he claimed that the mind mech first generation had no faults. But who can guarantee that he didn't tamper with the smart machine before and after the chairman put it on? Huo Zili nodded. Moreover, after the chairman was taken away by the doctors, Ding Yi operated at the computer desk for a long time. It's possible he was performing a system restore, making the mind mech first generation revert to his state without faults. Li Chengran said, I think so too. Huo Zili asked, so within these few days, the investigation team should have already begun investigating Ding Yi, right? Li Chengran said, of course. Huo Zili asked, have they found anything? Li Chengran shook his head and sighed. Nothing. He has been insisting that a hacker invaded the internal software of the mind mech first generation, but those scientists found no evidence of a hacker intrusion. So Ding Yi's excuse is simply nonsense. Huo Zili asked again, what was Ding Yi's relationship with the chairman like in the past? Li Chengran was taken aback. Huo Zili said, the investigation team should also look into Ding Yi's background. Since he is suspected of deliberately harming the chairman, he must have had a motive, right? Li Chengran blinked, seemingly considering something. Nothing has been found out yet. Huo Zili sighed. That shouldn't be the case. Normally, a person's background is the easiest to investigate. Why hasn't it been uncovered? That's not important. The most important thing is whether he harmed the chairman, Li Chengran said. Ding Yi is a genius. There's a saying that goes, genius and madness are only a fine line apart. What if he harmed the chairman just on a whim? Isn't that a possibility? Huo Zili said, a normal person wouldn't do something so insane. He lowered his head and thought for a while, then asked, I remember that day at the hospital. Uncle Li, you first questioned Lu Huanan, then you questioned Yang Wanjun. I want to know, could these 2 be behind the scenes? Li Chengran stared at Huo Zili with a strange look. What do you mean? Not that. Huo Zili explained, since Ding Yi has no motive, it doesn't rule out that he was being instructed. And that day at the hospital, Uncle Li, you suspected Lu Huanan and Yang Wanjun. We could also investigate the relationship between Lu Huanan and Yang Wanjun with Ding Yi, as well as whether there were any close interactions with Ding Yi before and after the chairman's incident, to determine Ding Yi's motive and find favorable clues. Don't you think so? You're really a police officer, Li Chengran said. I'm just puzzled. With such clear thinking and excellence, how could the police department expel you? Or were you originally an undercover agent? Huo Zili smiled wryly. I wish I were an undercover agent. That would be quite impressive, don't you think? Li Chengran looked at him and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Huo Zili smiled perfunctorily and said, Actually, I have another question. Li Chengran asked, What question? Huo Zili said, Is there a possibility that the chip in the chairman's brain could malfunction? Chapter 39. Investigation of the case. 9. According to common sense. The probability of a problem occurring with the chip in the chairman's brain is almost zero, Li Chengran said, unless someone tampered with it before it was implanted in the chairman's brain. What? Huo Zili asked. Is that chip still in the chairman's brain? Li Chengran nodded, seeing. The chairman's injuries are too severe. It wasn't appropriate to remove that chip from his brain immediately after the incident, but it should be soon. The hospital said that in the next few days, they should be able to take that chip out. His expression changed, and he said firmly, Assuming that the chip in the chairman's brain is fine, then the problem must lie with Ding Yi. At that point, he won't be able to deny it. Huo Zili couldn't help but ask, I'm still a bit curious. If it really was Ding Yi who did it, what would his motive be? Li Chengran replied, No motive is needed. We just need to ensure that Ding Yi has nothing to say when faced with the consequences. But before Huo Zili could finish, Li Chengran interrupted him. You want to say that without a motive, how can we solve the case, right? But finding a motive is the police's job. We only need evidence. Li Chengran continued. Also, there's one more thing I need to remind you of. Now that you are the deputy leader of the high-level investigation team, it's best to minimize contact with Liang Mengjian until the investigation team is disbanded. Huo Zili asked, puzzled why? Li Chengran said, Because Liang Meng is also one of the suspects. Huo Zili frowned, but Uncle Li, didn't you say that all the evidence points to Ding Yi as the prime suspect? And those two videos indeed put Ding Yi in a disadvantageous position. How did Liang Meng become a suspect now? Li Chengran blinked and pondered. Actually, it's fine for you to keep in touch with her, but you can't tell her anything about our investigation team. Huo Zili said, I will keep it confidential. Li Chengran nodded. All right, I have something to attend to. Okay, Huo Zili said, then Uncle Li, go ahead. After Li Chengran left, Huo Zili found himself bored. He reviewed the two videos again. The camera angles from the surveillance footage were positioned at some corner of the room ceiling, making it ineffective for observing the expressions on everyone's faces. Huo Zili kept pausing and zooming in, trying to glean Ding Yi's psychological state from any frame where his expression could be seen, but he never noticed anything unusual. Ding Yi maintained a calm demeanor amid his busyness. He walked briskly, but his face always conveyed a sense of tranquility, giving off an impression of being unruffled. However, Ding Yi's hunched silhouette sitting at the computer desk, while his expression at that moment was unknown, appeared quite dejected, consistent with how a scientist might feel after a research failure. Huo Zili fell into deep thought. How could Ding Yi be the murderer? Firstly, Ding Yi's annual salary was several million, so he obviously wasn't short on money. Secondly, he didn't seem to have much interest in wealth. His home was furnished with old-fashioned furniture that is hard to find in today's second-hand market, and his life revolved around 2 points: the company and home. The possibility of him committing murder purely for financial gain could be ruled out. According to Liang Meng's uncle, Yang Wanjun, Ding Yi had a twisted mind and once kidnapped a woman on a night road, but this was likely a deliberate smear against him. After all, Ding Yi was arrogant and dismissive of others, and someone with such a proud character would easily offend people. But he should be even more disdainful of committing petty crimes, right? Although, when Huo Zili first approached Ding Yi, he seemed very unapproachable. Huo Zili felt an unexplainable fondness for him. If he had to explain this fondness, it would be like finding a kindred spirit. Huo Zili greatly admired Ding Yi's individuality and independence. He knew that such people would invest deeply in what they liked and dismiss what they didn't. In a specific field, they often unleash immense energy, becoming leaders in their industry. If forced to do something they disliked, they could easily become useless. In fact, Huo Zili was also that kind of person, though he didn't yet realize he possessed such potential. Even though Ding Yi was currently labeled as the prime suspect by Li Chengran, Huo Zili always felt that the murderer wasn't Ding Yi. Moreover, Li Chengran must be hiding something from him. In their previous conversation, everything Li Chengran told him was contradictory. At first, Li Chengran talked about Liang Meng, stating that she was busy investigating the cause of her father Liang Zhen's accident, but couldn't rule out the possibility that Liang Meng was putting on an act, crying wolf, because if Liang Zhen were to come a harm, Liang Meng would become the biggest beneficiary. Later, Li Chengran showed him 2 videos from before and after Liang Zhen's accident and confidently analyzed that unless there were new findings, Ding Yi could basically be locked in as the suspect responsible for Liang Zhen's murder. Since Li Chengran had already determined that Ding Yi was the murderer, why would he still suspect Liang Meng? Huo Zili kept trying to unravel this contradiction, which still existed in a hypothetical state, but after thinking it through, there was only one answer. Liang Meng was Ding Yi's hidden instigator. However, Liang Meng had never had any prior dealings with Ding Yi. When she sought her uncle Yang Wanjuan's opinion, he told her that Ding Yi was not trustworthy and advised against her approach. As Huo Zili thought about this, he felt that either Ding Yi was being paranoid and overreacting, or he was hiding something from him. Ding Yi indeed had many things he was concealing from him. For example, when he mentioned the other day at the hospital that Li Chengran suspected Yang Wanjun and Lu Huanan and that the 3 parties were in a standoff, Li Chengran immediately changed the subject, clearly not wanting Huo Zili to know certain things about their upper management. Another example was that he had previously asked Li Chengran twice if he was hiding something from him, and Li Chengran had brazenly replied that he knew a lot and didn't need to tell him everything. After all, this was a private enterprise, not as strictly regulated as a police department where public and private matters are clearly defined. Li Chengran had a lot of information that others didn't know, but if he chose not to share, there was no way to compel him. If this were a police department, it would be different. The leaders would want their subordinates to know everything clearly to solve cases quickly. But now, in Yiri Group, Huo Zili increasingly felt that, in front of the domineering Li Chengran, he was merely a necessary ornament. An hour passed, then 2 hours, and Li Chengran still hadn't returned. At noon, a pretty girl knocked and walked in, telling Huo Zili that Mr. Li asked her to inform him that it was time for lunch, and remember to come back to work at 2 o'clock, Huozong. Frustrated, Huo Zili had no choice but to leave the office. As he stepped outside, he saw Liang Meng's figure among the crowd in the distance of the corridor. Liang Meng saw him too. The 2 walked toward each other in unison. Wow, look at you in a suit. Liang Meng reached Huo Zili's side, quickly understanding the situation, and appeared quite pleasantly surprised. Brother, you're working at the company now? Huo Zili nodded yes. Liang Meng asked, what position did your dad let you hold in the company? Huo Zili extended his finger and pointed to the unmarked office behind him, the investigation team. He continued, saying, the investigation team looking into the truth behind your dad's accident. What? Liang Meng showed an incredulous expression. Did I hear that wrong? Huo Zili smiled slightly, no. Liang Meng smiled brightly for a moment, but then lowered her head, seeming very unhappy. Huo Zili asked, what's wrong with you? Liang Meng said, they believe you, not me. Huo Zili forced a smile. Why do you say that? Chapter 40. Investigation Constraints. 10. I once asked my dad for his opinion about transferring me to Li Chengran's investigation team. But Liang Meng shook her head in frustration and sighed, saying that while my dad agreed, Li Chengran did not. Huo Zili recalled that Li Chengran had just told him in the morning that it was best to have less contact with Liang Meng before the truth came out. And he already understood Li Chengran's intention to oppose Liang Meng joining the investigation team. So what did your dad say? Huo Zili thought to himself. Even if Li Chengran disagreed, he couldn't openly contradict Chairman Liang Zhen's wishes. Could he? My dad didn't oppose it. He agreed. Liang Meng said bitterly, it must be that Tianqi Ji's mother persuaded Li Chengran to tell my dad that I am also a suspect. So what is your dad making you do at the company now? Huo Zili noticed that Liang Meng was dressed in work attire, different from how she usually dressed when they met, and he remembered that his father had said that Liang Meng would also come to work at the company. Vice General Manager, Liang Meng said, a useless position, no use at all. Huo Zili said, This position has a good starting point. It seems they are training you as a successor. Liang Ming shot Huo Zili a glance. Are you flattering me? Or suggesting that my dad won't be able to stand up in the future? Huo Zili felt his face flush, realizing that he had been too blunt, and quickly said several no responses. I mean, they're training you now, Huo Zili explained, so that when your dad is gone in the future, you can take on the company's responsibilities. After saying this, Huo Zili felt that, given the current situation, his words sounded a bit strange. No need to explain, Liang Ming said. You will only make it worse. All right. Huo Zili couldn't help but take a breath. Let's go eat outside together. It's on me. The two had lunch together at a restaurant near the company. During the meal, Liang Ming asked about Huo Zili's situation in the investigation team that morning. Due to Li Qingran's warning, Huo Zili didn't mention that Ding Yi was the biggest suspect. He only told Liang Ming that he was merely a decoration in front of Li Qingran, who was too arbitrary and domineering. How is he arbitrary and domineering? Liang Ming asked Huo Zili. How to say? Huo Zili said, he seems to know a lot of secrets, but he doesn't tell me. That's quite normal. Liang Ming said, otherwise how could my uncle say he regards himself as Edgar Hoover? She continued, the more secrets one has, the less one can share. Otherwise, that person has no value. That's true. Huo Zili blinked. If he doesn't tell me anything, how can I solve the case? Take your time. Liang Ming teased. Now you're at least a match for him. You usually don't share secrets with others either. You're very tight-lipped. Huo Zili sighed. Are you mocking me? Liang Ming coldly laughed and closed her mouth. Seeing this expression on Liang Ming, Huo Zili roughly understood that she was still brooding over that matter. When Liang Ming first approached him to investigate the accident involving Chairman Liang Zhen, he had taken a condescending attitude and had been evasive with Liang Ming. After returning to work in the afternoon, Huo Zili stayed alone in the office from 2 to 3:30, but Li Qingran had not come to the office, and he had nothing to do. He had checked everything that needed to be checked regarding the two videos, and the other contents on the computer were locked with a password by Li Qingran. With no other option, Huo Zili found the female secretary and asked where Li Qingran had gone. The secretary told Huo Zili that General Manager Li had gone to the hospital to report to the chairman. For some reason, Ding Yi's figure flashed in Huo Zili's mind, and he subconsciously asked the secretary where scientist Ding Yi was working. The secretary informed Huo Zili that Ding Yi was in laboratory number 5 on the underground 3rd floor. Huo Zili went straight there. The temperature in the underground laboratory was very low. As he walked into the corridor on the 3rd underground floor from the elevator, a chilling atmosphere mixed with the smell of disinfectant greeted him. Huo Zili put on a mask and knocked on the door of laboratory number 5. The door was opened by a young assistant of Ding Yi, who coldly asked, "What do you want?" Huo Zili said, "I'm from the investigation team. Here to see Ding Yi." The assistant asked expressionlessly, "What do you want with my teacher?" Huo Zili was taken aback and began to size up the assistant. Just looking at the arrogant expression on his face, he resembled Ding Yi quite a bit. Thinking that the assistant had probably been with Ding Yi for a long time and had picked up some of Ding Yi's unapproachable temperament, he smiled and said, "Oh, I'm here to consult Ding Yi about a few questions." The assistant said, "The teacher is not here. You can leave?" Huo Zili asked. "Then where did Ding Yi go?" The assistant looked at Huo Zili with a strange expression. "Are you really from the investigation team? Do you have an ID? Let me see." "Sorry about that." Huo Zili took out his ID from his jacket pocket and handed it to the assistant. The assistant glanced at it and couldn't help but say, "It's really strange. Since you're the deputy leader of the investigation team, you actually don't know where the teacher went. What kind of work is your investigation team doing? Are you really a group of people?" Huo Zili sensed the undertone in the assistant's words and quickly asked, "I'm really sorry. I just started today, and I'm not familiar with some matters. Could you please tell me what your teacher is doing?" The assistant replied irritably, "He was ordered to take a leave of absence by your team leader Li." Huo Zili exclaimed, "Leave of absence?" But he quickly understood Li Qingran's intention, which was certainly due to the fact that Ding Yi was the biggest suspect in the plot against the chairman. So his work was suspended while waiting for the final outcome of the investigation. "Oof." The assistant seemed quite resentful, saying, "If there's nothing else, I'm closing the door now. Please show some restraint and stop bothering us." No. Huo Zili laughed and said, "Since Mr. Ding Yi is not here, could you answer a few questions for me?" 10 minutes, the assistant said. Hurry up if you have something to say. All right, Huo Zili said, I want to ask, how would you describe your teacher? The assistant immediately replied with 2 words, a good person. Huo Zili smiled wryly. Isn't that a bit too vague? I don't think Mr. Ding is a bad person either, but I want to know what makes him good. The assistant fell silent for a moment. As if recalling something, let me put it this way. Every year, most of the teacher's salary is donated to charity, leaving only a small part for himself. Last year, the teacher was diagnosed with stomach cancer, but because he donated his money, he didn't have enough for his medical expenses. The doctor told him that if he didn't choose chemotherapy or radiotherapy and controlled it properly, he could live for about 10 more years. As a result, the teacher didn't tell us about this. Huo Zili asked why. Even if Mr. Ding didn't tell you, given his significant position in the company, he could have advanced his salary for medical treatment, right? The assistant unknowingly became melancholic. The teacher is a very narcissistic person. He heard from the doctor that chemotherapy and radiotherapy would make him lose all his hair and that he would gain weight due to some hormonal medications. So he simply gave up on treatment. He thought that living for another 10 years was enough. Hearing this, Huo Zili couldn't help but recall the day he visited Ding Yi's home. Although it was furnished with some seemingly ancient furniture, it was indeed very clean. And Ding Yi himself appeared neat and tidy, almost like the obsessive-compulsive person described by his apprentice. How could he be the pervert described by Yang Wanjun? Mr. Ding Yi. Huo Zili thought for a moment. Would he make mistakes in his work? The person shook his head and said, impossible. Huo Zili then asked, can you elaborate on your viewpoint? Why do you think the mind control mecha generation 1 experienced such an unexpected incident at the press conference? The person replied, it must have been a highly skilled hacker who infiltrated the software inside the intelligent machine. My teacher and I share the same opinion. However, Huo Zili said, it is said that during the inspection of the mechanical failure, no signs of hacking were found in the mind control mecha generation 1. The person responded, not finding anything doesn't mean the hacker didn't come. It's like a very clever murderer or thief who erased all evidence after committing the crime. Can you then say the murderer doesn't exist? Huo Zili laughed and said, of course not. He continued, I once heard Mr. Ding Yi say that the probability of a hacker cracking the mind control mecha generation 1 is like a codebreaker without a codebook successfully deciphering the represented text based on just a few codes, which is nearly impossible. So I think, even if such a possibility exists, the hacker would likely be an insider. The person nodded and said, that seems to make some sense. Huo Zili then said, so, I would like to know the background information of all the internal personnel in your laboratory. 10 minutes passed, and the person looked at his watch and then said, you should leave now, but the information you want to know is all with your team leader, Li. You can go ask him. After saying this, the person closed the door. Huo Zili sighed helplessly and left. Chapter 41. Investigating the Case, 11. After returning to his office from the laboratory on the 3rd basement level, Huo Zili found that Li Chengran still hadn't returned. He exhaled a breath of frustration and felt speechless. Sitting in his office chair, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Li Chengran could treat him like a subordinate, but he really couldn't bear being treated like a puppet, or worse, as if he were non-existent, like air. He took out his phone and dialed Li Chengran's number. Uncle Li, where are you? Huo Zili's tone sounded quite unfriendly. Wait for me, Li Chengran said on the other end of the line. I'll be back soon. After saying that, he hung up. Huo Zili waited for about half an hour again. Just as he was about to call Li Chengran again, the door was pushed open and Li Chengran entered. He looked serious and sat down at the desk, as if he had something on his mind. Just as Huo Zili was about to ask something, Li Chengran suddenly asked him, do you need something? All right. Facing Li Chengran's question, Huo Zili felt a bit at a loss. Li Chengran asked, what is it? Taking a deep breath, Huo Zili furrowed his brows and said, Uncle Li, I'm here to work, not just to collect a paycheck. To be honest, I just got kicked out of the police station. Now, I really want to do something meaningful to earn others' respect, so I really hope to help you. This line might not be very convincing to Li Chengran, who likely still saw him as an undercover agent from the police station. However, even if it was a lie, it was a grand one that Li Chengran couldn't easily refute. Li Chengran squinted his eyes and stared at Huo Zili for a moment, and for some reason, he suddenly chuckled. Ha ha, Zili, are you complaining that Uncle Li left you here unattended? Huo Zili sighed. How could I dare to complain about you? Li Chengran laughed and said, I've been really busy today and completely overlooked you. I owe you an apology. Don't, Huo Zili teased. I didn't expect you to be so polite with me. Li Chengran said, ha ha ha, well then, I won't be polite with you in the future. Of course. No need to be polite with me. Uncle Li, Huo Zili replied perfunctorily, thinking that Li Chengran had never been polite with him before saying that apology. Li Chengran put away his smile and said, let's get back to business. What do you want to know? Seeing Li Chengran suddenly become so straightforward, Huo Zili decided not to beat around the bush anymore. Uncle Li, this afternoon, I went to Ding Yi's place. His assistant said he was on vacation, and I wanted to find some background information on Ding Yi and his assistants to look for clues about the case. But his assistant told me that what I wanted to see is all with you. Li Chengran nodded and said, yes, that's true. He opened one of the documents on his computer. If you want to see it, go ahead. Huo Zili asked, can you send this document to my email? Sure, no problem. Li Chengran asked, what's your email address? Huo Zili bent down and typed his email address on the keyboard. After that, Li Chengran clicked send. Zili, take your time. I have other matters to attend to. I won't be back before 5:30 p.m., Li Chengran said, standing up and leaving the office without looking back. Huo Zili returned to his seat and opened the document that was just sent over. After analyzing and categorizing the information, he found nothing unusual in the background information of the researchers. Each of them was a legitimate doctoral student from a reputable university. And although they hailed from all over the country, almost all of them, including Ding Yi, graduated from Peking University. In a sense, those researchers were all Ding Yi's juniors. And after joining the Yiri Group, they would all become Ding Yi's students, given that Ding Yi was 10 to 20 years older than them. Although Huo Zili had only visited Ding Yi's laboratory once, he sincerely felt that Ding Yi's juniors and students must respect him a lot. After work, Huo Zili didn't go home, but went directly to Ding Yi's house. After knocking on the door, Ding Yi opened it looking disheveled, wearing only pajamas and with messy hair. The smell of fragrant vinegar wafted from the room, indicating that Ding Yi had just eaten. Come in, Ding Yi said. Huo Zili followed him inside. Seat. Okay, thank you. Huo Zili sat down in front of the sofa. Have you eaten? Ding Yi asked. Not yet, Huo Zili replied. If Uncle Ding hasn't eaten either, let's go out and grab something to eat. No, I've already eaten, Ding Yi said. If you don't mind, I can go cook some noodles for you. Huo Zili felt that Ding Yi's attitude towards him had noticeably improved this time, so he didn't refuse. Then thank you, Uncle Ding. You're welcome. Ding Yi turned and walked toward the kitchen, his thin back slightly hunched, seemingly carrying an indescribable fatigue. Huo Zili unconsciously began to look around the living room. It was as spotless as last time, but the old photo of a woman on the television wall had not been taken down. Huo Zili couldn't help but stand up, walking silently toward the picture. He studied the woman in the red dress in the frame. Due to the passage of time, the photo had yellowed, giving the entire image a strange, otherworldly quality. The woman in the photo did indeed resemble Liang Meng, both in figure and features, making Huo Zili feel that she looked very much like Liang Meng. But this person was definitely not Liang Meng, as the photo was taken at least 20 years ago, and the red coat the woman was wearing was the kind of outdated clothing that seemed very tacky by today's standards. Huo Zili remembered that when he was a child, his mother had worn similar clothes. Huo Zili's gaze then fell on the background behind the woman in the red dress, which featured an ancient red arched gate. The gate was open, and there were 4 blurry characters on the plaque above. He picked up the frame, squinted to see more clearly, and silently recited, Peking University. Ding Yi was also a graduate of Peking University, so this woman should be his alumnus and very likely his lover. In an instant, Huo Zili seemed to understand something. He took out his phone, opened the camera, and took a picture of the photo. At that moment, the kitchen door opened, and Huo Zili quickly returned to the sofa and sat down. Ding Yi brought over a steaming bowl of noodles and handed it to Huo Zili. It smells so good. Huo Zili smiled and said, Thank you, Uncle Ding. You're welcome. Ding Yi smiled and sat down on the sofa beside Huo Zili. Huo Zili picked up the chopsticks in the bowl, noticing that the noodles were clearly different from the plain boiled noodles Ding Yi had eaten during his last visit. This time, the noodles had a soy sauce color and even had an appetizing fried egg on top. Last time he came to my house, I was too busy and had a lot on my mind, So the noodles I made were hurriedly prepared, just enough to fill you up. This kind of life has become my norm, and I'm used to it, Ding Yi sighed. Now I finally have some free time, even though it's still noodles. At least I have time to make them properly. After saying this, Ding Yi lowered his head. Huo Zili pretended to casually glance at Ding, noticing that he seemed to be in a state of some kind of disappointment, as if he had turned into a dried-up piece of wood. Uncle Ali, Huo Zili asked while eating, why did the company give you a vacation? Ding Yi suddenly raised his head and stared blankly at Huo Zili. You started working at the company? Huo Zili nodded. Ding Yi asked, the investigation team? Yes. Ding Yi frowned. Then you should know why I'm on leave, right? Huo Zili said. On the first day of work, Mr. Li hasn't told me yet. Ding Yi smiled wryly. You used to be a police officer. You should be able to guess why I'm on leave, right? Huo Zili blinked and said, I have guessed. He finished the last few noodles in his bowl and slowly said, but I always feel that Uncle Ding. How could you be the murderer? Ding Yi sighed. I'm very grateful that you think this way. Now the company's higher-ups must see me as the murderer. Huo Zili said, I went to Uncle Li's studio today, and your assistant, no, your student, also doesn't believe you are the murderer. He continued, although based on what I've learned so far, Uncle Li does have the possibility of committing the crime. But I always feel that if Uncle Ding were the murderer, with your intelligence, you definitely wouldn't let others easily find evidence against you, right? Chapter 42. The Investigation of the Obstruction. 12. It's not just about not letting others find a handle. Ding Yi sighed. I can also forge seamless evidence that will make those people suspect me in no way. Huo Zili knew that Ding Yi was not boasting when he said this. He continued to ask, I think even if the hacker who invaded the mind control mecha Generation 1 intelligent software is that skilled and can leave no trace, he must have a purpose for committing the crime, right? Ding Yi squinted his eyes. What exactly are you trying to say? Huo Zili said, what I mean is, what was the hacker's purpose in harming the chairman? Hatred or profit? Ding Yi nodded and then smiled bitterly. I don't know about that. But when it comes to profit, the competition among the top executives of large companies, including rivals, is beyond our imagination. Huo Zili asked, then does Uncle Ding think there might be another possibility? That the chip implanted in the chairman's brain malfunctioned? Ding Yi said, that's not impossible. But the premise is that the process of implanting the chip in the chairman was strictly checked to ensure everything was foolproof before allowing the chairman to use it. Huo Zili fell into deep thought. Ding Yi looked at him and murmured, actually, there's another possibility. Huo Zili asked, what possibility? Ding Yi said, someone has taken control of that chip. Huo Zili was astonished. How can that be controlled? Ding Yi sighed, the brain issues commands to the chip, which then sends signals to the intelligent software. But if a hacker intercepts the signal at that moment and alters its content, then the mind control mecha Generation 1 will fall out of the original owner's control and be at the mercy of the hacker. He continued, however, this possibility sounds even more like a fantasy, unless that person has the computing power of a supercomputer. You often see such scenes in martial arts novels, where a martial arts master transmits inner strength to another person to help them heal, and suddenly an enemy appears. As long as this enemy stirs up trouble, the inner strength being transmitted will go awry, leading to chaos. Huo Zili took a breath. Although these two possibilities seem possible, they're basically equivalent to having no possibility, right? Ding Yi scratched his head in frustration. But apart from these two possibilities, there are no other possibilities. Huo Zili asked, then does Uncle Ding's work team have such a genius? No, Ding Yi said, how should I put it? Actually, they're all geniuses, but they haven't reached the level of genius required for this kind of crime, including me. Huo Zili sighed, no wonder, mister. Li suspects you of being the suspect in framing the chairman. Even I suspect that I might be. Ding Yi's obscure gaze contained a sense of tragic heroism. But I really am not. He lowered his head. I don't know how things turn out this way. Things will be clarified. Huo Zili comforted Ding. Uncle Ding, don't be too sad. Ding Yi nodded and sighed. I hope you can eventually return me a sense of justice. Huo Zili said, truth cannot be faked, and falsehood cannot be real. I believe that no matter what happens, there will always be a day when the truth is revealed. A flicker of fear flashed in Ding Yi's eyes, but I always feel that this matter will have no answer. Huo Zili asked why. Ding Yi said, because the murderer is too powerful. A shadow of gloom crept onto Huo Zili's forehead. But if there really is such a top hacker, Huo Zili pondered, I feel this is definitely not the end. Ding Yi asked, what do you mean? Huo Zili said, the murderer hasn't achieved their goal yet. There will definitely be further actions. Ding Yi sighed. If that's the case, I hope he acts quickly to clear my suspicion. Huo Zili closed his mouth. He thought that Ding Yi should know the murderer's next move, which is to want Liang Zhen dead. Ding Yi is now hoping the murderer will act quickly, indicating that he does not genuinely care about Chairman Liang Zhen's safety, only wanting to clear his own suspicion. Originally, Huo Zili was preparing to say goodbye to Ding Yi, but his gaze inadvertently fell on the woman's photo on the TV wall. Uncle Ding, actually, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you. Ding Yi said, what question? I'm quite curious, Huo Zili smiled. How come a big scientist like Uncle Ding, with an annual salary of several million, uses old furniture home? Ding Yi said, everyone has their own preferences. I'm just a bit nostalgic. Huo Zili hesitated for a moment and then asked, nostalgic people are often sentimental. I think the girl in that photo on the TV wall must have had a profound love with Uncle Ding, right? Is it because of that girl that you haven't married all these years? Ding Yi suddenly turned to look, then stood up and walked toward the photo, but then froze there, turned around, and sat back down on the sofa. Actually, Ding Yi's stiff face revealed a bitter smile. I have no relationship with the girl in the photo. She was a classmate I had a crush on during college. Huo Zili said, why do I feel that girl looks a lot like Liang Meng? Ding Yi nodded. Actually, that girl is Liang Meng's mother, Xiao Qian. So when you and Liang Meng came to my place last time, I hurriedly put the photo away because I didn't want Liang Meng to know that I had a crush on her mother back then. I can understand, Huo Zili said. I think during this visit, Uncle Ding must have forgotten to put the photo away, right? You probably didn't want me to know. Ding Yi similed bitterly. That's not a big deal. I just didn't want Liang Meng to know. But it seems that way, Huo Zili said with a sly smile. When I mentioned that photo just now, Uncle Ding hurriedly stood up, definitely wanted to put that photo away. But Uncle Ding thought that even if he put it away, I would have seen it, so he simply returned. Ding, he was quite straightforward. At first, I really didn't want you to know, but since you know, it's not a big deal. I just had a crush on her. Huo Zili asked, since it was just a crush, how did Uncle Ding end up with her photo? Ding Yi's gaze drifted to the desolate lights of the old building outside the window, as if reminiscing about something. Actually, in my life, I've only had a crush on Liang Xiaoqian. To me, she was as pure and sacred as a goddess. Ever since I met her, I couldn't see any other girl. However, I knew Liang Xiaoqian didn't like me. Several times when we passed by each other, she didn't even look at me, and although we were in the same class, we never spoke a word. Ding Yi smiled bitterly. This kind of unrequited love tormented me to the point where I couldn't eat or sleep, and finally, I had no choice but to think of memorizing. Memorizing? Huo Zili doubted whether he had heard correctly. Yes, memorizing, Ding Yi said there was no other way. From a human biology perspective, that age is when hormones are at their peak. Since she didn't pay attention to me, I had to think of other ways to relieve myself, so my grades were particularly good. He continued until the year I graduated from college. I realized that I would part ways with the girl I once had a crush on, and from then on, we might forget each other in the world, with life and death becoming distant. So I mustered the courage to ask for a photo of her. Huo Zili said, since she is willing to give you a photo, she must have some feelings for you, right? Ding Yi nodded and said yes. She told me to keep it well and said that if I had been a bit braver back then, I could have won her over years ago. Huo Zili said, but wasn't it still not too late back then? Ding Yi sighed dejectedly, saying it was too late. She had a boyfriend at that time. What a pity, Huo Zili asked. Was her boyfriend also a classmate from your school? Yes, a handsome guy, better looking than me. However, I heard they broke up later, Ding Yi said. Later on, I met Yang Xiaoqian at Yiri Group, but by then, we were already like strangers. Huo Zili asked, why were you like strangers? Ding Yi smiled bitterly, because at that time, she was already involved with Chairman Liang, and I had no chance anymore. He then said, I hope you won't tell Liang Meng or anyone else about this. Huo Zili said, I won't. Chapter 43. The Investigation 13. After leaving the old neighborhood where Ding Yi lived, a taxi approached, and the driver slowly braked, stopping near Huo Zili. He rolled down the window and asked if Huo Zili wanted a ride. Huo Zili waved his hand to indicate he didn't need it and continued walking forward. Deep in thought, Ding, he must be hiding something from him. But what exactly was Dingy hiding? Huo Zili couldn't figure it out. Yet he felt he knew something. Ding, he must have concealed his past with Liang Meng's mother, Yang Shaoqian. His relationship with Yang Shaoqian was certainly not that simple. But why would Ding want to hide this relationship? Assuming Huo Zili's judgment was correct, and Ding indeed had a deep affection for Yang Shaoqian, who later committed suicide by jumping off a building, could Ding blame Yang Shaoqian's death on Liang Zhen? Thinking of this, Huo Zili's thoughts gradually became clearer. The reason Ding was hiding this from him could be out of fear that if others learned about his connection with Yang Shaoqian, it would become a reason for him to harm Chairman Liang Zhen. If this were the case, it would explain why Li Chengran firmly asserted that Chairman Liang Zhen was murdered by Ding Yi, yet avoided discussing Ding Yi's motive. This was, of course, to avoid bringing up old grievances and embarrassing Chairman Liang Zhen. Everyone knows that family scandals should not be aired in public, and someone of Liang Zhen's stature would certainly not allow negative news about him to circulate. But what hidden truths lay beneath this? Why did Liang Meng's mother, Yang Shaoqian, commit suicide back then? On the deserted street under the night sky, the street lights emitted a glaring brightness, and a crescent moon hung in the gray night sky, as if covered by a layer of gauze. The night sky in ancient times must have been much clearer than now, Huo Zili suddenly thought. Another taxi approached, and Huo Zili waved it down. The taxi stopped, and he got in. The driver asked where he was going, and Huo Zili gave him the address of his home in the suburbs. The driver was pleased, as it was a long trip. After driving for a while, Liang Meng suddenly called to invite Huo Zili for a late-night snack. Remembering Li Chengran's warning, he hesitated for a moment, but still agreed to Liang Meng's invitation. Why should he listen to Li Chengran? He had been a police officer himself. Surely he knew what to say and what not to say. Just thinking about Li Chengran's smug face filled Huo Zili with anger. Damn it, why should only the officials be allowed to light fires while the common people can't even light lamps? Huo Zili said to the driver, "Forget about going to the east suburbs, take me to the city restaurant." The driver's expression visibly darkened as the city restaurant was nearby, and he had expected a big fare, only to be left with a smaller one. Huo Zili saw the discontent in the driver's eyes through the rearview mirror and felt a bit of empathy. This world is like that. Some people toil from dawn till dusk to make money, while people like him and Liang Meng can still go out for leisure at night. When he got out of the car, Huo Zili gave the taxi driver a few extra yuan as a tip, which made the driver happy. Just as he was leaving, he noticed people waiting for a ride near the restaurant, so the driver turned and picked them up. Huo Zili shook his head and smiled bitterly, realizing that taxi drivers really do find a way when they reach the mountain. However, he was unsure if the investigation that lay ahead would lead him to a breakthrough. Upon entering the city restaurant, Liang Meng was already waiting for him in a corner of the hall. He walked over with a smile. "Sit down quickly." "Okay, what do you want to eat?" "You decide. You don't have any food you can't eat, right?" "No," Huo Zili said. "I've been eating pickled radish for years." "Huh, no wonder you're so thin." Liang Meng called the waiter and ordered a plate of banana stir-fried watermelon, a plate of fried milk, and 2 cups of cola. Hearing the sweet menu, Huo Zili inwardly groaned. He would eat anything but sweets. "You went to Ding Yi's house?" Liang Meng asked Huo Zili. Huo Zili was taken aback. "How did you know?" Liang Meng rolled her eyes at him and said, "I wanted to invite you to dinner after work, but you rushed to the elevator as if your butt was on fire. I wanted to call you, but the elevator door closed. When I finally got out of the company, I saw you get into a taxi, and I was curious, so I followed you." "Who knew you went to Ding Yi's house?" "You didn't even tell me." Huo Zili smiled and sighed. "You really have your ways. Following me all the way. I would have thought you were catching someone in the act." "Get lost," Liang Meng said firmly. Just then, a female waiter brought the dishes, and as she heard Liang Meng's remark, she trembled, spilling a few drops of cola on Huo Zili's face, which made Liang Meng laugh again. I'm sorry. The waitress apologized hurriedly. It's fine, Huo Zili said, waving her off. He looked at Liang Meng, who gave him another playful huff. "Actually, I wanted to invite you to go with me." Huo Zili silently concocted a kind excuse in his mind. Li Chengran had told him that being in the investigation team meant adhering to some confidentiality rules. To hell with the confidentiality rules. He never intended to hide anything from her. He just had to be cautious on the surface and even if she hadn't called tonight, he would have told her whatever she wanted to know. But Huo Zili had no intention of revealing anything to Liang Meng. No one could deny that lies could sometimes be well-intentioned. In fact, everyone weaves countless lies throughout their lives. Most of the time, your circumstances force you to tell some lies. Liang Meng picked up a piece of banana and put it in her mouth. Delicious. Huo Zili didn't touch his chopsticks, but instead recounted his visit to Ding Yi's house, telling Liang Meng that Ding Yi had lost his previous arrogance, even cooking him a bowl of noodles. And mentioning that Ding Yi said her father Liang Zhen's accident had another possibility, that someone intercepted the brain chip signals sent to the smart software and manipulated them. Though he noted that this possibility was quite sci-fi and almost improbable, he did not tell Liang Meng that Ding Yi had once harbored a crush on her mother, the woman in the red dress in the old photo at his home. This was part of the agreement between him and Ding Yi. All right, Liang Meng said after listening to Huo Zili's account. I forgive you. Thank you. Thank you, Huo Zili said, deliberately mimicking actors on stage, bowing and clasping his hands, which made Liang Meng burst into laughter. By the way, Huo Zili asked Liang Meng, what major did you study in the U.S.? Liang Meng asked in surprise. What, you don't know? Huo Zili replied, I don't, you never told me. He thought for a moment and continued, it might be because the day we met, your father had the accident, and we've been busy with that, so there hasn't been time to ask how you've been all these years. Well, it's been all right. Anyway, no one dares to mess with me. Neither black people nor white people. Not even Indians, Liang Meng said proudly. This statement amused Huo Zili, who laughed heartily. That's good. Liang Meng said, I studied artificial intelligence in the use. Huo Zili was taken aback for a moment. Artificial intelligence? My dad made me study it, Liang Meng said, pouting. I wasn't very willing at first, but my dad said I was his only daughter and that I would have to return to the company to inherit the family business. Besides, the future of Yiri Group lies in artificial intelligence, so I had no choice but to grit my teeth and choose this major. Huo Zili looked at Liang Meng's pair of innocent and flawless eyes for a while, then smiled and said, so you can be considered a scientist now. Liang Meng replied, it's just that I got a PhD. Huo Zili gasped in surprise, you are amazing. Liang Meng said, it's just average. She paused for a moment, then asked, why are you asking this? Do you suspect that I am the murderer of the Mind Machine Armor Generation 1? How could you harm your dad? Huo Zili said with a wry smile, then furrowed his brows tightly. Actually, there's something illegal that I can't find the right person to do for me. Liang Meng asked in shock, an illegal thing? Huo Zili nodded seriously. I just don't know if you can handle it. Chapter 44, Investigation with Constraints. 14. What kind of illegal things? You and T dare to do something like murder or arson. Liang Meng truly understood who Huo Zili was. So, what do you want me to help you with? Huo Zili sighed. You know that as the deputy leader of this investigation team, I'm just a puppet. Li Chengran is hiding many things from me. In our office, his notebook is password protected. I don't know. Are you good at this? Then you find an opportunity. Liang Meng pointed the tip of her thumb at herself. I should be able to help. When Huo Zili returned home, it was already past 11 at night. His father, Huo Jinghua, was still sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. Dad, you're still awake? Huo Zili changed into slippers and sat down next to Huo Jinghua. No. Huo Jinghua asked him, where have you been? Why are you back so late? Oh. Huo Zili hesitated and said, I went to Ding Yi's place and had dinner with Liang Meng. Huo Jinghua said, I think the company should fire Ding Yi tomorrow. Huo Zili was stunned. Why? Huo Jinghua said, your Uncle Liang's brain chip has been removed and no problems were found. Huo Zili asked, then why fire Ding Yi? Did Li Chengran find evidence that Ding Yi harmed Uncle Liang? Huo Jinghua shook his head, no. Huo Zili asked, then on what basis will they fire him? Huo Jinghua sighed. The company had such a huge incident at the press conference, and the person involved is the chairman. Someone has to take responsibility. Ding Yi is the biggest suspect because only he had the opportunity to commit the crime. Evidence? Huo Zili said, firing Ding Yi requires evidence, right? Huo Jinghua said, what kind of evidence is needed? Since the day Ding Yi was identified as the main suspect, he has already been blacklisted by the company. If there was evidence, he would be in jail. If there isn't, he will be fired. From the company's perspective, as long as he has a negative impact on the company, Even if it's just hearsay, the company wouldn't dare to keep him. Huo Zili asked again, what about Ding Yi's motive? Huo Jinghua said, if no evidence is needed, what motive is needed? Huo Zili scoffed. What kind of investigation is this? All right. Huo Jinghua sighed. Since it's the company's decision, let it be. The investigation team will probably disband tomorrow. The company hasn't decided what to have you do next. Disband? Huo Zili exclaimed. But I've only worked in this department for 1 day, and now it's disbanding. Zili, don't be anxious. Huo Jinghua patted Huo Zili's shoulder. Have you heard of the hidden dragon does not act? Huo Zili frowned. The hidden dragon does not act? The 18 dragons subduing palms? Huo Jinghua smiled and explained. It's not from the 18 dragons subduing palms, but from the Book of Changes. It means that at the beginning of a person's development, although the situation is very favorable for him, because he is a newcomer, he is relatively inconspicuous. At this time, he should learn to conceal his strength and bide his time and not act rashly. Hey, Zili, where are you going? Before he finished speaking, he saw his son already leaving the sofa and walking up the stairs. I'm tired, Dad. I'm going to sleep, Huo Zili muttered softly. To hell with the hidden dragon. After returning to his room, Huo Zili took a shower and lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. The chairman of Yiri Group had been turned into a disabled person, and the company only took action to fire a suspect. And this was done without any evidence. The chief scientist of Yiri Group, who had worked diligently for most of his life, had never made any mistake. If the company didn't trust him, they wouldn't have assigned him to the project of the first-generation conceptual mecha. So why now does the company say they don't trust him? If Ding Yi really harmed Chairman Liang Zhen, would just firing him be enough to settle everything? Wouldn't such a punishment be too light? Or was there some hidden agenda forcing the company to make such a decision? Thinking of this, Huo Zili recalled Li Chengran's face. Li Chengran had always been evasive towards him. On the surface, he was polite, but as long as he didn't want him to know something, he would never find out. No, this matter can't just end like this. Huo Zili picked up his phone and sent a message to Liang Meng. Meng, are you asleep? Liang Meng, not yet, what is up? Huo Zili, I just heard my dad say that the company believes the suspect who harmed your dad is Ding Yi, and they will officially fire him tomorrow. However, as the deputy leader of this investigation team, I still don't understand why Ding Yi would harm your dad. And the company also doesn't have solid evidence that Ding Yi did it. I think there is definitely something going on here. Liang Meng, how can the higher-ups do this? I, as the vice president, know nothing. Huo Zili, the investigation team will be disbanded tomorrow, and I don't know what the company will arrange for me next. But once I leave the investigation team, the secrets in Li Chengran's computer will be out of reach for both of us. Liang Meng, so what do you mean? Huo Zili, let us go to the company together in the early hours of tomorrow. Liang Meng, sta Li Chengran's secrets. Huo Zili, is that okay? Liang Meng, where shall we meet? Huo Zili, let us meet at the company entrance in an hour and a half. The two of them smoothly enter the company. After all, one was the chairman's daughter, the nominal vice president, and the other was the son of one of Yiri's 4 elites. The deputy leader of the investigation team. Who would dare to stop them? They simply told the security that they were returning to the company to retrieve some items. And the security guard let them in without a second thought. Upon reaching the office, Huo Zili turned on the lights, and Li Chengran's computer was still there. Liang Meng used less than half an hour to decrypt the password-protected secret files on Li Chengran's computer. In fact, there weren't many secrets on this computer. There were mostly various video materials related to Chairman Liang Zhen before and after the incident. However, the level of investigation into these video materials was astonishing. The dazzling array of videos occupying the entire computer screen not only included the events of the press conference day, but also the entrance and exit of the 4 elites of Yiri and all employees, as well as the video footage of Huo Zili and Liang Meng before and after entering Yiri Group. The completeness and quality were beyond their imagination, because these videos were edited and systematically organized. Everyone from the high-level executives to subordinate employees had their actions and expressions individually archived, with some people's special behaviors and expressions even captured separately. It was only now that Huo Zili understood that Li Chengran's investigation team was never just Li Chengran and himself, because with just Li Chengran alone, it was impossible to complete so many video edits. There must have been a large number of subordinates helping him, and then the most critical parts were analyzed and presented to him. And Huo Zili, as the deputy leader, might not even be considered a puppet in Li Chengran's eyes. If an appropriate term were to be used, he should be seen as a bothersome light bulb. With so many videos, Liang Meng said, "Where should we start? Should we upload them to your email so we can watch them slowly in private?" Huo Zili shook his head. "Not yet. Let's find the file on Dingy first." Liang Meng opened a folder titled Ding, and what caught their eyes was not just the videos, but also a document. After opening the document, the two began to read the text. As they read, Liang Meng's expression gradually became unstable, and Huo Zili began to regret letting Liang Meng see this document. He wanted to stop her from continuing to read, but he found that Liang Meng was completely engrossed, showing no concern for the two streams of tears that had already fallen down her cheeks. After finishing the document, Liang Meng was in tears, covering her mouth as she ran out of the office. Huo Zili quickly shut down the computer, locked the office door, and went after Liang Meng. Chapter 45. Investigation of the Restraint. 15. Liang Meng burst out of the company door, rushed to the square outside, jumped in her car, turned the key, and, as the car was about to start, Huo Zili appeared at the passenger side window, anxiously knocking on the glass. Liang Meng unlocked the central lock, and Huo Zili got into the car. Along the way, Huo Zili didn't ask Liang Meng where she wanted to go. He occasionally glanced at her, but Liang Meng remained silent, her tears gradually subsiding, ultimately suppressed by her silence. The two drove to a forest park on the outskirts. There was a road leading up the mountain in the park, and, after driving to the top, they could see most of the city's night view. The only downside was that the wind was too strong. Although it was the night wind of late autumn, it hinted at the coming winter. The night wind tousled Liang Meng's long hair as she leaned against the railing by the road, blankly gazing at the night scenery below. Huo Zili couldn't figure out what she was thinking. She stood there in a daze for a long time, and he wasn't sure how long this stillness would last. He silently remained by Liang Meng's side, wanting to pull her into his embrace. But after thinking it over, he abandoned the idea. After a long time, Huo Zili suddenly felt a droplet of rain blown onto his face by the wind. He looked up at the starry night sky, but there were no signs of rain. He suddenly realized that the wind was coming from Liang Meng's direction. Could that droplet have been her tear? Filled with compassion, he embraced Liang Meng, and she, like the last time, did not refuse. He felt her delicate arms tightening around his sturdy waist, holding him closer. Under the night sky, the two seemed to merge into one. In the deep, desolate, and lonely world, it felt as if only the two of them remained. Huo Zili had not been sure before, but now he clearly understood that Liang Meng's feelings for him were no longer as simple as childhood crushes. This poor girl was now far more dependent on him than an ordinary friend, and although they hadn't confessed to each other, they had already established an unspoken romantic relationship. The document contained not just anything else, but the complicated love and hatred entanglements between Liang Meng's deceased mother, Yang Xiaoqian, Ding Yi, and Liang Meng's father, Liang Zhen. Before Liang Meng was born, her mother, Yang Xiaoqian, worked at the Yiri Group, holding the position of assistant to the chairman due to her brother Yang Wanjuan's influence and being a top graduate from Peking University. At that time, Liang Zhen had already married Yi Mei and had a son, Liang Tianqi, but in the day-to-day interactions with Yang Xiaoqian, sparks of love ignited between them. The story of a talented man and a beautiful woman, at the right time, might not be something that people wouldn't enjoy discussing, but Liang Zhen was, after all, a married man, and the proud Yang Xiaoqian chose Liang Zhen out of admiration for her idol. Unfortunately, when the ideal life collides with reality, it ultimately leads to a tragic war. In the end, most people suffer defeat. Liang Zhen and Yang Xiaoqian could not escape this tragic outcome either. Shortly after they got together, Yang Xiaoqian began to harbor resentment towards Liang Zhen, as he not only could not give her any promises, but also grew increasingly distant from her, returning to the embrace of his family. This might be the final choice of most cheating men. Faced with Liang Zhen's abandonment, The depth of Yang Xiaoqian's initial love turned into deep pain. The love that tasted the forbidden fruit was, after all, a double-edged sword, leaving Yang Xiaoqian with numerous scars. Fortunately, at this time, Ding Yi entered Yang Xiaoqian's world. At that time, Ding Yi had just started working at Yiri Group and did not know about the relationship between Yang Xiaoqian and Liang Zhen. Besides a few high-level executives, no one in the company was aware of this relationship. After all, their daily routine was working together, and with their identities, it was easy to keep things hidden from others. Back in university, Yang Xiaoqian was Ding Yi's dream girl. It was said that when Ding Yi graduated, he even asked for a photo of Yang Xiaoqian. After several years apart, when Ding Yi saw his goddess, Yang Xiaoqian, still alone, he began to pursue her fervently. Yang Xiaoqian had some feelings for Ding Yi as well, so she accepted his love. Frankly, if Ding Yi had come to the company a few years earlier, perhaps she and Liang Zhen would not have embarked on that underground relationship. However, during her passionate affair with Ding Yi, she still did not propose breaking up with Liang Zhen, and out of fear that Liang Zhen would find out, she maintained a highly secretive underground romance with Ding Yi. In other words, Yang Xiaoqian still harbored a glimmer of hope for Liang Zhen, expecting him to abandon his original family and give her a future. The reason she did not refuse Ding Yi's pursuit was simply that she felt too lonely. Liang Zhen was unaware of Yang Xiaoqian and Ding Yi's underground romance. He always believed that although Yang Xiaoqian had many grievances against him, her admiration for him was enough to keep her bound to him for life. Even after their daughter Liang Meng was born, Yang Xiaoqian still maintained her underground relationship with Ding Yi. However, Ding Yi was also in pain at this time because he believed that the daughter Yang Xiaoqian gave birth to was his flesh and blood. Yet, it remained unclear why. Despite having a child together, Yang Xiaoqian still chose not to make their relationship public. Nevertheless, this kind and gentle man never asked Yang Xiaoqian a reason for her actions because he felt that being together was what mattered most. However, after Liang Meng was born, Liang Zhen, feeling guilty, realized that he had indeed wronged Yang Xiaoqian over the years. Now that Yang Xiaoqian had a child, and he had not given her a proper status, he began to take meticulous care of Yang Xiaoqian and their child. Due to the need to care for the baby, Yang Xiaoqian could no longer maneuver between the two men. Ultimately, she confessed part of the truth to Ding Yi, telling him that the child was not his but belonged to another man. Ding Yi asked Yang Xiaoqian who that man was, but she did not respond, leading to an unhappy confrontation between them. After that, Ding Yi did not seek out Yang Xiaoqian again because he finally understood why she had never made their relationship public over the years. The reason was likely because Yang Xiaoqian was straddling two boats. As for whether Ding Yi eventually learned that the man behind Yang Xiaoqian was Liang Zhen. The document did not clarify, but it concluded that Ding Yi should have been unaware of who Liang Meng's biological father was, since he lost contact with Yang Xiaoqian. He had not seen her or her daughter again. Later, when Yang Xiaoqian committed suicide by jumping from a building, Ding Yi learned about it through the news. He also did not see Ding Yi at Yang Xiaoqian's funeral, indicating that they had completely lost contact by that time. It wasn't until recently that Ding Yi saw Liang Meng, the illegitimate daughter of Chairman Liang Zhen, who had returned from abroad. He discovered that this girl resembled Yang Xiaoqian so much, and he suddenly realized that the man behind Yang Xiaoqian back then was Liang Zhen. Perhaps it was from this moment on that Ding Yi developed a deep hatred for Liang Zhen and attributed Yang Xiaoqian's suicide to him, planning to trigger an incident involving the thought-controlled mech, causing Liang Zhen to be injured and nearly die. Ding Yi's ultimate goal seemed to be to murder Liang Zhen. In addition, the document also mentioned that the investigation team had secretly infiltrated Ding Yi's home while he was at work and discovered that he had an old photo of Yang Xiaoqian in his collection, along with several pieces of old clothing that Yang Xiaoqian had worn back in the day stored in his wardrobe. The file also mentioned that on the day the company held the press conference, a video captured Ding Yi seeing Liang Meng from a distance in the company, and a complex expression appeared on his face, mixed with sadness, shock, astonishment, pain, and affection. Until now, Huo Zili finally understood why Li Chengran had always taken a vague and fluctuating attitude towards him, not allowing him to know too much. Although Huo Zili had previously thought that family scandals should not be aired, and had vaguely guessed that there must have been a deeply memorable story between Ding Yi and Liang Meng's mother. He couldn't suppress his desire to know the truth. However, now that he knows the truth, he feels a great sense of regret, because this truth is indeed a significant blow to Liang Meng. To be frank, this story is just too kitsch. If it were him, Huo Zili, he wouldn't be able to handle it either. Chapter 46. Interfering Investigation 16. The cold autumn wind sliced through the night sky in sharp arcs, slowly penetrating through the thin fabric of clothing, as if seeping into the marrow of the bones. Huo Zili tightly embraced Liang Meng, arranging her long hair that had been blown about by the wind, feeling her tears seep into his collar, bringing a mint-like chill, and sensing the delicate fragrance emanating from her fragile, boneless body that evoked pity. An intense urge to protect her suddenly surged within him. He didn't want Liang Meng to suffer any harm in the future. When they were young, Huo Zili thought Liang Meng was invulnerable, but her invulnerability stemmed from having endured too much pain, and he didn't know how many scars she had hidden in her heart. He only hoped that this time, the hurt would be the last for Liang Meng. "Can you accompany me to Ding Yi's house tomorrow?" Liang Meng suddenly asked Huo Zili. "Sure," Huo Zili replied, "but I still hope you won't go." "Why?" Liang Meng asked. Huo Zili took a deep breath and sighed. "Since the past is behind us, let's leave it there. I will be with you from now on. If you don't accompany me, I will jump off a building." Liang Meng said unexpectedly. "Don't say such things. When did you become so extreme?" Huo Zili said, "I'm not like my dad or your dad. If you jump, you'll regret it for 10,000 years because you won't meet a good man like me in your next life. When did you learn to be so smooth-talking?" Liang Meng laughed through her tears. "I'm serious," Huo Zili said with a bitter smile. "What does that have to do with being smooth-talking?" Liang Meng leaned against Huo Zili's chest, sadly saying, "Actually, over the years, I've had thoughts of suicide more than 100 times. When I said I was doing well in America, it was a lie. I was very unhappy there. I didn't have a real friend. I felt very lonely, and this world is very cold." A feeling of unspeakable heartbreak rose within Huo Zili. He understood very well that someone who could express such thoughts must have suffered immense harm, because he had once felt that way too. This world is very cold. Liang Meng cried again, then said, "The reason that keeps me alive is that I often think about you when I was little. Do you believe it? After I returned to China, when I learned how much you had suffered, I secretly cried. But I didn't want you to know because I was afraid it would scare you away." Huo Zili's throat tightened, wanted to say something, but his throat was too dry. He didn't tell Liang Meng that when she went to America alone, he had also cried for an entire afternoon. But now, their roles must be reversed. When they were young, Liang Meng protected him, but now it was his turn to protect her. From a certain perspective, the company's decision was indeed understandable. After all, many things in this world cannot be made public due to too many considerations, as it might hurt too many people. If the world knew about the tragic love triangle involving Liang Meng's deceased mother, Liang Zhen, and Ding Yi, would they not view Liang Meng through color glasses? Huo Zili certainly did not hope that the situation would end up like this. Perhaps Li Qingran's actions were indeed the right thing to do. In any case, I must go to Ding Yi's house. Liang Meng said this again after a moment. Huo Zili was surprised. "Why?" Liang Meng replied, "You know, growing up, my dad never talked to me about my mother who committed suicide, what kind of person she really was. My impression of her is already very vague. Although the file says my mom, like my dad, was involved with 2 men and led a failed life, I always feel my mom shouldn't be the kind of woman." Huo Zili asked, "What kind of person do you think your mom was?" Liang Meng pondered, "Don't you think of my mom? If she really was as shallow as described in that file, willing to sell herself to a married man for love, and then, not getting what she wanted, went to pursue another man, how could such a casual woman possibly commit suicide? Furthermore, my mom's suicide is itself a mystery. On the surface, based on that file, we might presumptively think that my mom died out of unrequited love, feeling bored with life because my dad wouldn't divorce that woman, leading her to choose suicide. But if my mom was so strong-willed and loved my dad so much, how could she have gotten involved with Ding Yi?" Huo Zili was taken aback. In an instant, he realized that Liang Meng's reasoning indeed held merit. On the surface, the file seemed reasonable, and it might unconsciously influence one's perceptions, leading one to think that Liang Meng's mother was naive and overly idealistic, which caused her life to become a mess, ultimately unable to bear it all and choosing to end her life. But if one were to reason logically, such a woman who had become accustomed to casual relationships should not be capable of committing suicide. Or was there more to Yang Xiaoqian's death? A chill rose within Huo Zili's heart. Should we go to Ding Yi's house after work tomorrow? Huo Zili asked. You and I are both in name only at the company. I don't want to go there anymore, Liang Meng said. I want to go to Ding Yi's house tomorrow morning. All right, Huo Zili sighed, morning it is. He gazed at the night scene below the mountain, noticing that the city lights seemed to have dimmed significantly compared to when he first arrived. He then said, it's getting late. Let me take you home. Liang Meng responded absently, seemingly lost in thought about what kind of woman her mother really was. The two drove down the mountain, and the car traveled on the elevated road in the city for about half an hour before arriving outside the hotel where Liang Meng lived. At this point, Huo Zili asked Liang Meng again, do you want me to take you up? Liang Meng replied with a soft Huo Zili had no choice but to accompany Liang Meng into the hotel. When they reached the door of Liang Meng's room, she opened it and asked him, would you like to come in and sit for a while? Huo Zili initially wanted to say no, that it was too late, but the words changed to, is it convenient? Of course, Liang Meng opened the door, and a rich fragrance wafted out, which was still that perfume scent of Liang Meng, causing Huo Zili's thoughts to wander. Do you want orange juice or coffee? I also have red wine, Liang Meng said. Just plain water is fine, Huo Zili replied. I'll get it for you. Liang Meng walked into the kitchen. Huo Zili looked around, marveling at the fact that it was indeed a girl's room. The sofa in the living room was covered in pink, with a few fluffy teddy bears on it, and several vibrant flowers were arranged by the window. Even the spotless coffee table had a brand new, seemingly high-end transformer on it. Huh, Meng, you have a transformer? Huo Zili picked up the transformer to take a look, noticing that the tag was still on it, clearly a recent purchase. Liang Meng walked out with a cup of plain water, smiling slightly. I originally bought it for Tianqige, but due to his relationship with his mom, I haven't had a chance to give it to him. Huo Zili blinked, unable to suppress a sigh. After a moment of silence, when I was young, I used to think that those adults, including my parents, would never make mistakes. But as I grew up, I realized that sometimes they live, even worse than we do. Chapter 47, Investigating the Case, 17. It's not just that we are. Liang Meng placed a cup of hot water on the coffee table in front of Huo Zili and sat down next to him, sighing, it's simply terrible. There's a phrase that describes it, a messy life. Huo Zili noticed how close Liang Meng was sitting next to him, and the unique fragrance of her perfume seemed to warm his ears, eyes, and nostrils, turning into a warm current that flowed into his body, causing his heart to beat faster. To suppress his stirring emotions, he picked up the cup of hot water and took a small sip, immediately burning his mouth. Fortunately, he managed to hold it in and didn't spit it out, but his face turned red. You silly, don't you know what hot water is? Liang Meng mocked. It's just boiled water. I didn't expect it to be this hot, Huo Zili complained. You didn't remind me before I drank. You poured the water too quickly, Liang Meng retorted. And you blame me for not reminding you? Hot water is what you wanted. Huo Zili smiled awkwardly. You're right. Okay, I'm sorry. Liang Meng stared at Huo Zili and asked curiously, your face is so red. Are you running a fever? No, the water is too hot. TCH. Liang Meng smirked. Do you think I can't tell? What do you want to do? Huo Zili blinked. What I want to do? Liang Meng looked at him with a mischievous gaze. A lonely man and a woman alone in a room at midnight. Besides that kind of thing, what else could you be thinking? Oh my. Huo Zili wiped the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead and turned to Liang Meng. You're still teasing me. Aren't you afraid I might actually do something beastly? Liang Meng raised an eyebrow. Then go ahead. All right, I will. Huo Zili leaned closer to Liang Meng's face, her skin pale and flushed, smooth like a pearl. Get lost. Liang Meng pushed Huo Zili away, feeling annoyed. I was just teasing you, and you took it too seriously. Actually, I was just teasing you too, Huo Zili said. I never thought of being disrespectful. Upon hearing this, Liang Meng's expression changed immediately, and she angrily said, since you never thought of it, then don't tease. That's disrespectful to a girl. I have never disrespected you. Huo Zili said, I have always respected you. Before Huo Zili could finish, Liang Meng started pushing him. Let us go, it's too late. I'm going to bed. I haven't finished my water. Drink it at home. She turned hostile in an instant, as if I had done something to you. How frustrating. I really didn't mean to do anything to you, Huo Zili said as he was pushed out the door, and the door slammed shut with a bang. You can never truly understand what a girl is thinking. Liang Meng is like that, and so is her mother, Yang Xiaoqian. A night passed quickly, and after breakfast, Huo Zili left home for the company with his father, Huo Jinghua. When they arrived at the company, Liang Meng happened to arrive there as well. They exchanged a glance, and they understood each other. Later, they indeed did not go to work, but left the company together to go to Ding Yi's house. Ding Yi was home. However, Huo Zili and Liang Meng knocked on his door for a long time before Ding Yi finally came to open it. The moment the door opened, they saw Ding Yi, whose gaze was vacant, expression dazed, hunched over, looking as sickly as an old man. In the past, whenever Liang Meng mentioned the behind-the-scenes suspects who framed her father, Liang Zhen, there was always lingering anger, even though she didn't know who the murderer was. But now, the murderer who framed her father was standing right in front of her, and she couldn't bring herself to hate him. The three of them sat silently on the sofa in the living room, no one speaking the first word. This time, Ding Yi did not put away the photo of Yang Xiaoqian on the television wall. Liang Meng quickly saw the photo again. She stood up and walked toward it, picking it up and examining it with a strange look, and as she looked, she started to cry, though silently. Who could know clearly that her tears were not shed for her deceased mother, but for herself? Years ago, a child only 4 or 5 years old suddenly found out one day that her mother had committed suicide by jumping off a building, and she knew nothing, only that after that sudden day, she had never seen her mother again, and her mother's image had become increasingly blurred in her heart. What was even sadder was that from then on, the words mother became a devil-like existence in her heart. Her stepmother always viewed her with colored glasses, believing she was an ominous person who had turned her half-brother into a cripple and even attempted to poison her. She had tried every means to escape that home, and from then on, she was all alone at a young age, traveling far away, in a foreign country, speaking words like this world is very cold. Huo Zili came up behind Liang Meng and patted her delicate shoulder. Don't cry. Your mother would be sad to see this. Liang Meng wiped her tears and smiled. I'm not crying. It's not worth my tears. If the woman in the photo truly cared for me and deserved to be my mother, why would she abandon me and commit suicide? How do you know your mother didn't jump off the building for you? Ding Yi suddenly asked unexpectedly. Liang Meng was stunned. What did you just say? Say it again. Ding Yi seek it. I said, how do you know your mother didn't commit suicide for you? Liang Meng rushed over and grabbed Ding Yi by his collar. Why will my mother commit suicide? How could it possibly be for me? Did she know how I lived after she died? Do you know something? Do you? Ding Yi shook his head helplessly and sighed. Let go first, and I'll tell you slowly. Liang Meng released Ding Yi. Ding Yi reminisced and began to recount that deeply engraved past. That year, he had just started working at the Yiri Group. One time after work, he took the elevator and ran into Yang Xiaoqian, who was also taking the same elevator. It turned out that Yang Xiaoqian was also working at Yiri Group. It was a big company, and although they both worked at the same place, they rarely saw each other. After this chance encounter, Ding Yi began to pursue Yang Xiaoqian madly. Yang Xiaoqian was the dream girl from his college days, who had captivated him for many years. He hadn't dated anyone all these years just because of a promise he made to Yang Xiaoqian back then. This promise was something Ding Yi had not told Huo Zili for some reason at the time, but now that he had received a call from the company firing him, and Yang Xiaoqian's daughter came to find him, he felt it was necessary to tell the truth. Back then, when he mustered the courage to ask Yang Xiaoqian for a photo, she told him that if they were fated to meet again in the future, if one was unmarried and the other was unmarried, they could consider being together. For Yang Xiaoqian back then, this promise might have just been a joke to express her regret for Ding Yi, but in Ding Yi's heart, he had already determined that he would definitely see Yang Xiaoqian again in this lifetime. Once you've seen the vast sea, you can't find water elsewhere. Apart from the peaks of Wushan, there are no clouds. Ding Yi had waited so long, dreaming multiple times of seeing Yang Xiaoqian, but each time it turned out to be a beautiful dream. He had to admit that if he couldn't see Yang Xiaoqian in this lifetime, he would truly regret it for the rest of his life. Fortunately, fate ultimately favored him, allowing him to finally meet her after longing for so many days and nights in solitude. Moreover, what thrilled him was that Yang Xiaoqian did not reject his pursuit. However, the development between the two did not turn out to be as wonderful as Ding Yi had imagined. Chapter 48. Investigating the case. 18. For reasons unknown. Although Yang Xiaoqian agreed to Ding Yi's pursuit, she only told him that they could date, but she didn't want anyone else to know. In other words, their relationship had to remain a secret. Ding Yi asked Yang Xiaoqian why it had to be this way, questioning why their relationship couldn't be public. Yang Xiaoqian replied that if he insisted on asking for a reason, she would have to choose to break up. As Ding Yi spoke, Huo Zili inexplicably thought of his childhood. Whenever he and Liang Meng disagreed about what game to play, Liang Meng would pout and say, "If you don't play, then don't expect to see me again. I won't play with you anymore." Clearly, Ding Yi had made the same choice as Huo Zili, agreeing to Yang Xiaoqian's highly unusual request. However, Ding Yi did not willingly agree. He wanted to uncover the secret during their relationship, so at first, he only pretended to comply. The more time they spent together, the deeper their feelings grew. Later, Yang Xiaoqian often stayed at Ding Yi's house, in the very home they were in now, and many sweet and warm moments occurred between them. Whenever the night was quiet, they would snuggle together watching classic Hollywood movies from the 70s and 80s or play card games with sticky notes. Every morning, when Ding Yi woke up, Yang Xiaoqian had already prepared breakfast for him. However, at this time, Ding Yi still did not understand why Yang Xiaoqian never wanted him to publicly acknowledge their relationship. Sometimes, when Ding Yi pressed her about it, she would ignore him for several days. Although this made Ding Yi sad, what hurt even more was his fear that Yang Xiaoqian would choose to leave him forever because of his question. Sometimes, when he didn't ask her, Yang Xiaoqian would deliberately avoid him for several days. This push-and-pull dynamic in their love often left Ding Yi in agony. He had never imagined that a proud and arrogant person like him would one day love so humbly. More terrifying than his humility was his fear that Yang Xiaoqian would completely leave him one day. Later, Yang Xiaoqian became pregnant, but she still chose not to publicly acknowledge her love for Ding Yi. Although Ding Yi couldn't understand why Yang Xiaoqian would choose to hide it, he decided to endure it, especially since she was carrying their child. Eventually, as Yang Xiaoqian approached her due date, Ding Yi completely lost contact with her. He later went to ask Yang Xiaoqian's brother, Yang Wanjun, but instead of giving him any information, Yang Wanjun slapped him and warned him to be careful if he continued to inquire about his sister, lest he end up losing his life. Ding Yi could hardly bear this injustice and immediately wanted to fight Yang Wanjun, but he was no match for him. In the end, he returned home battered and bruised. Just as he entered the door, Yang Wanjun came to visit, holding a box of milk and a bag of bananas in his left hand. He kept his right hand behind his back. Ding Yi initially wanted to prevent Yang Wanjun from entering, but considering that he might be the only one who knew Yang Xiaoqian's whereabouts, he reluctantly let him in. Besides, with Yang Wanjun holding bananas and milk, he might have come to apologize. Who would have thought that once inside, Yang Wanjun would slowly reveal a gleaming dagger from behind his back. Ding Yi was taken aback and questioned Yang Wanjun about his intentions. Yang Wanjun told Ding that he was there not only to apologize, but also to warn him. If Ding Yi did not accept his apology and continue to question him about Liang Meng's whereabouts, tonight would be the end of Ding Yi's life. Ding Yi was shocked into silence, but seeing the murderous intent in Yang Wanjun's eyes, he realized it wasn't just a scare tactic. He truly didn't understand what was wrong with Yang Xiaoqian that would push her brother to such extremes. Yang Wanjun, seeing Ding Yi's fear, smirked and turned to leave. In a moment of desperation, Ding Yi grabbed a water cup and smashed it over Yang Wanjun's head, knocking him unconscious. When Yang Wanjun woke up, he found himself tied up by Ding Yi, his legs and feet bound tightly with rope, lying in Ding Yi's bathroom. While Ding Yi stood beside him, cleaning the dagger, the very one Yang Wanjun had intended to use to kill him. Ding Yi suddenly slashed the dagger towards Yang Wanjun, who thought he was going to be killed and almost fainted from fear. However, Ding Yi only cut off a lock of Yang Wanjun's hair and said that if Yang Wanjun did not reveal where Yang Xiaoqian was, it would be his last day alive. Yang Wanjun was not intimidated by Ding Yi. He viciously told him that if he died tonight, Not only would Ding Yi never see Yang Xiaoqian again, but he would also end up in prison and face the death penalty. Ding Yi, equally unyielding, told Yang Wanjun that if anything happened to Yang Xiaoqian, it wouldn't matter if he died. He didn't want to live anymore anyway. Yang Wanjun had dealt with many different people. His father had connections to the underworld, and he himself had been a little tyrant. However, when faced with the threat of death, he panicked and quickly told Ding Yi that Yang Xiaoqian was not dead. Ding Yi did not truly dare to kill Yang Wanjun. After all, Yang Wanjun was Yang Xiaoqian's brother. Even if something had happened to Yang Xiaoqian, it was undoubtedly not Yang Wanjun's doing. He was only trying to trick him. But unexpectedly, he actually intimidated Yang Wanjun. Pretending to be unable to contain his excitement, he pressed the dagger against Yang Wanjun's neck, demanding he reveal Yang Xiaoqian's whereabouts. Yang Wanjun had no choice but to tell him the truth. It turned out that 2 years ago, Yang Wanjun and a few friends went to Macau to gamble. But things went horribly wrong, forcing him to embezzle company funds to pay off massive gambling debts. This was quickly discovered by the company's finance department, which reported it to Chairman Liang Zhen. Considering their brotherly bond, Liang Zhen intended to talk to Yang Wanjun before announcing the matter at the board meeting, to understand the situation better. At that time, Liang Zhen could not fathom why someone from a wealthy family like Yang Wanjun would embezzle company funds. After calling Yang Wanjun in, he learned that Yang Wanjun had fallen into a deep gambling debt in Macau. However, brotherhood aside, Liang Zhen decided to punish Yang Wanjun appropriately by sending him to prison. With no other choice, Yang Wanjun thought of his sister, Yang Xiaoqian. In this world, only men understand men best. Yang Wanjun knew that Liang Zhen liked Yang Xiaoqian, but because he was already married and Yang Xiaoqian was his sister and a partner, he had deliberately kept the distance from her. Unfortunately, a person's gaze cannot be deceived. That day, when Yang Wanjun went to the chairman's office to talk to Liang Zhen, Yang Xiaoqian happened to be there. When she saw her brother, she went to the corner water cooler to pour him a glass of water. At that moment, Yang Wanjun noticed Liang Zhen's wandering gaze quickly fixated on Yang Xiaoqian, filled with a yearning that made Yang Wanjun realize that Liang Zhen indeed had feelings for his sister. But out of respect, he refrained from pursuing her. This gaze made Yang Wanjun very uncomfortable, and thinking about how Liang Zhen couldn't really do anything to his sister. He let it go. But now the situation was different. If Yang Xiaoqian did not help her brother, he would end up in prison for embezzlement. Thus, he had no choice but to approach his sister about this matter. Yang Xiaoqian did not agree with her brother. She felt that her brother was really too shameless. If this had happened when they were children, she would have directly chosen to report her brother to their parents. Now, she did not do that. She also cannot do that. Chapter 49, Investigating the Case, 19. Back when Yang Xiaoqian had just graduated from university, her father was imprisoned. At that time, the Yiri Group was just beginning to show some promise, and Yang Wanjun's career was on the right track. However, at this critical moment, Yang's father was found guilty of engaging in criminal activities with a gang-like nature, with the police holding solid evidence against him, resulting in a 20-year prison sentence. After that, Yang's mother's health deteriorated. In recent years, she developed heart disease. Yang Xiaoqian found herself in a difficult situation. She was no longer the naive little girl she once was. Whenever her troublesome brother got into trouble, she could tell her parents, and they would educate him. But now, she and her brother had no one to rely on, and her mother needed her care. If her mother found out that her son was causing trouble again, especially something that could lead to family ruin and separation, the results were predictable. If her mother's heart condition flared up, she might not survive. In fact, one thing Yang Xiaoqian later enjoyed discussing with Ding Yi was the law of entropy. She believed that all matter in the world was subject to this law, which had been scientifically proven, and the matter she referred to included people. Yang Xiaoqian thought the saddest thing in life was that one day, you would become the very person you once hated. Ding Yi asked Yang Xiaoqian how she could feel this way. Did she also hate herself? Yang Xiaoqian replied no. She was talking about most people. Ding Yi pondered over Yang Xiaoqian's words and found some truth in them. Yang Xiaoqian indeed had a unique perspective on the law of entropy concerning people, and she had shared some inexplicable thoughts with Ding Yi. When we were children, our expectations of the world were not high. As long as we had loving parents and a few sincere friends, that was enough. But as we grew older, Gaining more knowledge and experience, our thoughts began to change. We were manipulated by desires and reality, recklessly squandering our bodies and exhausting our lives, whether for money, ideals, or simply for pleasure. In short, we inevitably embarked on a path from which it became difficult to turn back. We became scheming and calculating, with many of our kind engaging in self-serving acts to achieve their goals. Even more tragically, one day when we pause to look back at the path we have taken, we find that life was supposed to be this way, that life is just this way, without realizing that the person we were many years ago is already different from who we are now. At that moment, Ding Yi did not realize that when Yang Xiaoqian spoke of we, she was referring to her brother Yang Wanjun and another brother, Liang Zhen. Yang Xiaoqian still remembered how Liang Zhen often visited their home, calling Yang Wanjun brother. At that time, both of them were very thin, appearing like adults on the outside. But in reality, they were just two chivalrous young men. Once, when Yang Xiaoqian was teased by some delinquents on her way home from school, her brothers Yang Wanjun and Liang Zhen gathered 2 or 3 dozen classmates to beat up that delinquent. They declared that if anyone bullied their sister in the future, they should roll as far away as the earth was distant. Liang Zhen used to be charismatic and full of vitality. Every time Yang Xiaoqian saw this older brother, she felt a refreshing sense. However, as time passed, that once youthful older brother turned into a demon controlled by desires, a beast that made Yang Xiaoqian feel disgusted. Yes, Yang Xiaoqian later agreed to her brother Yang Wanjun's shameless request. That night, she approached Liang Zhen with a let's give it a try attitude, hoping that Liang Zhen, considering their years of brotherhood, would help her brother. But to her extreme sadness, Liang Zhen refused and pretentiously lectured her with a long list of moral principles, saying that if he helped her brother this time, her unreliable brother would just get into trouble again. Only by letting her brother suffer a little would he learn a lesson and reflect on his mistakes. Forced by the circumstances, Yang Xiaoqian had no choice but to undress in front of Liang Zhen and tearfully plead with him, saying that if her brother went to prison, it was uncertain whether her mother could survive, and even if she did, she would be in tears every day. Liang Zhen picked up her clothes and draped them over her, telling her she was a kind girl. But then, he threw her clothes aside and took her to bed. Later, Liang Zhen approached Yang Wanjun and told him that regarding the embezzled public funds, he could help Yang Wanjun settle it out of his own pocket, but only on the condition that Yang Wanjun sign a loan agreement. Yang Wanjun looked at the agreement and was shocked to find that the interest rate was several times higher than that of loan sharks. Liang Zhen earnestly explained to Yang Wanjun that the reason for making him sign this agreement was to prevent him from gambling again. In fact, the money didn't matter. The key was that if Yang Wanjun went to the casino again, Liang Zhen would use this agreement to bring him down to rock bottom. Yang Wanjun, stunned, quickly understood Liang Zhen's intentions. Liang Zhen clearly wanted to control his sister for life through this agreement. In other words, as long as his sister Yang Xiaoqian was Liang Zhen's, Liang Zhen would ignore the agreement. If one day Yang Xiaoqian was no longer Liang Zhen's, then Liang Zhen would naturally bring out the agreement to threaten Yang Wanjun. Initially, Yang Xiaoqian was kept in the dark, thinking that by giving her precious first night to Liang Zhen, he would help her brother. She certainly did not realize that in front of Liang Zhen, who was superior in both intelligence and emotional intelligence, as long as he had a handle on someone, he would hold them tightly like a demon, never allowing them to rise again. Once, twice, 3 times, it evolved into something commonplace. One time, Liang Zhen told Yang Xiaoqian that before he met her, he had always thought of himself as a kind person and would definitely be a great person in the future, because the work he was engaged in was greatly beneficial to the future of humanity. However, after meeting Yang Xiaoqian, it was her beauty that turned him into a demon. Yang Xiaoqian sneered in silence, her heart unable to suppress the urge to vomit. Perhaps many men in this world are like this. They never believe they are wrong. And when they make mistakes, they blame others, even considering beauty to be a sin that leads them to commit crimes. What Ding did not know was that before he started working at the Yiri Group, Yang Xiaoqian had countless suicidal thoughts. However, every time she thought about how, if she committed suicide one day, that demon Liang Zhen would become furious and bring up old grievances against her brother. At that time, Yang Wanjun would not only be in prison, but her mother would also follow her in death. Some people are kind because their hearts are too weak. Yang Xiaoqian was no exception. The reality was so unbearable that even to survive required immense courage. It was at this moment that Ding Yi appeared. Ding Yi's arrival was like a ray of sunshine breaking through the overcast sky, giving Yang Xiaoqian's weary heart the courage to continue living. Although she felt that accepting Ding Yi's love was unfair to him, her inner weakness was no longer enough to support her in facing this ruthless world alone. Unfortunately, such a twisted relationship is difficult to maintain for long. After Yang Xiaoqian became pregnant with Liang Zhen's child, she watched her belly grow day by day. To prevent others from spreading rumors about her, Liang Zhen took her to the United States, choosing to have her give birth there. The above description is a rough outline of the events by Yang Wanjun, along with later accounts from Yang Xiaoqian. This was after Liang Meng returned to the country with her one-year-old daughter, Liang Meng, when Ding Yi finally saw Yang Xiaoqian again. Before they confirmed their breakup, Yang Xiaoqian said to him, "I'm sorry." Ding Yi understood very well that Yang Xiaoqian had found a new reason to live, which was her daughter, Liang Meng. The reason for their breakup was that Yang Xiaoqian didn't want her daughter to realize how poorly her mother was living as she grew older. But little did Yang Xiaoqian know that after their breakup, Ding Yi lived in memories of the past for the next 20 years. His house had become too old, yet he couldn't bear to move to a new community. The furniture showed signs of decay, and he couldn't bring himself to replace it. In the wardrobe, there were still a few old clothes that Yang Xiaoqian had worn, which he often took out to wash. It was because Yang Xiaoqian had lived here. Although she was no longer present, Ding Yi always felt that the scent of Yang Xiaoqian lingered in the house. Sometimes, he would even see Yang Xiaoqian in his dreams. He always felt that for all these years, Yang Xiaoqian had never left him, quietly drifting like a ghost in this house. When wishes turn into feelings, life enters a realm of illusion. This feeling was both desolate and beautiful for Ding Yi. Chapter 50. The Investigation of Constraints. 20. As for why Yang Xiaoqian later committed suicide, it stemmed from the hundreds of love letters Ding Yi had written to her back in the day. Those letters were written after they graduated from university and went their separate ways. During those lonely days, Ding Yi spent most of his time on his beloved research career, and the rest writing love letters to the goddess he longed for. Ironically, he never hoped that one day Yang Xiaoqian would see those letters. To him, love was merely a belief, a form of solace. Although he had never truly dated Yang Xiaoqian, he regarded her as a flawless girl and only wished to preserve the beauty in his heart, never expecting anything more. Ding Yi had long resigned himself to a life of solitude. It is hard to say whether this mindset came from his profound love for Yang Xiaoqian or a sense of fear. He was an extremely sensitive and fragile person. Although he had never truly been in a relationship, he had witnessed too many couples fall in and out of love, too many marriages go from intimacy to estrangement, sharing the same bed, yet dreaming different dreams. If you have deep expectations for someone, and one day that person fails to meet those expectations, the disappointment can be overwhelming. As time went on, Ding Yi became accustomed to living alone and sometimes even feared the day he might suddenly see Yang Xiaoqian again. The whole world is like an invisible spring, and we are all walking on it. No matter what we do, no matter how much weight we place on this spring, one day it will rebound, possibly throwing us off our path to a desolate and lonely corner of the earth. Ding Yi was that customer lost in the farthest corner. However, what is constantly remembered will eventually resonate. Ding Yi never imagined that the power of longing could also bear weight on that invisible spring, and that he and Yang Xiaoqian would meet again one day. Yet, on the day Ding Yi and Yang Xiaoqian reunited, he fell for her all over again, just as he had years ago. He was still afraid that Yang Xiaoqian might not be as perfect as he imagined, and he feared that one day, a man like him, who was accustomed to being aloof and proud, would disappoint her. Faced with numerous worries, he ultimately chose to embark on this painful love. When they finally began dating, Ding Yi realized that no couple in the world is perfect, and Yang Xiaoqian was never a flawless girl. She was unpredictable, sometimes gentle like a docile animal, and at times as fierce as a lioness. The greatest imperfection was that she never allowed Ding Yi to publicly acknowledge their relationship. It could be said that the joy Ding Yi found in this girl was matched by the pain he experienced. Once, they had a fierce argument about why they could not publicly acknowledge their relationship. Yang Xiaoqian threw a tantrum, suggesting they break up to spare them both the pain. Heartbroken and exhausted, Ding took out the love letters he had previously written to her and said, "Do you know what it means to be a moth to the flame? The moth, in pursuit of that moment of light, willingly gets burned in the fire, turning to ashes. I am that moth. Knowing full well that this fire will scorch me beyond recognition, I will still choose that moment of happiness, even if it costs me my life." He had always feared the day he would meet Yang Xiaoqian because he was afraid that they would, like most couples in the world, argue and go through cold wars. But now he understood that even if they faced these unsatisfactory pains, he would still choose to love. Since the moth chooses to fly into the fire, then for that moth, it is happy. Hearing Ding Yi say this, Yang Xiaoqian unexpectedly burst into tears and inexplicably said she was sorry to him. Ding Yi was so focused on comforting her that he did not consider the meaning behind her words. Later, Yang Xiaoqian asked Ding Yi to give her those love letters. Of course, Ding Yi did not expect that Yang Xiaoqian had kept those letters in a secret place until Liang Zhen discovered them. It is easy to imagine the feelings Liang Zhen experienced upon finding out that his lover Yang Xiaoqian had preserved those letters for so many years. Fortunately, Ding Yi had not signed those letters. Otherwise, if Liang Zhen found out, Yang Xiaoqian was unsure whether, given Liang Zhen's ruthless nature, he would have someone secretly take care of Ding Yi. Liang Zhen, in a fit of rage, tore those letters apart and questioned Yang Xiaoqian about who wrote them. Yang Xiaoqian dared not tell Liang Zhen, but the more she stayed silent, the more Liang Zhen felt the situation was serious. If those letters were truly written by an old friend who had a crush on Yang Xiaoqian years ago, there would be no need for her to hide it from him. In Liang Zhen's view, the only reason Yang Xiaoqian kept it from him was that she had been in contact with that man all these years. Eventually, Liang Zhen even crazily suspected that Yang Xiaoqian's child, Liang Meng, was not his biological child but that of that man. 2 days before Yang Xiaoqian jumped from the building, she called Ding Yi and told him never to mention their relationship to anyone from then on, because if he did, even her child would be in danger. Moreover, Liang Zhen would kill him. Later, Ding Yi learned of Yang Xiaoqian's suicide. "Back then, your mother told me on the phone that your father had entered a state of madness and suspected you were my flesh and blood, insisting on finding out who wrote those letters to your mother. If she didn't say, he would kill your mother and you." Ding Yi scoffed, then said, "You didn't expect your father to be this kind of person, did you?" "I can't believe my father is such a person," Liang Meng responded, turning to leave the room. Huo Zili wanted to chase after Liang Meng, but she suddenly yelled from outside the door, "Don't follow me. I need to be alone." Ding Yi looked at Huo Zili and shook his head with a bitter smile. "I guess you never imagined Liang Zhen would be a complete demon." Huo Zili shook his head. "I always thought the chairman and Liang Meng's late mother truly loved each other, that they broke through societal obstacles to be together." Ding Yi sneered, knowing a person's face but not their heart, painting a person as skin but not their bones. Who would have thought that a person capable of influencing the world could be a demon? Huo Zili squinted. "So you planned all this at the press conference, causing the chairman's accident to take his life?" "No," Ding Yi said firmly. "I didn't do that." Huo Zili was surprised. "You didn't?" Ding Yi sieged. "If I want to harm Liang Zhen, I could have done it many years ago. There was no need to wait until now." Huo Zili said, "But your beloved has been forced to death by such a demon. Haven't you ever thought about avenging your beloved one someday? Moreover, all the evidence indicates that, apart from you, no one else has as much suspicion." Ding Yi replied, "No, I have never thought about avenging my lover." Huo Zili asked, "Why not?" Ding Yi painfully closed his eyes and said, "Because that demon is Liang Meng's father. In order for the orphan of the one I love to live well in this world, I absolutely cannot harm her father." Huo Zili said, "But now, if something happens to the chairman, Liang Meng will become the biggest beneficiary and will likely take over the Yiri Group directly." Ding Yi sneered. "Do you really think that after Liang Zhen's death, Liang Meng can become the head of the Yiri Group? Don't be naive. The 4 heroes of Yiri and Liang Zhen's wife, Yi Mei, are not to be trifled with. It would be strange if they didn't devour Liang Meng. In fact, if anything happens to Liang Zhen, Liang Meng will become the biggest victim." He continued, "If you don't believe it, you can remember what I said and see if the final outcome will be like this. Liang Meng is ultimately just a child. She cannot compete with the 4 heroes of Yiri and people like Yi Mei." Huo Zili fell into deep thought. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that last night he and Liang Meng had gone to the Yiri Group to steal the file about Ding Yi. The file stated that Ding Yi should have seen Liang Zhen's daughter, Liang Meng, who had returned from overseas on the day of the press conference, and only then realized that Liang Zhen was Liang Meng's father. Therefore, he blamed Yang Xiaoqian's suicide by jumping off a building on Liang Zhen, and thus plotted against him. However, what Ding Yi said today should not contain any lies, as there is one crucial party involved, Yang Wanjun. It is also not difficult to infer why Yang Wanjun previously did not want Liang Meng and Ding Yi to meet, and even said that Ding Yi was a pervert who abducted women at night, advising Liang Meng to stay away from Ding Yi. This was obviously because he was afraid Ding Yi would tell Liang Meng things she didn't know. Moreover, Ding Yi's analysis is not without reason. If Liang Zhen really is gone, apart from Yang Wanjun, the four heroes of Yiri and Tianqi's mother, Yimei, how could they willingly let a young girl manage such a large enterprise? Yimei would also sue Liang Meng over inheritance issues. And thinking about what happens next is chaotic. Chapter 51, The Debate on Mount Huo. 1. Uncle Ding, I have a question. Huo Zili hesitated for a moment and continued, not sure if I should ask. Ding Yi was taken aback. What question? Huo Zili frowned and said, Uncle Ding, you mentioned that Liang Meng's mother committed suicide back then because Chairman Liang Zhen had been threatening Aunt Yang Xiaoqian, saying that if she didn't reveal who wrote those love letters to Aunt Yang, he would kill Aunt Yang and her daughter Liang Meng. But Liang Meng was so young at that time. What did the adults' matters have to do with a child? Ding Yi asked, what exactly are you trying to say? Huo Zili replied, I believe most of the story you told is true, but there are some details that are indeed worth pondering. Ding Yi asked, what details? Huo Zili said, you just mentioned that Liang Zhen suspected Liang Meng was not his biological child, but rather yours and Aunt Yang's. However, for someone like Liang Zhen, why would he question Aunt Yang? Wouldn't a paternity test solve everything? He continued, I actually think that the reason Liang Zhen threatened them so crazily, as he said, was because Liang Zhen actually knew that Liang Meng was not his biological child. Ding Yi widened his eyes in shock, his expression frozen for a moment. After a long while, he reacted, self-deprecatingly laughing. I actually wish Liang Meng was my child, but unfortunately she isn't. Huo Zili countered, but before Huo Zili could finish, Ding Yi interrupted him with a bitter smile. But do you think Liang Zhen would go so far as to crazily interrogate Liang Meng about those love letters, even threatening to kill Aunt Yang and Liang Meng if she didn't say anything? In the end, he really drove Aunt Yang to her death, right? Huo Zili nodded. Ding Yi smiled again, but don't forget, if Liang Zhen was driven to kill Yang Xiaoqian because Liang Meng is my child, then why would he help me raise her all these years? Moreover, 2 days before Aunt Yang died, she secretly called me and repeatedly advised me not to reveal our past relationship to anyone, otherwise Liang Zhen would kill me. I believe that at that time, Liang Zhen had already become a demon in human form. If Liang Meng were my child, he would definitely kill her. Huo Zili sighed. He still felt there were some issues in Ding Yi's narrative, but upon careful thought, it seemed logical. What exactly was the problem? But who set the trap to harm Liang Zhen at the press conference? Huo Zili's brows furrowed into a shape. Ding Yi narrowed his eyes and pondered. I always feel that if there really is a murderer, then he must be a Laplace demon. Huo Zili asked, do you still insist on your previous viewpoint, Uncle Ding? Ding Yi nodded, of course. Huo Zili sighed. But in the real world, where are such people? Ding Yi said, once the brain chip is successfully developed, then such people might really appear in this world. Huo Zili said, but the brain chip hasn't been successfully developed yet, has it? Ding Yi rested one hand on his chin, falling into deep thought. The brain chip might have already been successfully developed. Huo Zili was startled. What did you say? Ding Yi said, you may not know, but when the company first started researching the brain chip project, I was originally the chief scientist of the designated research team. But I didn't agree. Huo Zili asked, why didn't you agree? Ding Yi said, because such scientific experiments go against ethics and require testing on living humans. Huo Zili unconsciously widened his eyes, suddenly recalling that his purpose for being sent undercover to the Yiri Group by the police was due to the large number of mentally disabled youths who had gone missing in the mainland over the years. The police suspected that it was the Yiri Group that had abducted those mentally disabled youths to a private island purchased by Liang Zhen in Country C for human experimentation. Ding Yi gazed into Huo Zili's eyes, a faint smile unconsciously appearing at the corners of his mouth. Any normal person could think that without experiments. How could the brain chip be successfully developed? Huo Zili said, I read a report in a scientific magazine that the Yiri Group's research on the brain chip was conducted on monkeys. And only after the experiment succeeded would they implant the brain chip in humans. Not entirely. Ding Yi slowly shook his head. You have to understand that Liang Zhen's main purpose for developing this brain chip is to save his son. He wouldn't be foolish enough to use his own son as the first test subject for the brain chip, just like the mind mecha generation one. Didn't they find 3 testers beforehand? Huo Zili asked, but both the brain chip and the mind mecha generation one need human experimentation, right? Why did you choose to make the mind mecha generation one instead of the brain chip? Ding Yi waved his hand and said, that's different. The mind mecha generation one only collects information from the brain and poses no harm to the human body, while the brain chip is meant to alter the human brain, giving humans abilities almost like a Laplace demon. Frankly speaking, even if the brain chip is successfully developed, the operation would still be very dangerous. A slight mistake could turn a mentally disabled person into a vegetable. He continued, however, I'm also very clear about the company's progress on the brain chip over the years. They really are only experimenting on monkeys, and there have been countless failed cases of vegetable monkeys, yet not a single successful experiment. But that day, Liang Zhen confidently stated at the press conference that the brain chip would be successfully developed in the near future. So, at this point, Ding Yi closed his mouth. Huo Zili couldn't help but ask, so what? Ding Yi said, so I suspect that the Yiri Group's brain chip laboratory should not be the only one. Somewhere we don't know. There should be another laboratory conducting such experiments. Huo Zili's face darkened as he pondered that it seemed the National Security Bureau and the police's analysis was not wrong. The missing mentally disabled youths in the mainland were likely related to Liang Zhen's private island. Even if there weren't any on that private island, there would still exist such a laboratory in some corner of the world. However, if this brain chip had already been successfully developed and used on some test subject, and that test subject had acquired the magic of a Laplace demon, then he should be grateful to Liang Zhen. There was no need to harm him. Huo Zili was perplexed. Ding Yi said, what I said is just a hypothesis. As for what the truth is, perhaps Liang Zhen's accident was caused by aliens. That is also a possibility. Huo Zili exclaimed, aliens? Uncle Ding, are you joking? Ding Yi sighed. Until the truth is uncovered, anything is possible. Huo Zili thought, assuming the brain chip has been successfully developed, then Brother Tianchi should no longer be mentally disabled. But who would the brain chip be used on? Ding Yi noticed Huo Zili's serious expression and coldly smiled. If I'm not mistaken, the police sent you to the Yiri Group undercover to investigate that illegal laboratory. Huo Zili blinked, quickly thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. Suddenly, he smiled, shaking his head while laughing. Uncle Ding, since you are so certain, why don't you think carefully about it? Everyone is suspecting you of being the murderer of Liang Zhen, yet Liang Zhen has only dismissed you. If Liang Zhen didn't sue you through legal means and send you to prison, does he really have the heart to let you go unpunished from now on? Or, Ding Yi asked what? Huo Zili sighed and continued, or if Liang Zhen truly is a demon, would he really let you go? Ding Yi laughed. You don't need to worry about that. Liang Zhen is no longer the Liang Zhen of the past. He was indeed a demon back then. But this demon never let others know he was one. Now he is different. He is a name among world-class entrepreneurs, and he cherishes his identity very much. Now that he has dismissed me, it won't be long before this matter becomes a huge scandal. At that time, I will be disgraced, and people will inevitably want to know why I wanted to harm him. But he doesn't want people to know my motives for harming him, because he has long since changed. If people knew the reason, wouldn't he also be disgraced? He continued, of course, everything I said is based on the assumption that I am the murderer. However, even in this murky situation, he wouldn't easily harm me, because if something happens to me now, people will definitely suspect him, which is not friendly to him. Huo Zili nodded and sighed. Let's hope so. He looked at Ding Yi with a sighing gaze. Uncle Ding, I'm leaving. Take care. Ding Yi showed a self-deprecating smile. I will. Don't worry. I'll be fine. After leaving Ding Yi's house, Huo Zili began searching for Liang Meng everywhere, but couldn't find her, and her phone was turned off. Could Liang Meng have gone to question her father Liang Zhen about the past things that Ding Yi mentioned? Huo Zili thought. Next, Huo Zili went to the hospital. Liang Zhen lay on the hospital bed, staring blankly at the ceiling as if recalling something. The four heroes were all present, standing by Liang Zhen's bedside, including Yi Mei and Liang Tianqi, but Liang Ming was nowhere to be seen. Huo Zili asked his father, Huo Jinghua, "Dad, has Liang Ming been here?" Huo Jinghua shook his head. "No, where did she go?" Huo Zili didn't know how to answer and turned his gaze to Liang Zhen. "Uncle Liang," Huo Zili said with a smile, "are you feeling better?" Liang Zhen looked at Huo Zili with a confused and dazed expression. "Who are you?" "I am Zili." "Who is Zili?" Liang Zhen fell into deep thought. "Dad," Huo Zili asked Huo Jinghua, "what happened to Uncle Liang? Why doesn't he recognize me?" Huo Jinghua sighed. "He woke up like this. It seems the chairman has forgotten many things." "A question." Huo Zili hesitated for a moment, then said, "Don't know." Chapter 52. The Duel on Mount Hua. What did the doctor say? Huo Zili asked Huo Jinghua. The doctor said that the chairman's current situation should be classified as selective amnesia. Huo Jinghua sighed. The chairman has been under too much pressure lately. Selective amnesia, Huo Zili mumbled. Just then, the doctor walked in, and the four talents quickly surrounded him, cornering him against the wall and asking questions. Huo Zili watched this scene, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. He had often seen this medical term in some very cliché dramas and understood that the cause of selective amnesia is that a person experiences external stimuli or suffers a brain injury, leading the brain to establish a defense mechanism that makes them forget things they do not want to remember or want to escape from, thus forming selective amnesia. However, Liang Zhen's selective amnesia was different from typical amnesia. In general, selective amnesia occurs when a patient experiences immense external stimuli and, upon awakening after surgery, forgets certain things they do not want to remember. For example, if a person is in a car accident, when they wake up, they will forget the moment of the accident and what happened afterward, but it would not show symptoms after a period of time. Liang Zhen's situation was particularly unique. Before and after the incident, he had experienced many shocking accidents at the press conference, which could be described as life-threatening. Yet he was fully conscious at that time and did not have selective amnesia. During his rehabilitation in the hospital, his emotional state remained stable, and he did not exhibit selective amnesia until after the chip in his brain was removed, which was indeed puzzling. At this moment, the doctor's explanation was also vague. He said there were many special cases, and doctors could not be certain about the causes, only able to roughly categorize them into certain causes. At this time, Liang Zhen struggled to move his head, looked around, and suddenly asked, "Where is Ming Ming?" Huo Zili breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was good that Liang Zhen had not forgotten his daughter. But he really did not know how to respond to Liang Zhen. "Uncle Liang," Huo Zili said, "do you remember when was the last time you saw Ming Ming?" Liang Zhen blinked his cloudy eyes, blankly recalling something, and after a long time he said, "I remember the last time I saw my daughter Ming Ming was before the chip was implanted in my brain. At that time, I had her return from the United States. Although I occasionally had business trips to the US, I rarely got to see her. I really miss her, and she has grown up. I think it's time for her to come back to the company to help me." As he spoke, Huo Zili carefully observed Liang Zhen's expression and found that he was genuinely expressing his feelings, not looking like someone who was lying. Liang Zhen then asked, "Where's my daughter? Why hasn't she come to see me?" A thought suddenly flashed through Huo Zili's mind, and he bent down to whisper a few words in Liang Zhen's ear. Liang Zhen nodded slowly. After that, Huo Zili straightened up and smiled at Liang Zhen. "You all go out," Liang Zhen said. "I want to talk to Zili alone for a while." Huo Jinghua was taken aback, looking at Huo Zili with surprise, then suddenly glanced at Liang Zhen, who nodded at him, his hazy eyes conveying a sense of affirmation. "All right," Huo Jinghua said, "let's step out first. The chairman and Zili can have a chat." Li Qingran frowned slightly upon hearing the word chat. At that moment, he must have been thinking about what Chairman Liang Zhen might want to discuss with Huo Zili, which Huo Jinghua casually dismissed as a chat. "Chairman, call me anytime if you need anything," Li Qingran said to Liang Zhen. Liang Zhen did not respond, raising his hand in a dismissive manner to indicate he understood. After everyone in the room left, Liang Tianqi ran back, leaned over Liang Zhen's bedside, and said with a sad expression, "Dad, I don't want to leave you. You haven't gotten up to play with me yet." Liang Zhen patted Liang Tianqi's head with a smile of appreciation and said, then you can stay. Dad is a good dad, Liang Tianqi said with a silly smile. Liang Zhen also smiled, and then his gaze shifted from his son to Huo Zili, saying, Zili, you just said that you would tell me where Meng Meng is only after they all left. You can tell me now, right? Huo Zili sighed, Uncle, a lot has happened during your amnesia. It's really hard to explain in a few words. Liang Zhen frowned. Zili, what exactly do you want to say? Huo Zili said, Uncle, if I don't clarify some things for you, it might be quite difficult for Liang Meng to see you. Liang Zhen sighed, Zili, don't keep me in suspense. Look at me now. What on earth happened during my amnesia? Huo Zili quickly organized his thoughts in his mind, but didn't know where to start, feeling that these things were too complicated to summarize and couldn't help but sigh. The reason Meng Meng hasn't seen you might be because there are some misunderstandings between you. Liang Zhen asked, what misunderstandings? Huo Zili said, Uncle, you just mentioned that your amnesia began after the chip was implanted in your brain, right? Liang Zhen said despondently, yes, I can't remember at all what happened after that. Not at all. Can you tell me what happened during that time? Huo Zili frowned, feeling that Liang Zhen's amnesia was too strange. But now is not the time to ponder this issue. Even if he analyzed it closely, he wouldn't come up with anything. After all, he was an outsider when it came to human intelligence and the brain. He thought that even if he needed to research this peculiar amnesia later, he would need to find some specialists to assist him. Fortunately, Huo Zili got straight to the point. Uncle, that day the group held a press conference. And during the conference, you had an unexpected accident. Your body, aided by the Mind Mech Generation 1, broke through the ceiling above, and then you got caught by the dragon bone and fell, leading to severe injuries to your spine. Later, Uncle Li Changran discussed with other senior executives and, under your instruction, established an investigation team, led by Uncle Li himself, to investigate why the accident happened. I'm the deputy leader. Liang Zhen looked at Huo Zili in surprise. You are the deputy leader of the investigation team? I remember you were a police officer. When did you start working at the group? Huo Zili's cheeks turned slightly red, and he smiled. During your hospitalization, I was expelled from the police station. Liang Zhen asked, why were you expelled? Huo Zili shrugged, smiling bitterly. When I was a police officer, I secretly started a small company, and, as a result, I was reported by my partner, which led to my expulsion from the police station. Liang Zhen frowned. Your partner reported you? Why? How could you have such poor judgment? What benefit does it give him to report you? Huo Zili sighed and said, my dad and I have been in a Cold War for many years because of my mom's incident. I haven't asked him for money, so life has been a bit tight and unsatisfactory. I used to spend money freely, and that little salary is simply not enough for me. On the day of the press conference, you helped me reconcile with my dad, so I didn't want to run a company anymore. My partner took the opportunity to blackmail me for money. I didn't give it to him, so he reported me. Liang Zhen squinted at Huo Zili. So the police department dismissed you? Huo Zili nodded, that's right. Liang Zhen looked at Huo Zili with admiration. What a good prospect. Although your dad is a businessman, I see you have the temperament of a police officer, and even like an undercover cop. Huo Zili was speechless and lowered his head. Not knowing what to say, Liang Zhen asked, Zili, what are you doing? What happened next? Why hasn't Meng Meng come to see me? Huo Zili looked up and smiled. Later, my dad found out I was dismissed from the police department, so he wanted me to work at the company. My working there was also with your consent, and my dad told me to be the deputy leader of the investigation team, which was also approved by the higher-ups in you. Liang Zhen smiled wryly. Really? How come I have no memory of that? What happened next? Huo Zili said, after I joined the investigation team, I found that all the clues pointed to the same suspect. Liang Zhen asked, who? Huo Zili replied, Dingyi. Liang Zhen closed his mouth. Huo Zili gazed into Liang Zhen's eyes and noticed he seemed to be lost in thought. Sensing that Liang Zhen's amnesia likely only affected the time after the brain chip was implanted until today, he should remember everything before that. Liang Zhen spoke softly. How could Dingyi harm me? Huo Zili said, the investigation team compiled the dossier, and based on its content, they did not file a lawsuit against Ding Yi in court. They just dismissed him. This action was also with your consent at that time. In fact, dismissing Ding Yi was equivalent to declaring him a suspect in your attempted murder, but the reason is known only to insiders. Liang Zhen asked, what reason? Huo Zili replied, Ding Yi believes that the suicide of Meng Meng's mother, Aunt Yang, was caused by you. Liang Zhen's expression darkened, like a dim sky suddenly filled with ominous clouds. Could it be that the man who wrote love letters to Xiao Qian back then was Ding Yi? Huo Zili was startled, thinking that Liang Zhen's reaction matched what Ding Yi had previously recounted. Actually, Liang Zhen sighed. I really owe Xiao Qian an apology back then. Chapter 53. The Sword Debate on Mount Hua. 3. Huo Zili's heart suddenly jolted. Ding Yi had mentioned to him this morning that Liang Zhen was truly a demon. And now Liang Zhen was repeatedly saying that he was sorry to Yang Xiaoqian. Just based on this, it could roughly be determined that Ding Yi's words were true. However, it was also unexpected for Huo Zili that Liang Zhen would speak such apologetic words to him without reservation. He looked at Liang Zhen on the hospital bed with an incredulous gaze. Noticing that Liang Zhen's breath was faint, his obscure eyes carried a hint of bleakness. And he seemed to be just half alive. Could it be that when a person is about to die, their words are kind? Liang Zhen closed his eyes and slowly said, back then, I feel really ashamed. As a married man, I shouldn't have developed such inappropriate feelings for Yang Xiaoqian. But we had worked together for a long time, and she liked me. Huo Zili was taken aback. Liang Zhen saying that Yang Xiaoqian liked him back, then contradicted Ding Yi's story, in which Yang Xiaoqian had never liked Liang Zhen and only viewed him as an older brother. But I really shouldn't have taken that step. Although Liang Zhen's eyes were closed, his facial expression looked very uncomfortable, as if he couldn't escape the memories of the past. He continued, I still remember that day. It was a night of heavy rain. During that time, the company's affairs were very busy, so Yang Xiaoqian and I had to work late. But because it was pouring rain that night, I suggested driving Xiaoqian home since there were no taxis available. Huo Zili listened attentively. Liang Zhen continued, that night, the rain was really heavy, pouring down incessantly. Even with the wipers at their maximum, I couldn't see the road ahead. The neon lights on both sides of the street, viewed through the pitch-black car windows, appeared blurred and dim, like ghostly figures flashing with eerie colors. There were very few vehicles on the street. It was truly an unforgettable night. As he spoke, Liang Zhen opened his eyes and said with deep emotion, although Xiao Qian and I tasted the forbidden fruit that night, I still believe it was the happiest and most wonderful night of my life, without exception. Huo Zili frowned. Seeing Liang Zhen lost in the recollections of the past, he felt somewhat confused. Liang Zhen had previously said he was sorry to Yang Xiaoqian, but the sorry he referred to seemed different from the kind in Ding Yi's story. Liang Zhen slowly said, so that night I drove very slowly, feeling a sense of schadenfreude inside, thinking how great this rain was because it allowed me to spend more time alone with Xiaoqian. Although we spent a lot of time together at the company, that was during working hours. We rarely had leisure time like that night to bare our hearts and quietly enjoy that beauty. How should I put it? It felt like in this world. It was just the two of us. The road felt long yet short. Even if the car was moving slowly, there would eventually be a time to send Xiaoqian home. Liang Zhen sighed, saying that he finally got Xiaoqian home, and she suddenly asked if he could take her upstairs. He humorously joked with her, asking, aren't you afraid of inviting a wolf into your house? Do you know what Xiaoqian said? Huo Zili hesitated and shook his head. I can't guess. All right, you say I'm an old man, yet I'm bragging like you kids, Liang Zhen said with a happy look in his eyes. He continued, Xiaoqian said there was a man living downstairs who would always open the door when she got home from work, pretending to smoke in the hallway, actually watching her go upstairs. Sometimes, he would even take a few steps forward, which scared Xiaoqian. Luckily, the neighbors weren't asleep, and even that man didn't dare do anything. But that night, it was already late at night, and she was afraid that man would come out again. Do you know, Zili? Liang Zhen suddenly asked Huo Zili with a smile. Huo Zili looked confused. I know what? Liang Zhen said. Xiaoqian was even more beautiful than Meng Meng. When she first started working at the company, the number of men pursuing her could form a battalion. Even though everyone knew her brother Yang Wanjun was a senior executive and had a bad temper, having chased away several suitors for Xiaoqian with his bare hands, it still couldn't stop those men from flattering her. Huo Zili couldn't help but recall a photo of young Yang Xiaoqian he had seen at Ding Yi's house and nodded in agreement from the bottom of his heart. Liang Zhen smiled and said, Xiaoqian was annoyed by those men. So she proposed to come to my office to work as my secretary assistant to get away from those lecherous men. Did Aunt Yang request to be transferred? Yes. Liang Zhen looked at Huo Zili with a strange gaze. What's wrong? Nothing much, Huo Zili smiled. He stared at Liang Zhen's smiling lips, feeling that Liang Zhen didn't seem to be lying. I didn't think much of it at the time, so I transferred Xiaoqian over. Because at that time, to me, Xiaoqian was like a younger sister. Liang Zhen smiled and said, I felt it was necessary to protect her. Huo Zili took a breath, feeling that Liang Zhen had intentions of bringing the sheep into the wolf's den. After Xiaoqian came to my office, those lecherous men no longer dared to have their designs on her, Liang Zhen said with a hint of pride, because those men realized that Xiaoqian was unattainable and gave up their thoughts. But Liang Zhen sighed deeply. I, on the other hand, began to have those thoughts about Xiaoqian. Huo Zili thought for a moment and said, That's not surprising. Aunt Yang is so beautiful. Liang Zhen was surprised. You've seen your Aunt Yang? Huo Zili replied honestly. I saw a photo of Aunt Liang at Ding Yi's house. Liang Zhen's expression darkened. All these years, I've been oblivious, only now realizing that the man who got involved with Xiaoqian back then was Ding Yi. Huo Zili nodded. Today, Meng Meng and I went to Ding Yi's house. Meng Meng originally wanted to question Ding Yi about why he would harm you. And she also wanted to learn about her mother's past from Ding Yi, because you never talked about her mother with Meng Meng, right? Liang Zhen smiled bitterly. It's not that I didn't want to say. If she had asked me, I would have definitely told her. I didn't talk about it before because she was still young. Why would I tell her those things? Later, she went to America, and we rarely reunited. Even if I wanted to say something, I couldn't see her. Huo Zili sighed. Actually, I shouldn't have gone to Ding Yi's house with Meng Meng. As a result, I heard many things that Meng Meng shouldn't have heard from Ding Yi, which made her very sad. I estimate she might hate you now. But Huo Zili looked into Liang Zhen's eyes. What happened with Aunt Yang's suicide back then? Liang Zhen fell silent for a moment and sighed. It's all my fault for sending Xiaoqian upstairs that night, and we ended up having that kind of incident. Huo Zili asked, what happened next? Liang Zhen said, after that, our love became uncontrollable. But Liang Zhen smiled helplessly. Even if we loved deeply, I couldn't give Xiaoqian any promises, because I couldn't get a divorce. Huo Zili asked, why can't you get a divorce? Liang Zhen looked at Liang Tianqi, who was lost in thought and smiling foolishly to the side, and reached out to pat his head. It's still because of Tianqi. For a family with children, wanting a divorce is a devastating harm to the child. I can guarantee that if I dared to propose a divorce, Tianqi's mother would make sure I would never see Tianqi again in my life. Huo Zili glanced at Liang Tianqi, who was grinning at him, and a twinge of sadness involuntarily arose in his heart. Before he became mentally challenged, Liang Tianqi was such a mischievous and lovable little boy. Huo Zili still vividly remembers it. As for what Liang Zhen said, that he didn't divorce back then because of his son Liang Tianqi, Huo Zili mostly believed it. After all, Liang Zhen later changed a thriving company to a technology route, almost leading to bankruptcy, just to research brain chips to help his son escape from his mental challenges. Moreover, how many couples with different dreams but no feelings are unwilling to divorce just because they can't bear to part with their children? One could even say that for every unhappy family in this world, there are absurd stories. Huo Zili is also one of those absurd stories. A person who has been deeply hurt. Liang Zhen continued. I even did something that almost destroyed myself for Xiaoqian. Huo Zili asked, what big thing? Liang Zhen said, back then, Xiaoqian's brother Yang Wanjun embezzled public funds and lost a lot of money in Macau. Later, the company's finance department found out. At that time, Xiaoqian asked me for help, and I can say that I nearly went bankrupt to help Yang Wanjun through that hurdle. Huo Zili said, so did you establish an agreement before helping Uncle Yang? Liang Zhen nodded slightly and said, if I hadn't established that agreement, what if your Uncle Yang couldn't change his ways and went gambling again? Then I would also be finished with him. The Yiri Group too. Without that agreement to constrain him, how could that work? Huo Zili said without thinking. Uncle, can I see that agreement? Liang Zhen was surprised. Huh? What did you say? Huo Zili suddenly realized how abrupt his question was. He thought of himself as a police officer, as if he were interrogating a suspect. He shouldn't have said that unless he was really in an interrogation room questioning a criminal. Otherwise, Liang Zhen wouldn't show him that agreement. Oh, Huo Zili chuckled awkwardly. Never mind. I think you did the right thing, Uncle. Liang Zhen sarcastically remarked. At least with that agreement, Yang Wanjun didn't dare to gamble again. Huo Zili asked what happened later. Liang Zhen pondered. Later, how should I say my relationship with Xiaoqian? It started to crack little by little. Because Xiaoqian wanted more than just being with me. She also wanted me to get a divorce. Liang Zhen continued. However, I really couldn't meet that condition of hers, even though I loved her so much. But later, that relationship really drove me to the brink. And we often argued. As a result, what happened then? Liang Zhen let out a bitter laugh, and at that time, Ding Yi took the opportunity to come in. I always felt that Xiaoqian was retaliating against me, which is why she was unfaithful. What do you think, Zili? Huo Zili thought for a moment and could only agree. That is a possibility. He then asked, so why did Aunt Yang commit suicide later? Chapter 54. The Sword Debate at Mount Hua. 4. Liang Zhen squinted his eyes and thought, I believe that at that time, Xiaoqian must have fallen in love with two men simultaneously, because she never threw away the love letters Ding Yi wrote to her. Huo Zili asked, Uncle, how do you know about the love letters that Aunt Yang kept? Liang Zhen replied, I still remember one time. Since there wasn't much going on at the company that day, I returned early to the home where she and Meng Meng lived. I even bought a bunch of toys and some snacks that Xiaoqian liked. But when I got home, I found Xiaoqian was looking through those love letters. We ended up having a fight because I got jealous. Huo Zili said, that's quite normal. Liang Zhen sighed, I often think, if I hadn't lost my temper with Xiaoqian and said some hurtful things, perhaps she wouldn't have jumped off the building later. It was my extreme words that shamed her. Huo Zili asked, what did you say back then? Liang Zhen said, I said that Aunt Yang was being shameless, stepping on two boats, serving two husbands. Huo Zili gasped, that must have been quite hurtful. He then added, what about you, uncle? Aren't you stepping on two boats as well? Liang Zhen said, I always feel that it's not wrong for men to do such things, but it's excessive for a girl to do the same. Huo Zili smiled wryly. Uncle's masculinity is quite strong. Liang Zhen said, I regret saying that now. Aunt Yang couldn't withstand that humiliation. I let her down. It was because Ding Yi suspected that I had Xiaoqian to her death back then. Liang Zhen suddenly asked, so, is that why he harmed me today? Huo Zili said, Ding Yi said he didn't harm you, claiming that the real culprit is someone else. Let him be, no matter whether he harmed me or not. I actually don't hate him, Liang Zhen said. I just want to see Meng Meng now. I don't know how much longer I can live. Huo Zili said, Uncle will live a long time. Liang Zhen asked with interest, how long is long? Huo Zili blurted out, several decades. Don't joke, Zili. I'm not in the mood for jokes, Liang Zhen said sadly. I just want to see Meng Meng. The two were lost in their thoughts, and after a moment of silence, Huo Zili said to Liang Zhen, I think Meng Meng should accept you. I'll go find her now. After all, you and Aunt Yang had a bitter love. Meng Meng should understand you. Liang Zhen's eyes gradually blurred, and he didn't know where Meng Meng had gone. Huo Zili walked out of the hospital, still pondering the other version of the story that Liang Zhen had just recounted. If what Liang Zhen said was true, then without a doubt, Yang Xiaoqian was a heartless woman. She destroyed Liang Zhen's family based solely on her own affections, wanted Liang Zhen to divorce. And when she saw that Liang Zhen couldn't divorce, she began to retaliate against him, turning to Ding Yi and deliberately concealing her feelings for Liang Zhen from him. Later, after giving birth to Liang Meng, when things started to unravel, she spun a terrible story for Ding Yi, in which Liang Zhen was portrayed as a devil. In the end, as Liang Zhen said, faced with his harsh words, she might have truly had a moment of conscience, feeling that she had lived a failed life, and thus chose to jump off the building. Of course, this is just judging Yang Xiaoqian based on Liang Zhen's version of the story, assuming there is no version from Ding Yi. If Ding Yi's version can be reconciled with Liang Zhen's version, it is not entirely impossible to reconcile. The main sequence of events is generally the same. As for why the two narratives present different versions of Yang Xiaoqian, it is very likely because she lied to Ding Yi to maintain her image in his eyes. However, regarding Ding Yi's kidnapping of Yang Wanjun and threatening him, Yang Wanjun learned from Ding Yi that Liang Zhen helped him because he used his sister Yang Xiaoqian as compensation to Liang Zhen. In this regard, it can also be understood that Yang Wanjun did not know that his sister had already become involved with Liang Zhen prior to this. There's only one point that is inexplicable, which is why Yang Xiaoqian made that strange phone call to Ding Yi before committing suicide. telling him not to reveal their relationship to anyone because Liang Zhen would kill him. What motivated Yang Xiao-Qian to say such things? The answer could only be one of two. First, Liang Zhen is truly a devil. Second, Yang Xiao-Qian wanted to plant a seed of hatred in Ding Yi's heart before she died, because she hated Liang Zhen. She indeed had reasons to hate Liang Zhen. How chaotic, how chaotic. Huo Zili walked alone on the road to find Liang Meng, lamenting those 5 words. If there is no evidence to indicate that either Ding Yi or Liang Zhen is lying, then this past is indeed comparable to Rashomon. The key is, after finding Liang Meng, how should he explain things to her? Previously in the hospital, when he bid farewell to Liang Zhen, he promised to do his best to bring Liang Meng to his side. But after seeing Liang Meng, if he tells the story entirely according to Liang Zhen's version, it is unlikely that Liang Meng would accept Liang Zhen, because not only did Liang Zhen have an affair, but he also criticized Yang Xiao-Qian for serving 2 husbands, which directly led to her loss of dignity and subsequent suicide. Liang Meng might not accept such a father in a short time, nor would she likely accept such a terrible mother. However, if this version is altered to suggest that Liang Zhen had distanced himself from Yang Xiao-Qian for a period, causing her to fall in love with Ding Yi, and later when the truth came out before Liang Zhen, she could no longer face herself, thus choosing to commit suicide. But because she believed that her situation was largely Liang Zhen's fault, she, out of hatred, made that phone call to Ding Yi before her death, planting a seed of hatred in his heart. Damn, should I lie? Huo Zili hesitated, feeling despicable, and, as no one was watching on the street, he slapped himself. He stopped the taxi, told the driver where to go, and asked him to drive slowly, offering to pay extra. The taxi drove slowly at 20 miles per hour, and Huo Zili rolled down the window, watching the scenery outside pass by slowly, inexplicably wanting to smoke a cigarette, even though he had never smoked in his life. He had never had such a headache before. He kept thinking about what he would say to Liang Meng when he saw her. Should he weave a kind-hearted lie to reconcile the father-daughter relationship? Or should he tell her the entire story exactly as Liang Zhen had recounted? In this world, there are all kinds of Rashomon and lies. Some lies are malicious, while others are benevolent. Lying is human instinct. Liang Meng was indeed at that place. That place was the mountaintop of the forest park where she had come with Huo Zili the night before. She stood in a position that seemed to be the same as last night. Huo Zili got out of the taxi and walked to Liang Meng's side. Liang Meng had already sensed his arrival, but did not look at him, still gazing down at the city from the mountaintop. The wind at the top of the mountain tousled her black hair, obscuring part of her face and highlighting her pale, fragile countenance. Meng Meng. Huo Zili opened his mouth, then closed it again. You should go back. Liang Meng said, I'm fine. I came here to talk to you. Huo Zili paused, then continued, I just visited your father in the hospital, but what he said is completely different from what Ding Yi said. Liang Meng snorted coldly. I had already thought of that. He would weave an excuse to deceive me. Huo Zili asked in surprise, Do you really think your father is a demon? Liang Meng replied, Of course I hope he isn't, but even if he is a demon, you should know that a tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. Huo Zili's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but think of Liang Zhen, who had been tirelessly researching brain chips over the years, putting aside his character issues. Wasn't he doing this for his son? And Liang Meng is also Liang Zhen's child. He has no reason not to love her. It seems Liang Meng really believes Ding Yi's version. But I think your father didn't seem to be lying when he talked about the story of him and your mother back then. Huo Zili said, Do you want to hear it? Liang Meng looked at Huo Zili suspiciously. What did he say? Huo Zili blinked, hesitating in his heart, thinking about whether to embellish the story. In the end, he decided to stick to Liang Zhen's original version. After Liang Meng finished listening to Huo Zili's recount, she revealed a bitter and self-mocking smile. What a pair of terrible parents. Huo Zili didn't know how to comfort Liang Meng. Her parents were indeed terrible. Liang Meng continued, The reason why Ding Yi's story is different from my dad's is that I can tell you, either my dad is lying or my mom is lying. In any case, Ding Yi is not lying. Huo Zili sighed. Your analysis is incisive. Incisive? Heh. Liang Meng scoffed. I see you came here to seek help from my dad, to be a sycophant. Huo Zili found the term sycophant a bit harsh, but he still smiled. Yes. If you say sycophant, Then sycophant it is. Liang Ming spat out a word. Get lost. Chapter 55. The Duel on Mount Huo. 5. Huo Zili. Before I leave, can't you let me say a few more words? Liang Ming did not respond. Huo Zili said, Ding, he said that your dad wasn't harmed by him. The real murderer is someone else. Liang Ming said, whoever cares. Huo Zili sighed. Actually, your father looks exceptionally weak right now. He has forgotten many things. And the doctor said he has selective amnesia. Selective amnesia? Liang Ming furrowed her brows. Yes, Huo Zili said. After your father's brain chip was removed, he suddenly forgot a lot of things. But strangely, the parts he forgot are all concentrated in the time frame from when the brain chip was implanted in his brain until it was removed. He remembers things from before that quite clearly. Additionally, Huo Zili said that the doctors have only roughly diagnosed your father with selective amnesia, but the symptoms he has are something the doctors have never seen before. Huo Zili looked at Liang Ming, who remained silent. To be honest, your father's current situation is really not optimistic, Huo Zili said. Ever since he woke up, he has been shouting to see you, saying he doesn't know how long he has to live and if he can see you one last time before he dies. Liang Ming snorted, that's fake. I don't believe it. Huo Zili was momentarily speechless. After a long time, he suddenly asked Liang Ming a question. Ming, what if your father really passes away? Liang Ming's face turned pale in an instant. Huo Zili saw that Liang Ming was indeed shaken, so he seized the opportunity and continued. If your dad is really gone, you might as well think about how you will face that situation. Liang Ming did not answer. Huo Zili could only answer for her. If this matter is your mother lying, then it means you have wronged your father, and your father died with resentment. Would you feel at ease? What is the truth? We still know nothing, because the murderer may not be Ding Yi. He explained, Ming, do you remember that day when your dad had the accident? We were all at the hospital. Li Qingran first went to question Lu Huanan, suspecting that Lu Huanan harmed your dad. Later, he ran to question your uncle Yang Wanjun. They were very confrontational at that time, with each person unwilling to back down. This indicates that the company's upper management is not united. So who can guarantee that your dad's accident has nothing to do with these people? Who can prove that they are definitely not the mastermind behind the scenes? Liang Ming's expression gradually relaxed from tension, then slowly became serious again. Huo Zili said, moreover, if you don't go back and something happens to your father, will Tianqi's mother let you inherit the family fortune? Will you be left with nothing by then? I think if your father had known about it in the afterlife, he would have been so angry that he might have crawled out of his grave, if possible. Liang Ming said, would that have brought him back to life in anger? That's good. Grievances have their origin, and debts have their owner. Whoever should be held accountable should be held accountable. I don't care about his wealth. Huo Zili, what you say now is not what you said about me back then. Liang Ming said, what did I say about you? Huo Zili said, didn't you say I was stupid at that time? Liang Ming couldn't recall when she had said he was stupid. Huo Zili said, when you returned to the country and called me for the first time, you said, why should that little third party take away what originally belonged to me? You also said I was foolish. Liang Ming replied, I can't remember, did I say that? Huo Zili nodded and said, yes, I do. Now that it's your turn, aren't you just like I was back in the day? Liang Ming closed her mouth. Huo Zili continued, but our situations are still different. Liang Ming asked, how are they different? Huo Zili said, the identity of the murderer who attempted to harm your dad is unknown. We also don't know what your dad and mom were like back then. Are you really willing to accept this? Now your father is in critical condition. If he really passes away at this moment and you're not by his side, then not only will you miss out on the inheritance, but more importantly, Tianqi's mother will definitely say all kinds of things to slander you, with the aim of finding a reason not to give you your share of the inheritance. Liang Mingliu's brows furrowed, and her face turned red, clearly agitated. So, for both emotional and logical reasons, it would be best for you to go back and see your father, Huo Zili said. Even you said that even if he is a demon, he is still not cruel enough to harm his own child. In the end, Liang Ming returned to Liang Zhen's side. Liang Zhen was not dead. The doctor only said he was too weak, so he looked half alive. After that, Liang Zhen returned to a private island in Country Sea for recovery, accompanied by Yi Mei and Liang Tianqi. As for the company, it is still under Liang Zhen's remote command. Huo Zili and Liang Ming were both arranged as vice general managers, of course, in a nominal capacity, but they have already been identified as key training objects by the company's senior management. In the past few days, Huo Zili and Liang Meng almost commuted to work together from their respective places, and after work, they would eat, shop, and go to nightclubs together. On the surface, their lives seemed quite leisurely, and Liang Meng seemed to have temporarily forgotten the unpleasantness of the past. Perhaps she didn't want to think about it at all. However, Huo Zili's mood was not pleasant. If this continued, it was likely he would never return to the police station in his lifetime. Because according to the previous speculation by the chief, Liang Zhen's secret laboratory should be on that island in Country C. And how could he, being at the headquarters of the Yiri Group, get close to that island? If he chooses to resign and go back to the police station now, he would likely be fired because his true identity would be exposed. If the police station wanted to place an undercover agent in the future group again, it would be incredibly difficult. However, Huo Zili had been secretly reporting the situation to the contact person at the police station. The director provided a 16-character guideline: stay calm and be patient. The net of heaven is vast and nothing escapes it. He added that some opportunities are created through action, while others come from waiting. Just imagine how devastated Huo Zili felt when he saw the word wait. Within the future group, the rumor that he was an undercover agent was no longer a secret. The four heroes of the future were clearly on guard against him, assigning him such a trivial position, and of course, his father was also watching him closely. Huo Jinghua's intention in letting his son continue working undercover at the company was quite sinister. He was subtly wearing down his son's fighting spirit, ultimately intending to assimilate him. At the very least, that was how Huo Zili perceived it. If he couldn't exhaust those old-timers and the four heroes of the future before the opportunity came, he feared he would truly be assimilated by the company's environment. After all, the Future Group is a relatively mature company, leading the industry in production, operations, and innovation. Every day at work just required going through the motions, and even the senior decision-makers were the same. Someone in a position like Huo Zili's had even less to worry about. Every day, he walked through the company's doors in a well-fitted suit, attracting envious glances from those around him, and some young female colleagues would blush upon seeing him. Doing nothing during the day and starting a nightlife with Liang Meng at night was the kind of comfortable life many men dream of. If this continued, it would be strange for him not to be assimilated. After all, Huo Zili was just an ordinary person. But then the opportunity did come. One night, Huo Jinghua stayed up late waiting for Huo Zili to return. Huo Zili also came back very late. Huo Jinghua hadn't gone to bed early, just so he could wait for his son to come back. After Huo Zili returned, he saw Huo Jinghua sitting alone in front of the sofa with the TV off. Huo Jinghua told him that he was preparing to go to the chairman's private island the day after tomorrow. Huo Zili sat next to Huo Jinghua, seemingly not quite believing what he had heard, and asked his father again, "Dad, what did you just say?" Huo Jinghua was a bit puzzled and replied, "What's wrong? Didn't you hear me? I said I'm going to your Uncle Liang's place the day after tomorrow." Huo Zili asked, "Is it that private island in Country C?" Huo Jinghua confirmed, "Yes, that's the one." Huo Zili then asked, "How are you getting there?" Huo Jinghua replied, "Of course, I'm taking a plane." Huo Zili continued to ask, "Are you going alone?" Chapter 56, The Sword Debate on Mount Hua. 6. Huo Jinghua shook his head and said, "No, I, Li Chengran, Yang Wanjun, and Lu Huanin all have to go, and Meng Meng has to go too." Huo Zili continued to ask, "What are you going there for?" Huo Jinghua seemed a bit annoyed by the question, or perhaps just by the subject matter, as he grabbed his hair in frustration and said, "To hold a meeting." Huo Zili pretended to be very interested and asked, "What meeting?" Huo Jinghua replied, "To select the successor for the chairman." Huo Zili exclaimed in surprise, "Uncle Liang is preparing to step down as chairman?" "Yes," Huo Jinghua replied casually. Huo Zili seemed to understand something, thinking that since the meeting was to select a successor, it meant that his father also had a chance to become chairman. Huo Jinghua sighed, "I can't do it." Huo Zili said, "Selecting doesn't mean appointing. I think, Dad, you have a high standing among the company's senior management. Maybe they'll really choose you, the veteran, because only you can hold the scene together." Huo Jinghua smiled bitterly. Being experienced and having a high reputation doesn't mean you can suppress them. If I had to define my position in the company, at most I could just keep things in order. Those people only listen to me on the surface, but when it comes to interests, I estimate they will show a different face. Huo Zili frowned and said, "From what you're saying, this sword debate on Mount Hua seems quite mysterious." "Sword debate on Mount Hua?" Huo Jinghua asked, "What do you mean?" Huo Zili said, "You guys are going there to hold a meeting to select the chairman's successor. Isn't that just like the sword debate on Mount Hua to determine the best in the world?" Huo Jinghua laughed, but then his expression turned serious. "Actually, I really don't want to go." Huo Zili asked why. Huo Jinghua said, "Because I have no desire to fight for power. Whoever wants to be chairman can be." Huo Zili chuckled. "That's simple. Just go there and don't express any opinions or take any sides." Huo Jinghua replied, "You think too simply. Since ancient times, dynasties have changed. If you don't want to be the king, you have to choose sides. It's hard to remain aloof." Hearing his father say this, Huo Zili anxiously said, "Dad, I always feel that your trip to that private island may carry some risks." "Oh." Huo Jinghua blinked. "What risks?" Huo Zili looked at Huo Jinghua with great seriousness, because Uncle Liang's accident may not have been caused by Ding Yi. Huo Jinghua was surprised. "Isn't it already proven that Ding Yi did it, and he was expelled?" Huo Zili said, "It's not that simple. First of all, although Ding Yi admitted that he harbored resentment against Uncle Liang and might retaliate out of hatred, he does not admit that he did that thing. Since the senior management decided to cover up the shame by just expelling Ding Yi and decided not to investigate further, I think even if Ding Yi admitted it openly at that time, it would be better than denying it like a man. Moreover, he is very proud, and the company doesn't plan to do anything to him. Normally, if he did it, he would most likely admit it." He paused and continued, "And Uncle Liang's selective amnesia, don't you find it strange?" Huo Jinghua narrowed his eyes. "Go on." Huo Zili said, "The part of Uncle Liang's memory loss is from the time he had the brain chip implanted until it was removed. He knows nothing of anything that happened during that time, as if he was possessed by a ghost. Once the ghost left his brain, he returned to normal." Huo Jinghua followed Huo Zili's line of thought. "Are you saying that this ghost is that brain chip?" Huo Zili replied, "I'm just speculating. Either the brain chip has a problem, or someone has controlled it, thus controlling Uncle Liang." Huo Jinghua frowned. "So according to you?" Huo Zili said, "The motive of the murderer is unclear. We don't know if it's to seek power or out of personal revenge. The company has been covering up the reasons for Ding Yi's alleged harm to Uncle Liang. But from another perspective, are they trying to downplay the matter?" He continued, "So what I mean is, those people in senior management still have the suspicion of harming Uncle Liang." Huo Jinghua's expression changed. Huo Zili took a breath. "In short, the day after tomorrow is quite dangerous. Can I accompany you?" Huo Jinghua asked, "Are you afraid I'll encounter danger?" Huo Zili nodded. "I feel that you going alone will indeed be dangerous." Huo Jinghua smiled appreciatively. "All right then, let's go together." Huo Zili teased, "Haha. The flavor of the martial world is coming out. Wherever there are people, there is the martial world." Huo Jinghua sighed. "There is no place in the world without the martial world." Huo Zili finally breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it seems the director is still very astute and calm. At least he has waited for this opportunity and firmly grasped it. However, only he knows that the speculations he shared with his father, Huo Jinghua, were far from alarmist. This trip to the private island is indeed full of many unknown variables, and whether it will go smoothly or lead to the discovery of that private laboratory on the island remains uncertain. Because if Huo Zili's guess is correct, then behind Liang Zhen's accident, there must be a terrifying opponent hidden. Country C is a nation of 1,000 islands. Due to its unique geographical location and the general tendency of people to migrate to big cities, some islands can be sold. Purchasing an island in Country C is not very expensive. A cheaper one can be around over 1 million yuan. The private island that Liang Zhen bought only cost a little over 10 million. However, the annual fixed asset tax is quite high, sometimes even exceeding the price of the island itself. But for a rich person like Liang Zhen, it isn't a big deal. The costs of building and renovating the island are even more negligible compared to the price of the land. On the day when the four heroes, along with Huo Zili and Liang Meng, went to Liang Zhen's private island, a plane owned by the company specially picked them up. As soon as they got off the plane, they were immediately captivated by the scenery of the island. The entire small island is shaped like an oval pyramid. It is said that ordinary cargo ships cannot approach this island because the sea floor connecting to the island is full of reefs of varying depths. Therefore, Liang Zhen can only come here by plane unable to take the sea route. Liang Zhen built the villa at the top of the pyramid, on a flat area of about 800 to 900 square meters, with the villa occupying around 300 square meters. The area behind the villa is filled with various flowers, surrounded by a large lawn. The lawn is circular, wrapping around the villa on all sides, with a swimming pool in front and a large area for planes to land, surrounded by some yellow-leaved French parasol trees. The plane landed on this open space, allowing them to see the entire small island from a high vantage point. The island is dense with forests, lush and colorful, with green, yellow, red, and purple trees intertwined, bathed in sunlight, with wisps of mist floating above the forest, continuously changing colors in the sunlight, reminiscent of the beautiful landscapes in Shinkai Makoto's anime. However, if you look at this island from a distance, you will find that it looks very much like a grave. After the plane landed, it flew away. The person welcoming them was Yimei. Yimei warmly invited several people to stay in the living room of the villa, during which she didn't glance at Liang Meng or say a word to her. Instead, she kept holding onto Huo Zili's hand, affectionately calling him Zili. Huo Zili kept turning back to look at Liang Meng and noticed that her face was extremely pale, muttering something under her breath, likely cursing Yimei. Chapter 57. The Duel on Mount Hua. 7. A few people entered the living room and found that the black marble floor tiles beneath their feet resembled a mirror, reflecting their images clearly as they walked on it. A golden crystal chandelier hung above a rectangular rosewood dining table, and on the distant wall, there was an oil painting of Liang Zhen in a tailcoat. The background of the painting depicted a rising sun over the sea, with golden sunlight radiating brightly. The upper part of the sea appearing white, and the lower part transitioning from light blue to deep blue, exceptionally dazzling. However, in comparison to the background of the painting, Liang Zhen's portrait was more striking. His eyes were vivid and piercing, as if looking down upon the few people in the living room, evoking a sense of awe and fear towards the eyes in the portrait. Frankly speaking, the painting felt more like a posthumous portrait of a noble lord from the medieval West. The group sat around the rosewood dining table, while Yimei entered the kitchen to supervise the robot chef. Two humanoid robotic frames in suits were responsible for serving the dishes. The robots that Huo Zili had seen in restaurants before resembled small carts with two wheels. But such high-end humanoid robots were only seen in the company's research factory or in some high-end places on television. Due to the high cost of manufacturing such humanoid robots, there was currently no way to lower the costs to meet mass production standards. These humanoid robots could perform various household tasks, including cooking and laundry, and they were also capable of taking care of Chairman Liang Zhen's daily needs. In terms of network intelligence, their capabilities were comparable to a smartphone. For days, the immobile Liang Zhen had been using this humanoid robot to remotely manage all company affairs. After the meal was prepared, Yimei came out of the kitchen, but Liang Zhen was nowhere to be seen. Liang Meng couldn't help but ask, "Where's my dad?" The chairman said he wouldn't be joining you for this meal, so don't misunderstand. He is fine and in good spirits. Not long ago, he bought an anti-aging potion from country E, and now he looks very well, but Yimei hesitated. Although she seemed to be answering Liang Meng, she didn't look at her at all. Huo Jinghua asked Yimei what is wrong. Yimei smiled and continued, "The chairman called everyone here for a reason, and I believe you all understand that. Therefore, the chairman has decided to leave the choice in your hands. He hopes you can reach a consensus and select a successor." The group exchanged glances, finding Chairman Liang Zhen's decision unbelievable. After all, how are they supposed to choose? Huo Zili and Liang Meng might not be aware, but for many years, Liang Zhen had been not just a business elite, but also a master of both overt and covert schemes, with political acumen that was equally profound. Huo Jinghua had previously told his son about the coup at Yiri Group, where Liang Zhen had executed a clever strategy to force Lu Huanan to abdicate, taking full control for himself. On the surface, Liang Zhen's decision seemed very accommodating, as if he genuinely regarded them as his brothers and family. However, if they did select someone that didn't meet Liang Zhen's expectations, he could easily veto their choice. Each of the four talents of Yiri was shrewd and calculating, and they had every reason to suspect that this gathering was, in fact, a banquet of doom. If they really picked someone, It would be odd if Liang Zhen didn't eliminate that person, as he might just be testing them to see if they harbored resentment towards him, who had been bettered in, yet still managing the company. Yimei glanced around at the group and then smiled, saying, "Why aren't you all speaking? Do you have other thoughts?" "Don't worry. Old Liang has already informed me that he genuinely doesn't want to be chairman anymore. After this recent accident, he has come to understand many things. Whenever company matters are mentioned, he feels annoyed. Furthermore, Old Liang also said that if you can't make this decision, then he will have to make it himself. In any case, the successor is among you, including Liang Meng." Everyone looked at Liang Meng in unison. And at that moment, Yimei surprisingly looked at Liang Meng with a half-smile. Upon hearing Yimei's words, Huo Zili thought that the meeting initiated by Liang Zhen was clearly aimed at planning for Liang Meng to succeed him. In historical dynastic changes, similar scenes often occurred where a new emperor, before ascending the throne, would feign reluctance, only agreeing to take the throne after old ministers repeatedly urged him. Could it be that Liang Meng was indeed Liang Zhen's best choice for successor? Huo Zili thought this a moment before overturning his own opinion, as he noticed Yimei's expression towards Liang Meng was one of disdainful indifference. He had sufficient reason to believe that among those present, Yimei was the person who least wanted to see Liang Meng become chairman. As expected, the subsequent proceedings of the meeting left Huo Zili astonished. Yang Wanjun perceived the chairman's intentions and excitedly suggested, "I propose we let Liang Meng take over as chairman." He looked around to gauge the reactions of others, noticing that everyone appeared quite calm, and continued, "After all, we old guys are getting on in years, and the company indeed needs some fresh blood." At this moment, Yimei suddenly interjected, "If Liang Meng takes over now, when Tianqi recovers, will she automatically step down to make way for him?" Liang Meng's face turned pale instantly. It was evident that she was not just angry, but close to exploding. Meanwhile, her uncle Yang Wanjun sighed and lowered his head, pulling out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it, and beginning to smoke. It was clear that Yimei's question filled the atmosphere with tension. Liang Meng sat directly across from her, one woman frowning, while the other seemed to revel in the situation. Only now did Huo Zili understand the meaning behind Yimei's previously calm gaze. Liang Meng coldly looked at Yimei, forcing a smile. "If my brother recovers, I will naturally let him take over as chairman. I too hope he gets better soon." Yimei looked at Liang Meng with an odd expression. Meng, I've watched you grow up. I know you love to lie, but now that you've grown up, I think you should have changed. However, since you just started working at the company, can you handle everything here?" Liang Meng replied, "When did I lie? I'd like you to clarify that." Yimei scoffed. "I remember when you were a child, you often said I poisoned your food, and because of that, your dad and I almost got divorced. In fact, I never poisoned you. I was just curious why you lied back then." Liang Meng looked at Yimei's face, which filled her with disgust, wanting to retch. Seeing Liang Meng silent, Yimei then smiled sweetly, changing to a friendly demeanor, and said, "Let us eat first. We can continue our discussion after the meal." "All right," Lu Huanan echoed. "Let us eat first. We've just gotten off the plane and are all tired. We'll talk more after eating." Liang Meng suddenly threw her chopsticks on the ground and glared at Yimei, saying, "Didn't you poison my food back then? I saw you put something in my bowl that time. When I refused to eat, you hurriedly threw the food in the trash to destroy the evidence. How could I dare eat your cooking again?" Yimei sneered. "Throughout your life, have you ever seen your brother Tianqi take any medicine?" Liang dreamed for a moment and felt that there seemed to be nothing. Suddenly realizing that Yimei wanted to say something, he closed his mouth. Chapter 58. The Sword Contest at Mount Hua. 8. Yimei continued, "Your brother takes medicine every day, but he never takes pills. The medicine he takes is all crushed by me and given to him. That time, it was just because I accidentally put it in the wrong bowl, and it ended up in yours. Even if you had eaten it by mistake, you wouldn't have died. But you saw it that time and said I drugged your bowl. Sigh, I really don't know what to say to you." Liang Meng said, "Then why didn't you tell me at that time?" Yimei blinked and smiled. "Did you ever want to listen to me? I just don't understand why you have such a deep hatred for me. But I didn't expect that after all these years. You are still so impulsive and even threw down your chopsticks. With your temperament, can you handle heavy responsibilities?" Liang Meng's stiff lips twitched as she forced a smile. "I never thought about being a chairman. I came here this time just to see my dad." Yimei shook her head and sighed. "Your dad is fine. Yes, okay, without you coming back. No, no, no. She pretended to misspeak and continued. What I mean is, your dad is fine. Yes, okay, even if you don't come back to see him. Liang Meng stood up and turned to leave without looking back. I won't eat anymore. You all can help yourselves. Huo Zili saw Liang Meng walk out and hurriedly followed her. Yimei watched Liang Meng and Huo Zili leave, smiling sweetly at the remaining 4 heroes of the future. Let's eat. They won't go far. They'll be back soon. After a while of eating, Li Chengran said, Liang Meng is still too young and can't calm down. I think we should choose a successor from among the 4 of us. But no matter who becomes the chairman. Once Tianqi is cured by the brain chip, we will have to step aside. Li Chengran first looked at Lu Huanan. Young Master Lu, we think. Lu Huanan replied, no problem. Whoever it is, it's just a temporary position. Li Chengran then asked Huo Jinghua, Brother Huo, what do you think? Huo Jinghua looked outside at the open door, where Huo Zili and Liang Meng were no longer visible, and sighed, let us do it your way. They're still young, so let us choose one from the 4 of us to temporarily take on this burden for Tianqi. The chairman's position will eventually belong to Tianqi. While saying this, he kept staring at Yimei. Yimei was smiling the whole time. She really liked what he said last. Yimei felt he was quite a sensible person. Li Chengran's last question was for Yang Wanjun. General Yang, what do you think? Yang Wanjun stroked his slick back hair, a hint of a cruel and cold color flashing in his eyes as he sneered. We can all do it. Fair competition, right? Yimei's legs, hidden under the table, could not help but tremble slightly. The phrase fair competition from Yang Wanjun made her feel uneasy. She thought, does a temporary and acting chairman really need to compete? The term fair competition is typically used for business rivals, and whenever it's mentioned, the competition is usually fierce. Yang Wanjun coldly looked at Yimei, sister-in-law. I have something today that I don't know if I should say. Yimei feigned calmness. Go ahead, I'm listening. Yang Wanjun said back then, the biggest shareholder of the Future Group was originally young Master Lu, but why did the power change hands later? Sister-in-law, don't misunderstand. I'm not intentionally bringing up old matters today, nor do I have any disrespect for the chairman. After all, the Future Group has always been my brother's baby. He had already planned his future grand blueprint when he was still a college student, and it is only natural for him to be the chairman. I'm not afraid of offending anyone now. What I want to say is, do you really trust the 4 of us? What if one day, one of us imitates what your brother did back then? Can you accept the consequences? Yimei's heart sank. She suddenly glanced at Lu Huanan out of the corner of her eye. To be honest, Yang Wanjun's words were actually sowing discord between Yimei and Lu Huanan. It is well known that it was Yang Wanjun who set up Lu Huanan back then, allowing the Future Group to break free from the control of the Lu family consortium. Now that the chairman wants to step down, if Lu Huanan, whom you may trust the most, takes over, would he resort to the same tricks to regain the reputation and face loss back then? As for the relationship between Yimei and Lu Huanan, everyone present was well aware. They just didn't want to embarrass each other by bringing it up. Even Chairman Liang Zhen should know about their long-standing, inappropriate relationship. But due to the various interests involved, they just turned a blind eye. The meaning of Yang Wanjun's words was clear, but his motives were not so simple. Everyone present understood that Yang Wanjun was retaliating against Yimei for her previous difficulties with his niece. If it's fair competition, Yang Wanjun changed his tone. I choose to withdraw, but I support Brother Huo. Brother Huo is mature and steady. He leads the company well, and it won't be chaotic. What a good Yang Wanjun. Yimei thought, seeing that Yang Wanjun could not get his niece to become chairman. He turned to support Huo Jinghua instead. The rumors about Liang Meng and Huo Zili being inseparable and having an ambiguous relationship had already spread throughout the company. If Huo Jinghua really became the leader, wouldn't he that just be making a wedding dress for Liang Meng? Thinking of this, Yimei said bluntly, Old Yang, should I help matchmake Meng and Zili? I think they have a good relationship. It would be best to add some fuel to the fire, and they might just get together. Yang Wanjun waved his hand, indicating his disagreement. Let's not meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. But if they really get together, won't that kid Zili have to call you mom? Yimei feigned a smile. Yes. Li Chengran chuckled. I have no objection to letting Brother Huo be chairman. But the chairman often mentions that although Brother Huo is mature and steady and is good at business, he lacks decisiveness and is indecisive when faced with major issues. Although he considers everything, He tends to pass the decision-making power to others. Huo Jingwa nodded and smiled. That's right. I really am that kind of person. For many things, I can think of what to do, but sometimes I decide the direction of things by tossing a coin. You all know, I do well in my department. But if I am forced into a situation and can't get out of it, one tea that ruined my reputation, I won't be the chairman. Choose one from the three of you. Although it was said to choose one from the remaining three, in reality, only Li Chengran was left. It could be said that from the beginning, Yang Wanjun and Yi Mei had made their intentions clear, pointing out the unstable factors in Lu Huanan, indirectly leading him to withdraw. If Yi Mei could not see through Yang Wanjun's intentions and insisted on trusting Lu Huanan, even if she truly intended for Lu Huanan to become chairman, she would not gain the consent of the other three. And because Yang Wanjun was Liang Meng's uncle, he also could not gain Yi Mei's trust. Although Huo Jinghua seemed indifferent to competition, Yi Mei had just made a thinly veiled jab at him, sarcastically suggesting a match for Liang Meng and Huo Zili. Thus, Huo Jinghua wisely chose to withdraw. Yi Mei looked at Li Chengran, silently lamenting. This man is not suitable either. Everyone knows that Li Chengran's nickname is Edgar Hoover. From upper management to subordinates, he holds secrets about everyone. What if one day he uses those secrets to blackmail someone, including her, Yi Mei? Wouldn't she have to compromise with Li Chengran then? The extent to which the brain chip project will be researched, and whether it can cure Liang Tianqi, remains an unknown at this point. Being called the acting chairman could just mean taking over. That's why Yi Mei deliberately made Liang Meng angry and leave. She absolutely cannot allow Liang Meng to take on that role. If her son Liang Tianqi cannot recover his intelligence in the future, Liang Meng would become a nightmare for her. However, now Yi Mei feels that among the four talents, aside from Lu Huanan, there is truly no one she can fully trust. Yet she does trust Lu Huanan to some extent, as only the two of them know the true nature of their relationship. The key issue is that the other three do not trust Lu Huanan. The meeting fell into a deadlock like this. At this time, Huo Zili and Liang Meng were still outside. Chapter 59. The Sword Debate at Mount Hua. 9. Liang Meng stepped out of the villa and walked along the mountain path into a forest. Huo Zili followed closely behind. One walked slowly in front, while the other trailed slowly behind. Huo Zili had no intention of calling out to Liang Meng. He wanted to take this opportunity to observe the island. As a result, he discovered that for every 100 steps he took, there was a wireless, solar-powered surveillance camera installed on a nearby tree. Below the visible mountain path, there was a white robot with a humanoid frame, intermittently appearing and disappearing in the dense forest, presumably engaged in patrol duties. Huo Zili's heart sank. The confidentiality and defense measures on this island were very thorough, which meant that if he wanted to search for the secret laboratory conducting brain chip experiments on intellectually disabled youths, it would be nearly impossible to act discreetly. Liang Meng suddenly turned around and saw Huo Zili looking absent-mindedly around not far behind her, his expression somewhat gloomy. "What are you doing?" Liang Meng asked him. "Nothing much." Huo Zili replied perfunctorily, "I just saw a robot moving in the distance, but it disappeared in the blink of an eye." What's so surprising about that? A chairman of a multinational technology group has a few robots at home to supervise things. Isn't that normal? Liang Meng said. I didn't say it was abnormal. Huo Zili said, maybe I was just dazzled by the beautiful scenery here. It really is like a paradise, no, a fairy tale world. Liang Meng said, in a fairy tale world, particularly beautiful places often have a wicked witch living there. Huo Zili couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't the witch Liang Meng referred to Yi Mei? Their appearances didn't match, and they didn't see eye to eye, which was a rather miserable and sad situation. However, hearing Liang Meng indirectly criticize Yi Mei made Huo Zili find her quite adorable. What are you laughing at? Liang Meng asked Huo Zili. You also think that woman is quite detestable, don't you? Huo Zili blinked and said, yes, she's just a spoiled shrew. Luckily, she's not on the list of candidates for chairman. If she were in charge, the company might collapse in a few days. Small-minded, suspicious. And she has "I" for myself written all over her face, Liang Meng said, growing angrier. Besides that, she dares to say anything and use anything. She's simply a venomous woman. Huo Zili said, but if you stoop to her level, you'll fall into her trap. I've noticed this isn't an issue of intelligence. If it comes to being unreasonable, you can't compete with her. Liang Meng said, I disdain to argue with her. I just want to keep my distance. Huo Zili said, but if you want to avoid her, you'll also fall into her trap. Liang Meng asked, how do you figure? Huo Zili shrugged, smiling wryly. Isn't it obvious? You've let her anger you into leaving. Isn't that exactly what she wanted? Do you really think so? Liang Meng raised an eyebrow. Huo Zili was surprised. Don't you think so? Liang Meng frowned. Let me analyze it for you. Actually, things aren't as simple as you think. She continued. Yimei's ideal candidate for chairman is certainly Lu Huanan, but unfortunately, Li Chengran, your dad, and my uncle definitely won't agree. Huo Zili asked in surprise why. Liang Meng said, you must know how my dad set Lu Huanan up back in the day, right? Huo Zili replied, you can't really call it setting him up. I've heard my dad say that your dad initially relied on the Lu family consortium support to establish himself. But while they supported him, Lu Huanan was the chairman at the time, and your dad and my dad were just working for the Lu family. Later, your dad, seeing that he couldn't get anywhere, and knowing Lu Huanan was hands-off, deliberately used a trick to force Lu Huanan to step down. Liang Meng nodded. However, my dad indeed wronged Lu Huanan back then. And my uncle, your dad, and Li Chengran all supported my dad from behind. The reason Lu Huanan didn't leave Yiri Group is probably because of Tianqi's mother, right? Well, Zili pondered, that seems to be the case. Lu Huanan doesn't seem like the kind of person who would let go of his pride. Liang Meng nodded. So if Lu Huanan were to become chairman now, do you think your dad and my uncle wouldn't worry that Lu Huanan would seize the opportunity to retaliate and take them out one by one? What Zili said, that's a possibility. Therefore, just based on that, not only would your dad and my uncle disagree, but my dad wouldn't agree either, Liang Meng said. They've been in the business world for a lifetime. It's not an exaggeration to say they're cunning. They would never create instability for themselves. Stability is the best for them. If the next chairman is detrimental to them, they also have the capability to become chairman themselves. Huo Zili said, continue your analysis. Liang Meng said, my uncle also can't be chairman. Huo Zili asked why. Liang Meng said, because he's my uncle. Just based on that, Yimei wouldn't agree. Huo Zili asked, what about my dad? Liang Meng waved her hand. Your dad can't be either. Huo Zili asked, what's the reason? Liang Meng squinted her eyes and asked, haven't you noticed Tianqi's mother's attitude towards you lately? Huo Zili was surprised. No, what's going on? Liang Meng said, her attitude towards you is very insincere. I inadvertently saw her looking at you in the living room. At that time, you had your back to her, and she was standing at the entrance to the kitchen. Do you know what kind of look she had when she looked at you? Huo Zili asked curiously, what kind of look? Liang Meng said, a very disappointed look. Disappointed? Liang Meng smirked. She must know that we're getting close, so she is disappointed in you. Huo Zili took a breath. You really have a way of seeing things. You even noticed that. Liang Meng asked skeptically, don't you believe it? Do you think I'm trying to sow discord? Huo Zili said, I believe it. I believe you. Go on. Liang Meng said confidently, when you go back, you'll know if it's true. Just because you're walking closely with me now, based on Yi Mei's small-minded personality, she wouldn't let your dad become chairman, because she's afraid your dad would use me as a springboard to pave the way for me to become chairman in the future. Now that the brain chip hasn't been successfully developed, and Tianqi doesn't know if he can rely on the brain chip to get rid of his intellectual disability. If it doesn't work out, and I end up benefiting, his mother definitely wouldn't accept that. Huo Zili asked, what about Li Chengran? Liang Meng waved her hand sharply. Li Chengran is even less likely. Just think about what his nickname is. Huo Zili replied, without hesitation, Edgar Hoover? Exactly. Liang Meng said, he holds everyone's secrets in the company. Wouldn't it make others uneasy to have him as chairman? Previously, my dad kept him in check. But if my dad retires one day, who else in the company can control him? As long as he leaks a little dirt on the people he wants to control, wouldn't everyone have to obey? She continued, really your dad, my uncle, including Yimei and Lu Huanan, would never let him become chairman. Huo Zili thought for a moment. What you said seems to make some sense. Liang Meng said, if you don't believe it, just wait and see. Even if we return when it gets dark, they won't be able to choose a successor because it's like playing a game of mahjong. Everyone is holding each other back, and no one wants the other to win. Huo Zili gave Liang Meng a thumbs up and asked her, if it's really like you said, what is your dad trying to achieve with this whole act? In the end, there is no result. Liang Meng replied, "My dad is testing them." Huo Zili asked, "Testing? Testing them for what?" Liang Meng said, "Yes. It's a test. My dad wants to gauge their bottom line. If they can choose a successor themselves, and that person isn't me, it shows they're already under the control of that successor. Or if the successor they choose has the same prestige as my dad. That's the result my dad least wants to see." Hearing Liang Meng say this, Huo Zili was taken aback. He seemed to understand something, but wasn't quite sure. Repeating Liang Meng's words, "Your dad. Doesn't he want to see this result?" Liang Meng nodded. "Think about it. My dad had such a huge accident at the press conference, and he didn't admit to in the end. Wouldn't my dad suspect that the mastermind behind this could be someone among the 4 heroes of tomorrow? If that person has the audacity to act against my dad, then if my dad were to pass away, this mastermind would definitely seize my dad's position, right?" Huo Zili suddenly realized, "Hearing you say this, I really feel a chill down my spine." Liang Meng asked Huo Zili, "What are you feeling a chill about?" Huo Zili sighed, "You're scheming and your dad's scheming. Someone like me can only look up to them." Liang Meng poked Huo Zili's forehead with her slender finger. "This isn't scheming. It's a test. Don't you know how to write test? One shouldn't harbor ill intentions, but should always be on guard against others." Huo Zili felt a bit of pain from Liang Meng's poke and rubbed his forehead, then asked, "So who does your dad want to be the chairman? Does he have someone in mind?" Liang Meng said, "If he is my biological dad, I think he is setting up a situation for me to become the chairman." Huo Zili asked, puzzled, "Setting up a situation?" Liang Meng nodded. "That's right, setting up a situation." She continued, "Think about it. If they really choose a successor among them, my dad might not agree. If they can't choose anyone, then my dad will have to pick one for them, right? Then, who do you think my dad would choose?" Huo Zili speculated. Liang Meng said, "If he is my biological dad, he would definitely choose me." "And?" Huo Zili asked, "And what?" Liang Meng pondered. "At the beginning of the banquet, do you remember Tianqi's mom said that if I became the chairman, would I step down to give the position to Tianqi when he gets better?" Huo Zili replied, "Of course I remember. That just happened, right?" Liang Meng said, "I suspect that the original words were said by my dad, and this was after he discussed it with Tianqi's mom. Otherwise, based on Tianqi's mom, that woman would be happy if I died." Huo Zili thought for a moment and increasingly felt that Liang Meng's speculation was likely correct. Yi Mei being able to host this meeting must have been approved by Liang Zhen. Even if the two no longer had feelings for each other, they were not divorced yet, and they still had their son, Liang Tianqi. The reason they could still be together until now, aside from interests, was familial affection. Therefore, they would still discuss matters together. Liang Zhen indeed had the intention for Liang Meng to take over, which is only natural. His son still hadn't recovered from his intellectual disability, so his daughter, Liang Meng, naturally became the best candidate. Allowing Yi Mei to host this meeting was merely to pave the way for Liang Meng, to see if there were any forces among the 4 heroes of tomorrow that would be unfavorable to Liang Meng. However, Huo Zili had enough reason to believe that in this setup, Liang Zhen and Yi Mei initially reached an agreement, but later on, each had their own ulterior motives. If Liang Meng's speculation was correct, then it was easy to see at this banquet that Liang Zhen's original intention was to let Liang Meng take over in the end. But Yi Mei had her own thoughts. She wanted her lover Lu Huanan to take over as chairman. A cloud of gloom suddenly appeared on Huo Zili's forehead. He stared at Liang Meng and asked, Meng, you previously said that even if this meeting lasted until night, it wouldn't determine who the successor is. But your dad still suspects that one of those 4 is the mastermind behind the press conference accident, and he suspects that person is controlling the 4 heroes of tomorrow. Once your dad has an accident, that person will take over your dad's position. This means that during this meeting, there might appear someone who can control the 4 heroes of tomorrow and become the successor. Yet you assert, Liang Meng said, but I assert that even if this meeting goes on until dark, it's still 1T select a successor, right? Huo Zili nodded. Liang Meng curiously asked Huo Zili, are you doubting why I'm so certain? Wondering if I'm that mastermind? Huo Zili squinted his eyes and candidly said yes. Why are you so sure? Liang Meng sighed. I think the reason my dad had the accident is because of Ding Yi. Huo Zili asked, but you have no solid evidence. Why are you so sure? Liang Meng said, because if I were Ding Yi, I would definitely do this. Huo Zili frowned. Thinking like that is too arbitrary because people are different. Chapter 60. The Debate on Mount Huo. 10. I knew you would say that. Liang Meng glared at Huo Zili. But I really feel like it was Ding Yi who did it. All right, Huo Zili sighed. I'm not going to argue with you. Let's go back and have dinner. You're saying that after that woman nearly drove me mad? Liang Meng retorted. If you want to eat, go ahead. I'm not going back. Huo Zili asked. When you plan to go back then? Liang Meng replied, before it gets dark, or I'll wait for my dad to call me before going back. Huo Zili sighed again. All right, I'll accompany you. Why don't we take a stroll around? It'll all be good for your mood. Liang Meng hummed in agreement, gave Huo Zili a silly smile, and said, sorry for making you go hungry. It's fine. I'm a bit dizzy from the flight. My stomach is still churning. Huo Zili said as he walked towards the distant stone path. Let us go. Liang Meng was initially touched that Huo Zili was willing to suffer hunger with her. But when she saw him walking ahead without waiting for her, she felt he was too boring. Suddenly inspired, she picked up a twig from the ground, broke it in half, and threw one piece at Huo Zili, hitting him squarely on the back of his head. Huo Zili jolted, feeling a light thud of something hard against him, and turned around in confusion to see the broken twig on the ground. He looked at Liang Meng, puzzled, and asked, why'd you throw a twig at me? Liang Meng stood with her hands behind her back, making a funny face at him. At this moment, Huo Zili was still staring at her in confusion, so she took the other half of the twig from behind her and threw it at him. Huo Zili's heart skipped a beat as he watched the twig flying towards him and reached out to catch it. When he looked back at Liang Meng, she was already running off in the opposite direction. What kind of adult plays such childish games? Meng Meng really is something. Huo Zili felt a bit resentful. But in the end, he raised his legs and chased after Liang Meng. The door to the villa's living room was wide open. Yi Mei sat at the head of the dining table, able to see far outside. The successor meeting was still at a standstill. But she inadvertently noticed Huo Zili and Liang Meng in the distance, one chasing the other, looking like they were flirting. What infuriated her even more was that Liang Meng was actually laughing. Yi Mei quickly blinked, trying to calm the rage in her heart, and glanced at the other 3 members of the future 4 heroes, who were all looking at her with puzzled expressions, as if they could sense the unnamed anger on her face. As expected, the meeting dragged on until 3 or 4 in the afternoon without reaching a consensus, and they ultimately couldn't select a successor to Liang Zhen that everyone was satisfied with. Eventually, it was Liang Zhen who called them, asking them to meet on the 3rd floor of the villa for further discussion. However, just as the 4 were about to leave the dining table to meet Liang Zhen, Yi Mei suddenly stopped them and personally called Liang Zhen to ask if he wanted to come in for a discussion. Liang Zhen specified over the phone, let Old Huo come in first. Old Huo referred to Huo Jinghua. When he was younger, Liang Zhen used to call Huo Jinghua Huo Zi or Brother Huo. The other 3 still called him Brother Huo, but Liang Zhen's status had long since changed, so it was uncertain when he started calling him Old Huo. However, Liang Zhen's first choice to talk to Huo Jinghua inevitably caused some resentment among the other 3. Even Huo Jinghua himself felt a bit flattered. Yi Mei smiled at this moment and said, don't misunderstand, you guys. Right now, Tianqi is unhappy seeing his dad lying in bed all day, but he has a dutiful son who always stays by his dad's side when he can. These days, Tianqi has gotten used to being lonely on this island, and he is very afraid of seeing others. If you all go in, Tianqi will be unhappy, and that would make everyone uncomfortable. On the surface, such reasoning seemed fine. After all, Tianqi was indeed mentally challenged and did fear meeting strangers. However, the future 4 heroes would likely think that the chairman was up to some scheme. Over the years, Liang Zhen, as the ruler of the future group, had long regarded himself as a king, and his relationship with the 4 old partners had subtly changed. When necessary, Liang Zhen would employ both subtle and overt tactics to make these people both love and fear him. They understood that Liang Zhen was wielding both kindness and authority, but sometimes they really couldn't figure out his strategies. To be honest, Liang Zhen was a person both familiar and unfamiliar to them. Although the 5 of them seemed amicable on the surface, without the entanglement of interests, they would likely fall apart and even cease to have any contact. The dissolution of friendships can happen not only to ordinary people. Huo Jinghua carried his briefcase up to the 3rd floor. He didn't look back. keeping his head down as he walked up, but out of the corner of his eye, he kept glancing at the expressions of the few people below. His face didn't look good. He really didn't want to be the chairman. He just hoped that when he saw Liang Zhen, the best candidate for chairman, wouldn't be him. Half an hour later, Huo came down the stairs. He smiled at Lu Huanan and said, "Huanan, the chairman wants you to go up." Lu Huanan shot a sideways glance at Huo. "Why are you so happy? Did the chairman give you honey?" Huo waved his hand. "No, but the chairman already has the best candidate for the successor in mind." Lu Huanan asked, "Is it you, Brother Huo?" Huo shook his head vigorously. Not me, I don't have that ability." Lu Huanan instinctively glanced at Yimei, who was also looking at him. The two exchanged glances and quickly averted their eyes. "Then who is it, Brother Huo?" Lu Huanan asked. Huo smiled mysteriously. "Let us keep it a secret for now." TCH. Lu Huanan carried his briefcase and walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor. About half an hour later, Lu Huanan came downstairs. However, his expression clearly didn't appear as cheerful and relaxed as Huo as before. Although he was also smiling, his smile looked forced, as if he was desperately trying to hide his displeasure and putting on a forced smile. If this smile was unexpected, yet understandable, it was clear that the chairman's choice for successor was not Lu Huanan, and he was very unhappy with the chairman's chosen successor. But he had no way to argue against it, and could only choose to accept it, which made his smile look so unpleasant. "Ah!" Lu Huanan clenched one fist with the other hand, pretending to be very happy, and said, "Since the chairman has chosen the successor, we must fully support it. This annoying meeting is finally over. The chairman really is decisive." Li Chengran asked Lu Huanan, "Who did the chairman choose?" Lu Huanan shook his head, mimicking Huo's earlier mysterious smile. "You could just go up and ask to find out? Since Brother Huo won't say, I won't say either." Li Chengran smiled and said, "Did the chairman ask me to go up? I'll go up, and he'll just throw me out." One sentence made everyone burst into laughter. The previously tense atmosphere suddenly became friendly. Lu Huanan laughed and said, "Old Li, when did you become so funny? But you're right. The chairman really did ask you to go up. What did I guess the chairman wanted me to go up? Young Master Lu, you really know how to flatter me." "Ha!" After finishing his words, Li Chengran straightened his clothes, was about to pick up the briefcase on the round stool next to the dining table, but then thought it unnecessary. Suddenly remembering something, he grabbed the briefcase and hurried up to the 3rd floor. Soon, cries from Liang Tianqi echoed in the corridor on the 3rd floor, followed by Li Chengran's apologies. Yimei's expression turned displeased, but she forced a smile and teased, "This old Li walks like a monkey." Huo said, "Sister-in-law, why don't you go check on Tianqi?" He might have been scared to tears by old Li. Yimei shook her head. "It's fine. I know that kid Tianqi. He'll be fine after a while." Sure enough, after a short while, Tianqi's cries could no longer be heard. About half an hour later, Li Chengran came down the stairs, wearing a beaming smile. "Old Yang," he said as he walked, "go on up. The chairman is waiting to talk to you." Yang Wanjun responded with an "O," picked up his briefcase, and walked towards the stairs, brushing past Li Chengran. He walked a few steps forward, stopped, and looked back at Li Chengran, as if he had something to ask. But he just stared blankly at him for a moment before continuing on. When he reached the 3rd floor, Yang Wanjun saw Liang Tianqi at the end of the corridor, grinning at him. He smiled back, feeling a mix of emotions about his older brother, realizing that he was no ordinary person, just because he had such a silly, dim-witted son. The Yiri Group had transformed from an ordinary real estate company into a high-tech multinational enterprise. When Yang Wanjun reached Liang Tianqi, the latter was still grinning at him, mumbling, You're Uncle Yang, right? My dad asked you to come in." Yang Wanjun kindly patted Liang Tianqi on the shoulder. "Thank you, Tianqi." Liang Tianqi, still looking dazed, asked you, "Thank what? Why are you thanking me?" One question left Yang Wanjun momentarily speechless. "Old Yang, come on in." Liang Zhen called from the bedroom. "Tianqi, bring your Uncle Yang in." Liang Tianqi grabbed Yang Wanjun's arm and excitedly ran into the room. Although the distance wasn't long, it left the usually less active Yang Wanjun gasping for breath. Liang Zhen lay on the bed, which was right next to the window. The setting sun cast a dim red light through the glass onto Liang Zhen's yellowed, emaciated face, giving a faint glow. However, Yang Wanjun couldn't shake the feeling that Liang Zhen resembled a mummified body on the verge of desiccation. The bedroom was quite large, about 60 to 70 square meters, and the bed was big enough to accommodate 4 or 5 Liang Zhens, but it seemed small in such a spacious room. Liang Zhen, lying on the bed, appeared even smaller. The room was empty, and the polished wooden floor was littered with Liang Tianqi's toy cars and transformers, along with piles of sand. Some transformers stood in the sand, their guns aimed at Liang Zhen on the sickbed, while remote-controlled cars lay upside down in the sand, crushed under a transformer's foot. Watching Liang Tianqi, Yang Wanjun noticed he had picked up a small plastic shovel and was burying 2 transformers with their hands raised in surrender. Yang Wanjun struggled to suppress his laughter, keeping his mouth tightly shut while staring at Liang Zhen, his mind wandering back to the smiles on Huo Jinghua, Lu Huanan, and Li Chengran's faces when they went downstairs. He wondered if they were so happy because they thought Liang Tianqi had made a mess of his father's bedroom. He couldn't understand why such a bizarre thought crossed his mind. Just as his gaze wandered and he was lost in thought, he felt something bump against his heel, nearly tripping him. Instinctively, he jumped up. Looking down, he saw a remote-controlled car zoom past his feet and crash into the wall, flipping over. "Uncle, you're amazing." Liang Tianqi grinned. "You dodged the car's pursuit, but next time it won't be so easy." After saying that, Liang Tianqi ran to the overturned remote-control car, set upright, and aimed it at Yang Wanjun's feet, kneeling down with one eye closed to aim. Then he pressed the remote, and the car charged at Yang Wanjun like a frantic little animal. Yang Wanjun was taken aback, his eyes fixated on the oncoming car, waiting until it was right at his feet before he jumped up to evade the attack. However, he never expected that at that moment. Liang Tianqi had also remotely controlled another car that was speeding toward him from behind. "Oh!" Yang Wanjun let out a muffled groan, a slight look of pain crossing his face as the car accurately hit his heel. Liang Zhen laughed. "Old Yang, don't take it out on Tianqi." Yang Wanjun hurriedly waved his hand, praising Liang Tianqi. No, Tianqi is quite clever, knowing how to attack from both sides." Liang Zhen sighed deeply. Looking at Liang Tianqi with a loving yet worried expression, "You don't know, old Yang, how smart Tianqi was when he was younger. If he hadn't accidentally fallen off the parallel bars that time, I can tell you, he could have taken the Yiri Group beyond Earth all the way to the universe. Really, he and I had such similar tempers when we were young, but he's even smarter than me." Sigh. Chapter 61, Purple Flame 1. As Yang Wanjun finished speaking, another remote-controlled car rolled to his feet, transforming into a transformer with a bang. Raising one hand to swing back and forth, constantly patting Yang Wanjun's calf, Liang Zhen covered his face and forced a smile. "Tianqi, stop messing around. Go play outside for a while. I need to talk to your Uncle Yang." "Oh, okay, Daddy, love you." Liang Tianqi picked up a transformer in a remote-control car from the ground and turned to walk out the door. Yang Wanjun turned to watch Liang Tianqi leave, then heard Liang Zhen say, "I love you too, son." For some reason, he felt a shiver of affection in his heart, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted in a smile to cover it, and then he looked at Liang Zhen. Liang Zhen's brows showed a hint of sadness. "There's no way around it, you know, Tianqi's mother. Our relationship hasn't been good. It's always been Tianqi by my side that has kept me from being too lonely." Yang Wanjun nodded. "I understand." Liang Zhen sighed. "Actually, I've never resigned myself to fate. I've been fighting against the heavens my whole life, always believing that man can conquer nature. But in the process of battling the heavens, I found that my heart has slowly turned black, no longer that naive young man from years ago. You might wonder, do I have a problem? Of course I don't. Back then, I always thought a man should stand tall, but later I ended up using Yimei and Lu Huanan." Liang Zhen paused, then continued. "Back then, I clearly knew that Lu Huanan had feelings for Yimei, but in order to leverage the Lu family's fortune to start my own business, I chose to turn a blind eye, even facilitating opportunities for them to meet alone. Looking back now, I was really shameless. Later, in order to become the actual leader of the company, I even set a trap for Lu Huanan. I felt guilty for Lu Huanan, but when he chose to stay, I didn't say anything. I knew he stayed for Yimei. I don't know what is so good about Yimei. She is petty, calculating, and has the coldest heart, completely a little woman's demeanor. What does Lu Huanan see in her? Is it really true that love makes one blind? Liang Zhen smiled bitterly, but Yi Mei indeed could be compared to Shi in beauty. So I often think, if back then, when Yi Mei was in college, she and T fallen in love with me, but with Lu Huanan, and they ended up together, maybe things wouldn't be as they are now. Couples are often enemies. If they are in T, they wouldn't come together, right? Back then, I also. Liang Zhen squinted his eyes and said softly, in fact, back then, I did consider divorcing Yi Mei to let her be with Lu Huanan. But if I did that, Lu Huanan would leave me. At that time, the company was shifting to a tech direction, requiring substantial financial support. If Lu Huanan withdrew his shares, it would be a significant blow for the company, and it might not survive. But to gain power and become the largest shareholder, I indeed took a risky gamble. Moreover, if I really divorced Yi Mei at that time, she would at least get half of the company's shares. If she then went to Lu Huanan, combining the two, all my efforts and schemes would have been in vain. So even though I knew about Yi Mei and Lu Huanan's relationship, I chose not to expose it. Let it be. Liang Zhen smiled bitterly. People like me are still fighting against the heavens, still believing humans can conquer nature. In fact, I've long been defeated by the heavens. Who would have thought that the glamorous CEO of a multinational corporation under the media spotlight would have such a terrible family life? I'm not the kind-hearted person the world sees. I'm dark, terrible, rotten, and I don't even know how I've ended up like this. Damn. Yang Wanjun's brows furrowed, seemingly pierced by Liang Zhen's words, and he said in a dejected tone, sigh. I understand. My heart isn't pure either. It's dark. He continued, but the brotherhood between us, I can say, has never changed over the years. No matter how selfish I become, my loyalty to our bond is real. Liang Zhen glanced at Yang Wanjun, surprised to see his expression visibly agitated, the corners of his mouth twitching as he coldly laughed. Since our brotherhood is real, I'm curious. When Ding Yi kidnapped you, why did you say that to him? Yang Wanjun's heart sank, and he widened his eyes in confusion, asking, what did I say to Ding Yi? Liang Zhen said word by word. You told Ding Yi that you lost your family business in Macau, misappropriated company funds, and that you offered your sister to me. I helped you, allowing you to get through that difficulty. Yang Wanjun stood there, drenched in cold sweat. Liang Zhen looked at Yang Wanjun with a strange expression. I really don't understand why you said that to Ding Yi. Was it to incite his hatred towards me? Did you want to use Ding Yi to kill me? Do you really hate me that much? Thinking about it now, it's truly heartbreaking. And you shamelessly tell me about brotherhood? Oof. Ridiculous. Yang Wanjun said, I didn't tea. Before he could finish, Liang Zhen interrupted him. You still say you didn't tea? Do you know who told me about this? It was my daughter, your niece Ming Ming. Yang Wanjun seemed struck by lightning, collapsing to the ground. Liang Zhen saw his dumbfounded expression and mocked. What do you have to say now? Did you really think that after you used Ding Yi to kill me, Ming Ming would become the chairperson, and you could pull the strings behind the scenes, free from the constraints of that debt contract, continuing your reckless gambling? Yang Wanjun stammered, I'm not like that. Liang Zhen looked upwards, too lazy to look at Yang Wanjun's disgusting face, pretending to be innocent. What are you like? Don't I know what kind of person you are? No matter what happens when it involves you, even if you're wrong, you'll think you're right, that others made you do it. But if anyone else is slightly off, you'll hold a grudge, thinking how could they treat you that way? He looked at Yang Wanjun with disgust. Do you really think that back then, Xiao Qian was with me for you? You must hate me for treating you this way, right? But don't forget, it was you who asked Xiao Qian to come to me for help. You bastard. Yang Wanjun shut his mouth. All the insincere explanations that came to his mind were at least 3 or 5 lies. But now, no matter what he said, it felt so pale and powerless. Yes, he hated Liang Zhen. When did he start to hate Liang Zhen? Perhaps it started when he saw that greedy, infatuated gaze Liang Zhen had for his sister Yang Xiao Qian in Liang Zhen's office. Previously, his sister had indeed received a lot of pursuit from many suitors at the company, and Yang Xiao Qian applied to work in the chairman's office to avoid their harassment. After all, that place was relatively quiet, and no one dared to act recklessly there. But because of this, Yang Xiao Qian fell into the demon's lair. Naive Yang Xiao Qian regarded Liang Zhen as her big brother, while Liang Zhen did not think so. Initially, Yang Wanjun was at ease until he accidentally discovered Liang Zhen's lewd gaze. And as a man, he instantly understood the meaning behind that look. At that time, he also advised his sister not to work with Liang Zhen anymore, and frankly told her that Liang Zhen was not as reliable as she imagined, that his feelings towards her were not pure brotherly affection. After all, he only had this one sister. He hoped his sister would have a happy life and was certainly afraid that if she developed feelings for Liang Zhen, it would ruin her life. However, his sister ignored his warnings. Yang Xiaoqian always told him that she was aware of her feelings and that her relationship with Liang Zhen was not a true sibling bond. As there was no blood relation, it was understandable if Liang Zhen had ulterior motives, but she was determined and would never give him an inch. She truly considered Liang Zhen as just another brother. It must be said that Yang Xiaoqian was too naive about the complexities of the world. Because Liang Zhen was not simple. It was also Yang Wanjuan's naivety. At that time, he thought Liang Zhen would take their brotherly friendship into consideration and would not do anything excessive to his sister. However, later on, Liang Zhen actually set a trap to win Yang Xiaoqian over. Yang Wanjuan's gambling tendencies were evident even when he was a student. He often organized a group of classmates to gamble, with a variety of stakes on the table. In addition to money, cigarettes, beer, drinks, and fruits could all be used for gambling. Once, he was caught by a teacher and publicly criticized at school, which made him restrain himself for a while. But over time, he started gambling again, just doing it more discreetly. Influenced by his gangster father at home, Yang Wanjun learned to play Pai Gao, Mahjong, Do Diju, and other gambling games at a young age, mastering everything related to gambling. His family was wealthy, so he didn't lack money and didn't rely on gambling to make a profit. For him, gambling was merely a pursuit of the thrill of winning or losing. He understood that small bets were for fun, while big bets could lead to ruin. Since he started a company with Liang Zhen, he naturally dared not show off his skills at the gambling table. Occasionally, if he went to a large casino for leisure, he would leave immediately after losing money. But with luck on his side, he usually won more than he lost, returning home with a full pocket 7 or 8 out of 10 times. It was during one of his visits to a gambling table in Macau that he met the mysterious American woman, Christine, and he gradually changed. Christine had beautiful golden hair, snow-white skin, and emerald green eyes that sparkled like jewels, and she had a stunning figure. She was a model and also a gambler. Yang Wanjun and Christine met at the casino, starting as opponents at the same table and later teaming up. Christine admired Yang Wanjun's luck, while he was very fond of her. Slowly, they developed a romantic relationship, and every time Yang Wanjun won money, he would spend it lavishly on Christine, buying her luxury items like million-dollar watches, diamond rings, and Hermes bags without a second thought, believing it was worth it as he found immense joy in her presence. However, since Yang Wanjun was often busy with work at the company, he didn't have much time for dates with Christine. When he called her, he always reminded her not to gamble recklessly when he wasn't around, as she was so beautiful that he worried she might get deceived again. But eventually, the worst thing he feared happened. One time, Christine lost $300 million at a casino in Las Vegas, but she didn't have that much money. The money she lost was borrowed from loan sharks. With no way out, Christine had to call Yang Wanjun for help. Upon hearing this, Yang Wanjun immediately took a flight that very night, anxious and frantic. Because he already had a wife, he couldn't marry Christine, even if he didn't have a wife. He wouldn't dare to marry her due to her promiscuous nature, which was only suitable for being a lover, not a wife. However, upon hearing that she was in trouble, Yang Wanjun felt more anxious than if something had happened to his own wife. When he arrived in Las Vegas, he finally saw Christine, who looked utterly dejected and disheveled, her golden hair resembling that of a scruffy punk, completely losing her former charm. Yang Wanjuan's heart ached for her. After understanding the situation, he learned that Christine was in a bad run of luck, which led her to get too deep into gambling. However, it was impossible for Yang Wanjun to come up with so much money to pay off Christine's gambling debts at that moment. He had only brought 80 million, relying on his luck to help her turn the tables. Life is unpredictable. In the past, Yang Wanjun was always lucky and almost unbeatable, but this time, he faced repeated failures, watching as his money dwindled. He felt it was time to go all in, believing that this time he would definitely win because he had lost so many times before and fortune must turn. But with not many chips left, Yang Wanjun had to mortgage his company's shares, promising that if he lost this time and couldn't pay it back within a month, his equity in the company would belong to the other party. Looking back now, Yang Wanjun still feels that day was like a dream. He didn't know how he ended up losing so much money in a daze, likely experiencing the same predicament as Christine, wanting to turn the tide, but unable to afford the risk, leaving him with no choice but to take a gamble. Gambling can truly ruin lives. Chapter 62, Purple Flames 2. In one night, Yang Wanjun lost all his company shares. He still remembered sitting in the chair, disheveled and dazed, pulling his hair like chives. Looking beside him at Christine, she too was in a state of shock, half-open mouth raised, at a loss. Just a minute ago, when Yang Wanjun was spinning lavishly, Christine's delicate hands were tightly gripping his arm, hoping for luck to turn the tide. But now those hands had left him. At that moment, Yang Wanjun was still in a daze. But he knew in his heart that the instant Christine's hands left him, it signaled their fate. In that moment, Yang Wanjun realized many things. Many women in this world, like Christine, were born to be parasites attached to men. A man's money was their sustenance. And when a man fell into financial trouble, these women would leave to find their next host. Couples are like birds of a feather. When disaster strikes, they fly separately. Moreover, Christine was just his mistress. Both of them were now in a dire situation, struggling to survive, and naturally, they couldn't care for each other. After leaving Yang Wanjun, Christine hurried to find another wealthy man to help her through this crisis, ultimately becoming someone else's plaything. Meanwhile, Yang Wanjun was busy embezzling company funds. After the incident was exposed, Yang Wanjun felt he couldn't escape prison, ending up destitute and separated from his family. A spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. He thought of his sister. This ignited the despair in his heart, giving him a glimmer of hope. At that time, Yang Wanjun was no longer concerned about whether asking his sister for help would make her unhappy or if she would have a good life. He thought that if there were really a Guanyin Bodhisattva in this world, it must be his sister, Yang Shaoqian. In this way, he personally destroyed his sister's happiness. Driven by desperation, he signed a high-interest loan agreement with the savior, Liang Zhen. The agreement stated that if Liang Zhen discovered Yang Wanjun gambling again, he would demand immediate repayment of the entire debt, principal and interest included, with the added condition that Liang Zhen could collect debts from Yang Wanjun at any time for any reason. What Yang Wanjun understood from this clause was that if Yang Shaoqian ever betrayed Liang Zhen would personally ruin Yang Wanjun. From that moment on, Yang Wanjun naturally would not gamble again. He also grew to hate gambling. His attitude towards women became unfriendly. He had once been a playboy, and none of the women he had been with said he was a bad person, but now no woman thought he was a good man. Frankly, he hated Christine. Because of his hatred for Christine, he felt there were no good women in the world, except for his sister. Perhaps it was the bond of blood, for despite her disappointment in her brother, his sister still cared for him. The more this was the case, the more Yang Wanjun felt guilty towards his sister. For a long time, he contemplated creating an accident to kill Liang Zhen. That way, he could wipe out his debt to Liang Zhen, and his sister could escape her suffering. However, while thinking about such things was easy, implementing them was difficult. Killing someone was simple, but ensuring the murderer could escape unscathed was not guaranteed. Living for so long, Yang Wanjun realized at that moment that he was no big brother. He was merely a coward afraid of death. The reason Yang Wanjun's hatred for Liang Zhen reached its peak was that year when he went to New York to investigate the market and inadvertently saw Christine's image on the LCD screen of a mall building. With the title of president of a cosmetics company, Yang Wanjun was greatly surprised and quickly asked an American friend beside him who that strong woman was. His American friend told him that the woman had quite a background. She had once been a con artist and somehow turned her life around. Likely using the fortune, she scammed to register a cosmetics company. Last year, the company had just gone public, and if things continued this way, in 3 to 5 years. This woman's name, Emily, might appear on the Forbes billionaire list. Emily? Yang Wanjun asked his American friend if this Emily had ever gone by the name Christine. His friend, unaware of the situation, thought Yang Wanjun was just smitten and told him he didn't know, but if he wanted to meet this woman, he could introduce him through his contacts. Yang Wanjun was eager for this opportunity. With his friend's careful arrangement, Yang Wanjun finally met Emily. At first, Emily pretended not to recognize him. Yang Wanjun feigned indifference, telling her it was okay if she pretended not to know him, as long as he knew she was doing well. Even if she had scammed him before, he had willingly fallen for it. Emily was deeply moved and revealed to Yang Wanjun something that ignited his fury. It turned out that the life-altering gamble Yang Wanjun lost was orchestrated by Emily at Liang Zhen's behest. The money Yang Wanjun lost at the casino had earned Emily a commission of 100 million, and the remaining embezzled funds were paid back by Liang Zhen, ultimately flowing into Liang Zhen's pocket. In other words, Liang Zhen had set up a trap, pulling off a con that destroyed both his and his sister's lives. The price Liang Zhen paid was merely 100 million, which had also come from Yang Wanjun's pocket. Helplessly, Yang Wanjun was furious but dared not confront Liang Zhen. Liang Zhen had left no evidence of instructing Emily. If Yang Wanjun rashly approached Liang Zhen, not only would Liang Zhen refuse to agree, but he would also become cautious of him, potentially leading to his ruin. A coward is someone who always calculates the consequences, disregarding right and wrong, knowing full well they have been wronged, but not daring to stand up against it. Anyway, it was fine. At that time, Yang Xiaoqian was already pregnant with Liang Zhen's child, and besides, Liang Zhen should truly love Yang Xiaoqian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to set a trap for his own brother. That was indeed what Yang Wanjun thought at the time. Until later, Ding Yi's appearance finally made Yang Wanjun realize how cowardly he truly was. Due to his sister's pregnancy, she was arranged by Liang Zhen to go to the United States to recuperate, which led Ding Yi to find Yang Wanjun. Yang Wanjun learned that Ding Yi was another man in his sister's life. He was terrified of Liang Zhen's reaction upon discovering his sister's infidelity and the monstrous face it would reveal. Therefore, Yang Wanjun rushed to Ding Yi's house with a knife to threaten him. But Ding Yi took advantage of his moment of vulnerability, knocked him out, and began to intimidate him. Faced with Ding Yi's threats, Yang Wanjun succumbed. He tearfully explained the situation to Ding Yi, and it was hard to say, but at that moment, he hoped to use Ding Yi's hands to kill Liang Zhen, because he felt that if he didn't speak up, he would truly be killed by Ding Yi. Indeed, in the past, he had been seen as a big brother figure to others, but at that moment, he was merely a con man flaunting the reputation of his father, the underworld boss. Growing up, he had become accustomed to a life of luxury, and no one understood better than him how enjoyable it was to be alive. He didn't want to die. Even living a hypocritical and cowardly life was better than dying beneath Ding Yi's dagger. Under Liang Zhen's piercing gaze, Yang Wanjun began to weep and slap himself. Brother, I was wrong. I'm not human. I'm a beast. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, Xiaoqian, and I'm sorry, Ming Ming. Yang Wanjun choked out, but at that time, Ding Yi really wanted to kill me. I won't say anything. He will kill me. At this point, Yang Wanjun was in tears, unable to say another word. Liang Zhen remained indifferent to Yang Wanjun's cries and simply said, "There are napkins on the coffee table. Wipe your snot and tears, and we can talk again." After cleaning up his face, Yang Wanjun still held the damp, sticky napkin in his hand. Liang Zhen glanced at him sideways and scoffed. "I still don't know what kind of person you really are. You are overly anxious and have a cowardly heart that doesn't match your appearance. To be honest, I never thought much of you. I just thought you could be useful back when your family was relatively wealthy and I was starting my business." Yang Wanjun stared at Liang Zhen with an incredulous and fearful expression, the veins on his forehead bulging, gripping the napkin tightly, almost wringing water out of it. The true face of the devil finally emerged. However, at that moment, Yang Wanjun felt as if he had just met this man lying on the hospital bed. Liang Zhen continued to sneer, "But people like you tend to live longer. Believe it or not, you will be the one among the four of us who lives the longest." Yang Wanjun lowered his head, unsure how to respond and not wanting to respond. Liang Zhen sighed and said, "Conversely, I will be the one among us with the shortest lifespan." Yang Wanjun's throat felt dry. "Brother, why would you say that?" Liang Zhen smiled bitterly. "Don't you see it now? With my current state, how much longer can I live?" He blinked, lost in memories, as if reminiscing about his past with endless emotion. After a long time, he said, "Maybe from the moment I decided to fight against fate, I had already lost. I never believed in retribution, yet ultimately descended upon me in this unfortunate way. It's my own doing, huh? Yang Wanjuan's chest heaved slightly as he suppressed a breath of frustration. If I had known this earlier, why did you have to do it in the first place? Liang Zhen laughed. Look, old buddy, you finally spoke the truth. I know you hate me. Yang Wanjun responded with silence. Perhaps this was the best answer. One was the harmed. The other was the man who harmed others and ended up suffering himself. Neither was in a good place. Yang Wanjun silently laughed bitterly in his heart. The two sat in silence for a long while. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Wanjun suddenly asked Liang Zhen, "Back then, when I told Ding Yi that you used me to get Xiao Qian, was it really Meng Meng who told you?" Liang Zhen nodded and asked back, "If Ding Yi didn't tell Meng Meng directly, who else would know?" Yang Wanjun frowned, "But Meng Meng saw me later, and she should." Liang Zhen interjected, "She should hate you, right?" Yang Wanjun nodded in Zhonfuxian. Liang Zhen recalled, "After Meng Meng saw me, she asked if the truth was as Ding Yi said." Yang Wanjun asked, "What did you say?" Liang Zhen replied, "Of course, I couldn't tell Meng Meng the truth. I told her that her mother, Xiao Qian, hated me for not divorcing Yi Mei, which is why she said that to Ding Yi. In the adult world, nothing is easy. It's filled with lies and deceit. So I hope Meng Meng's life can be simpler in the future, and she shouldn't pursue too much, as that will only tire her out. I also hope Meng Meng doesn't hate me and her mother because we are just ordinary people, neither gods nor demons, and we can make mistakes. If we lived in a four-dimensional space and could see what kind of ending our choices would lead to, we wouldn't have made mistakes in the first place. Would we?" Yang Wanjun extended his thumb and sighed. "You really are something, a demon in human skin. Yet in the end, you make yourself sound like a poet." Liang Zhen slightly closed his eyes, sniffed, and did not deny it. Yang Wanjun continued, "But I think you handled this matter well. As long as Meng Meng doesn't feel hurt, that's fine." "How did you tell Meng Meng about me later?" Liang Zhen said, "I told her that before you asked me for help, I was already in a secret relationship with Xiao Qian. I also said that you were in trouble. Would you seek help from him, or would you find someone else? Who would help you? It's human nature. Don't hate her uncle for this. Because we are family." A look of gratitude appeared on Yang Wanjun's face. Liang Zhen smiled. "Let the past be the past. Now we are still family, right, little brother?" Yang Wanjun closed his mouth, pondered for a moment, and decided to unveil a scar that he had found difficult to accept back then. "Family is family. But I hate you. Why do you have to set me up to get Xiao Qian? I really think you're a demon. From now on, I've decided not to live like that anymore. Do whatever you want of me. Ruin me. I don't care." Liang Zhen sighed. "I didn't expect you to know about the Kristen matter." He paused and continued, "I can only tell you that back then, I was under a lot of pressure. Although I started my career with Yi Mei and Lu Huanan, their relationship made me very uncomfortable. From that time on, I wanted to find some comfort outside. But ordinary women were hard to catch my eye. I fell in love with Yi Mei because she was beautiful, but this beautiful woman has a very cruel heart, which I really dislike. Don't be fooled by her small woman demeanor. She takes all the credit for herself and often says to me, 'If it weren't for me, where would there be today, Yiri Group?' This sentence is like a fishbone stuck in my throat." Chapter 63, Purple Flame, 3. So, I decided that in the future, when looking for a woman, I would choose someone kind-hearted. Liang Zhen shook his head and sighed. "Xiao Qian is very beautiful and has a good heart, but she always keeps a certain distance from me. I often express my love for her both openly and subtly, but she remains completely indifferent. The more she behaves this way, the more I like her. There's nothing I can do, so I have to." He didn't continue, but Yang Wanjun already understood what he meant. Liang Zhen sighed again. "I naively thought that no matter what method I used, as long as I got Xiao Qian, she would fall in love with me because I would love her sincerely." Yang Wanjun mocked. "I didn't expect even a devil would describe himself as naive." Liang Zhen lowered his gaze and said, "Whether you believe it or not, I really regret what I've done, so I always want to make amends for my actions." Yang Wanjun asked, "How do you want to make amends?" Liang Zhen said, "I want Meng Meng to run the company. Do you think that's okay?" Yang Wanjun looked at Liang Zhen in surprise. "Are you serious?" Liang Zhen nodded. Yang Wanjun took a breath and sighed. "At least you are somewhat human." Liang Zhen said worriedly, "But you also saw my current state. Supporting Meng Meng's rise is actually a risky thing. So I lied to Yi Mei that the brain chip project would be completed in a year or two, and by then, It would allow Tianqi to overcome his disabilities and inherit the position of chairman. You must keep this lie a secret. Otherwise, Yi Mei and Lu Huanan will team up. And Lu Huanan will take everything that originally belonged to Meng Meng. Yang Wanjun was surprised. What? The brain chip project. Liang Zhen nodded. That's right. The project is impossible to realize. Yang Wanjun frowned. But you said at the press conference that it wouldn't be long before the brain chip would be available. And countless intellectually disabled youths would be freed from their disabilities, and their IQs would soar. Liang Zhen's mind suddenly became a bit chaotic. Did I say that? Ever since my brain was implanted with the Smart Mecha Generation 1 chip, I can't remember anything that happened during that time, including anything I said. It's so strange. Yang Wanjun was also unclear about the reason. Liang Zhen said, perhaps it is because of the amnesia during that period that my life feels like it has been reborn. I really regret why I was so persistent back then, so stubborn that I thought human determination could overcome fate and that there is no right or wrong in humanity. I was so foolish. Now I just want to make up for the mistakes I made back then. The people I owe the most in this life are Xiao Qian and Meng Meng. Yang Wanjun said, you have put in a lot of effort. I understand. Liang Zhen glanced at him and said, I hope you won't appear to be a man on the surface while being like a woman inside. You are even worse than a woman. No matter what, I hope you remember one thing. As long as you have fear in your heart, you will never achieve yourself. Think about it. If you had understood your mistakes back then and served a few years in prison for embezzling public funds to cover your gambling debts, what would be the harm? By the time you got out, your brothers would help you out of loyalty. It was precisely because you have flaws that I was able to take advantage of. Yang Wanjun was speechless and felt dejected. All right, enough about the past. Liang Zhen continued. Also, after Meng Meng becomes the chairman, you need to help her stabilize her position. Huo Jinghua will help her as well. After all, Meng Meng will likely end up with that kid Zili, and Huo Jinghua has no reason not to help. I understand. Yang Wanjun perked up. Don't worry. Who else would protect my own niece if I don't? Liang Zhen nodded. With your words, I can rest assured. You can be at ease. Yang Wanjun said confidently. Liang Zhen waved his hand tiredly. All right, if there's nothing else, you can go out. Yang Wanjun responded with a sound. He picked up his briefcase, suddenly remembering something, and opened it, pulling out a toy remote control car. Right, I know that kid Tianqi really likes Transformers. So I bought him a car. Thank you. Liang Zhen smiled. There are so many Transformers on the ground already. Tianqi is still a fool. He doesn't know to thank you. You could just leave it on the ground. Yang Wanjun bent down and placed the remote-controlled car on the ground, stealing a glance under the bed. Huo Zili and Liang Meng strolled around the island for 3 or 4 hours. As time passed, they ventured further away from the villa. From above, they came to the lower part of the island, looking up at the top of the island, where the white villa was faintly visible, giving the impression of a palace hidden among lush greenery. During the afternoon journey, the two encountered 2 robots resembling patrolling soldiers. Liang Meng intended to bypass them, but Huo Zili, with great interest, walked over to the 2 robots. When the robots saw the 2 strangers enter their line of sight, they immediately stood still, motionless. Huo Zili approached and found that these 2 robots indeed resembled the appearance of the first-generation mecha, both being humanoid structures painted white, with red indicator lights flashing at some joint points. Their chests and back were armored, encasing intelligent equipment akin to human organs. Huo Zili stared into their glassy eyes, moving his feet back and forth. Within those glassy eyes, a black camera-like pupil followed his movements. Why aren't they moving, Meng Meng? Huo Zili asked curiously. Liang Meng said, they are probably reporting the situation to their owner and transmitting our video footage to inform the owner that strangers have intruded, waiting for the owner's command. Huo Zili asked, what command? Liang Meng replied, of course, to ask the owner whether to capture us alive or kill us. Are they that powerful? Huo Zili examined the 2 robots. These 2 robots are just humanoid frames. Do you believe I can break their arms? Saying this, Huo Zili reached out toward one of the robot's arms. Don't do anything foolish, Liang Meng said. If you rashly touch them, they will take emergency precautions and might really kill you. Didn't you see they have handguns on them? Huo Zili said, if they dare to kill, won't their owner face legal consequences? No, I didn't mean your dad. I was just making comparison. Liang Meng raised her eyebrows and couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You used to be a police officer, didn't you? Have you forgotten this is in country C? In this country, if you intrude into someone else's home without permission, the owner can kill you on the grounds of trespassing and threatening safety. Huo Zili slapped his forehead. That's true. I'm really curious where their gun barrels are. After circling around the two robots and looking closely, he still couldn't find any dangerous weapons on them. Liang Meng pointed to the robots' vertically hanging hands. Their fingertips are the guns. If you don't believe me, bend down and take a look. Huo Zili bent down, got closer, and examined the robot's fingers, discovering that the tips of 3 out of the 5 fingers were hollow, and the joints were retractable sleeves, exclaiming they really are guns. Liang Meng shook her head and sighed. It's terrifying how uneducated you are. I haven't studied artificial intelligence, Huo Zili retorted. As the sun began to set, Liang Meng decided to retrace their steps to avoid getting lost as it grew darker. Huo Zili seemed particularly excited as he looked around and said to Liang Meng, I can tell that the paths on this little island have been rebuilt. Where there are paths, there must be exits. All roads lead to Rome. How about we go on an adventure? Liang Meng blinked. An adventure? Huo Zili nodded. We're heading towards the villa anyway. Why take the same path back? Besides, this isn't some dragon's den or tiger's lair. There aren't that many traps. Even if we get lost, your dad will probably send a robot to bring us back, right? Liang Meng's gaze wandered, as if recalling something, and suddenly she became interested. Okay, I remember that we used to love adventures when we were kids. The path they chose was indeed heading towards the villa, but before long, they noticed the trees around them were becoming denser, and the surrounding trees were unusually tall and sturdy. The thick leaves were dark green, blocking out the sunlight, and even the mobile signal weakened by 2 bars. It was easy to associate this environment with the dark forest in fairy tales. Ancient woods and wolf dens. What kind of place is this? Liang Meng complained. It's all your fault for wanting to go on an adventure. Now look, we've entered a forbidden zone. Huo Zili frowned. Forbidden zone? Liang Meng said emphatically. Every country has its forbidden zones, don't you know? Some are due to strange phenomena that current science can't explain, and some are because too many people have died there, with heavy energy. If you go in, you might come out as a lunatic. These forbidden zones are mysterious and dangerous, making people fearful. This place might also be a forbidden zone where no one usually comes. Huo Zili looked at Liang Meng, squinting his eyes, and said half jokingly and half seriously, maybe there are perverts here, specifically targeting young and beautiful women like you. Liang Meng shot him a glance. You look so lewd now, just like a pervert. Huo Zili laughed heartily. I thought you were fearless. I didn't expect you to have times when you're scared. Liang Meng replied, I'm not afraid of bad people, just of mysterious substances. You, as a materialist, naturally don't believe. The end of science is theology. Huo Zili shook his head. Science is science. Theology is theology. There are just 2 different cultures. I can't compare like you, the genius. Liang Meng said, ignorance is fearless. The more you know, the more you feel you know too little. Never mind, I won't bother explaining. Huo Zili questioned, are you saying I don't feel scared because I know too little? Liang Meng raised her eyebrows. Don't worry, there are no monsters here. If there were, your dad would probably build a fence around this place to keep it safe. Otherwise, what if Tianqi accidentally wandered in here? Huo Zili looked around and continued. The poor lighting here is because it's already dusk. Once we get out of this forest, it won't be much better. There are still paths ahead, so we just need to follow them. I estimate we should be close to the villa. You make a valid point. Liang Meng took a breath. Okay, I'll trust you this once. Trusting me is the right choice, Huo Zili said. Liang Meng, of course, couldn't tell that Huo Zili might have some ulterior motives, hoping there was something unusual here. She thought he was just accompanying her to unwind, unaware that he was secretly investigating any abnormal signs on the island. Huo Zili certainly didn't want there to be a secret laboratory conducting brain chip experiments on humans. If there were, not only Liang Zhen would face legal consequences, but perhaps his dad would also get involved. However, wishing it away didn't mean he wouldn't clarify the situation. The 2 continued along the stone path, and Huo Zili vaguely saw a white robot lying in the dense forest on one side of the path. Curiosity piqued. He stopped to look. Liang Meng, however, was indifferent. She had only studied artificial intelligence in college because of her father's persuasion, but she didn't really like the course and wanted to avoid robots. Yet, seeing Huo Zili approach the robot, she followed him reluctantly. The robot lay flat on the damp grass, with scattered, yellowing leaves falling on it. Huo Zili noticed that the robot's eyes had long since lost their luster. So he boldly brushed the leaves off it, only to discover that some parts of the robot were rusted and had holes, revealing frayed wires inside, indicating it had been out of service for quite some time. A scrapped robot? Huo Zili was quite surprised. Such good metal material could be repaired and reused. Who knows? If it's scrapped, then it's scrapped, Liang Meng said. Why are you so concerned about things that have nothing to do with you? At this rate, we might not be able to get back before dark. Huo Zili, however, seemed to ignore Liang Meng's words and forcefully turned the robot over. Wow. Meng, look, this robot has 6 eyes. Chapter 64 Purple Flame. 4 what? Liang Meng asked in confusion. 6 eyes? Come take a look. Oh. Liang Meng walked over and saw that there were 2 eyes above the robot's ears, and 2 more on its head, exclaiming in surprise, 360 degrees with no blind spots. Huo Zili touched and traced the robot's palm with his finger, pondering. This robot is obviously different from the 2 we saw before. Its palm is particularly large, and its fingers are quite thick. The structure looks similar, but the caliber of the guns on the fingers is 1.5 times larger than those of the previous robots. If it can also fire bullets, it seems that hitting any part of the body could create a hole and instantly kill the target. Liang Meng inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. She couldn't understand why her father, Liang Zhen, would create such terrifying robots on his private island, and now they would be scrapped here. Let's go. It should just be for defense against robbers, Liang Meng said, not looking at it anymore. Don't waste your time studying it. If you have questions, just ask my dad when we get back. After saying this, Liang Meng turned around and headed back toward the stone path, and Huo Zili had no choice but to follow. After walking a bit further, they discovered another robot lying on the ground deep in the woods beside the path. Huo Zili wanted to go take a look, but this time Liang Meng did not agree. Just then, a robot came running from behind them and spoke in a mechanical tone. This place is easy to get lost in. If you want to get out, please follow me. The tone of its speech was flat and monotone. Liang Meng asked the robot, "Who sent you here?" The robot replied, "The master." Huo Zili then asked, "How does your master know we are here?" The robot answered, "If he didn't know, how could he come here to find you?" What clever response, Liang Meng laughed. Huo Zili did not laugh. He understood that although the robot did not answer directly, the implication was that its master was monitoring the 2 of them. This situation would be very unfavorable for his future investigation. Around 6 o'clock in the afternoon on the island, just as they exited that restricted area, Liang Meng's phone finally rang. It was her father, Liang Zhen, calling. Liang Meng responded with several ahas on the phone before concluding with a good. After hanging up, she mischievously winked to Huo Zili and smiled. "Remember what I said earlier? My dad is looking for me, right?" Huo Zili shrugged, pretending it was nothing, seeing that Liang Meng was about to get angry at his dismissive attitude. He quickly gave her a friendly thumbs up, although everything seemed logical. Huo Zili couldn't help but marvel at Liang Meng's ability to analyze problems and see through people's hearts, which was above his own level. He just didn't know if it would turn out to be true as Liang Meng predicted. As long as Liang Zhen was her biological father, the real purpose of this rather tricky meeting was just to pave the way for Liang Meng to smoothly take over the company. When they returned to the villa, Yi Mei and the 4 heroes of the other day had already left the dining table and were chatting on the sofa in the living room. Yi Mei glanced at Liang Meng when she entered, but continued to laugh and chat with the 4 heroes as if Liang Meng didn't exist. Liang Meng found it strange, but was somewhat displeased. She didn't get angry, though. Liang Meng took out a brand new toy remote control car from her bag and went alone to the 3rd floor. Huo Zili knew that Liang Meng had wanted to give her brother Liang Tianqi a gift for a long time, but due to the awkward relationship with Yi Mei, she had never found the time. Huo Zili also bought a toy car robot, intending to give it to Tianqi. The robot cars represented their beautiful childhood memories. When Liang Meng arrived on the 3rd floor corridor, she saw Liang Tianqi squatting alone on the ground, directing 2 toy cars to battle each other. Rather than battling, it was more like they were slapping each other's faces, as the toy cars could only perform kicking and arm-swinging movements after transforming into robots. Seeing Liang Tianqi enjoying himself so much, with snot dripping down to his mouth without noticing, Liang Meng couldn't help but sigh. Many times, She would have a strange thought. If Tianqi hadn't had that accident back then, would she still be the same person she is now? Back then, Liang Tianqi truly regarded her as a sister, and she saw him as an older brother. With an older brother's protection, perhaps a younger sister wouldn't need to be so independent. Liang Tianqi finally noticed Liang Meng, looking confused, with a hint of fear in his expression. Liang Meng walked over, feeling an overwhelming sadness, forcing out a bright smile while her eyes gradually moistened. Brother, do you remember me? I'm your sister. Sister. Liang Tianqi scratched his head, not remembering sister. A voice came from the room, Liang Zhen calling, Tianqi, let your sister in quickly. Okay, Dad. Liang Tianqi dropped the 2 remote controls in his hands and grabbed Liang Meng's hand, entering Liang Zhen's bedroom. Liang Zhen saw his son and daughter holding hands as they came in, and his formerly dull eyes suddenly lit up. He smiled. Tianqi, go play outside for a bit. Liang Zhen said, I need to talk with your sister for a moment. Liang Tianqi still held Liang Meng's hand, saying, Sister's hand is so soft. Then can I play with brother more often? Liang Meng smiled sweetly, her eyes still brimming with tears. Sure. Liang Tianqi asked Liang Zhen, Dad, when can sister play with me? Play with you? Liang Zhen smiled with satisfaction. Dad will tell your sister some things, and then you two can play together. Be good. Go play outside first. Okay, Dad. Just as Liang Tianqi was about to go out, Liang Meng gently pulled him back, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the snot that had dripped to his mouth, then said to Liang Tianqi, Go ahead. Sister, I'll wait for you outside to play. Liang Tianqi grinned foolishly. See you later. After Liang Tianqi went out, Liang Zhen had Liang Meng sit on the edge of the bed. Once seated, Liang Meng realized she was still holding the remote-controlled car she intended to give to her brother Tianqi. I just had a bit of a brain freeze, Liang Meng said. I bought a robot car to give to my brother to play with, but I don't know what I was thinking just now. I didn't give it to him. Just put that thing down anywhere, Liang Zhen said. Look at this mess. It's all Tianqi's doing. When Liang Meng walked in earlier, she had seen the floor littered with toy cars and robots, along with piles of sand, and hadn't thought much of it at the time. Now, hearing her dad say a mess, it indeed sounded quite terrible. Liang Zhen smiled and said, There's no helping it. You should know that my relationship with Tianqi's mom isn't very good. She doesn't often accompany me, and day after day, it's Tianqi who keeps me company. Liang Meng replied, I understand. Liang Zhen said, Did you have another unpleasant encounter with Tianqi's mom today? Liang Meng didn't shy away, saying, That woman brought up the past again, saying in front of so many people that I framed her for trying to poison me, and said I am narrow-minded. I didn't want to argue with her, so I just went out. Liang Zhen nodded, saying, You did the right thing. You don't need to argue with a shrew like that. Shrew, right? She's indeed a shrew. Liang Meng was amused. Liang Zhen smiled wryly, thinking back to when he was blind to have chosen such a woman as his wife. Liang Meng said, You were blind indeed. That woman really isn't worthy of you at all. Liang Zhen helplessly closed his eyes, then slowly opened them again, saying, Let us not talk about that useless person anymore. Liang Meng said, It's pretty terrible, so let's not talk about it. Liang Zhen replied, I called you here today because I want to ask if you want to inherit my position and become the chairman. Liang Meng lowered her eyes and said, I don't want to. Liang Zhen asked, Why not? Liang Meng said, I can't do it. I don't have that capability. If I mess up the company, wouldn't that drive you crazy? Liang Zhen laughed and said, If you don't do it, the company might end up in Lu Huanan's hands. Liang Meng asked, Why him? Liang Zhen sighed and said despondently, With my current state, who knows how many days I have left? Dad, don't say that. It makes me unhappy. Liang Meng interrupted Liang Zhen, saying this while starting to cry. Liang Zhen sighed. Life and death are natural laws. Who can escape from the laws of nature? Stop crying. I'm discussing serious matters with you. Liang Meng wiped her tears. Liang Zhen continued, If I step down, you and Tianqi's mother will jointly hold shares in the company. No matter how you split it later, that awful woman will give her share to Lu Huanan. And wouldn't he then become the largest shareholder? Liang Meng was stunned for a long time, speechless with shock. Did you already know? Liang Zhen nodded. Otherwise, why would I call her an awful woman? Liang Meng shut her mouth. Liang Zhen asked, When did you find out about their relationship? Liang Meng lowered her eyelids and said, When I was a child, it seems like it was the year before I went to live in the U.S. Liang Zhen asked again. Then why didn't you tell me at that time? Liang Meng said, I was afraid it would hurt your feelings. Liang Zhen asked, do you think hiding this from me was good for me? Liang Meng replied, at that time, that woman said that even if I told you, you wouldn't divorce her. Because once you divorced, she would take your inheritance, give it to Lu Huanan, and then push you out, leaving you with nothing. She said the company is your lifeline. Liang Zhen looked at Liang Meng with incredulous eyes, feeling something contrary to the touch of emotion from her words, calculating intentions. At just 12 or 13 years old, she could understand adult conversations and choose to keep secrets. Although this girl seemed carefree on the surface, her depth was unfathomable, something that couldn't escape his not-so-old eyes. Thinking this in his heart, he said stubbornly, so you were scared? Scared? Liang Meng frowned. Not really. Liang Zhen asked, what were you thinking at that time? Liang Meng confessed, I hated you at that time, wondering why I had to be the child of a mistress. Liang Zhen painfully closed his eyes. 2 tears fell from the corners of Liang Meng's eyes. At that time, I just wanted to leave that home quickly. As for the matters between you adults, I didn't want to interfere, nor did I know how to talk to you about it. Paper can't cover fire. As long as that woman continues to betray you, you will eventually find out. I'm afraid that if what that woman said is true, I would end up harming you. You understand the principle of bearing humiliation and heavy burdens. Liang Zhen slowly opened his eyes, bitterly smiling. It seems giving the company to you is the right decision. The company in your hands will never go bankrupt. Liang Meng said, if that awful woman really teams up with Lu Huanan, then I can only tough it out. Exactly, Liang Zhen nodded. We certainly can't let that pair of dogs benefit. Liang Meng asked Liang Zhen, Dad, did you only let me become chairman because you don't want to benefit them? Liang Zhen was amused and said, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you think your dad is that petty? Liang Meng said, I feel that you all only care about success or failure, not about integrity. You entrepreneurs can be ruthless, willing to endure any suffering for your careers. You're hard on yourself, and even harder on others. It's good that you can think this way. Liang Zhen changed the subject, but once you take power, you must treat Yi Mei and your brother well. After all, Tianqi and his mother are also our family. If there ends up being a scene, what's that internet term? A tearing battle? That would be embarrassing. Even if one day I'm gone, I wouldn't be able to hold my head up. Yes, I know. Tianqi is my brother. How could I not treat him well? Liang Meng said, I think this lifetime is just too focused on face. Liang Zhen said, if I didn't care about face, how could I research brain chips and shift the company toward a tech route? It's hard to say it's all for Tianqi. I just don't want people to laugh at my successful career while I have such a foolish son. Dad, don't say that, Liang Meng said. In psychology, there's a concept called guilt complex. Any normal person, with even a little guilt, tends to magnify it and feel they have violated their conscience. You currently belong to this category. Liang Zhen said, I'm really glad you can think this way. I certainly love Tianqi. Both you and Tianqi hold equal weight in my heart. Liang Meng asked, how's the brain chip research going? I wonder when my brother will be cured. Liang Zhen did not answer Liang Meng's question, but instead asked, if one day your brother gets cured, would you give a chairman position to him? You would be his deputy. Liang Meng said, even if you let me do it now, it's only temporary. Once Tianqi is cured, I would travel the world. After all, our family has plenty of money, right? Liang Zhen laughed. I was just curious to ask you, but... What? Liang Zhen sighed. I'm just afraid your brother's condition will never improve. Chapter 65 Purple Flame 5. Liang Meng was quite surprised. Didn't you say at the company's press conference that the brain chip was about to be successfully developed? Liang Zhen felt a bit confused when he thought about the memories of the time he had disappeared. He still hadn't recalled a single bit of that blank memory. I remember telling you before that I lost that memory. Liang Zhen's murky gaze was filled with pain. I don't know if I was talking nonsense during that time, or if there was something wrong with the first generation, thought Mech. Why would someone erase another person's memory for no reason? However, Liang Zhen continued, that brain chip thing, it really can't be developed. I plan to shut down that department to avoid burning more money on it. Liang Meng wanted to ask something, but Liang Zhen said, don't ask anything. You'll be in charge of the company in the future, and don't try to restart that department because the final outcome will ultimately face failure. Besides that, I need to tell you something. What is it? Liang Zhen said. To ensure a smooth transition for you to take over the company, I lied to Yi Mei, saying that the brain chip will be developed in the near future. I will also have you sign an agreement that emphasizes that once your brother regains his intellect, you will automatically hand over the company to him. This agreement is to deceive Yi Mei into believing that Tianqi will eventually get better. Only in this way can you smoothly take over from me, and Yi Mei won't create obstacles. Liang Meng asked, did that woman agree? Liang Zhen snorted coldly. She initially disagreed, which is why I decided to hold this election meeting, letting them choose for themselves to see if they could come up with a choice. Of course, Yi Mei is more inclined to have Lu Huanan as chairman, but I also know that the other 3 old partners won't agree. All right, you really put in a lot of thought, Liang Meng said gloomily. It's just that Tianqi, if you give up on the brain chip plan, then Tianqi's life. Liang Zhen sighed. I used to not believe in fate, but now I do. This is Tianqi's fate. No one could do anything about it. However, the way he is now isn't bad at all. He plays like a child every day, away from adult troubles, pain, greed, anger, and ignorance. Isn't that good? This statement truly came from the heart. He only regretted why he hadn't thought this way earlier, insisting on taking the technological route, which led to his current paralysis. Huo Zili sat alone on a single sofa in the living room, his gaze drifting toward several elders across from him, including his father, occasionally responding with a perfunctory smile to their laughter while thinking about why that scrapped robot ended up there. Liang Meng came out of Liang Zhen's bedroom, reached the staircase on the first floor, and called out to him, but he seemed not to hear. When Liang Meng called a second time, he finally reacted, looking over to see Liang Meng beckoning him. Huo Zili walked over to Liang Meng, who said to him, my dad wants to see you and talk about something. Talk about something? Huo Zili was surprised. What about? Liang Meng replied, how would I know? You'll find out when you go. Huo Zili said, all right, I brought a transformer for Tianqi. I'll take it up. After saying that, he turned and hurried downstairs. After brushing past Liang Meng again, he slowed his pace, wondering why Liang Zhen wanted to talk to him and what they would discuss. Huo Zili arrived at the 3rd floor corridor and saw young Tianqi playing alone with 2 transformers. So he smiled and walked over, calling out, bro. Liang Tianqi looked over with a silly grin and unexpectedly ran toward him with joy. Huo Zili was taken aback. The last time he saw Liang Tianqi was in the forest park, where Liang Tianqi had been very afraid to see him. Now, however, he was acting completely out of character, leaving Huo Zili feeling at a loss. Huo Zili instinctively opened an arm, ready to embrace Liang Tianqi, but unexpectedly, Liang Tianqi ran past him, ducking under his arm and running behind him. He turned back in confusion to see Liang Meng at the staircase on the 3rd floor. Sister, play with me. Liang Tianqi ran to Liang Meng's side, grabbing one of her hands. Liang Meng made a funny face at Huo Zili, signaling him to go find Liang Zhen. The door to Liang Zhen's bedroom was open, and Huo Zili walked in, instantly transported back to his carefree childhood by the scene of the messy mecha Autobots and sand piles. When they were young, influenced by big brother Liang Tianqi, Huo Zili and Liang Meng both had their own mecha teams. The 3 of them often imagined the sand piles as battlefields, setting up their mechas and staging world wars, grabbing handfuls of sand and tossing them into the air, imagining storms approaching and tossing out a mecha, envisioning a savior arriving. As they grew older, those childhood games became memories, but Liang Tianqi still lived in the past. Perhaps living like this isn't so bad. Such strange thoughts popped into Huo Zili's mind. Zili, come ici. Liang Zhen smiled and waved when he saw Huo Zili enter. Oh. Huo Zili looked around the bedroom and noticed a chair at the desk not far from Liang Zhen's bed. So he moved it to the front of Liang Zhen's bed and sat down awkwardly. Uncle, Huo Zili placed the unopened remote control car he was holding beside the bed. This is a gift for Tianqi. Just now outside, Tianqi was busy playing with Meng Meng and didn't pay attention to me, so I had to bring it in. No need to be polite, Liang Zhen smiled. I called you here to talk about Meng Meng. Huo Zili responded with an Liang Zhen asked, I want to know, what kind of person do you think Meng Meng is? Huo Zili was taken aback and laughed. What kind of person is Meng Meng? I'll just say it straightforwardly. You say. Liang Zhen's eyes were filled with curiosity. Huo Zili said, simple, beautiful, straightforward, carefree. a very cute girl. Liang Zhen blinked in surprise. You really think so? Huo Zili said, of course, that's just the surface. Perhaps that's just the persona Meng Meng has built over the years. Persona? Huo Zili nodded, sighing. You know, Meng Meng has gone through a lot since childhood. Losing her mother at a young age, witnessing what happened to Tianqi, and then having a not-so-harmonious relationship with my aunt. At such a young age, she went to the United States to live and study alone. These experiences enriched her life and made her very calculating. Can you accept me saying this? Liang Zhen said, I accept. Meng Meng is indeed very calculating. Huo Zili continued, but Meng Meng also despises this calculating nature built from various experiences and pains. She actually hopes to live a very simple life. Liang Zhen sighed. If a person likes who they are inside, then they'll like to set that kind of persona for themselves, right? Huo Zili replied, yes, in my eyes. Meng Meng is both a simple and profound girl. Liang Zhen showed a relieved smile. Actually, I wanted to ask you. Liang Zhen hesitated. Huo Zili asked in surprise, what else do you want to ask? Liang Zhen furrowed his brows tightly. A glimmer of light seemingly appearing in his eyes as he stared intensely into Huo Zili's eyes. Zili, I ask you, are you really an undercover cop? Huo Zili was stunned for a moment, then smiled wryly. No. Liang Zhen laughed bitterly. I'm really stupid. Why would I ask you such a question? Even if you really were an undercover cop, you wouldn't admit it, would you? They don't even write it like that in TV dramas. Huo Zili sighed. I'm really not an undercover agent. Liang Zhen asked, what do you think of the police profession? Huo Zili frowned and, with a guilty conscience, shamelessly said, it's a decent job, but the salary is too low and you have to work so hard. I was young and impulsive back then, and I don't know how I became obsessed with this profession. It might be because my family is too wealthy and my rebellious mindset at the time influenced me. Later, when I became a police officer, I realized that the police aren't that impressive at all, and you never know when you might have to put your life on the line. If you make a small mistake, you could face disciplinary action, and if things go poorly, you might even be expelled from the party, losing all your face. Liang Zhen sighed. Spoiled rich kids just can't handle that kind of suffering. Huo Zili was speechless. Liang Zhen continued, but this is normal. Your parents have already built a foundation for you. You just need to manage the family business honestly. There is no fairness among people. Being born into a wealthy family is also your fortune. I have always kept my distance from the police because I think this profession should be sacred, but you shouldn't suffer because of it. There will always be suitable people to be police officers, right? Huo Zili's cheeks turned slightly red, and he smiled awkwardly. Yes, I really can't handle that kind of suffering. Liang Zhen then asked, also, I want to ask you if your family committed a crime and you happen to know about it. Would you send your family to prison yourself? Huo Zili looked at Liang Zhen in shock. Uncle, why would you ask that? Liang Zhen smiled. I'm just hypothesizing. Don't worry, I have no other intentions. Huo Zili secretly sighed, feeling that his conversation with Liang Zhen was getting more and more tedious. He thought, if there were no other intentions, why would Liang Zhen ask such strange questions? It was clear he was doubting whether he was an undercover agent, wasn't it? Now he said there were no other intentions. Who knows what he really meant? But on the other hand, wasn't he also talking nonsense? Of course. He wouldn't admit to being an undercover agent, and when necessary, he would do everything he could to dispel Liang Zhen's doubts. That's a tough question to answer. Huo Zili hesitated and said, I might stop them from doing it in the future, or I might help my family commit a crime. In short, I probably wouldn't send my family to prison. Liang Zhen asked again, are you speaking from the heart? Huo Zili replied, it's a hypothetical question, so it's indeed hard to answer. Who knows what I would do at that time? Liang Zhen laughed. You were hesitating earlier, and hesitation means you have a conflict in your heart. At that time, you might end up sending your family to prison. Huo Zili smiled and said, that's too cruel. Isn't it? Zili, do you know? Liang Zhen's expression darkened a bit. I had an incident at the press conference before. Although I still have no idea what I went through during that time, I know it definitely wasn't an accident. Someone wanted to harm me. Or my body was possessed by some ghostly thing. A tech boss actually believes in ghosts and such. Liang Zhen smiled bitterly. Isn't that ridiculous? Just think about it. When you suddenly lose a period of memory, sleeping from the first day of February to the first day of March, you only feel like you've taken a nap, but in reality, a whole month has passed. What would you think? Wouldn't you feel like your body was borrowed by some ghostly creature for a while? Huo Zili shook his head and said without hesitation, not ridiculous at all. Many things in this world can't be explained by existing science. Liang Zhen looked at Huo Zili meaningfully and continued. But I know that if we analyze this matter by probability, it's definitely not a ghost, but someone wanting to harm me. Huo Zili subconsciously asked, then who do you think wants to harm you? Liang Zhen said, I just hope the person who wants to harm me isn't Meng Meng. Huo Zili's heart tightened. Uncle, why do you suspect that the person who wants to harm you is Meng Meng? Liang Zhen said, I owe Meng Meng too much. As a father, I have let Meng Meng down. And as a parent, I have managed this family very poorly. Huo Zili asked, what do you owe Meng Meng? Liang Zhen revealed a bitter smile. I haven't given Meng Meng enough paternal love. I also owe her a mother. Is that reason enough? Huo Zili pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, Uncle, is it because you haven't been with Meng Meng for a long time that you suspect her? Liang Zhen saw Huo Zili hesitating and said, what you mean is that I suspect Meng Meng has become a girl I don't recognize, right? Huo Zili nodded. That's probably what I mean. He then asked Liang Zhen, but uncle, you can't just suspect Meng Meng based on this, right? I think it's quite ridiculous for you to think that. Meng Meng has always loved you. Of course not, Liang Zhen said, because the person who wants to harm me must be someone from this circle. I have ruled myself out and think that the four old friends from the four heroes are not as suspicious as Meng Meng. Why? Because those four old friends can manage people, but they can't handle high technology. As Liang Zhen slightly closed his eyes, his gaze filled with concern, he continued. On the contrary, Meng Meng, I initially let her study artificial intelligence, and she has a very high IQ. In fact, she could easily understand the construction principles of the first-generation thought mechs if given some data. If she wanted to sabotage it, it would be very easy for her. Chapter 66 Purple Flame 6 Huo Zili immediately countered. But Meng Meng just returned from the United States not long ago, and she hadn't been to the company much before that. Even if she wanted to sabotage the first generation of thought-controlled mechas, she would need time to commit the crime, right? Liang Zhen said. When Meng Meng first returned, she asked me for the documents on the first generation of thought-controlled mechas. She said she wanted to help me see what the problems were. Meng Meng hasn't mentioned this to you, has she? Not at all, Huo Zili replied frankly. It's too rash to suspect Meng Meng as the perpetrator just because she looked at those data, isn't it? Since Liang Zhen suspected his daughter, Liang Meng. It surely wasn't just based on Meng Meng looking at that document and concluding that she would harm him. This is clearly unreasonable. After all, they are father and daughter. The only reason that could lead Liang Zhen to make such a judgment is that their father-daughter relationship is not strong, and there may be deeper issues at play. What exactly is that issue? Huo Zili had his own guesses, but he couldn't voice them directly. He had to use provocation to lure Liang Zhen into confirming his judgment. It is indeed quite rash, Liang Zhen said. I only made a conjecture based on Meng Meng's education and intelligence. The old fox is still the old fox. Huo Zili thought to himself. Uncle always says Meng Meng's IQ is very high. Huo Zili asked, so just how high is Meng Meng's IQ? Liang Zhen recalled a past event. That year, Liang Meng was probably only about 10 years old. It was during a summer vacation when Liang Zhen had to go abroad on a business trip. So he took his daughter, Liang Meng, along. Usually, Liang Zhen was too busy with work to spend time at home with Liang Meng and Tianqi. While you may have a significant prejudice against Liang Meng, often ignoring her and focusing solely on taking care of Tianqi. Therefore, Liang Zhen cherished this opportunity for father and daughter to be together, wanting to make up for the paternal love he had lacked for Liang Meng over the years. He took Liang Meng to Disneyland, where they played through various attractions like the Wonderland Maze, Carousel, Roller Coaster, and Fairy Tale Castle. When they were about to ride the Ferris wheel, Liang Meng suddenly said she didn't want to ride anymore. Before, while waiting to board the next Ferris wheel, Liang Meng was full of excitement, eagerly anticipating the ride. But when it was finally time to go up, she changed her mind. Liang Zhen was surprised and asked his daughter why she didn't want to ride. Liang Meng's explanation astonished Liang Zhen. She said the Ferris wheel made some odd noises. Every time it turned to a certain position, it would emit a slight creaking sound. Because this sound was not continuous and seemed somewhat rhythmic, tourists probably didn't pay much attention to it. However, during the last 2 circles before the Ferris wheel stopped, that sound suddenly became irregular, sounding twice in succession each time. with the first sound being higher and the second an echo. She also pointed out that the staff managing the Ferris wheel didn't look as cheerful and relaxed as other operators. Just look at that staff member's changing facial expressions and the deep, troubled look in his eyes. He seemed very serious, as if someone owed him money. Liang Zhen thought his daughter might have watched too many detective novels. After all, he had bought her many detective novels featuring protagonists like Sherlock Holmes and Mido Shizu. So she was likely suspicious of everything. Since his daughter didn't want to ride, Liang Zhen took her to play elsewhere. That night, when they returned to the hotel, Liang Zhen turned on the TV, which reported a news story about a Ferris wheel collapse at an amusement park that resulted in casualties. And the incident occurred at the very amusement park Liang Zhen had taken Liang Ming to. One can imagine that if Liang Zhen had taken his daughter on the Ferris wheel at that time, the bodies covered with white cloth on the TV could very well have been them. Later, after police investigation clarified the cause of the Ferris wheel accident, it turned out that the staff member managing the Ferris wheel had recently lost his wife and son in a car accident, and the perpetrator had fled the scene. The police had been investigating for over a month without finding the truth, which left him feeling very distressed. So, during work hours, he drank a bit, and when the manager saw him, he deducted a month's salary, feeling that no one in the world truly cared for him. He harbored resentment and failed to report the malfunction of the Ferris wheel, ultimately leading to the collapse and causing injuries to several people. At that time, Liang Ming was only about 10 years old, and for such a young child to judge that the Ferris wheel might malfunction based on sound and to read the abnormal expressions of an adult was very surprising to Liang Zhen. Frankly speaking, Liang Zhen pondered, after that incident, I never doubted that Meng Meng could have caused the accident that harmed Tianqi. Her ability to think several steps ahead indicates that she shouldn't have let you and Tianqi go to the tiger enclosure to help her pick up her shoes. Back then, when Tianqi climbed the parallel bars, she should have known that Tianqi wasn't wearing non-slip shoes. Moreover, the night before Tianqi's accident, Meng Meng even sleepwalked. Could it be that Meng Meng secretly went into Tianqi's room and switched his shoes? Huo Zili stared into Liang Zhen's slightly fatigued eyes, noticing that his gaze was filled with contradictions and pain. As a father, he was actually doubting his own daughter, something he himself couldn't accept. At this moment, Huo Zili recalled many details from his past interactions with Liang Ming. For example, when she was younger, Liang Ming could tell that he liked her. And every time they had different opinions while playing games, she would say, if you don't play, don't think about playing with me in the future. For instance, during that time they were kidnapped, Liang Ming, at such a young age, could think of a clever way to deceive the kidnappers to escape. For another instance, since Liang Ming had such a high IQ and strong analytical skills, being a high achiever in artificial intelligence, why did she want him to investigate the truth behind the accident involving her father Liang Zhen? Logically speaking, whatever Huo Zili could think of, Liang Ming should also be able to think of. Why would she go to such lengths? These things seemed reasonable, provided that Liang Tianqi and Liang Zhen hadn't experienced any accidents. In fact, there was another explanation. Huo Zili asked Liang Zhen, "Uncle, have you ever considered that Ming Ming might have just been an innocent little girl who didn't understand the world? Later, because my aunt suspected that she harmed Tianqi, their relationship directly reached a freezing point. Afterward, Ming Ming always suspected my aunt wanted to harm her, which is why, at such a young age, she became very alert, always fearing that my aunt would harm her, and over time, developed her own set of skills." He continued, "Moreover, you also mentioned that you had bought a large number of detective novels from Ming Ming. Children have a strong ability to absorb new things. So Ming Ming might have learned something from those books." "You make a valid point," Liang Zhen said with a bitter smile. "Just hearing you say that, I actually feel quite ashamed. As a father, I actually doubted my own daughter." At this point, Huo Zili decided to throw out the crucial question. Besides, hasn't Uncle Li's investigation team already listed Ding Yi as the real culprit behind the scenes? Liang Zhen said in a muffled voice. "I saw the investigation results from Li Chengran. Many clues indeed indicate that Ding Yi is the main suspect, and he does have a motive to harm me. But in the end, Ding Yi didn't admit it, did he?" Huo Zili couldn't help but ask. "So it's because of that the company didn't report it or file a lawsuit against Ding Yi?" Liang Zhen shook his head and said, "Of course not. The reason I haven't sued Ding Yi is that I don't want to escalate this matter. It wouldn't be good for the company, including for Mengming's reputation. If there really is an illegal laboratory on this island that conducts experiments on mentally disabled youths, then the reason Liang Zhen mentioned can only be one of many. The biggest reason is that once the police get involved, they could seize the opportunity to uncover many other issues within the company. And if they trace back to the illegal laboratory, it would be a disaster for Yiri Group. This is a Huo Zili thought. At this moment, Liang Zhen's gaze began to wander, as if he was sorting through the chaotic thoughts in his mind. You know, Zili, I have also considered that the accident that happened to me could either be caused by Ding Yi or by Meng, or by both of them working together. Besides that, I can't think of any other possibilities. Huo Zili narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why do you suspect Ding Yi would conspire with Meng to harm you?" He had always suspected that Liang Zhen thought this way because of the fabricated elements in the story Liang Zhen told him about his past with Yang Shaoqian. The version told by Ding Yi was the true one, and now the conversation had finally circled back to this point. Liang Zhen said back then, "Ding Yi firmly believed that I was the one who caused Mengming's mother to die. Isn't that reason enough? If Ding Yi had informed Meng about this in advance, she would definitely hate me." Huo Zili, who had been plotting carefully for a long time, felt that Liang Zhen had brushed past this point too easily. "Hating you doesn't necessarily mean wanting to harm you," Huo Zili said. "Moreover, I have watched all the surveillance videos from the press conference. There is a segment featuring Ding Yi where he looks very surprised when he sees Meng. If they had prior communication, Ding Yi wouldn't have that kind of expression. However," Liang Zhen said softly, "right now, I would rather believe that this incident was caused by either Meng or Ding Yi, or both of them working together." Huo Zili was astonished. Why? Liang Zhen sighed heavily, as if speaking from the heart. "I owe Meng. No matter how, I have to repay her." Then his expression changed, and he added, "If this incident wasn't caused by Meng and Ding Yi, but by someone else, that would be too terrifying." Huo Zili frowned. "Terrifying?" "Yes," Liang Zhen said anxiously. "I'm certainly afraid that my daughter Meng won't be able to manage the company smoothly." Huo Zili sensed something from Liang Zhen's words. Yes, this is probably what they call the heartfelt concern of parents for their children. Even if their children commit the gravest mistakes, even if they turn against their parents, parents will still be tolerant, hoping that when they are gone, their children won't make them worry in another world. At this moment, Liang Zhen's gaze fixed intently on Huo Zili again. "So, you should understand something now, right?" Huo Zili blinked. "What do I understand?" Liang Zhen sighed. "I asked you earlier if you were an undercover agent, and I asked you, if your family committed a crime, would you send them to prison?" Huo Zili looked confused. He knew that what Liang Zhen wanted him to understand was not simply about how much he loved his daughter. There must be something deeper. Liang Zhen continued, "So, if Meng really did something wrong, and if you find out later, if you can't protect her, if you then think about sending her to prison, then I hope you stay away from my daughter and give up on pursuing her." Huo Zili lowered his gaze. At that moment, he didn't know how to respond to Liang Zhen's question. Between him and Liang Meng, it wasn't a matter of who pursued whom. It was a gradual development of feelings over time. He certainly didn't want Liang Meng to harm her own father. He didn't know if their close relationship affected his judgment, but his intuition told him that Liang Meng probably wasn't the murderer. However, his intuition also told him that Liang Meng was not as simple as she appeared. Sometimes, when you truly love someone, your curiosity about their inner self can surpass your desire for physical closeness. Huo Zili and Liang Meng had not yet progressed to that stage. Huo Zili was in a vigorous age, and Liang Meng was a childhood playmate, a girl he had long remembered. He certainly fantasized about something happening between them, but his rationality held him back, and he never dared to cross that line. He had his own worries. As for what those worries were, it was simply that he didn't know enough about Liang Meng. What if she really did something wrong? He couldn't imagine it. Yet, when he was with Liang Meng, he couldn't help but want to explore her inner thoughts. But now, his special identity made him tread carefully, so he could only treat Liang Meng cautiously, neither daring to get too close nor being indifferent. The duties of a police officer made him wary of disrespecting his profession. He knew that if he were to uncover something, it would definitely offend everyone. To others, he might still be seen as a fool. All of this was secondary to him. He truly didn't care. Everyone should maintain a belief in their profession. However, now that Liang Zhen A sickly old man who seemed to have little time left suddenly threw this question at him. How should he respond? He didn't want to lie, so he couldn't handle it. After all, he was still too young. Chapter 67. Purple Flame 7. Isn't it something you can't do? Liang Zhen stared intensely at Huo Zili, continuing to ask. No, Huo Zili said without hesitation. I don't want to let Meng Meng get hurt. Liang Zhen smiled with relief. Huo Zili's words did not betray his conscience. When we were young, I was timid, and Meng Meng often had to protect me. Huo Zili sighed now. I want to protect her. The conversation between the two ended with Liang Zhen's words. I believe you. A tiger doesn't eat its own cubs. In fact, people are the same. Liang Zhen and Huo Zili had talked for so long, pouring their hearts into it. Huo Zili didn't want to dwell on whether this was a distorted form of paternal love, because people are different. Most of the time, you cannot change others' opinions. Even changing yourself is not an easy task. After leaving Liang Zhen's bedroom, Huo Zili came out into the corridor and saw Liang Meng and Liang Tianqi still playing with remote-controlled cars. They were having a great time, their faces filled with innocent smiles. Huo Zili looked from a distance at Liang Meng's picturesque, innocent face, and he could never associate her with a suspect. He remembered the day of the press conference when he first met Liang Meng. Initially, he felt uncomfortable with her enthusiasm, and later, when she asked him to help investigate the truth behind her father Liang Zhen's accident, he thought she might have ulterior motives. However, as their relationship deepened, that feeling of disbelief towards Liang Meng gradually faded. Just moments ago, as Liang Meng's father, he found himself doubting whether his daughter would harm him, which both shocked and frightened him. Yet he gleaned some unusual insights from Liang Zhen's conversation. One of them was if Liang Meng was indeed so intelligent, why did she need to involve him in the case? Why did she often pretend to be clueless about investigations? However, he thought to himself, wasn't he also keeping secrets from Liang Meng? He could only hope that Liang Zhen's suspicions would not come to pass. At dinner, Huo Zili looked at everyone gathered around the table and pondered that not only Liang Meng had secrets, probably everyone had secrets, including himself. Of course, he was hiding a much bigger secret. Yes, he was an undercover agent. His seemingly ambiguous role as an undercover agent was no longer a secret in their eyes, and he had only a vague understanding of the secrets they held. His gaze inadvertently swept over each of them, everyone smiling and pretending to enjoy the moment. Yet he felt the atmosphere was quite oppressive. Everyone seemed very adept at disguising themselves. As for their true feelings about Liang Meng becoming the chairperson, who knows? After dinner, Yimei arranged for several people to rest in the bedrooms on the first floor. Liang Meng called Huo Zili out again, and the two went to the edge of a cliff on the island, watching the sea for most of the night and exchanging many sweet words. If Huo Zili had developed inappropriate thoughts towards Liang Meng at that moment, it would have been a perfect opportunity, because in his eyes, Liang Meng had been completely freed from all constraints by this romantic setting. However, Huo Zili never crossed that line. After returning to the villa's bedroom, it was already past 2 in the morning. Huo Zili was overwhelmed by sleepiness, so he took a shower, but when he lay down in bed, he was wide awake and couldn't sleep. He opened his phone and randomly found a science fiction novel. And the more he read, the more alert he became. The novel described a future where people lived in a high-tech world, where no one needed to study because everyone had a chip in their brain containing knowledge of 5,000 years of civilization. Hence, everyone became a genius. It also mentioned that in the future, all aspects of life were taken care of by robots, and 90% of human spouses were robots. As people could easily change a robot's personality and appearance, and robots could do everything humans could do, including making love. If a man wanted a quirky type, the robot would change to that type. If he wanted a gentle and virtuous woman, the robot would become a refined lady. If he wanted a passionate type, the robot would transform into a charming figure. For women wanting a muscular husband, like the Terminator, the robot would bulk up. And if they wanted the delicate young men seen on variety shows, the robot could become a handsome young man with red lips and white teeth. In short, the future seemed incredibly wonderful. Initially, Huo Zili was captivated, but later he felt nauseated. He couldn't imagine that if the future were truly as beautiful as the author described. With humans marrying robots, they would be happy for a lifetime. If there were no offspring to reproduce, humanity wouldn't last more than 100 years before extinction. What would happen to the world then? Would robots rule the Earth? Huo Zili turned off his phone and forced himself to drift off into a hazy sleep. In his dream, he saw his mother, who was inside a computer screen, asking him if he was having fun on Uncle Yang's island. He was startled awake. His mother was standing by his bed, talking to him through a computer monitor. The dream felt so real that it filled him with infinite fear. And soon he fell into a nightmare, struggling for a long time before waking up in a cold sweat. Later, Huo Zili fell into a deep, stable sleep. The next morning, he woke up to a woman's piercing scream. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and suddenly smelled something burning. Bewildered, he looked around, only to find that nothing in the room was inexplicably on fire. Huo Zili instinctively glanced out the window. The window was tightly shut and outside. The pale morning fog was mixed with a few strands of murky yellow smoke. In the distance, a red glow flickered, along with a thick cloud of black smoke drifting through the air. Then, he noticed smoke seeping in through the crack at the bottom of the bedroom door. Oh no, there's a fire outside. Huo Zili hurriedly got dressed and rushed out the door, finding no one in the corridor on the first floor. The source of the smoke was coming from the staircase, and he quickly ran towards it. Since his and Liang Meng's bedrooms were only separated by one room, when he reached Liang Meng's door, she happened to open it, and Huo Zili collided head-on with a wooden door, seeing stars and feeling a bone-crushing pain in his nose as the door echoed with a dull thud. Liang Meng exclaimed, looking at Huo Zili crouched on the ground, holding his nose in shock. She quickly knelt down to check if he was okay, noticing blood flowing from his nose. How coincidental. Let's stop the bleeding first. I'm fine. It happens often when you're a cop. I've gotten used to it. Huo Zili stood up, pulled out a tissue from his pocket, and rolled it up to plug his nostrils, then said to Liang Meng, let's go upstairs quickly. It seems there's a fire. As they climbed the stairs, they could already hear Yi Mei's sobs from above. As they went from the second floor to the third, the smoke thickened. Before they reached the third floor, they saw Huo Jinghua, Li Chengran, Yang Wanjun, Lu Huanan, and Yi Mei all gathered in the hallway, not moving up to the third floor. What happened? Huo Zili asked them. I don't know why, but the third floor is on fire, Huo Jinghua said. Is Uncle Liang still up there? Your Uncle Liang is still up there. Then hurry up and save him. Huo Zili pushed forward and continued running towards the third floor. Hearing Huo Jinghua's voice behind him, come back. What are you doing? There are robots. They're putting out the fire. After reaching the third floor, Huo Zili indeed saw two robots using fire extinguishers to put out a fire, even though they were on fire themselves. They only sprayed themselves briefly before continuing to aim at the flames engulfing the pile of burning material. At that moment, a robot charged out of the blazing fire, seemingly carrying a charred corpse. However, when the robot passed by Huo Zili with Liang Zhen in its arms, Huo Zili smelled a pungent, burnt odor. He focused his gaze and realized that the clothing on the charred body was completely gone, burned to blackened carbon, and he could only vaguely distinguish that the person was Liang Zhen from the skull and facial features. The robot mechanically carried Liang Zhen downstairs and placed the corpse at the feet of several people. When Yi Mei saw her husband had turned into a charred corpse, she fainted immediately, and Lu Huanan hurriedly supported her, then shot a glare at the nearby people, as if trying to clarify something. Huo Zili rushed down and asked them, where is Tianqi? The group exchanged glances, and no one knew whether Tianqi was still on the third floor. Lu Huanan shook Yi Mei a few times and asked sister-in-law, Sister-in-law, where is Tianqi? Yi Mei opened her eyes in panic and exclaimed, Tianqi, is Tianqi still on the third floor? My child. After saying this, Yi Mei began to cry again, breaking free from Lu Huanan and running toward the third floor. Lu Huanan and Li Chengran grabbed her. In fact, she had wanted to run upstairs when she discovered the fire, but she was stopped by several people. Does the robot that rescued my uncle know? Huo Zili asked. Yi Mei suddenly realized and quickly asked the robot, is Tianqi still upstairs? Hurry back to save Tianqi. The robot replied mechanically after inspection. Only the master is on the third floor. Yi Mei urgently said, my son Tianqi isn't up there? The robot responded, only the master was found. In a moment of desperation, Yi Mei punched the robot. Go back up and look for Tianqi. Hurry. The robot went upstairs and rushed into the fire scene. Huo Zili felt he couldn't help much at this point and thought of some remedial measures to minimize further losses. He quickly asked Yimei where the main circuit breaker was. Yimei told Huo Zili that the main breaker was on the first floor. Upon reaching the room with the main breaker, Huo Zili found that although the main switch was an empty leakage device, it had not automatically tripped. He thought to himself that fortunately, he had anticipated that each floor should have its own leakage protection system, meaning that when the power was cut off on the third floor due to the fire, it only affected the power supply for that floor. The wires were still connected, and if the fire spread down to the second floor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Subsequently, Huo Zili cut off the circuit between the second and third floors. Since the exterior of the stairs was made of wooden flooring, he poured a large amount of water at the stairway leading from the second to the third floor to prevent the fire from spreading. However, at that moment, he inadvertently glanced at the third floor corridor and noticed that the two firefighting robots were standing motionless in place, letting the flames engulf them. Meanwhile, the robot searching various rooms for Liang Tianqi was also standing motionless at the entrance of a room, partially obscured by the roaring flames. What puzzled Huo Zili was that the two firefighting robots were still spraying dry powder from their extinguishers. Yet they no longer extinguished the flames on themselves as they had before. The fire grew increasingly fierce, and the two firefighting robots, along with the robots searching for Tianqi, were burned to death on the third floor. Just as Huo Zili prepared to descend from the stairway of the third floor, he couldn't help but glance back at the rampant flames, noticing that among the towering fire, there was a mixture of some purple flames. Perhaps it was due to the overwhelming fire, as no one had ever witnessed such a scene before. Huo Zili walked down in despair. Looking at Yimei, it seemed she had fainted again after not seeing the robot bring Tianqi out for a long time. The third floor was eventually burned down to just a concrete frame. The fire continued until the afternoon before gradually extinguishing, and during dusk, there were still wisps of black smoke rising into the sky. The setting sun was blood red, casting an eerie black-red hue over the ruins of the third floor, which, from a distance, resembled a haunted building from a horror movie. Huo Zili stood outside the villa, looking up at the nearly burned-out frame of the third floor, when he saw a strange purple flame surging forth, only to vanish into nothingness in an instant. Yimei still hadn't woken up. A few people searched all the rooms on the first and second floors, but did not see any sign of Liang Tianqi. Afterwards, everyone poured water over themselves, put on masks, and went to the burned third floor, searching among the scattered remnants of fire for Liang Tianqi, but still found nothing. After coming down from the third floor, they decided to split into several groups to search for Liang Tianqi near the island and agreed to return before it got completely dark to avoid getting lost. As a result, they searched from dusk until evening but still could not find Tianqi. However, at that moment, they unexpectedly saw several robots from the surrounding woods near the island, frozen in place as if they had been struck by an invisible force, maintaining their running posture. Exhausted, the group returned to the villa. Huo Zili pulled the circuit breaker in the dark and returned to the well-lit living room, where he saw several people sitting on the sofa in a daze. Liang Meng was still wiping her tears, and Yimei had still not woken up. Chapter 68, Purple Flame, 8. Liang Zhen's charred corpse was hastily moved to the living room by several people. The foul odor of the burnt body was too unbearable, and based on this, Yang Wanjun found a large piece of white cloth from somewhere, folded it, and covered the body. Noticing that one foot was still exposed, he carefully pulled the cloth down, only to reveal half of the head. Liang Zhen's eyes had been burned black, with nearly black eyeballs bulging out, and the muscles on his face twisted into deep grooves, still showing that he had suffered inhuman torment and immense pain before dying. Who could have imagined that a once-renowned entrepreneur, praised by major news media for changing the world, would meet such a horrific and tragic end? Even though no one witnessed how he was burned alive, one could easily imagine a paralyzed patient, unable to move, lying in a room filled with flames. He must have wanted to cry out for help, but his throat had already been scorched by the thick smoke and flames. Even if he could produce a sound, the excellent soundproofing of the upscale villa meant that the people outside, still fast asleep, would not hear the cries of a paralyzed patient who was already on the verge of death, as the sound would not be loud enough. In this way, A powerful figure who once commanded respect and authority ended up in a perilous situation, calling out to the heavens and the earth in vain. Watching as flames recklessly climbed up his bed and then onto his body. He was horrified, helpless, sad, and in unbearable pain. One could only wonder if, in the last moments of his life, his mind recalled the things he had done, if there were people he couldn't let go of, or if he understood why he was dying. Yang Wanjun could only glance at the corpse's eyes once before he dared not look again. For those eyes were filled with too much pain and horror. He thought that if it were him, he would certainly muster the courage to find a dagger to end his own life, or if that didn't work, jump off a building. Damn, it was too cruel. As he thought about this, he folded the white cloth from a square shape into an irregular polygon to cover Liang Zhen's entire body. What caused this fire? No one knew. Everyone would likely assume that someone wanted to harm Liang Zhen. It all started with an unexpected malfunction of the first-generation thought control mech that didn't kill him directly but left him disabled. And now, there was another fire that trapped him in the house and burned him to death. What are the odds of such coincidences? They hadn't eaten all day, but none of them felt hungry. Even if the finest delicacies were laid out before them, they likely wouldn't have the appetite to eat, except for Huo Zili. He had seen dismembered and decayed bodies at crime scenes before, and such scenes were just as horrific as a charred corpse. In such an environment, it wasn't just the stench in the air. It felt like various viruses and bacteria from the corpses were permeating the air, invading every pore of their bodies. Now, that Uncle Liang has been burned to death. Should we report it to the local police? Huo Zili asked them. Li Chengran replied, it's best not to. Huo Zili asked Li Chengran, why not report it? I think the fire in Uncle Liang's room shouldn't be an accident. It's impossible for someone to have 2 accidents in just a few months. The probability of such occurrences is extremely low. He originally wanted to say that unless this was a supernatural event, where the King of Hell had marked Liang Zhen for death, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Such casual remarks were baseless and could easily be dismissed as nonsense. There is a story of a passenger who bought a ticket to a foreign destination. On the day the plane took off, he forgot to bring something important and went back home to get it. As a result, he got stuck in traffic and missed the flight. That same plane had an accident that day, and all passengers perished. The passenger felt fortunate to have escaped death, but later, when he took another flight, he was not so lucky and met with disaster. At a World War II tourist site abroad, which once attracted many visitors, a traveler went there alone and, while walking under an ancient wall with many tourists from different countries, the wall suddenly collapsed. Except for that lucky traveler, everyone else was killed on the spot. Years later, when he heard that the wall was about to be demolished, he thought of that incident and, by some strange fate, returned to the site to see the incomplete wall again. As he stood under the wall, it collapsed once more, this time killing him. These 2 stories are not mere tales. Huo Zili remembered that when he was young, he had seen a yellowed copy of a book called Reader that his father had treasured, which had lost its cover. Now he could only recall it vaguely. But in this vast world, there are indeed strange occurrences that have existed. You can escape the first day of the new year, but not the 15th, what Zili thought, feeling that it was all too coincidental. Zili, I'm not saying that the chairman's incident was an accident, Li Chengran said seriously. What I mean is that if the police from Country C get involved, it will be troublesome. This could mean that if the police need it, we have to cooperate with the investigation, and the company might get dragged into it, possibly leaking some of its secrets. Those things are invaluable, and if Country C takes the opportunity to acquire them, the company won't be able to bear the consequences. He continued, the chairman died in a mysterious fire, which is clearly not an accident, but more obviously, the identity of the culprit is already very apparent. Huo Zili was surprised, obvious? Li Chengran responded, when we weren't here, the chairman was living well. The moment we arrived, he had an incident. This indicates that the culprit is one of us. At this point, he glanced at the sleeping Yimei. Of course, it also includes my sister-in-law. She could have taken advantage of us. Lu Huanan raised his eyebrows and sneered, Old Li. That's just speculation, without any evidence. Why did the chairman's room suddenly catch fire? You haven't even investigated yet, and you're already jumping to conclusions. You should know that you have to be responsible for what you say. Li Chengran looked at Lu Huanan with a strange expression. Young Master Lu, I'm just making a rough guess. What's wrong with that? Why are you so nervous? What do you mean? Well, have I been nervous? Lu Huanan replied, I'm just stating facts. What is wrong with that? Li Chengran shot a sideways glance at Lu Huanan. If you're not nervous, why would you refute what I said? Lu Huanan coldly snorted. Are you the only one allowed to speak, the federal director? Can't anyone else have a say? Li Chengran wanted to retort, but Huo Jinghua quickly intervened. Is this how you two are going to act? What is the situation now? And you're still arguing. Innocent people will clear themselves. The guilty will reveal themselves. I support Li Chengran's viewpoint. Besides feeling sad about the chairman's death, I'm genuinely outraged. The culprit is despicable for using such a vile method against the chairman. Fine. Since we don't want to alert the police from Country C, let's investigate ourselves. At this point, Huo Jinghua turned to Huo Zili. Zili, you used to be a police officer and have some investigative skills. Why don't you come up with a plan, and we can follow you to investigate? Huo Zili nodded. Yimei woke up at this moment, and the first thing she said when she opened her eyes was, "Where is Tianqi?" A few people gathered around her, and Lu Huanan replied, "Sister-in-law, please remain calm. After the fire was extinguished, we checked all the places on the third floor and found no sign of Tianqi, which means he's still alive." Yimei's previously tense expression relaxed, and she immediately asked, could he have been burned to ashes? At this moment, 3 robots ran in from the open door of the living room. Their dull, bulb-like eyes scanned the room and finally fixed on Yimei. They marched up to her and greeted her in unison. "Madam." Yimei asked the 3 robots, "Where have you been? Why didn't you show up during the fire?" The 3 robots replied in unison again, "We received your call, madam, and hurried back, but later, due to a power outage, we could not receive any signals and were stuck there." In a daze, Yimei gradually figured something out. She slowly stood up, looking at Huo Zili with an incomprehensible gaze. She walked step by step to his side, and Huo Zili looked at Yimei in confusion, not understanding why she was looking at him that way. Suddenly, a loud slap rang out as Yimei's palm connected with half of Huo Zili's face. Huo Zili's eyes widened as he touched his burning, painful face, feeling completely bewildered by Yimei's actions. Immediately after, Yimei's hands fell like raindrops on Huo Zili's face and chest, her voice sharp and sorrowful as she shouted, "You give me back my son, you murderer!" Huo Zili stood there in shock, unable to comprehend why Yimei was saying this about him. However, as she was his elder, he felt aggrieved but did not retaliate or dodge. Liang Meng, who was still grieving, saw Huo Zili being hit and instantly became furious. She rushed forward, pushed Yimei aside, and angrily questioned her, "What are you doing?" Yimei stumbled backward, nearly knocked to the ground by Liang Meng. After steadying herself, she glared at Liang Meng with hatred and bitterly retorted, "Oh, so you're already protecting your lover before getting married. I see it's you and Zili, those 2 scoundrels. Who did this to Tianqi?" After saying this, she waved her hands and charged at Liang Meng, and the others, including Huo Zili, hurried forward to separate them. When they looked at the 2 women's faces, they had small scratches from each other's nails, as if they had been clawed by a cat. Huo Zili took out a tissue and carefully treated Liang Meng's wounds, while Liang Meng glared at Yimei with hatred. Yimei, equally furious, glared back at Liang Meng. Lu Huanan stood next to Yimei, looking at the wounds on her face with a complicated expression, raising his hand but stopping, as their identities prevented him from showing excessive concern for Yimei in such a situation. Li Chengran asked Yimei, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Why are you so angry?" Yimei glared at Liang Meng, her eyes bloodshot. The next second, her eyes became sour and she began to cry. If Zili hadn't cut off the power, those robots wouldn't have stopped working. Boo-hoo. Tianqi Wu Ti had been burned to nothing. Zili must have been misled by that little girl Liang Meng. "I'll fight you both." As soon as she finished speaking, she charged angrily at Huo Zili and Liang Meng again. But Lu Huanan grabbed one of her hands from behind, unable to pull her back. "Enough!" Huo Jinghua shouted loudly, immediately silencing everyone, and Yimei stopped her attack, staring blankly at Huo Jinghua. "Xiaomei, calm down for a moment," Huo Jinghua said. "How could Tianqi have been burned to death inside?" Old Liang was trapped because he couldn't move, which caused the tragedy. Tianqi has hands and feet. How could he not know to run? Perhaps he was scared and ran out, hiding somewhere we don't know. Even if he died in that fire, there would still be traces left. He wouldn't be completely burned to nothing. He continued, "Moreover, you just said that Zili cut off the power, causing the robots to stop working. But the robots were not connected to the circuit. Liang Ming calmed down, thought for a moment, and said, "So the firefighting robots stopped working because of the power outage." Huo Zili exclaimed, "What did you say?" Liang Ming explained, "It turns out my dad didn't directly control those robots. He sent commands through a wireless signal. When the power is cut, it's equivalent to the wireless signal disappearing, and those robots can't receive commands and can only stay in place, entering standby mode." Huo Zili stammered, "So, at that time, to prevent the fire, I had to cut off the circuit between the second and third floors by turning off the main power. But because I turned off the main power, those robots stopped firefighting?" Liang Ming nodded. Huo Zili continued, "So when we were outside looking for Tianqi, those robots we saw that were in running positions but not moving were also because I turned off the main power. So they couldn't get back in time to fight the fire. And when I returned and turned the main power back on, those robots received command again and came back here." Chapter 69, Purple Flames. 9. Yimei choked. "It's all my fault for being too anxious at that time and fainting. Otherwise, to save Tianqi, I wouldn't have let Zili turn off the power switch, even if it meant burning this place down." At this moment, she took out a remote control similar to a mobile phone from her pocket and continued, "This remote control connects to several computers on the first floor. Those computers are responsible for receiving and analyzing information, then issuing commands to the corresponding robots." Liang Ming temporarily set aside her estrangement with Yi Mei and couldn't help but ask, "Logically, you can directly control the robots with an intelligent remote control. Why go through all this?" Yi Mei didn't want to look at Liang Ming, but still answered her question. "Tianqi's dad is the first owner of the robots. I'm the second owner, and Tianqi is the third owner. The remote controls we each have are different and require fingerprint verification and so on. As for the principle behind it, I don't really know. It seems that the robots themselves can only accept messages from the outside and cannot process various information like a human brain in real time. They need intelligent computers to operate remotely." She continued, "When Tianqi's dad issues commands to the robots, my and Tianqi's remote controls become ineffective. Only when Tianqi's dad has no commands will the robots listen to my instructions, and then to Tianqi's." Huo Zili pondered, "Is it possible for those robots to attack their owners?" "No," Yimei said. "Those robots have certain prohibitions on what they can do for their owners, such as not being able to attack their owners, set fires, or poison." Huo Zili said, "Annie, I believe Tianqi is definitely fine. He might be hiding somewhere. I think we should send these 3 robots out to look for Tianqi. We can find a way to investigate how the fire started and why Uncle Liang was burned to death inside for no reason." "That sounds good. Let's hope Tianqi is okay." Yimei gave the 3 robots a command. "You guys hurry out to search for Tianqi and don't miss any place." Huo Zili observed the 3 robots and noticed that they didn't immediately respond to Yimei, but stood still for 3 seconds, then nodded and turned to run out. Remembering the robot he encountered near the island villa yesterday afternoon, it also paused for about 3 seconds before they started talking. Upon reflection, Huo Zili vaguely felt that Yimei's words should be credible. These robots indeed lack the ability to think and process problems independently. They need corresponding intelligent hosts to help them analyze and issue commands, and they will act according to the rules. The 3-second pause before they act or speak is the time it takes for them to communicate and relay information back and forth with the host. The surveillance footage comes from a room at the end of the eastern corridor on the first floor, where dozens of computers are placed. And the walls are filled with a chaotic array of monitors, all showing surveillance footage from various places on the island and inside the villa. Yimei had previously been furious with Huo Zili for turning off the power switch to prevent the fire from spreading, nearly breaking down. But it must be said that it was precisely because Huo Zili acted quickly that if the entire villa had burned down, they wouldn't be able to see these surveillance images now. After organizing these video clips, the following results can be concluded. Usually, Liang Zhen lives on the 3rd floor alone. Yimei lives on the 2nd floor, and Liang Tianqi sometimes lives on the 3rd floor and sometimes on the 2nd floor. On the day of the incident, according to the surveillance footage in the 2nd floor corridor, Yimei got up at 5:30 and went outside the villa. She has a habit of jogging in the morning, and occasionally Liang Tianqi would jog with her, but not today. Liang Tianqi had also not been living on the 3rd floor with his father these days, but had been staying on the 2nd floor. According to the content displayed in the surveillance footage, Liang Tianqi walked out of his bedroom around 5:40 this morning and then went to the 1st floor, heading towards the eastern corridor on the 1st floor. after which he flashed past the surveillance footage and disappeared. Because the camera in the eastern corridor had been broken for more than a month. Since the camera was indoors, and there usually was no one living on the first floor, Liang Zhen probably hadn't repaired it in time. In fact, the footage shows that not only was the camera in the eastern corridor broken, but there were also other cameras inside and outside the villa that were malfunctioning. Yimei said that since Liang Zhen returned to the island, he had become particularly negative and couldn't muster any interest in anything. So he was too lazy to have the robots repair those cameras. Yimei herself had suggested having the robots fix the cameras, but during the robots' inspection of the malfunction, they requested that Yimei replace some internal parts of the cameras. Yimei had been living as a housewife for years and had long lost touch with the outside world. When the robots mentioned those parts, she didn't know what they were and found it very troublesome. When she asked Liang Zhen, he didn't care either, and it was thus left unresolved. Due to the fire on the third floor, all cameras on that floor were destroyed. However, based on the footage automatically stored by the surveillance system, it could be determined that the fire on the third floor started at 5:55 in the morning, and the source of the fire originated from Liang Zhen's bedroom. However, before the fire started, there was no one who walked out of Liang Zhen's bedroom, and both Yimei and Liang Tianqi had not been to the third floor until last night before going to bed. After all, it was still early, and many people were likely still asleep, and Liang Zhen should be no exception. Yimei got up early because she wanted to jog. There was no need to disturb Liang Zhen at that time. Liang Tianqi got up very early today, and according to Yimei's explanation, it was because he had some issues with his brain and might get up at any time, sometimes even in the middle of the night, and would go out to play by himself. Fortunately, the villa is surrounded by cameras everywhere, and there are also robots acting as mobile cameras guarding the island. So no matter where Liang Tianqi went to play, his parents Yimei and Liang Zhen wouldn't be too worried. Currently, there are 2 points of suspicion in front of Huo Zili and the others. The first is that if the fire in Liang Zhen's bedroom was caused by human action, that person definitely would not be Liang Zhen himself. According to Yimei's account, Liang Zhen is now completely paralyzed, and there wouldn't be any dangerous items like knives or lighters on his bed, fearing that he might think of ending his own life. Although it is no secret that their marriage has long been troubled, Yimei said she could never commit such an act of murdering her husband. Accordingly, Huo Zili made a reasonable assumption. If the fire in the room was a typical locked room murder, then the killer would have 2 possible escape routes. The first is that since the killer did not exit through the door after committing the crime, they might have jumped out of the window to escape. However, according to the surveillance footage from the courtyard outside the villa, the windows in Liang Zhen's bedroom remained closed before and after the fire, and no one jumped out of the window. Moreover, the third floor is over 9 meters high. A normal person jumping from there would surely die. Alternatively, there might be another secret passage in the room that could help the killer escape. However, Huo Zili's assumption was quickly dismissed by Yimei. Yimei firmly stated that there were no secret passages in Liang Zhen's room, and further inspection confirmed this. Or, the killer might be hiding in some container in the room that wouldn't be burned by the fire, waiting for everyone to enter before slipping away. But this conjecture is equally invalid, because Liang Zhen's room has been burned beyond recognition, leaving nothing behind, and there is simply no hiding place for the murderer. Furthermore, according to the surveillance footage, the only people present on the island tonight are those who are here now, with no one else around. Moreover, when the fire broke out, no one came down from the third floor. Everyone rushed from the first floor to the third. It was also mentioned earlier that the only one with an alibi, Liang Tianqi, had not been to the third floor at that time. The second speculation is that the murderer set up a special mechanism in Liang Zhen's room, akin to a time bomb, which would ignite the room at a certain time. In the Republican era, there was a couple where the husband was a professional writer for a newspaper and the wife was very beautiful, with a lover outside. The husband was diligent in his work, spending day after day at his writing desk in his study. To be with her lover, the wife plotted to kill her husband. She made a cork specifically to block the spout of the kettle used for boiling water and then smeared it with poison like cyanide. Once the water boiled, the cork would be ejected by the pressure of the boiling water, landing on her husband's manuscript at his writing desk, prompting him to instinctively reach for it, leading to his death. This should be considered one of the earliest cases of a locked room murder involving a mechanism. The cunning wife did not personally boil water for her husband, She observed the maid's actions countless times and the positioning of the kettle. The objective conditions were very strict, and the wife conducted numerous experiments to calculate the differences in positioning that would affect the cork's ejection and its accuracy towards the target. To achieve this, she even had a local blacksmith custom make a kettle that looked identical to the original, thereby framing the maid for her husband's death. If the blacksmith who made that kettle hadn't been found later, the maid would likely have been wrongfully executed by the authorities. Another very typical case of a locked room murder involved the murderer tying a thin rope to some weapon inside the house. As long as the murderer pulled the rope from outside, it would trigger the mechanism. Such locked room murder cases are quite favored by many detective novelists and are habitually used. However, the two typical locked room murder cases differ from the accidental fire in Liang Zhen's room, as no one had been to Liang Zhen's room within the 8 or 9 hours prior to the incident, including the robots. However, as long as Liang Zhen's death had a cause and was not a suicide, Huo Zili believed that some clues would eventually emerge, though this might take time. Secondly, based on the surveillance footage, it has been confirmed that Liang Tianqi lost track of his whereabouts after entering the blind spot of the eastern corridor on the first floor. There is also no footage showing Liang Tianqi returning from that location. However, after everyone, including Yimei, searched all the rooms in the eastern corridor, they still did not find Liang Tianqi. Could it be that there was a malfunction in the surveillance footage, causing Liang Tianqi to leave the eastern corridor and go somewhere else? Fortunately, Yimei felt relieved that her son Tianqi had not perished in the fire on the third floor, which brought her some comfort. The 3 robots outside were still searching for her son, and perhaps they would bring him back at any moment. Yimei tried to calm her frazzled nerves and personally cooked rice for several people, but they all seemed to lack an appetite, each eating only a few bites before claiming to be full. Huo Zili advised his father, Huo Jinghua, to eat more, but Huo Jinghua showed a pained and frustrated expression, likely reminded of Liang Zhen's charred body, which became a haunting shadow in his mind, vivid and unshakable. After dinner, the robots still had not brought Liang Tianqi back, and Yimei began to worry about her son again. The others, seeing her distressed and sullen demeanor, tried to comfort her, but Yimei did not respond, sitting alone in silence, as if only half alive. The wounds on her face from Liang Ming's scratching contrasted sharply with her pale complexion, giving the impression of a sorrowful female ghost in this absurd and bizarre late night. Huo Zili suggested that they go to the third floor to check if they could find any new clues to solve the case, since no one could sleep anyway. The group made their way up the stairs to the third floor. The half-moon hung high in the sky, and the area, having been burned to a pitch-black state, seemed to exist like a black hole, absorbing the moonlight without reflecting it back, creating a dark and hellish atmosphere. Soon, Huo Zili asked Yimei, the owner of the dilapidated villa, if there were any ladders or electrical tape available, to which Yimei replied that there were, stored in the first-floor storage room. Yimei was puzzled and asked Huo Zili what he needed the ladder and electrical tape for. Huo Zili did not have time to answer her, heading straight down the stairs. About 15 minutes later, Huo Zili returned to the ruins on the third floor. He was not carrying a ladder, but he had a round LED light panel in his left hand and a few meters of electrical wire in his right. The wires were those he had cut when disconnecting the power supply between the third and second floors, which he had reconnected. The LED light panel was taken from the crystal chandelier in the first-floor living room. After connecting the light panel and the wires, he plugged the ends of the wires into the sockets in the second-floor corridor. Once the dazzling light from the panel illuminated the area, Huo Zili held the light panel and entered Liang Zhen's charred bedroom. But unfortunately, the wire was not long enough, so he could only place it at the door. Chapter 70, Purple Flame, 10. Seeing this, Yimei helped Huo Zili find some wires from home and connected them in series with the previous wires. Now, although the light from the lamp couldn't illuminate the entire ruins, it could at least be moved to any corner of the room. A few people began to follow Huo Zili, watching as he bent down for a moment to pick up a piece of burnt debris from the ground with 2 fingers, examining it closely. After a while, he picked up a half-burned transformer and scrutinized it carefully. Occasionally, he would also pick up a deformed piece of metal from the ground. Lost in thought, it was likely that no one knew what he was thinking at that moment, perhaps due to the glaring light, which created a visual distortion. When their eyes followed the bright light in Huo Zili's hand and got used to the illuminated small space, looking at other places suddenly made everything else appear pitch black, as if in a nightmare. Even the crescent moon above seemed to have turned a bloody red. A breeze blew through, carrying the scent of seawater mixed with the stench of death. Looking around, everything was a deep, hazy darkness like a nightmare, as if the island had merged with the boundless sea in the distance. The vast and endless darkness brought a sense of despair, and even the scattered streetlights on the outskirts of the island looked like the cold eyes of monsters staring down at the people above the ruins. Huo Zili was clearly unaware that the people around him had already filled with fear and anxiety deep inside, but this fear had long since vanished from his own heart. The cruel and vile environment had already given him a sense of belonging, just like a gambler who feels a rush of adrenaline upon seeing a betting table, or a boxer whose blood surges upon seeing a ring, or a drunkard who longs for alcohol when he sees it. The same goes for police officers. When they see a crime scene, they involuntarily become energized. The fire actually started from Uncle Liang's bed. Huo Zili frowned slightly, as if muttering to himself. What? Huo Jinghua asked in shock. What happened? Huo Zili replied. In the whole room, Uncle Liang's bed was burned the most thoroughly, not a single thing left, including the remote control car under the bed. He squatted down, picked up 2 bent and deformed iron rods from the spot where the bed had been, and continued, Look, this is the bearing part of the remote control car. After the fire broke out, the remote control car here was burned down to this little bit, while the remote-controlled cars scattered in other parts of the room weren't burned as severely. Liang Meng, using the remaining light from the lamp, looked towards the remote-controlled cars and transformers scattered in other corners of the room and sadly said, No wonder when the robots rescued Dad from the room after the fire broke out, they were already burned like that. It turns out the fire started from my dad's bed. Yang Wanjun pondered and said, after the chairman's unexpected incident at the press conference last time, he has been in a negative mood, listless. If at this time someone gave him a lighter, the chairman might. He didn't continue, but everyone here knew what he was implying. This line of thinking couldn't be dismissed. After all, Liang Zhen had become a person incapable of action before his death. Ordinary people could hardly accept this, let alone a prominent and famous entrepreneur like him. After Liang Zhen had a stroke, it was precisely because he couldn't accept his own immobility that the company developed the thought-controlled mecha. Who would have thought that the carefully developed high technology would lead to such a tragic accident? It is often said that misfortunes do not come alone. After the chip implanted in Liang Zhen's brain was removed, when he woke up, he found that he seemed to have entered a long sleep. Sadly, during the sleep, the memories that had inexplicably vanished did not even appear in dreams. He had no idea why his spine was broken or why he had lost his memory. So, he became fearful and despondent, like an invincible king suddenly lost in a battle, defeated and stripped of all his fighting spirit, extinguishing all his inner fire. His heart as dead as a light extinguished. As Yang Wanjun put it, if someone really incited him under such circumstances and gave him a lighter, would he press his thumb down and watch the flames ignite, setting his own blanket on fire? It's very possible. The 4 heroes and Liang Zhen, including Liang Zhen's wife Yimei, were not united. There were various contradictions among them. Even Liang Meng might harbor resentment against her father for her mother's death. And wasn't Liang Zhen himself suspicious that his daughter might be the culprit behind the accident of the thought-controlled mecha? While Huo Zili was absent-mindedly examining the remnants on the ground where the bed had been burned, he was also contemplating Yang Wanjun's speculation, thinking that if someone really gave him a lighter, this case might become another unsolved mystery like last time, because no one knew what the lighter looked like, and it had long been buried in the sea of fire. Without witnesses or evidence, there would be no way to continue the investigation. Suddenly, Huo Zili's eyes brightened, pulling him back from his negative thoughts. He picked up a small piece of gray-black microcrystal from the ground and held it in his palm, bringing the light closer to examine it. Puzzled, how could there be amorphous silicon here? Amorphous silicon? Liang Meng frowned slightly. How could it appear on my dad's bed? Huo Zili shone the light on the spot where he found the amorphous silicon and saw several bent metal rods and some metal debris, saying, The place where the amorphous silicon is located also has several remote control cars. He then reached down with 5 fingers to touch the ground, lifted his hand, and began to twist his fingers, muttering, "There are also sand grains on the ground." At this moment, Yang Wanjun asked, "What is amorphous silicon used for?" Liang Meng replied, "Amorphous silicon has many uses, such as in liquid crystal display components, photoelectric sensors, and electrostatic copying photosensitive films." Yang Wanjun asked again, "Can amorphous silicon cause a fire?" Liang Meng shook her head, "No, it can't." Yang Wanjun said, "Since it can't cause a fire, Zili, why are you studying this?" "It can," Huo Zili answered in a vague manner. Yang Wanjun asked without thinking, "What can?" "I mean, amorphous silicon can cause a fire." Huo Zili stood up, glanced around at everyone, and finally focused his gaze on Liang Meng, knowing that only she would fully understand what he was about to say. Logically, amorphous silicon should not appear in this place, because there was nothing here that could use amorphous silicon. Huo Zili paused, and then continued. "The only reason amorphous silicon could appear here is the element rubidium from the periodic table." "What?" Liang Meng was shocked, her eyes widening as she vaguely understood the meaning of Huo Zili's words. "That's right, it's the element rubidium," Huo Zili affirmed. Rubidium is a highly reactive alkali metal. Due to its very reactive properties, it is as soft as butter at room temperature. To prevent it from oxidizing in the air and causing a fire, it must be stored in glass bottles that are vacuum sealed or filled with protective gases like argon. If it accidentally spills out, it can spontaneously ignite surrounding flammable materials, including wooden floors. Liang Meng suddenly realized, "You mean someone placed a bottle of rubidium under my dad's bed?" "Yes." Huo Zili nodded, then gestured on the ground with his hand. Someone put the rubidium bottle in the deepest part near the wall under the bed, and nearby there are remnants of a remote-controlled car. This indicates that the murderer had previously placed the remote-controlled car used for the crime in a certain position outside. The murderer was outside and only needed to use the remote control to direct the car to hit that bottle of rubidium, thereby causing a fire. "Zili," Huo Jinghua hesitated and asked, "How do you know that the rubidium bottle was placed in that position?" Huo Zili glanced at his father and explained, "This is because there is some amorphous silicon here. When sand combines with rubidium, it forms some amorphous silicon." Huo Jinghua asked again, "Are you saying there is a lot of sand under the bed?" "That should be the case," Huo Zili said. "Tianqi often plays with sand and remote-controlled cars in his dad's room. When we were talking with Uncle Liang earlier, we also saw Tianqi make a mess with the sand and cars everywhere. The presence of so many remote-controlled cars under the bed indicates that Tianqi sometimes accidentally pushed them under the bed and might have left them there, allowing them to accumulate dust and sand. The wheels of the remote-control cars would also bring in some sand." He thought for a moment, and then said, "Perhaps the wheels of the remote-control cars wouldn't bring in a large amount of sand, but I don't know if you've noticed that most people, when cleaning their rooms, generally don't clean under the bed or the bottom of the coffee table. Over time, a lot of dust accumulates under the bed, and since Tianqi often plays with sand in the room, there would also be a lot of sand accumulated underneath." Huo Zili's gaze swept over the people in front of him, and he said with conviction that the murderer likely used this method. First using the remote to direct the car to crash into the rubidium, causing it to ignite, which then set the wooden floor and the plastic products on the remote-controlled car on fire, leading to the fire. At this moment, Li Chengran squinted his eyes and asked Huo Zili, "Are you really sure the murderer killed the chairman this way?" Huo Zili nodded. "I've been puzzled about why there was occasionally a flicker of purple flame on the third floor where Uncle Liang had the fire. Now I finally understand. When rubidium burns, it indeed produces a purple flame." Li Chengran closed his mouth. "Therefore," Huo Zili said seriously, "if the murderer took advantage of this opportunity, then the remote control should not have been disposed of yet. It might be hidden in some corner of this villa or was discarded by the murderer in a secret spot along the way when we were looking for Tianqi." It was clear that although Huo Zili did not directly say that the murderer was one of them, the implication was clear. The others did not express any objections. "In any case," Huo Zili said firmly, "to prevent the murderer from further destroying evidence, we must conduct a search tonight. Even if the murderer has already disposed of that remote control, the chances are 50-50. When I was a police officer, as long as there was a 1% possibility, I would still try to solve the case, even if that possibility is minimal and the cost is disproportionate. We must do this so that Uncle Liang can rest in peace." Do you all agree? As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Zili noticed that everyone here was looking at him with strange and astonished expressions. Li Chengran smiled and said coldly, Zili, you really look like a police officer right now. Huo Zili did not give Li Chengran any face, as it was not a time for jokes. Uncle Ali, I believe each of us wants to know who the murderer is. Let us take revenge for Uncle Yang, shall we? Li Chengran's face stiffened for a moment, and he awkwardly said, That's true. So let us start the investigation. Should we split up or? Before Li Chengran could finish, Huo Zili interrupted, No, we'll act together. This way, we can supervise each other well. Next, Huo Zili led several people to conduct the search operation. First, they checked every room on the first and second floors of the villa together, especially conducting a detailed search of each person's bedroom, including Yimei's bedroom, but unfortunately, they found no trace of the remote control. Then, they went outside the villa. Everyone took out their phones, turned on the flashlight function, and retraced their steps along the route they had taken while searching for Tianqi, looking through the nooks and crannies along the sides of the road. However, the final result left Huo Zili greatly disappointed, as they still did not see any sign of the remote control. Feeling dejected, Huo Zili recalled that during the fire, according to the footage from the surveillance video, everyone had rushed up to the third floor to try to extinguish the fire, and had ultimately retreated because the flames were too severe. Could one of the murderers have taken that opportunity to throw the remote control into the fire, which by now had turned to ashes? Just then, the three robots returned to the villa and told Yimei that they had not found any trace of Liang Tianqi. The robots' eyes were cameras, and they had night vision. They recorded what they saw while patrolling. Their search for Liang Tianqi on the island was akin to conducting a carpet search, yet they still failed to find him, which chilled Yimei's heart to the bone, making her nearly faint again. At this moment, it was already deep into the night. Chapter 71, A Tricky Investigation 1. It was deep night. The world was silent, not a sound to be heard. Not long ago, the roar of the sea could still be heard, but now it was completely gone. Where had Liang Tianqi gone? They did not know. The remote control used to start the fire and commit murder. Where was it now? Had it turned to ashes along with the fire? They had no answers. A few people looked at each other helplessly, exhausted yet unable to feel any drowsiness. They were in the bright light of the crystal chandelier in the living room. Yet it felt as if the darkness of the entire world was watching and mocking them. Perhaps one of them was also a part of that darkness, hiding their inner derision behind a facade of confusion. Huo Zili looked at Yimei, who sat on the sofa, seemingly in despair over the disappearance of her son, Liang Tianqi, and suddenly asked her a strange question. Aunt, are there any secret rooms in the various rooms along the corridor on the east side of this villa? Although Liang Tianqi was mentally challenged, he shouldn't be foolish enough to jump into the sea to end his life. Since the robot had searched the entire island and found nothing, it suggested he was likely still in some room on the first floor east side. The only explanation for his absence, aside from potential camera malfunctions, seemed to be the existence of a secret room. Secret room. Yimei suddenly seemed to think of something. She hurriedly ran towards the east corridor, and Huo Zili, Liang Meng, and Yiri Jie quickly followed. Yimei entered a room at the end of the corridor, and the others followed her in, discovering it was a study filled with bookshelves and various books lining the walls. Huo Zili surveyed the study and suddenly recalled having seen Liang Zhen on the cover of a magazine a few years ago. At that time, Liang Zhen was sitting at a desk piled with books, his wise smile giving a warm and approachable feeling. Presumably, the background in that magazine cover photo came from the study. However, every book on the shelves looked brand new, as if they had never been opened. Many wealthy individuals enjoy having their own studies filled with books, yet seldom read them. Perhaps Liang Zhen was just putting on a show, Huo Zili speculated. Yimei approached one of the bookshelves, pulled off 2 books from the top, and reached to touch a round button on the wall behind them. Immediately, a square section of the marble floor, smooth as a mirror, suddenly rose, revealing a staircase leading down to a dark hole. Everyone was taken aback as they saw Yimei approach the staircase leading underground with a nervous heart, calling out, Tianqi? There was no answer. Huo Zili looked into the dark depths of the staircase and asked Yimei, Aunt, is there any lighting in this basement? Yimei shook her head, replying, I'm not sure. I only know that your Uncle Liang built this secret room, but never went inside. Tianqi probably doesn't even know this place has a secret room. Huo Zili took out his phone, turned on the flashlight, and bravely walked in, pondering that from observing Yi Mei's expression, she seemed to be answering his question quite naturally. And it didn't look like she was lying. Then he thought again, why would Liang Zhen have built a secret room here? Could it be that this secret room was the secret laboratory where Liang Zhen hired scientists to conduct experiments on mentally challenged youths? Once downstairs, he began to shine the flashlight around every corner of the room, discovering that the secret room contained only a bed and cold, bare walls, which didn't resemble any kind of human experimentation lab. He did not find Liang Tianqi, but suddenly, Huo Zili noticed a flickering glow beneath the bed. He stepped carefully towards the bed, but tripped over something and stumbled. Turning back with the flashlight, he found a small blue ball on the ground, about the size of his fist, covered in evenly spaced spikes with a red string attached, resembling a child's toy. He didn't pick up the ball, as his instinct told him that the flickering glow beneath the bed might be Liang Tianqi's eyes, since this ball was likely one of his toys. When he squatted down to shine the flashlight under the bed, a black figure suddenly dashed out like a startled bird, knocking Huo Zili to the ground, and then limped away in a panic up the stairs. Tianqi! Yi Mei's brows furrowed in joy, tears streaming down her face as Liang Tianqi ran out of the basement. She hurriedly embraced him, saying, "Thank goodness you're okay. You almost gave me a heart attack." While complaining, she released her son and looked him up and down, asking, "What happened to your leg? Why do you have injuries on your face?" Liang Tianqi stammered, "Mom, I fell." Yi Mei exclaimed, "How did you fall?" Liang Tianqi replied, "I wanted to go down to play, but I accidentally fell." Yi Mei wiped her tears, saying, "You child, you're so worrisome. How did you know there was a secret room here?" Liang Tianqi said, "Mom, I didn't tell you I already knew, because I was afraid you wouldn't let me come." "Silly child." Yi Mei lightly tapped her son's arm. "If I had known you were hiding here, I wouldn't have worried so much throughout the day. Why did you just hide inside and not come out?" Yi Mei asked, "Do you know how anxious I was?" Liang Tianqi cried, "Feeling wronged, I fell and then fell asleep." Everyone present thought he must have fainted from the fall, including Huo Zili. Although Huo Zili heard the conversation above, he chose not to go up. He stood up, holding his flashlight, and circled the walls of the secret room, observing its mysteries. Why did Liang Zhen build a secret room here? There must be a reason, even though he didn't discover anything special. Huo Zili still linked the secret room to a laboratory for human brain experiments, but unfortunately, he didn't find any new discoveries and had to leave the secret room. He walked down a few steps of the staircase and then turned back. The flashlight beam illuminated the toy ball covered in spikes, and he subsequently picked it up. The ball was likely made of soft silicone. Despite its spiky surface, it felt nice to the touch, though it was heavy, and he had no idea what was inside. Huo Zili exited the secret room, and when Liang Tianqi saw him, he was so frightened that he hid behind his mother, Yi Mei. Yi Mei was surprised and asked Liang Tianqi, "Son, he is your brother Zili. Why are you afraid of him?" I. Liang Tianqi stammered, unable to speak. Yi Mei squinted her eyes, asking, "Son, why are you afraid of him? Did you see something?" Huo Zili felt a chill run down his spine. What did Yi Mei mean by asking Tianqi like this? Was she suspecting that Liang Tianqi had seen him harm Liang Zhen? Or was she trying to coax her son, who was intellectually sound, into saying something inappropriate? Huo Zili was not narrow-minded. He figured anyone who heard Yi Mei say that would think the same, even directly confronting her to ask what she meant. But Huo Zili did not lose his temper over this. The young Huo Zili was not like this yet, and the adult Huo Zili was even less likely to be so. Calmness and silence do not always indicate retreat and concession. At this moment, Yi Mei noticed that Liang Tianqi was slow to respond, and her expression became somewhat serious. "Son, your mother is right here. No one dares to bully you, including your brother. If you see something, be brave and speak up." Huo Jinghua could no longer hold back and retorted, "Xiao Mei, what do you mean? Do you suspect Zili did something wrong to Tianqi?" Yi Mei collected her seriousness, forced a smile, and said, "Hua Ge, don't misunderstand. How could Zili do anything wrong to Tianqi? It's just that I am frustrated. Tianqi is too timid, and I don't want to see him so cowardly." I'm just asking him why he is afraid of Zili. Huo Jinghua countered. Then why don't you ask Tianqi if he saw Zili doing something? Yimei struggled to contain her anger. Her already gloomy face gradually turned red. Suddenly, she shouted, "Is it only allowed for Zili to suspect others? Can't others suspect Zili? Zili has been taking us around all day, but nothing has been found. When the fire broke out on the 3rd floor this morning, Zili went back and forth several times. Who can guarantee he didn't throw the remote into the fire to destroy evidence? Who can guarantee he isn't the thief calling out to catch the thief? Huagu, don't forget, the real murderer trying to frame old Liang is among us. Until the true culprit is found, anyone could be the murderer, including your son Huo Zili." She sneered and continued, "I find it strange. Why do I only ask Tianqi a simple question, and before Tianqi even answers, you react so strongly? The innocent clear themselves, and the guilty reveal themselves. Is it really necessary to react like this?" Her words left the usually stoic Huo Jinghua dumbfounded, his eyes reddening. If the other party were not Liang Zhen's wife, even with his good upbringing, he might have cursed her as a shrew at this moment. "Dad, don't say anything," Huo Zili comforted his father. "My aunt is just asking Tianqi a question. Let her ask. There's no need to be like this." Huo Jinghua replied, "But Tianqi is a fool. Can you trust a fool's words?" Yimei was taken aback and then roared like a lioness. "Who are you calling a fool? You're the fool." Huo Jinghua suddenly realized he shouldn't have said that. He slapped his forehead and sighed. "I'm sorry, Xiaomei. I shouldn't have said that about Tianqi. Once he is treated with a brain chip, he might be smarter than any of us." "Don't say that," Yimei said with a bitter smile. "I know Tianqi is a fool, but you shouldn't say that. Besides, fools have no scheming, no brains, and they don't lie. How can you not trust a fool's words?" Huo Jinghua took a breath and helplessly said, Trust, you should trust him. Go ahead and ask Tianqi." After saying this, he looked at his son Huo Zili, who shook his head at him, signaling him not to continue arguing with Yimei. Yimei then asked Liang Tianqi, "Son, you see how powerful your mom is. No one here dares to bully us mother and son. If you really saw something, speak up boldly. Do you understand?" Liang Tianqi nodded and began to look at Huo Zili with fear in his eyes, stammering, "Just now, Brother Zili in the basement scared me with a flashlight." Yimei asked in surprise, "Is that all?" Liang Tianqi replied, "That's all." Yimei asked, "Nothing else?" Liang Tianqi, looking confused, responded, "What else is there?" Yimei blinked, caught off guard by her son's question. She lowered her head in shame, quickly admitted her mistake, and then smiled sweetly at Huo Zili, explaining, "Zili, you saw I was just asking Tianqi. I don't want him to be so timid, don't mind it. I just had a little argument with your dad. It was just words, I got carried away." She then shyly smiled at Huo Jinghua. "Huo, that is how it is, right?" Huo Jinghua looked embarrassed and could only smile. "That is how it is. I shouldn't have countered you. You were educating the child." Yes, he. Yimei's smile was charming and graceful, full of allure. It was hard for anyone to associate such a well-maintained, naturally beautiful middle-aged woman with the earlier shrew. At that moment, Liang Tianqi started crying again while hitting Yimei with his palm. "Say, Mom, you're lying. Brother Zili scared me, and you're still smiling at him. You're lying. Slap." A loud slap landed on Liang Tianqi's face, leaving 5 finger marks on his collagen-rich cheek. Liang Tianqi looked at Yimei in shock, unable to believe that his mother would hit him at this moment. "Wow." Liang Tianqi cried like a child. Yimei, with a disappointed face, shouted loudly, "No crying." Liang Tianqi's crying stopped for a few seconds, but tears still flowed from his eyes. At that moment, he noticed his mother's eyes were also filled with tears, about to spill over, and he began to wail again. "You're still crying. No crying." Yimei, unable to contain herself, cried while raining slaps down on her son, who was even taller than her. The others saw this and rushed to pull the mother and son apart. Chapter 72. A Tricky Investigation 2. Only Huo Zili remained motionless. He watched the sudden farce with an expressionless face, feeling a deep pity for Yimei, this grieving woman. Just moments ago, this neurotic woman had insulted him, and before that, she had blamed him for not being able to find her son, resulting in an unwarranted scuffle. Now, with an air of righteousness, she was accusing him of being the murderer, which he found utterly intolerable. He could have disregarded it all, But now seeing Yimei nearly collapse as she struck her own son, he felt not only a sense of regret, but also an inexplicable sense of pleasure. No one is perfect, and Huo Zili was no saint either. He had simply chosen to be a good person. Thus, he felt ashamed of the strange schadenfreude he was experiencing. He did not step forward to intervene, but he said one sentence that calmed everyone down, including Yimei. He said, "I might have found a remote control." In an instant, everyone froze, looking at him with astonished expressions. Only Liang Tianqi remained in the corner, sobbing quietly like a child. Huo Zili met the gazes of the crowd, looked down at the toy-like spherical object in his hand, and slowly raised his hand, holding the small ball. With his other hand, he opened a small compartment on top, revealing a black spherical object covered in many small square buttons, resembling a Rubik's Cube. Next, Huo Zili took a set of keys from his pocket, removed a fruit knife from it, and carefully twisted it into a tiny cross screw on the black ball. The screw fell to the ground with a soft metallic sound. Following that, Huo Zili twisted the remaining screws, and 6 small cross screws fell from the black ball, which split in half, revealing a cube made up of 6 square circuit boards in front of everyone. "Look," Huo Zili pointed to the power circuit on the cube and continued. "The power lines on this board seem tangled and complex, but in fact, it's just a simple parallel circuit. That is to say, no matter which button you press, the end result will be the same." Liang Meng asked suspiciously, "To trigger the remote-controlled car to crash into that rubidium element?" Huo Zili nodded. Yang Wanjun asked in surprise, "Where did you find this remote control?" Huo Zili replied, "In the basement of this room." "What?" Yimei stared at Huo Zili with disbelief. "You found this remote control in the basement?" "Yes," Huo Zili said truthfully. Yimei quickly attacked Huo Zili with her quick-thinking mind. "Zili, you have really disappointed me. Are you suspecting Tianqi? But don't forget, Tianqi is just an idiot. What ability does he have to harm his father? What reason does he have to harm his father?" She sneered and continued, "Oh, I finally understand. Zili, you are indeed the mastermind behind the plot to harm Tianqi's father." Huo Zili tried to suppress his urge to explode and prepare to let Yimei continue speaking. Yimei coldly stated, "The secret room in this house has never been used. Tianqi's father built this secret room on a whim when he was constructing the villa. Over the years, neither Tianqi nor I have ever come here, and Tianqi certainly doesn't know there's a secret room here. Now Tianqi actually went in there to play. I can only say." At this point, Yimei fixed her gaze on Huo Zili, paused, and then said, "When the fire broke out on the 3rd floor, it could have been extinguished, but because you privately cut off the power, the robot stopped working to save the fire. Later, the murderer's plan to kill and set fire was also inferred by you to be triggered by remotely controlling the car to cause the fire. Then you led us around in circles searching for the remote control. At first, we wasted a lot of time and found nothing. And you even asked me if there were secret rooms in the rooms where Tianqi disappeared in the East Corridor. As a result, not only did we find Tianqi, but you also found a remote control." Huo Zili could feel his face turning red. It seemed he was being driven to the brink by this unreasonable woman. Yimei continued to ramble on to others about the coincidences of these events, while Huo Zili's mind went blank, as if a swarm of flies was buzzing in his ears. He didn't want to listen to this woman ramble on with her nonsensical suspicions any longer. He needed to remain calm, quickly organize his thoughts, and prove his innocence. Yimei cast a mocking glance at Huo Zili. "I never expected you would frame that idiot Tianqi. Are you hoping for Tianqi to go to jail?" Huo Zili exhaled a long sigh and said gravely, "Aunt, you are the elder, so I can overlook your misunderstandings about me. However, if I were really the murderer, would I be foolish enough to frame Tianqi? You just said Tianqi is an idiot. How could he have devised such a precise murder plan?" Yimei sneered coldly. "Who knows what tricks you're up to?" Huo Zili sighed. "I don't understand why you have such a strong prejudice against me. I don't ask you to believe me, but can you please refrain from attacking me and let me finish speaking?" Yimei said, "Go ahead." Huo Zili said, "When I went down earlier, it was too dark, and this remote control tripped me. I didn't pay much attention to it at the time, but later when I went out, I accidentally saw this toy-like object again. I was curious about it. Clearly, it looked like a toy, yet I had never seen such a toy in other places in the villa. In Uncle Liang's bedroom, there are so many of Tianqi's Transformer toys, but there is no sign of this strange object. Yimei said, "I've never seen this thing before. It must have been brought in by you." Her eyes swept over everyone, finally landing on Huo Zili. "It must have been brought in by one of you from outside." Huo Zili said, "Until the truth is clarified, anyone could have done it." Yimei said, "But that does not include Tianqi." Huo Zili nodded. "Yes, it does not include Tianqi, but the murderer used Tianqi." Yimei's eyes widened. "The murderer used Tianqi?" "Exactly," Huo Zili said. "What truly piqued my interest in the spherical object was the red string tied to its outer soft cover." Several people listened intently. "When we first entered this room, I noticed it was unusually clean, except for a small piece of red string on the floor, which I didn't pay much attention to at the time." Huo Zili took a couple of steps to the side, squatted down, and picked up the small piece of red string at the edge of the basement entrance. He then said, "If they were in different rooms, I wouldn't take care. The key point is that they are in the same room. One piece on the ground and the other in the basement." At this point, Huo Zili took out the covering that had wrapped the remote control and gently pinched the red string on it with 2 fingers, placing it next to the small piece of red string found at the basement entrance. Pondering, these 2 red strings are indeed the same. If you don't believe me, you can take a closer look. They match perfectly at the junction. Li Chengran squinted at Huo Zili, seemingly not understanding what trick Huo Zili was trying to pull, and asked, "What does this prove?" Huo Zili said, "Based on where they were placed before we discovered them, it's not hard to see that the red string on the other end of this remote control was wedged between the floor tile covering the basement entrance and the gap between the edge floor tiles. Anyone who opens the basement entrance would cause this remote control, suspended by the red string, to fall down below, and a strong impact upon landing would directly trigger any switch on the remote control. The fire probably started the moment Tianqi Gu opened the basement floor tile and entered." Several people stared at Huo Zili in shock, unable to speak for a long time. "You think I've watched too many movies?" "There's no need to think that." Huo Zili said, "I used to be a police officer. Although I've been dismissed, that doesn't mean I was useless while I was a cop. Of course, to validate my point, we need to conduct a field experiment to prove my theory." Huo Zili then asked Yimei, "Auntie, do you still have Tianqi Ji's remote control car at home?" Yimei hesitated and said, "Yes, there should be many in Tianqi's room." "What do you need it for?" Huo Zili said, "To do an experiment." Yimei told Liang Tianqi, "Son, go get a remote control car from your room." At this moment, Liang Tianqi had stopped crying, curled up in the corner, picking his nose and eating it. He seemed not to have heard his mother calling him. Yimei yelled again, "Tianqi, didn't you hear your mom talking to you?" Liang Tianqi paused for a moment. Yimei said, "Son, hurry. Go get a remote control car from your room to show your uncles and aunts. Okay?" Oh, Liang Tianqi got up and ran outside. "Tianqi, go. Wait a minute." Huo Zili suddenly called out to Liang Tianqi. Liang Tianqi turned around in surprise. Huo Zili said to Yimei, "Auntie, the 3rd floor is burned like that. Will Tianqi Gu be stimulated when he sees it?" Yimei replied, "That's true. What was I thinking earlier? Tianqi, you stay here. Mom will go get it." Huo Zili said, "If there are many, it's best to get 2. Yimei responded with an Liang Tianqi watched as his mother left alone. He fearfully glanced at the people in the room, then chased after her, saying, "Mom, I'm scared. I'll go with you." "Scared of what, really?" Liang Tianqi followed behind Yimei, and they went to Liang Tianqi's room on the 2nd floor. After going down the stairs for a short distance, Tianqi asked Yimei, "Mom, why does it look so dark and dirty up there?" At this time, Yimei replied, "Your dad got angry when he couldn't find you today, and as a result, he burned the 3rd floor. You mustn't go up. It's really dirty there." "What about Dad?" "Your dad has gone abroad for surgery. You won't see him for a while." "Is Dad mad at me?" "No. How could your dad be mad at you?" "I miss Dad. If you don't listen to me, in a few days, you won't see Mom either." "No, I will listen." Liang Tianqi's intelligence was now that of a 4 or 5-year-old child. In a child's heart, even if they were scolded by their parents, after a while, the fear and grievances of their parents' anger would vanish, and their parents would again become the closest people in their world. However, over the years, Liang Tianqi had grown taller day by day, transforming from a little child into a remarkably handsome young man, yet his intelligence remained that of a child. Perhaps that's why Yimei, in her disappointment and sadness year after year, gradually became the spoiled and resentful woman she is today. She loves her son, and she also hates him. After a while, the sound of the 2 coming downstairs was heard, with Yimei and Liang Tianqi each holding a small transformer. Huo Zili looked at the 4 miniature transformers on the ground and said to Liang Tianqi, "Bro, can you use your remote control to turn these 4 transformers into remote-controlled cars?" Liang Tianqi did not answer. Blankly picked up the original remote control he had brought from his room, pointed it at one of the transformers, and pressed the button. Then the transformer changed into car mode. Immediately, Liang Tianqi put the original remote control into his pants pocket and took out another original remote control from another pocket, pointing it at another transformer and pressing the button. "All right, bro, great job." Huo Zili gave Liang Tianqi a thumbs up as he looked at the 4 remote control cars on the ground, and Liang Tianqi showed a proud, silly smile. Then, Huo Zili raised his arm, looked at the cube remote control in his hand, and pressed a button on top. Suddenly, all 4 remote-controlled cars dashed forward, quickly hitting the opposite wall. Some merely spun around and raced off in another direction, while others were directly flipped over by the wall, lying on the ground with their wheels spinning rapidly, making a sound like cicadas. "Just as I guessed," Huo Zili said solemnly. "This cube remote control is actually a universal remote that can be used for any remote-controlled car. But it seems it can only command the remote-controlled cars to move forward. That's its only function. If you want to kill someone, that one function is enough." Chapter 73. A Tricky Investigation. 3. Huo Zili's analysis was not wrong. The murderer indeed used Liang Tianqi and meticulously planned the incident that led to Liang Zhen's demise in the fire. However, the only uncertain factor was that the timing of the murder was filled with randomness. Huo Zili continued along his line of thought, saying, "The reason I say this murder is filled with uncertainty in timing is that no one can determine when Brother Tianqi would come to this room or when he would go to the basement to play. It might not be today, but tomorrow, or perhaps 3 to 5 months later. Unless," he squinted his eyes, "this morning someone lured Brother Tianqi to this room." Huo Zili looked around at everyone, observing their reactions. Each person looked at him with innocent eyes, seemingly confused. Liang Meng said, "Actually, we can check the surveillance footage to see who else came to this room before and after the fire, besides my brother." Huo Zili frowned and said, "The camera in the East Corridor just happens to be broken, so we can only summarize and see who entered the East Corridor from nearby surveillance footage. But we can't determine who came into this room. A few people went to the surveillance room, and after a series of checks of the surveillance videos, they identified 3 people: Li Chengran, Lu Huanan, and Huo Jinghua. Li Chengran and Lu Huanan both lived in 2 rooms in the East Corridor, and Huo Jinghua went to the East Corridor this morning to use the restroom, which happened to be very close to the room with the basement, right across from it. Later, Huo Zili suggested expanding the range of the surveillance footage to see who had been in the East Corridor since yesterday afternoon. The result showed that everyone became a suspect, as they all went to the East Corridor yesterday, claiming it was for the restroom. The murderer was among these few people, yet the current investigation seemed to have led Huo Zili into a dead end. Since we cannot verify anything from this investigative direction, Huo Zili said, "Let's change our strategy and investigate the remote-control cars." Yang Wanjun was taken aback. "Zili, those remote-controlled cars used in the crime have been burned to ashes. How can you investigate that?" Huo Zili replied, "The remnants of those remote-controlled cars only tell us the method the murderer used. It is precisely through those remnants that we deduced that Uncle Liang's death was not an accident. However, the key point is that this universal remote can only command the remote-controlled cars to move forward. It cannot turn or reverse. This indicates that the murderer must have placed the remote-controlled car under the bed in advance, perfectly aimed at that bottle of rubidium." He continued, "The murderer was calculating and meticulously planned, executing a brilliant killing by proxy. I believe he would not use the remote-controlled cars that Brother Tianqi usually played with, because he couldn't be sure those cars wouldn't malfunction. If the remote-controlled cars failed to respond to the remote control, then this murder would be in vain. So, at this point, Huo Zili looked at the others with a hint of confusion. Liang Meng then asked, "So what? You should just say it." Huo Zili pondered, "So, who among you gave Brother Tianqi a remote-controlled car as a gift yesterday?" You may said, "Zili, I remember you gave a remote-controlled car to Tianqi, right?" "Yes, I did give a remote-controlled car to Brother Tianqi. Ever since we were kids, Tianqi, Meng, and I often played with toy cars together. After Tianqi had his accident, he seemed to have forgotten many things, but he never forgot about remote control cars. Over the years, I noticed his interest in remote control cars never changed, so I gave him one. However, Huo Zili shifted his tone. The remote control car I gave to Brother Tianchi was never unwrapped. It remained on Uncle Yang's bed. Yimei looked at him with a challenging gaze and asked, "Who can prove that?" Huo Zili looked at Yimei's gloating expression and sighed. "Yesterday, I was the last one to leave Uncle Liang's room. If no one else went to that room afterward, and no one even brought dinner to Uncle Liang, then of course, no one can prove anything for me." Everyone's gaze focused on Yimei. In fact, everyone present knew very well that the relationship between Yimei and Liang Zhen was not good. However, as a couple, not even bringing dinner to a paralyzed husband was too inhumane. Yimei's face turned slightly red, whether she felt ashamed, embarrassed, or angry for being caught out by Huo Zili, who knows. She indeed did not bring dinner to her husband last night. She had a robot do it instead. Deep down, she wished her husband would die sooner. That was her true feeling. Liang Meng said, "After we finished dinner last night, I went to Dad's room. At that time, there was indeed an unopened toy car on the bed. When Zili went to the third floor to find my dad yesterday afternoon, I saw the toy car Zili was holding with my own eyes. I can prove it was indeed the same one." Yimei had no intention of stopping her attack on Huo Zili. "Liang Meng, everyone knows you and Zili have been childhood friends, and after growing up, you rekindled your relationship. Is your testimony reliable?" With just a short sentence, she neither denied nor affirmed, merely finishing with a question mark, instantly discrediting Liang Meng's testimony. Liang Meng snorted coldly and retorted, "To be honest, since the day began, Brother Zili has been busy helping everywhere. Fortunately, he cut off the power during the fire and took protective measures, saving the second and first floors and allowing the surveillance footage to be preserved. Yet you keep blaming him for the robot not returning in time to put out the fire, claiming Brother Zili harmed my dad. You even falsely accused him of causing my brother's death on the third floor by cutting off the power. Eventually, Brother Zili found my brother and discovered the murder method that killed my dad. Yet you still find ways to attack Brother Zili. I find it strange. Why are you always targeting Brother Zili? Did he offend you in some way?" Yimei then huffed in response, ready to retort, but Liang Meng continued, "I don't know what you're thinking, but after wrongly accusing Brother Zili for so long, has he ever said anything against you? That shows his upbringing." It was clear that Liang Meng had provoked Yimei, who put her hands on her hips, taking a fighting stance, and angrily said, "Your mouth is so sharp. And you twist it around to say, I have no upbringing. Let me tell you, I have plenty of upbringing, but for the murderer who killed Lao Yang. Don't blame me for lacking upbringing. What's wrong with discussing the matter? You only allow you and Zili to make wild guesses, but I can't say anything." Liang Meng countered, "How has Brother Zili made wild guesses? Everything he said has evidence to support it. Can you provide any evidence for what you said?" Yimei was momentarily speechless, and Liang Meng took the opportunity to press on, who was making wild guesses and fabricating stories. "It's obvious, isn't it?" Yimei was so furious she was left speechless, and after a long time, she finally said, "Am I not allowed to speculate?" Liang Meng sneered and said, "To be honest, everyone present was guessing who the culprit was, and everyone had their own suspicions. I thought that perhaps even the murderer was trying to escape, shifting the blame for their crimes onto others. However, everyone except you remained calm, because they knew that since investigating cases was not their strong suit, there was no need to complicate matters. Otherwise, it might lead to gossip, causing others to think wildly and harbor grudges." Yimei's face turned red with anger. She stopped talking and turned to leave. Lu Huanan hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Yimei's way. Yimei glared at Lu Huanan and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Huanan said, "Sister-in-law, are you not afraid of being set up by some ill-intentioned people if you go out now?" Yimei was taken aback and asked, "What do you mean?" Lu Huanan smiled and said, "Evidence is something that if you claim it exists, it exists. If you claim it doesn't, it doesn't. If you happen to leave and someone creates some unfavorable evidence against you, it will be too late to clear your name, even if you jump into the Yellow River." Yimei suddenly understood and finally found an excuse to attack Huo Zili and Liang Meng again. "Yes, I had thought of this before. When Zili discovered the evidence just now, none of us saw it. You are right. I must stay to supervise them. Forget it. I won't argue with them anymore. I'll just wait and see how things unfold." Liang Meng's brows furrowed, ready to debate with Yimei, but Huo Zili suddenly grabbed her arm, signaling her with his eyes not to continue the argument. After all, this would only lead to endless bickering, possibly resulting in a catfight between two women like earlier. How could they start a proper investigation in such a chaotic situation? Huo Zili smiled at Yimei and asked, "Aunt, the robot's eyes are cameras, right? Do their cameras have recording and saving functions?" Yimei replied, "Yes, why do you ask?" Huo Zili said slowly, "Last night, the robot delivered dinner to Uncle Liang, right? We could check the save video footage from the robot's eyes to see if the remote control car I gave to Brother Tianqi is still on Uncle Liang's bed." Yimei hesitated and said with a disingenuous expression, "I'm sorry, but you might be disappointed." Huo Zili blinked and asked what happened. Yimei said, "The monitoring video from the robot has always been on your Uncle Liang's tablet. Now that your uncle has been completely burned, his tablet was also burned to ashes in the fire, leaving nothing behind." At this moment, Liang Meng thought for a moment and said, "That's not right." Huo Zili asked, "What's not right?" Liang Meng replied, "The robot has 3 owners. Besides my dad, who is the primary owner, there are 2 other owners, my brother and my brother's mother." The mention of my brother's mother sounded quite harsh to Yimei. It would make outsiders laugh. But the few people present showed no reaction when Liang Meng said this, and Yimei didn't pay much attention either. It was rather awkward for them. Yimei asked Liang Meng, "What exactly do you want to say?" Liang Meng said, "My dad communicates with the robot via a smart tablet. I'm curious how my brother and you keep in touch with the robot." "By phone." Yimei answered, "Of course by phone." Liang Meng said, "Then your phone should also have a robot's video, right? Otherwise, how would you know if my dad was using the robot? The robot would only listen to your commands when my dad isn't using it, right?" Yimei stared at Liang Meng with a strange expression and asked, "How do you know everything?" Liang Meng replied, "You should know that I'm studying artificial intelligence abroad. I can tell how these robots work just by looking at them." Yimei sighed, "I have some of the videos monitored by the robot's eyes on my phone, but not all of them. Some robots only obey Tianqi's dad, and I can't interfere." Liang Meng immediately countered, "But there is one. Then why did you say there wasn't when Zili asked you just now?" Yimei was at a loss for words. She suddenly felt that in front of Liang Meng, she was like a village girl meeting a city boss, a feeling that made her extremely uncomfortable. However, she realized that she couldn't find any excuse for herself now. She could only stand there, and for a moment, she glanced at Lu Huanan, her awkward gaze seeming to plead for help. Lu Huanan stood silently, calm as ever, not knowing how to help her. Liang Meng pressed on relentlessly, "I suspect. You'd better understand this. I said I only suspect, just a suspicion. Did you lie to Brother Zili about not having the robot's video because you know that in the monitoring video saved by the robot's eyes, the remote control car Brother Zili gave to my brother has always been there on my dad's bed, and it has never been opened?" Everyone stared in disbelief, admiring Liang Meng's sharp question while their gaze shifted to Yimei. Liang Meng's words were short, but contained an important message. It implied that Yi may have been desperately slandering Huo Zili before, and now that she could finally use the robot's monitoring video to verify whether the remote control car Huo Zili gave to Liang Tianqi was still by the bed and whether it was unopened as Huo Zili claimed. She refused to let everyone check it. Could it be that she already knew that the monitoring video from those robot eyes could actually help Huo Zili clear his suspicion? Chapter 74. A difficult investigation. 4. In other words, if Yimei didn't know whether she could find out through the robots, whether Huo Zili's remote control car had been unsealed, why wouldn't she dare to take it out for people to see? Everyone knows that she has been criticizing Huo Zili all along. This was such a great opportunity. Why did she choose to hide it instead of reporting it? Delving deeper into Yimei's motives makes one shudder. Could it be that Yimei is the real culprit behind her husband Liang Zhen's death? She didn't do this before because at that time, there were only her and Liang Zhen on the island. She had no way to frame the murder on someone else until the arrival of the 4 heroes, Huo Zili and Liang Meng, which gave her the courage to plan this murder. The previous fainting, madness, anger, and despair when she couldn't find her son, as well as her sharp questioning of Huo Zili, were all just a performance put on intentionally. The purpose was merely to frame Huo Zili. So now that there's a way to prove Huo Zili's innocence, why does she choose to hide it? At this moment, Yi Mei remained silent. seemingly at a loss for words. After a long while, she replied to Liang Meng, "What are you talking about? Are you suspecting that I'm framing Zili?" Liang Meng questioned. "Then why don't you take out your phone for everyone to see? Isn't that clear enough?" Yimei said, "I told you. The surveillance videos from the robots, I might not be complete. Several robots died in the fire, and the ones that were outside patrolling didn't come back to save the fire, so they definitely wouldn't have the surveillance footage from old Liang's room." Liang Meng replied, "Whether there is or isn't, couldn't just checking your phone make it clear? Why are you always making excuses? Isn't that just going to make others think wildly?" Lu Huanan leaned closer to Yimei and said, "Sister-in-law, why not just let Meng Meng take a look? If it can prove Zili's innocence, wouldn't that completely eliminate your doubts about him? If it can't prove Zili's innocence, then it's normal for you to suspect him." He gave Yimei a knowing glance, signaling her not to be afraid, and continued, "I think you and Meng Meng were arguing earlier and forgot that there are surveillance videos on your phone. You women like to argue back and forth until it gets out of hand. Deep down, you probably don't want Zili to be the murderer, right? Now that there's a way to prove Zili's innocence, let's show it to them. If not, it can also relieve your worries. When you suspected Zili, to be honest, I thought you were being paranoid. If Zili is innocent, wouldn't it just be a matter of you apologizing to him later?" Yimei's initially tense expression gradually relaxed. She took out her phone, unlocked it with her fingerprint, and opened a software app inside, saying, "You can look if you want, but I estimate you probably won't find the video of the robot delivering food to old Liang last night. As I said before, the robots working in the villa mostly died in the fire. As for which robot is which, I'm not really sure. They all look the same anyway." After Liang Meng and the others checked the videos, it turned out, just as Yimei had said, that there was indeed no video recorded by the robot's eye of Liang Zhen before and after dinner, including before he went to bed. This meant that, as Yimei had anticipated during the conversation, the robots that served Liang Zhen food and helped him wash up had all been burned to death in the fire. At that moment, Lu Huanan exchanged a glance with Yimei, and both had a barely perceptible smile on their lips. Huo Zili inadvertently sensed this ambiguous expression, and he vaguely realized that there might be some secret hidden behind their smiles. Now that Liang Zhen had been confirmed to be murdered, everyone could be a suspect, and Huo Zili could not escape the blame, let alone Yimei and Lu Huanan. However, as Liang Meng pointed out, these two had maintained a secret relationship under Liang Zhen's nose for many years, and Liang Zhen had turned a blind eye to it. For years, the three of them had maintained this delicate relationship. Since Liang Zhen had not obstructed Yimei and Lu Huanan, what reason would the two have to kill Liang Zhen? Huo Zili's pupils seemed to scatter, and his thoughts drifted back to the conversation he had with Liang Zhen yesterday afternoon. Liang Zhen suspected that his daughter Liang Meng might be the one harming him. Yet he still gave the position of chairman to Liang Meng because he felt he owed her over the years and wanted to make it up to her. The previous night, when he and Liang Meng were watching the sea on the island, there had been certain times before that when Liang Meng had hinted to him about some unspeakable family matters, specifically that her father, Liang Zhen, had a poor relationship with Yimei over the years, which had been fraught with difficulties due to certain interests, leading them to this day. Now, if it were Yimei and Lu Huanan who teamed up to kill Liang Zhen and orchestrated the fire, could it be because Liang Zhen did not pass the chairman's position to Yimei's lover Lu Huanan? So, did the two take the risk and plan the fire? Of course, if that were the case, Yimei and Lu Huanan's actions would definitely not stop there, because Liang Meng was their ultimate target. The reason Yimei initially spoke harshly to Huo Zili and made unfounded accusations might also have ulterior motives, possibly to use him to draw out Liang Meng. However, Huo Zili felt that this was unlikely. He didn't dare to believe that with Yimei and Lu Huanan's means, they could frame two people at the same time. That said, if Yimei and Lu Huanan had no guilty conscience, then why did they just show such a meaningful smile? Thinking of this, Huo Zili's head began to spin. He suddenly realized that he was also overthinking, which wouldn't help in solving the case and could potentially affect his judgment of the situation due to subjective bias. Well, since there's no evidence to prove my innocence, Huo Zili said, then I guess I'm a suspect too. You may ask, just a suspect? Huo Zili felt another surge of anger. He forced a bitter smile and asked, does Andy have any evidence that points to me as the criminal? Oh, Yimei similet, not nije sarili, Zili. I was just asking casually. I've been cooped up at home for so long, I've become dull-witted. I get anxious when things happen, and I don't understand anything. So I love to ask questions, and I often take things out of context. Don't take it to heart. Huo Zili no worries. He then asked, actually, I'm quite curious, besides me, what did you all bring to Uncle Liang's room? Liang Meng said, I also gave Tianqi Gu a remote control car. Everyone looked at Liang Meng in surprise. Liang Meng said, what's so strange about that? My brother, Zili, and I have been playing with cars together since we were little. My brother has been obsessed with the transformation of the cars for years. Isn't it normal for me to give him a remote-controlled car? Ye may need it. It should be normal, but now your dad is dead because of a remote-controlled car. If you hadn't given it to him, you could have avoided suspicion. Liang Meng replied, the remote-controlled car I gave my brother, I directly gave to him. We played with that toy car together for a long time. Zili Gu can prove that. Huo Zili recalled that yesterday before and after he went to Liang Zhen's room, he did see Liang Meng and Liang Tianqi playing with remote-controlled cars. But he couldn't prove that one of the cars they played with was the remote-controlled car Liang Meng gave to Liang Tianqi. Now, Liang Meng said he could prove it, but in reality, he couldn't. He looked at Liang Meng, unsure of whether to answer yes or no. Yimei coughed twice and said, just now you proved your independence. And now independence proves you. Liang Meng's eyes turned, and she noticed Liang Tianqi, who was hiding in a corner playing, and said, my brother can also prove it for me. Yimei replied, Liang Meng, Tianqi's IQ is limited. Do you really want him to help you prove it? Liang Meng said, did you forget what you just said? What did I say? You said my brother is a fool. Fools have no schemes, no brains, and they definitely don't lie. Why can't we trust a fool's words? Liang Meng looked at Liang Tianqi in the distance and sighed. I also think my brother's words are trustworthy, because he won't lie. Yimei hesitated and glanced at her son huddled in the corner, then raised her voice, Tianqi, come here quickly. Mommy has something to ask you. Liang Tianqi looked blankly at his mother Yimei, said oh, and timidly walked around Lu Huanan, and Li Cheng ran to Yimei's side. Mommy, is it time to eat? I am hungry. All you think about is eating. You'll get food if you answer questions. Yimei shouted, I ask you, did your sister give you a gift yesterday afternoon? Liang Tianqi blinked and recalled, yes, she did. Yimei said, think carefully, did she really give it to you? Liang Tianqi bit his lip, tilted his eyes in deep thought. My sister could do magic. I really like my sister. She gave me a big bumblebee, then an Optimus Prime, then a Megatron. Yimei asked, how many did she give you? Liang Tianqi replied, 5 or 6 or 8. Yimei extended her left hand with 5 fingers and asked Liang Tianqi, how many is this? Liang Tianqi squinted, reached out to count Yimei's fingers one by one, squinting and straining to count 1, 1, 2, 2, 3. This is 3, right, Mommy? Yimei suddenly raised her hand, wanting to hit her son, but fortunately, she controlled herself this time and withdrew her hand, forcing a smile at the others. You all saw it. Tianqi's intelligence is too poor. Sometimes his words can be trusted, sometimes they can't. At this moment, Hu Jinghua must be wondering who just said Tianqi's words could be trusted. Anyway, Tianqi said that Meng Meng indeed gave him the remote-controlled robot she bought as a gift. Huo Zili said, actually, I have another question I've always wanted to ask Tianqi. Yimei asked Huo Zili what question. Huo Zili said, I want to ask Tianqi how he knew that room had a secret room. Aunt said Tianqi shouldn't know there was a secret room. And we just shifted our investigation to other places, forgetting to ask Tianqi why he went to play in that secret room early this morning. In fact, Huo Zili always felt that Liang Tianqi's words were not trustworthy, so he didn't ask Tianqi many questions at first. After all, Tianqi is mentally challenged, and his words are not credible. But now it seems that Liang Tianqi can vaguely narrate some of the things he saw. Is it useful to ask him? Yimei muttered softly, then smiled at her son. Tianqi, Mommy asks you, why did you get up so early this morning and run to that basement to play? How did you know there was a basement? I've been to the basement, Dad. Took me there, Liang Tianqi said slowly. I go to that place every day to play hide and seek. Once I get there, you and Dad can't find me. Yimei took a deep breath and said slowly, I always thought Tianqi didn't know that place, but it turns out he does. Huo Zili asked again, Tianqi, I saw in the surveillance video that you went to the east corridor on the first floor around dusk yesterday and took a long time to come out. Did you also go to play in that secret room? Yimei said, don't ask so complicated. Just ask him if he went to the secret room yesterday afternoon and evening. If you ask too much, he won't understand. Then she simplified the question and asked her son. Liang Tianqi nodded, yeah? Yimei sneaked a glance at Liang Meng, thinking that yesterday around dusk, Liang Meng had been playing with Liang Tianqi. Maybe the two of them went to that secret room together. So she asked, did you go by yourself? Did you bring anyone with you? Liang Tianqi said, Dad told me that the secret room can't be told to anyone. Only I can know where it is. And he said if I tell others, he'll spank me. It hurts, really hurts. After saying this, he actually bared his teeth and rubbed his own, but looking like he had imagined the painful scene. The others saw Liang Tianqi like this and held back their laughter. Huo Zili asked Liang Tianqi, Tianqi, when you entered the secret room, was anyone following you? Liang Tianqi looked at Huo Zili with fearful eyes, then blankly looked at his mother Yimei. Chapter 75, A Tricky Investigation 5. Yimei said, your brother is asking you something. If you know, just say it. Liang Tianqi, looking confused, replied, I don't know. Huo Zili then asked, did you encounter anyone outside when you entered that room? Liang Tianqi continued to gaze blankly at the people around him, finally resting his eyes on Li Chengran. Yimei, following her son's gaze to Li Chengran, couldn't help but feel a shock. Huo Zili and Liang Meng had similar reactions, and Huo Jinghua, Yang Wanjun, and Lu Huanim were also looking at Li Chengran, but their expressions were filled with disdain for him. In contrast, Li Chengran remained quite calm. He frowned slightly and said, yes. Yesterday evening, when Tianqi went to play in that room with a secret chamber, I happened to go to the bathroom. But I didn't know what Tianqi was doing in that room, nor did I know there was a secret chamber. Unkla li, Huo Zili eska li Shangran. When we took the plane to the island together yesterday morning, I noticed your briefcase was bulging. After Meng Meng and I returned in the afternoon, I found your briefcase was flat, so something must be missing. Li Chengran found this quite amusing and asked in surprise, why were you observing me? What do you mean by that? Huo Zili smiled wryly. Uncle Li, please don't misunderstand. It's just a habit I developed in my profession to unconsciously observe things. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask if you brought any gifts. Li Chengran sighed and said, yes, I bought a remote control car for Tianqi. Everyone nearly gasped. Li Chengran continued, but please don't misunderstand. I simply bought Tianqi a remote control car because every time I see him, he is always playing with one. I didn't expect such a thing to happen, that the murderer would use the remote control car to kill the chairman. Huo Zili lowered his eyelids, pondering something. After a moment, he asked, besides me, Meng Meng, and Uncle Li, did anyone else give Tianqi a remote control car? If so, please raise your hand. The first to raise his hand was Huo Jinghua, followed by Yang Wanjun, and finally Lu Huanin. The three raised their hands very slowly, seemingly reluctant to do so. But when they saw each other raise their hands, their expressions were filled with shock. An unusual feeling rose in Huo Zili's heart. What was going on? Why did everyone give Tianqi a remote control car? Was it a coincidence or a conspiracy? If it were a coincidence, it could still be explained. It was no secret that Liang Tianqi liked remote control cars, and over the years, those close to the Liang family knew this. What they didn't know was what else Liang Tianqi liked besides remote controlled cars and transformers. If it were a conspiracy, it could also be explained. The cunning and resourceful murderer must have thought this through before committing the crime, using this opportunity. This meant the murderer might have long predicted that everyone would give Liang Tianqi a remote control car as a gift. Only in this way could the murderer take advantage of the situation. Since we all gave Tianqi a remote control car, Huo Zili mused, I have a suggestion, though I don't know if everyone can accept it. Yang Wanjun said, Zili, stop beating around the bush. Just say what you have to say. The chairman is in trouble, and we want to catch the murderer to avenge him. While I can understand the feelings of all the innocent people present, Huo Zili nodded. So, to clarify the truth, I hope you can cooperate. Each of you should talk about what you did when you went to Uncle Liang's room and what you discussed with him. I have no problem. Yang Wanjun scanned the others with sharp eyes. What about you guys? No problem. No problem. Let's investigate however we need to. Several people said in succession. Yang Wanjun took a deep breath. That's good. Since everyone is cooperating, I'll start first. Huo Zili interrupted Yang Wanjun, Yang. To reconstruct the entire sequence of events, Let's start with the first person who went in to see Uncle Liang yesterday and go from there. This way, things will become clearer. Okay. Yang Wanjun said, you take the lead. Huo Jinghua said, I was the first to go in to see the chairman yesterday. Huo Zili turned to Liang Meng beside him and said, Meng, I need you to take some simple notes. Liang Meng nodded, okay. Huo Jinghua said, yesterday, around 3:30 p.m., the chairman called me to come to the third floor for a detailed discussion. When I arrived on the third floor, I saw Tianqi playing with a remote control car in the hallway. When Tianqi saw me, he took my hand and went to the chairman's bedroom. Then the chairman asked Tianqi to go outside to play alone. Oh, right. At that moment, I suddenly remembered I had brought a gift for Tianqi, which was a transformer. I called out to Tianqi, opened my briefcase, and wanted to give him the transformer, but by that time, Tianqi had already gone out. The chairman then asked me to put the transformer on the bed, saying that Tianqi would take it when he came back. A sharp light flickered in Yi Mei's eyes as she asked Tianqi, son, after your uncle Huo went out, did your dad ask you to take the transformer that was on the bed? Liang Tianqi blinked confusedly and replied, I took a few. Yi Mei was surprised, a few? Liang Tianqi seemed to struggle to recall what had happened yesterday, starting to count on his fingers 1, 2, 3, or a few. I don't know how many. Yi Mei angrily said to Liang Tianqi, count properly. With a sorrowful face, Liang Tianqi replied, Mom, I can't remember. You. Seeing Yi Mei about to explode again, Huo Zili hurriedly intervened. Aunt, let's not dwell on Tianqi. Let's continue with the next questions. Then Huo Zili looked at Huo Jinghua. Dad, please continue with what happened next. Huo Jinghua nodded and said, later, the chairman asked me if I wanted to be the chairman. I said I didn't want to. The chairman then said, what if it's my order? I replied that wouldn't work either. I don't have that much prestige in the company, and the upper management wouldn't follow me. It wouldn't be a good fit for me to be the chairman. The chairman then said that he believed I could still intimidate those old fellows in upper management. I insisted that it wouldn't work because I have a fatal weakness in my work, which is that I can plan but not make decisions. I habitually throw various options at others, let them decide, and then I execute it. I'm already halfway in the grave, and I can't change this flaw. As a leader, I shouldn't lack decision-making ability. He continued. Later, the chairman asked me who I thought would be the most suitable to be the chairman. I asked the chairman what he thought. The chairman said he naturally wanted Liang Meng to be the chairman, but was afraid she was too young and would be bullied. I told the chairman that if he really made that decision, I would definitely help Liang Meng wholeheartedly. I told the chairman that his concern was unnecessary because I felt that as long as it was the chairman's decision, no one in upper management would not support Liang Meng. After all, young talent is the future of the company. Although we old guys hold high positions, we actually don't understand high technology that well. At most, we just created this company. Many specialized skills need to be entrusted to more professional people, and Liang Meng is indeed the most suitable person for that. At this point, Huo Jinghua glanced at Yi Mei and said later, the chairman said that even if Liang Meng were to take the position, it would only be temporary. Because once the brain chip project succeeds, and if Tianqi is well again, then no one would be more suitable for the chairman's position than Tianqi. As long as the brain chip is implanted in Tianqi's brain, he will become the smartest person in the world, possessing a mind like a supercomputer, and everyone will have to bow down before him. Therefore, we need Liang Meng to sign an agreement stating that if one day Tianqi is cured by the brain chip, he will step down and assist Tianqi. I told the chairman that this plan would definitely work, so let's proceed with it. The chairman said that if Liang Meng holds a high position in the future and does something wrong, I would need to help her out. I said, that's inevitable. Besides that, Huo Jinghua shifted his gaze to Huo Zili, and the chairman also mentioned that I should be cautious of my own son, as he might be an undercover cop. Huo Zili was taken aback. Huo Jinghua smiled and said, I told the chairman that even if my own son is an undercover, what can the police do? The Yiri Group is innocent. The chairman said, that's true. The Yiri Group isn't afraid of any investigation. Later, before I left, the chairman told me not to inform everyone about the successor he had chosen, as he wanted to see what others were thinking. I said the chairman was very thoughtful, and then I bid farewell to him and came out. As I exited the chairman's bedroom, Tianqi was still in the corridor playing with a transformer and a remote control car. Well, okay, Huo Zili said, I am not an undercover, and now is not the time to discuss whether I am or not. I have some questions to ask. Huo Jinghua said, go ahead. Huo Zili asked, what color is the transformer you gave to Tianqi? Huo Jinghua replied, the head is black, the eyes are golden. The upper body and arms are also black, the two pieces of armor on the chest are red, and the legs are black as well, with a ring of white around the edges of the feet. Huo Zili turned to look at Liang Meng's notes. Liang Meng's handwriting was very neat, and she wrote quickly, recording everything in great detail and accurately. Okay, Huo Zili continued. Who was the next person to enter after my dad came out of Uncle Liang's room? Lu Huanan answered. After Brother Hua left, I went up to see the chairman. Liang Meng raised her eyebrows and wrote in her notebook, second person, Lu Huanan. The handwriting was a bit heavy. Huo Zili noticed Liang Meng's unusual behavior and thought to himself that Liang Meng must have hated Lu Huanan since she was a child. Lu Huanan said, when I went up, Tianqi was playing with a remote-controlled car alone in the corridor on the third floor. When he saw me, he took my hand and went to the chairman's bedroom. Just as Tianqi was about to go out, I told him that I had brought him a new transformer, and then I took that transformer out of my briefcase and gave it to him. Huo Zili asked, did Tianqi take the transformer that Uncle Lu gave him outside to play? Lu Huanan said, yes, at that time, Tianqi took the transformer outside to play, but he came back twice in between to swap out some transformers. Huo Zili asked, did Tianqi change the transformer you gave him? Lu Huanan glanced at Tianqi. I didn't pay close attention to that. I just saw that he came back, put down some toys, and took out some toys. Huo Zili asked, what color was the transformer that Uncle Lu gave to Tianqi? Lu Huanan said, it was all silver, and the eyes were golden. Huo Zili looked at Liang Tianqi, brother. Is what Uncle Lu said correct? Liang Tianqi stared blankly at Huo Zili, unable to comprehend. You may explain from the side, son. Your brother is asking if what Uncle Lu said is true. Liang Tianqi asked, what is true, Mom? Huo Zili said, brother, did Uncle Lu give you a silver transformer? Did you take it outside to play? Did you swap it later? The transformer? Liang Tianqi's eyes grew vacant. The silver transformer. Mom, what is silver? Yimei showed an impatient expression and said, just say whether Uncle Lu gave you a transformer. Liang Tianqi replied, He gave me dozens. 1, 2. He started counting on his fingers again. And when he couldn't reach 5, his mind became chaotic again. How many? I can't remember, Mom. Yimei closed her eyes, probably not wanting others to see her disappointment. All right, brother, you take a break first. I'll ask you again later. Huo Zili then asked Lu Huanan, so what did Uncle Lu and Uncle Yang talk about afterward? Is it convenient to disclose? Lu Huanan said, sure. There's nothing secret about my conversation with the chairman. The chairman asked me if I had considered becoming the chairman. I told him not to joke. Doesn't he know what I'm capable of? I'm just here to enjoy life. I've never thought about achieving anything. If the company were handed over to me, it would soon turn from a Fortune 500 company into a pile of bad debts. This statement even amused the chairman. The chairman said, it's not that serious. The chairman actually doesn't need to handle too many things. The main work is done by the CEO below, and he just needs to make decisions at critical moments. I said, I really don't want to be a chairman. I can't make decisions, so I let the chairman find someone more capable. Later, the chairman asked me, if you had to choose one person from your 4 outstanding members of Yiri, who would you choose? I said, of course, it would be Brother Hua. The chairman shook his head and said, Brother Hua has already refused to be the chairman and is firmly against it. Then the chairman asked me to choose one from the other 3 people, including myself.